Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And you see how, Dell, do you see how considerate Lance is?
Very.
Very considerate.
Considerate lover, Dell.
Yep. Okay? He's not a selfish lover like you. He is a considerate lover. He forgot his card, and you know what he did? He waited until the doors opened.
Yeah, turned
so
green.
You didn't have to go down there and get him.
Ran up the steps just now.
Ran up, and he does this for the company, okay? Yep. And why he forgot his card, no one knows. Okay? Why?
Yeah, let's not deflect. He's like a kid who's on Christmas break, and the first day back, he forgot his books.
That's not
what?
Not unfair.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's accurate. It's actually really accurate. I know exactly where my card is. It's on my dresser. But the access.
But you didn't think about that last night.
Pulled into the jet, and I'm like, and I said, well, I could text Dell right now. I said, you know what? I'm just gonna wait it out. So I waited there, played some Lumosity, scrolled through some ESPN, waited. I said it'll turn green at about 57. I'll be fine. It wasn't. It was 59.
59.
Yeah.
And you ran up.
And I ran up the steps like a.
Lance is back. You went to New York. How was New York?
It was great.
Yeah.
I had a great time. Yeah. Weather was. I walked back in the summer. When I left, it was still spring. When I came back, it's full summer.
Where is summer?
Right here.
Oh, it's beautiful.
94 yesterday.
Beautiful out.
Where I was, it was 72.
Man.
Low 70s.
Who likes that?
Mid 70s. It was literally perfect weather. I come back. I look at it. Nicole's in the Met walking around we were in the Met walking around for 3 hours, stuff we've seen. And I said, hey, listen, we got to get to Central Park. This is like a perfect day. You see what the weather's going to be when we get back, because it's not going to be under 90 now for the next 3 weeks for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe not at all. And I said, what are we doing inside? Looking at all the stuff we've seen before. Psh, take it outside.
And you went to Central Park,
we went to Central Park, but we had a dinner at 5. Then we went and saw Glengarry Glen Ross after that. So we had like a whole indoor day plan. I'm like, got to get outside. No blanket. Just walked.
Just walked to Central Park. Yeah. Did you meet any weirdos?
I wouldn't say I met them. I saw them.
Saw them? Yeah. No.
It is. It's just a different level. It's just a different level. It's very much out of a movie.
Yeah.
When they're homeless or the people who walk the streets and randomly say stuff out. It's out of central casting.
It is. It's special there. We don't see it as much.
Trans community is big there.
Huh?
Trans community is big there.
Yeah.
It doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
It is what I mean. It doesn't bother me, but you see a lot more there than here.
Yeah, no. Well, I told you that LA is a lot gayer than here. There's, you go to a restaurant here, you won't see a couple or maybe a table, maybe a table or two. There, where you go to a restaurant and there's 5, 6, 7 tables, and it's like that's just how it is.
Oh no, yeah, but it was New York. I ran into Ryan Lashane's buddy, who's from Portugal, who's got a restaurant there. We had kangaroo tartare.
You did?
And Nicole almost ordered antelope spleen.
Oh, nice.
And I was like, you're not going to get that. She almost did. I'm like, I give you credit. The girl who won't order anything too crazy, she almost did.
That's how your kids got their taste.
And then we went to the same cocktail bar, Patent Pending, 2 nights in a row, and just way too much.
Yeah, good. That's good.
Way too much.
That's what you're supposed to do. That's what you're supposed to do. So how were the plays? They were good?
Good.
Yeah.
We went. Okay, so the first night we got there is Friday. We got in, and 7 o'clock, it was Denzel Washington and Jake Gyllenhaal, Othello. And Jake was great. Denzel was good, but it was like I was watching a character from Training Day. It's kind of like he's getting to be like Robert De Niro or Al Pacino, where it's the same kind of character and next time thou seest, you will find out that the truest sense of the Othello and I'm like, oh, this is Training Day. I've seen this character before.
Yeah.
He's yelling and screaming, for thou hast findeth the greatest passion of inside and shall feel the wickedness of thy hand. And I'm like, I'm King Kong in this mother. I thought he was going to hit. I thought he was going to hit that.
No,
but the most
I don't
fun
think
part,
Shakespeare ever wrote that part.
But the most interesting part of that, it was a good play. The kid next to us was probably a 19-year-old college student. Big curly hair like all the college kids have now. Same kind of hair. He's watching. He comes back after the intermission. This is Shakespeare. You got to lock in to understand what the hell is going on. I mean, you got to lock in. It's modern day. So they're in a military unit. And Jake Gyllenhaal is, can't even remember the Cassio or not Cassio. I can't remember his name. The bad guy. And he's trying to, he's Machiavellian. And so you got to really lock in. For somebody ADD like me, okay, focus in. There's no subtitles.
No, right. And you're
like soon they're going to have
I didn't understand that part, but let's go. Yeah.
So this kid goes, we're out in the break, and I don't know, it's a pretty nice place. Well, it's old, but, people are kind of dressed up. They're taking this seriously. This kid comes back to us, we're like, golly, that's a lot of weed. That is a lot of weed. He sits down. He's got his hand in his head. He's drinking this water, sipping this water, and he's trying to watch Shakespeare. I'm thinking he has no chance. No. You cannot be this high and watch Shakespeare.
Not high like that. No.
You can't be this high and watch Shakespeare.
Yeah, no.
But I did keep up with, the Knicks beat the Celtics while we were there. The Celtics beat the Knicks while I was there. Then the Knicks beat the Celtics while I was there. And when the Knicks beat the Celtics, we weren't staying, near the stadium, but some of it got towards us because they were going to places to eat. And it was a late night for Knicks fans because they beat them. We were out after drinking, it was probably 11 o'clock and they were still rolling into pizza places. And it was a party, boy. It was interesting. I kept up with Astros, who are either shutting people out or getting shut out.
That's what we do.
It's what we do.
Uh-huh.
Kept up with, everything that was going on with Cleveland and Indiana.
Well, that's over.
Man, it is the basketball playoffs have been
either blowout or really, really good game. Like last night, Jokic with that shot, that was one of the craziest shots to tie a game late I've ever seen. He just throws one up, spins back, a three-pointer off 1 foot, throws it up, and it goes in. And me and JT both jumped off the couch. We were like, holy crap, are you kidding me?
I know.
That was crazy. You can make all the MVP, the best player in the league. Jokic is the best player in the league.
It's not even the world.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the best player in the world. He's one of the best we've ever seen. It just doesn't look the way you want it to look. Right. You want it to look superhuman because we're used to our best players being superhuman. But the fact is, Tom Brady wasn't superhuman. If you go all the way back, Babe Ruth was he didn't have the body type, but he was, he did have superhuman strength. But it's like Greg Maddux wasn't a superhuman pitcher, didn't throw super hard. Some of the all-time greats in Jokic, you look at him and he's inconvenient for people who want him to look different and play differently. But the ball goes in. He's a great passer. He gets rebounds. He knows where the ball is to get offensive rebounds. Like he's just an unbelievable points, rebounds, assists. He does enough defensively. Not a great defender, but he does enough. But man, and he's so clutch, and he can make the toughest driveway shots I've ever.
It's incredible. He is
a horse master.
Incredible.
It's unbelievable. Watch now. They lost.
Yeah,
they lost. By the way.
Because Shea hit a huge three.
Yeah.
But Williams on the side. I mean, Lou Dort saved the game for him. Lou Dort was incredible over a stretch, hitting 3 threes, and it was like Lou Dort. I thought he was a defensive.
But that's the playoffs, isn't it? It's a guy who's not supposed. That's how you win championships. I say that from watching the Rockets win championships. It's not the ones you think that are going to do it. It's the one that you don't expect the Robert Ory's to come up or the Mario Ellis that have big shots and big moments. And that's what they got from Lou Dort. And they had to have that. Make no mistake. They had to go up 3-2 with that home crowd. And that's an unbelievable home crowd. Now, you went to a game.
I went to a game there.
But Shea wasn't playing right.
No. Nobody. They didn't start one. Not one starter.
Was it loud? It was loud.
It's loud. It's a good arena. It's good.
They got nothing else.
It's good. Yeah. That's the only thing you got in the world. Yeah. That's your own. That's it. I root for them because what else do you have when you're in? Oklahoma City and Norman.
You got nothing. And your players aren't going to want to stay.
Yeah, nobody wants to stay there. I mean,
Shay's already looking for a way out.
Pat and Steffi, get out of there.
So so what are the thoughts now? This whole year, and it probably stemmed from when I went with HRP, Chris Fisher, and I watched the Rockets Cavs in person. The Rockets, were mashing the Cavs, and the Cavs came back, and the Rockets finished them off. And the Rockets look like just a much better team than the Cavs, and the Cavs just win a billion games.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I was so unimpressed with them in person.
Well,
they just didn't look like, and I know they've had some injuries with Darius Garland and Evan Mobley at times, but they, even without injuries, that's still a team that should have won.
It's interesting. It's interesting because they've got Donovan Mitchell, right? And they've got Evan Mobley.
They got enough.
You think they've got enough. We've got a Gilbert Arenas. We've got a Gilbert Arenas quote on his podcast talking about Jalen Green. And we're going to play that for you. And it's when he breaks this down, you're like, I think you're right. The Cavs, they've got stuff. The Cavs have a scorer in Donovan Mitchell. They got a go-to guy in Mobley. They've got
3-point shooters around them.
They ran into a buzzsaw.
Yeah, but to win at home,
they're
a buzzsaw. But to win at home, that's why I don't really want to give. The Celtics have had 3 losses where they were leading by 14 points or more. I mean, this is one of the great chokes I've ever seen.
Yeah.
2 losses with 20-point leads, 1 with a 14-point lead. So you got 3 losses. You got 3 of your losses. All of them you have had leads of 14 or more in the game. 2 of them with 20. And now you've got a ruptured Achilles, which may ruin, coming back from an Achilles in basketball is really tough.
Yeah, right.
That's really
he's gone all next.
This isn't football, so he should be gone all next year. We're talking about Jason Tatum. But you know what? Jaylen Brown, you get paid like a superstar. There is no excuses. You've got White, you've got Brown. You've got enough scorers and enough players on that team I think you've got enough to beat the Knicks. You've taken huge leads on the Knicks. Jaylen Brown, I don't want to hear any excuses from the Celtics.
Against this year against the Knicks.
Yeah, I don't want to hear any excuse. You've outplayed them in all but one game, really, for stretches. I mean, you gave it up in the 4th. But look, Jaylen Brown, you get paid to be a superstar. If you get paid $40 million plus, there are no excuses. There are no excuses for you. You're considered a dude. I don't want to hear that there's not enough. Somebody's hurt. It's on Jaylen Brown's shoulders. Now, if he didn't get it done, this is going to be on him.
Yep.
I don't want to hear any excuses. Once you hit the $40 million mark, you're considered a dude who can take your team to the next round in the playoffs. That's how I feel about it. If you've got enough around you, which the Celtics do have enough around them. The same way Spider Mitchell had enough for Cleveland. He's that kind of primary scorer too.
Well, Porzingis, let's not forget, he got tired again.
Yeah,
he got really tired.
Mystery illness. No one knows what it is. He just can't play.
He's tired. Okay, stop already with the illness. I'm tired.
I don't know. Back in March, he had an illness that they couldn't figure out, and it's back.
Oh my goodness! Came back right in just a terrible time. Just an
illness they can't figure.
What do you think? Jaylen Brown should be able to lead them back from 3-1 down?
Yeah.
Why not? Well, because it's rarely done if you have a full squad.
Okay, Jaylen Brown gets paid like Jalen Brunson. Play.
I'm just you wanted to do something which you would consider historic, is because it doesn't happen very often.
I think you should be extremely competitive. This is what I think. I think you should be extremely competitive.
Well, they have been competitive. They've had big leads and they've blown them.
No, even without Jason Tatum, you should be.
Yeah.
You cannot get the superstar payday and not have superstar expectations. This guy's, it's next man up, and it's Jaylen Brown's turn. And I don't want to hear any excuses that, Jason Tatum was gone. Dude, you get paid like a superstar. You don't get superstar pay, and you get a shrink into some bushes like, well, I don't have enough around.
What's the Jaylen Brown hate for?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's not Jaylen Brown hate. I was just thinking about the fact that once
he hates all Jalen's.
That's true.
I really just was thinking Jaylen needs to step up. You cannot.
It's Brown, not Green.
Once you get paid a certain amount, your expectations should be sky high.
He knows it's Brown.
That is for Jason Tatum.
He knows it's Brown, not Green, right? He's talking about,
right?
Yeah.
I know, but let me ask you something.
Colors.
You're not transferring your Jalen Green issues.
Let me ask you something. Is Jason Tatum, does he catches bullets even if he scores 40 and they lose? Jason Tatum catches a lot of bullets from people.
But he's their number one guy.
Yeah, Jaylen Brown's not going to be excused. I mean,
nor should he be.
But he's okay. He's the Scottie Pippen. Would Scottie do it without Jordan?
What I'm saying is Scottie took all kinds of crap when Jordan wasn't there. The sit out because I got a headache.
Well,
situation.
You deserve that if you sit out because I got a headache.
Well, you got to come through.
Because you didn't call a play for him.
You got to come through. Yeah.
Well,
Scottie, but you got to come through.
He is the reigning Finals MVP.
Well, no, Scottie wasn't paid like any kind of. Remember, Jordan made sure that he wasn't.
Well, then you know what? Play like it then.
Yeah,
if you're going to be the reigning MVP of the finals, play like it. That's what Lance is
I don't know how he's going to play.
All the Jalen's catching it today.
Sorry, Lance. Jalen.
I'm actually a fan of the Jalen.
Jalen Brown.
No, I love
Jalen Brown's already.
He's the one.
He's already writing up an Instagram post with excuses.
No, Jalen Brown's had a knee issue for the better part of the last 4 months. So that's his excuse if he wants to use it.
Isn't that usually when it by 4 months it's usually healed?
No, he had to get an injection, so it did not.
I'll tell you what. On the other side, I want to play this Gilbert Arenas and see if you agree. See if you guys agree because he makes some points, and I'm probably gonna poo-poo it, but let's see. We'll do it on the other side. But right now, let's talk John Daspit.
Let's talk about John Daspit, the personal injury lawyer. I didn't see. Well, New York doesn't have a lot of billboards because just buildings on buildings on buildings, and so I saw the personal injury lawyer, their guy out in L.A. that's big, and here in Houston, it's John Daspit. And John Daspit, although John, you've seen names on television of guys riding on trucks and throwing hammers at people and setting people on fire and stuff like that, like crazy stuff. John Daspit doesn't do that. He's like, no, I hate being associated with that. I want to be associated with working hard for people who are in need because they've been injured due to someone else's negligence at the workplace, on the roadway, wherever it has been, because you have medical bills that have to be paid. You have to go to the doctor. Don't be one of these people who doesn't go because you don't have insurance. If you've been injured, you need to go. And John Daspit will get it taken care of for you. He'll get it reimbursed through the insurance company on the other side. He's going to get you paid for the time that you miss from work. If you have to miss work, if you have a severe injury, a debilitating injury that limits you for the rest of your life, you better have someone on your side like John Daspit who understands what the bills are going to be like for the rest of your life and what your situation is going to entail. Because he's gone through it with a lot of people. He's gone through loss of life claims that he's had to have. And it's very sensitive, but at the same time, you want someone who's not trying to look at you as a paycheck where they get a commission and they're just trying to get the fastest settlement possible. No, he wants what is best for you, and he's going to fight hard for the injured. So make sure that John Daspit is a phone call you make at 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, 720 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So we're talking about Jalen Green. We're talking about, not stepping up. 38 points in one game and then nothing the rest of the series.
High of 12 in the next 5.
Yeah.
Or next 6.
Single digits twice or 3 times.
4 times.
No, he had two double digit. He had 3 double-digit games.
I know. And they went to a game 7.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He had a 7, an 8, an 8, and a 9.
Yeah.
4 single-digit games.
So, well, here's Gilbert Arenas on the Jalen Green situation yesterday on his podcast.
You take Jalen Green out. Who is the threat from the outside? You think they really give a shit about Dylan Brooks shooting 3? I mean, Van Fleet is your only threat, but he's a small guard. And then you had Amen.
Yeah, he's not a shooter yet.
So you really had no offensive threat. And the fact that you was putting him in, pulling him out, pulling him in, pulling him out, he had no rhythm of ever having a Buddy Hield type of game or having a 38 type of game. So if he missed his first shot, you was already thinking, I'm about to pull him out. He was already thinking, I'm coming out. So he really never had a chance to really, really get into a groove where you miss Steph Curry. Horrible first half, excellent second half, right?
I don't know.
You never was going to get that from Jalen Green the way you was playing him. You need different packages for different type of defenders. You're doing the same move on different players, and that's not how the game works.
Yeah.
Right? You got to have a package for the Jimmy Butler type of guys. You need a package for Draymond Green type of defenders. You need a package for Steph Curry type of defender. You need different packages so when these guys get on you, you know how to play the game.
Listen, it's gonna be a big summer for him this summer.
It got
I feel like personally he doesn't know how to play basketball yet.
Yeah.
So this summer we'll be able to teach him. If not, if I'm Houston, I'm moving on.
They got to.
Yeah. All right. A couple of things. First of all, Jalen had plenty of opportunities. If he had a bad first half, he was starting the second half, and he could have turned it around. It's not like he yanked him as soon as he missed a shot. That's incorrect. That is not true. Now, did he get yanked? Yeah, he got yanked, but he deservedly so in most instances. It's not. Look at his minutes played. Dude played. He played every game, and he played, and Ime played him.
It's not new either, by the way. Jalen has gone through this where every player has, other than Fred VanVleet, where you could get pulled and spend some time on the bench during the game. Yeah. It doesn't mean that's going to be the case the next game, but that's not unusual for Jalen to have to go find some bench time if somebody else is playing well.
Yeah, I mean, he compared him to Steph Curry.
I mean,
stop already. Stop. Steph had a bad first half, so Steph had a great second half. He ain't Steph Curry.
Do you think he wants Steph Curry's? Does he want the pressure of Steph Curry? Yeah. The expectations of Steph Curry?
Well, I want the wins. I want the success that Steph Curry had. That's what I want. But I mean, he is right. I tell you, he's right in this. They need another guy. I don't know that the Cavs need another guy. They didn't show. Tyrese Halliburton was just fantastic, and Indiana was just fabulous. I don't know that Cleveland needs it because they got a guy. They've got Donovan Mitchell. They got Mobley. The Rockets don't have the guy.
I'm going to ask you a tough question. If you think about this. Do they have a primary star? No. Not a primary scoring star. However, they got 2 guys that can really score in Jalen Green and Alperen Sengun. Is what you're saying where they need a guy? Because I agree they need a different type of player. Like they need somebody that is a competent shooter from the perimeter. They more so than the streaky guys. I totally agree with that. Is what you're saying an indictment on Alperen a little bit when you say they need another guy? Because if he's got Alperen Sengun, an all-star next to him, and you're saying, boy, they need another guy. You got a guy who can score from the low post, from the high post.
Alperen is a scorer, but you need a shooter. They need a shooter. They need a guy. They've never. They don't just. And it's been how long that they do. This team isn't nearly as dependent on the three. They had James Harden who could fill it up from many.
But other than that, we have not had a secondary player other than Eric Gordon was that guy, and he was as good as we could as the Rockets have had in terms of being a 3-point shooter. And Eric Gordon was just okay with the Rockets.
They have got to go out and get that guy that they can depend on a basket at any time. I mean, anytime he can pull them out of this team just goes into such a lull where they go on a scoring drought and the other team just. I mean, that's the NBA today, though. The runs are incredible, but you need a stopper. You need a guy that's going to be able to go and stop the bleeding for a while, and they just don't have that. When they go willy-nilly and it's just like, and the wheels are falling off, it just is like, oh my gosh. And that's happened with the Celtics. The Cavs had big leads in a couple of these games, and they blew them.
Right.
The Celtics have had big leads in 3 of these games, and they blew them. I mean, that's the NBA today. When teams start to get hot, and shooters start filling it up. Last night, Denver leads by 9 with 5 minutes left.
Yeah,
and they just and Lou Dort just starts going off, and they got Shea and they got Williams. I mean, they need a guy. I don't agree that Jalen. He doesn't have the he's had plenty of opportunities.
Now, do you agree?
And he's got a green light all the time.
That was one guy saying that. That was, I don't know who the other guys. That was
Gilbert.
Obviously Gilbert Arenas. Whoever the other guy was said, I just don't think he knows how to play basketball.
No.
I think there's some truth in that.
He's got 2 years with Ime now,
and I don't think. Okay, these are basketball players. Yeah. They look at it differently. They're like, he didn't really know how to play ball. That's probably accurate. He didn't come up playing. He came up playing some AAU. Didn't play a lot of structured ball. Has not had, we all know the first 3 years were complete, or first 2 years for him. 2 years or 3 years with Steven Silas?
He had 3 years with Steven.
Wait, is this his 5th year?
He's played 5. No, he's had. Didn't he?
4 years for Jalen?
Did he have 2 with Silas or 3 with Silas? Whatever.
No. Because it was 2 with Silas, because it was James Harden was there. The Steven Silas came in, and it was James Harden, and then he ended up trading him that same year. So Jalen was the year after that.
Okay.
When the Rockets went in the tank. So he had 2 years for Silas.
Oh, wait a minute. You know what is, he knows how to play basketball. You know what it is? Hitting shots. And Jalen just doesn't hit shots. I mean, don't shoot 29, 30% from 3, 31% from 3. If you know how you can play, that guy knows how to play basketball. You know why? Because he shoots 36% from 3. That's how that's the guy who knows how to play basketball.
I think that it's not as look, they're different people. But there are some similarities with Steve Francis, who is this incredible athlete who could do some incredible individual moves. Steve was off the dribble. Jalen can do it off the dribble, but his finishes are spectacular. Steve had the ability to beat you off the dribble with spectacular, handles, but both of them their games were heavily reliant upon pure athleticism. Now, the difference is that we have to remember is Jalen Green took a step forward as a shooter. He really did. He was a much better three-point shooter this year. He is potentially moving in the right direction as a three-point shooter. I think he's always going to be an explosive player first and a shooter second. But there is a long list of players who have improved. Jason Kidd went from being a bad three-point shooter to an incredible three-point shooter in his career. Michael Jordan became a much better three-point shooter with time and with work. I'm now making like an argument you made last week that, if you give Jalen some time, there is a chance that if you give Jalen time, he'll go from 35% three-point shooter to 38% free. And you're 38% from 3, and you're a 24-point per game scorer. That's not bad. I'll take 38 all day long.
No, he was 35-4 this year from 3.
Yeah. So I mean, he took the step up. He's at 30. That's what I said. He's 35. He could take the step to 38 next. The problem is, I don't know how long you have to wait for that to happen. Like, do you want to keep waiting for that to happen?
Well, it sure would be. Listen, he's averaging. He's an average. He averages 20 points a game in his entire career. But it's the inconsistency that's so maddening. And by the way, he's not a guy that you can just count on. I'm in a crunch time that I'm going to get me a basket. They need that. They need a guy. I just think it's Durant. I think you add Durant, you don't subtract a lot from this team. I'm set up. I just think it's Durant.
You better send that message to the Rockets more clearly, because the reporting now is they aren't that interested in him. They're lukewarm. That's not the guy they actually want,
because they're trying to get the bidding down.
No one from Phoenix apparently.
Listen, the art of the deal. Okay. Where's Tillman? Okay,
he's in Italy.
He's in Italy, right?
I don't think that's what
deals. You bring the value of that asset down, and you give listen, we're not that interested. We'll give you Sean Tate.
But there are other teams that are interested though.
Well, that's true. That's not. You still have to make they're still going to take.
Listen, I know something about this organization. They're pretty tight-lipped. They ain't out there going, yeah, we ain't that interested in Durant.
Well, they told it. Well, then what about the Devin Booker stuff? That came out from them too.
Everything is speculation.
It is, but it also could be accurate that they just don't have. It also could be Ime has convinced ownership that, hey, I want to come back with these guys. There's a chance Ime did that too.
Well, I mean, Durant is the way you come back with these guys for the most part.
Well, no, you can, but he may say, I want to give Jalen another year.
He may not like Durant defensively too.
There's no way he likes Durant defensively. And realistically, he may also there's a lot that he would like about Durant in terms of just what he gives him on offense. But you always worry about with defensive-minded coaches if they think enough about offense, because the first thing he gets to is he a dog? Is he? No, Kevin Durant's not really a dog. No. Is he going to be able to defend? No, not really. Is he getting older yet? He might be on board with Jalen Green too. I feel like, you feel like he would get away from Jalen, but who knows? He may really like him. And I got a feeling that ownership is going to listen to Ime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, no.
They're going to do what Ime wants to do.
Absolutely.
Rockets no longer interested in Devin Booker, still have faith in Jalen Green. That could be the case that they get that. Now, it also could be you want to keep, Jalen Green happy in the offseason. But if you plan on sticking with Jalen Green, you want to wet blanket all that stuff right away, because you don't want that in Jalen Green's head the whole offseason.
Hey, we got to we haven't even mentioned the walk-off by the Astros yesterday. A team over 500. What? That's right. And
Jeremy
they walked
Pena
it off
going over the tracks.
Yeah. And, what about Isak? Oh, we're not going to talk about Isak, game winner, walk-off?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to do that on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I want to welcome you to the Air Team. Air Team, all right? The Air Team is really, really good. It's a family-owned and operated business. They've been doing it for years. They're passing it on to their son now after they've taken it over. And it is really, really, really a really great air conditioning company. They put in a couple air conditioners for me. I loved what they did. I loved how they went about it. Everything is transparent. They're going to tell you exactly what you need and what you got to do. And there's rebates out there. And, oh, by the way, right now there's no payments, no interest for 3 months going on right now at AirTeam, airteamltd.com. That for system replacements only, after the 3-month period, your plan will obviously start. But you can go 3 months to pay this off with no interest and no payments. All you need to do is go to airteamltd.com. Really, really great company. I couldn't be happier with the way they went about it with me, and I know they're going to go about it with you as well. Customer service is so important. And again, this is another family-owned and operated business. You don't stay in business unless you do things right. That's airteamltd.com, airteamltd.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, 737 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. Isaac Paredes with the walk-off. Fromber looked good again last night.
Oh, man, he was dealing low in the zone again.
Yeah, and he had, number of pitches, everything. He looked really, really good. Dude was dealing last night, which is really nice. Really nice to see. Fromber with 8 innings, 89 pitches, 1 earned run, 7 strikeouts, 1 walk. You talk about efficient. Holy crap, was he good. Abreu came in into his 1 inning, just 11 pitches. Bubic was really good, but the Astros walked it off with the game winner.
He was really, really good until Pena got to him with that shot over the tracks in left field. But he had been it wasn't until the 3rd time around where, it's funny, Major League Baseball studies show it's the 3rd time around is where the damage can come for a good pitcher.
Yep. And
sure enough, that's where the Astros, they got 1 run. I mean,
that's where the damage was done.
Well, the next hitter, you had Altuve hit a double, but you weren't able to put another run across. But yeah, that's the only damage they got, but it wasn't the 3rd time around for Jeremy Pena. And Jeremy has been, this has been a revelation for Jeremy Pena in the leadoff role.
Yep.
It's been fantastic. I don't think that's changing this year. I think we're locked in.
So how excited are you about the Colton Gordon era?
That's what I was going to say. So at the end of the game, I'm listening, and tomorrow is a big day for Colton Gordon as he'll make his Astros minor league debut. And I'm like, I used to get really excited about young pitchers. I mean, over my lifespan, there have been times where a young pitcher would come up from the minors. You just think, oh, maybe this is the next guy, But, I mean, it happened with Roy Oswalt, and it's happened with other players. I thought it was happening with Tim Redding, but, it never did. But we've had a history in the past of having young guys come up, and they become your pitchers of the future. Right now, any pitchers from the minor leagues, I'm just like, I would have heard more about him if he was any good.
Yeah, no. Well, truth be told, I don't know how much we heard about Urquidy or Garcia coming up, and they did pretty damn good.
Yeah, no, that's true.
They did pretty skippy. We'll see what Arrighetti came out of nowhere out of spring training. Yeah. It was like, yeah, let's go. Arrighetti's their next guy. This system that Keith Law just hates.
I mean, he's big dude, 6'4", 225.
And his name's Colton Gordon. I don't like that.
He's a lefty, probably throws about 91.
Yeah. I don't like that he's got 2 syllables in his first name and 2 syllables
Colton
in his
Gordon.
last. Colton Gordon. It doesn't sound right. He should be Colt Gordon or Colt Gordinsky or something like that.
So he's got no major league. This is it. He's 26.
You think he's a little nervous? You think?
I mean, a 26-year-old.
How do you think Colton's sleeping right now?
I mean, no offense, but if you're 26 and this is your first appearance, it's probably not great.
Well, why are you going to put?
The
guy's coming up. He's in his first major league start.
No, I know. I hope I'm wrong. I'm just saying historically.
Yeah, he's not humping it up. But at 97.
He's 4-0 this year with a 255.
He's one of the great, right? What does he tell? The greatest AAA pitcher ever? What did we say?
Well, currently.
He's the currently
lowest ERA in whatever league the Space Cowboys are in.
Yeah, in the PCL West.
PCL.
Corpus Christi, he was.
Well, we don't. No one knows. It's impossible to know what league they're in.
Last year, he was 8-2 with a 394. Maybe he's fine. Maybe he's coming into his own.
That's it. Okay, Colton Gordon's got to get a shot.
He's got 1-1 strikeout to walk. All right, you know what? I'll give him a shot.
Yeah,
I'm going to give him a shot. He's actually more strikeouts than walks in his career. Than he's pitched. So you know what? I'm going to give him a shot. He must have he's got obviously a little something. I mean, the whip number's not a 1-2 whip.
It's all right.
When you're 4-0 with the 255 is a little higher than expected. But
well,
that's fine.
Who leads the league in whip?
And he's only got 8 walks this year and 43 strikeouts. I mean, how is his whip number like? He's going to 43 hits and 42 and a third. But anyway, and he will give up some home runs.
Did you see?
He will give up a few home runs.
Did you happen to see Lance McCullers start while you were in New York?
I didn't see it. I saw the fallout.
Yep.
I saw the story of the fallout.
I hope they catch the dude or whoever.
Well, it's an online troll.
Could be a woman.
It's an online troll. it could be just one person saying that. But when it's your and which probably means not, in reality, there's a 99.5% chance there's just one online troll said something. But when it's you and your family, you take it like you just never know when it could be a psychopath.
Absolutely.
It's probably nothing, but you don't treat it as nothing.
It really did deflect from the worst start ever.
I had someone who made mention of it felt very deflecting, but you just want to show deference to someone.
Yeah, no.
Having, going through that situation. It was terrible. 7 earned runs. I mean, it was. And what did it look like when you were watching it with your eyes?
It was as bad as it
looked bad on my phone.
Right.
The stats
it was
bad.
Worse.
The numbers I saw looked bad as a numbers guy.
It was worse. There were no bloops. It was ropes. He was getting lit up.
So it wasn't actually a much better 7-run outing than it would appear on paper.
It was awful.
Okay.
It was awful.
I was kind of thinking it might have been really bad.
Yeah.
But I was thinking maybe he just had tremendously bad luck and he was actually dealing.
That's not it.
That
wasn't it at all.
So what you're saying is
not in the least.
Not what happened.
That is not in the least what happened. No, your phone.
My phone was right.
Your phone was right. Didn't lie to you. It was an awful, awful, awful start, and it was not made any better. I mean, after he's got a couple of runners on, and he gives up a 7. Well, he gave up 5, and there were 2 runners on. And then Van Way comes in, and he was a gas can too. So it was awful. It was really, really 10-0 start.
Man, we got a lot of new pitchers.
Remember what was the pitcher's name? Oh God! And they talked about him during the game. Gave up 11 in the first.
Not Jason Jennings.
Jason Jennings.
Oh, the Mother's Day massacre.
Remember that one?
I remember that. That was terrible.
Yeah.
The Padres. It was Mother's Day. It was
awful. It was.
Matter of fact. Oh my God, that was Mother's Day. Mother's Day was Sunday. When did Lance McCullers get beat up like this?
No, Lance was the other day. Saturday. Was Saturday? Was it the day before? It was Jason Jennings was Mother's Day too?
It was Mother's
Day.
Jason Jennings got beat up on, and I was thinking this is terrible to do this to moms.
It was,
unless it was Father's Day. It was either Mother's Day or Father's Day for Jason Jennings, because that was one of the worst. For the Astros, just said,
just stay out there.
You just gotta keep going.
Yeah. This was on Saturday. Lance was Saturday. Okay. So yeah. All right. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. I got a couple of football questions. It's some interesting stuff by Dan Graziano we will bring up, and the Texans are involved next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 737-803-3776 is the number if you want to get in here with us here. Some questions for around the league. Stuff that has gone on this offseason. And some questions that haven't been answered. Why didn't the Falcons move on from Kirk Cousins? That'll be interesting. Maybe they're just in this hold. Well, the Browns need him.
June 1st.
The Steelers need him.
If you're going to cut him, you have to do it after June 1st. But I think it's
or
they
could do. You could probably make.
But you still want to trade after June 1st because it's less of a cap hit.
Yeah,
there's still a June 1st.
Yeah,
like you got to wait until after
you could agree
June 1st.
to it and then just say yeah.
You could have, but you still get hit more if you had done anything pre-June 1, it hits you harder. Pre-June 1, June 1st, there's a different number.
That's what I'm saying. You could agree to it now.
Plus, I wait until season start. What happens if Michael Penix gets? You mean the guy who's had 3 season-ending injuries in a row? With Michael Penix, who played 6 years and had 3 years in a row where he was out for the year, and then he had 1 full year at Washington, and then he played sporadically last year. No, we got to pay Kirk Cousins this. It's guaranteed anyway. No, just hang on. Just hang on and there's no reason. You don't have to be in a rush because you're screwed if Michael Penix gets hurt, which happens a lot in his career. You don't. Why not sit tight? And then if something, I'm curious. I'm getting distracted because they're showing the draft. They're showing the draft lottery, NBA draft lottery, and Adam Schefter's voice was underneath. They said voice of Adam Schefter. Like, what could Adam Schefter? Oh, NFL needs a draft lottery.
No.
That's right. And that was going, okay, let me focus on this. Let me see. Okay. Back to Kirk Cousins. There's no you don't have to be in a rush. Just wait it out.
Yep. No, you don't. And actually, he's gaining more value as Pittsburgh looks at its quarterback room and the Browns look at theirs.
Absolutely.
Why didn't the Cowboys do more at running back? They lost Rico Dowdle. They picked up Miles Sanders, Javonte Williams, and Jadon Blue. I don't know that it's a horrible running back room, especially since now you're paying. You got 2 premier wide receivers. I don't know. The Bengals and Trey Hendrickson. That's an interesting.
That's so bad right now.
Yeah. Yep. Why didn't the Steelers take quarterback more seriously? They should have. Why didn't the Bills add a star wide receiver? They were pretty damn good. They were pretty skippy with what they had last year, and everybody thought. We all thought, it's gonna fall off. It didn't fall off at all. Mm-hmm. Josh Allen is a beast. There's still some thought, though, that they probably need, they lost one of their wide receivers, Matt Collins, and there's still some thought that they, I don't think Keon Coleman is a number 1, and I think Shakir is a good player. Like, he does a lot of good stuff for you. Well, you could really use a more explosive option, but they had other things they wanted to attack. So we'll see. And let's face it, teams are moving on from wide receivers all the time. They're divas and really good wide receivers. Tyreek Hill could be on their monitor. You never know. Yep. Why didn't the Rams try to address their future at quarterback? I'll tell you why. Teams that drafted quarterbacks in the first round this year might not have addressed their future at quarterback. This was a terrible quarterback. I'm sure he even put the answer that may have been they didn't think much of the quarterbacks, and it wasn't a very deep class. I'll bet you he acknowledged it because what are you going to do if you don't like this class? There's nobody. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people thought it was one quarterback, Cam Ward, and no other quarterbacks. There's a lot of teams thought that there were no other legitimate starting quarterbacks. So I don't know. What are you going to do? Draft a guy in the 3rd round? You could. 3rd or 4th round, I guess. But why didn't the Bears add a big name running back? Well, they had a lot of offensive power too. They just didn't address the running back. And why didn't the Texans make bigger improvements to the offensive line? That is it. I think that's a legitimate question. They've thrown a lot of stuff up against the wall now with this offensive line. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not an Ed Ingram or Cam Robinson or Trent Brown or Ariante or Laken Tomlinson it's just is it just a bunch of guys? Feels like it. Yeah. Feels like it's just a bunch of guys. We don't know with Ursary. We don't know with Blake Fisher. We don't really know. We kind of know with Ed Ingram.
Lake and Thompson, they played enough for you kind of that they know. We may not know, but they know. You don't know yet with Juice Scruggs all the way.
Nope.
You still have some things you're not sure about, but Juice is going to answer a question for you this year. You're going to know after this year. You're going to have a feel for that. I feel like they're just a bunch of guys. They're just a bunch of guys. I don't know that.
Sometimes a bunch of guys can come
together.
Can
be fine.
Yep.
If they're coached up and they're good enough. I don't know if Ursery's good enough. We'll find out. Ursery and Fisher, I don't know if that's the future at tackle for the Texans, but they were both like, I like Fisher better than Ursery coming out, and Fisher had his ups and downs, so we'll see. I mean, they both have to play.
Well,
can't say Jalen Green needs more time and not say Blake Fisher needs more time.
No, he needs more time. Blake Fisher definitely deserves more. He's just a rook. He was just a rook last year, and he got thrown into a tough situation.
You know, it's funny. He could have, if there's 38 passing attempts, he could have 36 good reps, and it's bad.
Yeah.
Because if he gives up 2 sacks and 2 hard pressures, that's a terrible game for an offensive tackle.
Yep.
If Jalen Green,
the standard's high.
If Jalen Green made 32 of 36 shots from the floor, we'd be praising him.
Oh my God, praising him?
Yeah,
he'd be one of the all-time
He'd be the greatest players of all time. And what do we do with Blake Fisher? If he gives up 4 sacks but has 32 good reps, we act like he's terrible.
Right. Well, that is terrible though.
Well,
that is kind of terrible.
In a way.
Giving up 4 sacks is not a great day.
Not typically what you like.
No. And there's some great passes.
Where are you guys on this NFL draft lottery? I was thinking about it. I'm like, no, because NFL has the parity. Basketball is different in that, you have, there is a hard cap for both sports, but I'm kind of the opinion basketball teams can tank because it's 82 games. In the NFL, you don't really, there's not a bunch of teams that tank. And if you have a lottery, I think you're more likely to see more teams who are middling teams say,
well, let's get some percentage points up there.
Except for the fact that coaches get fired and no coach wants to lose his job.
Yeah.
And coaches get fired fast. So the difference is you may have general managers not really working and owners may not be doing what's in the best interest of the head coach. I don't think it's a great format, honestly. I think in the NBA it's necessary. And it was interesting drama. I didn't get a chance to talk about this. I'm sure you guys did yesterday. Where did you guys fall on the rigged versus not rigged lottery?
Oh, it was a wink. You send Luka to the Lakers. We'll take care of you.
What do you think, Dell?
That's what Dell thinks. Dell brought that to the table. Dell's the one that brought that to the table. He's the one that said that's how it went down. Well, apparently he knows Adam Silver.
That's what the internet thinks.
I don't buy any of it, honestly. I don't think there's rigging. I don't think there was a agreement made between the Mavs and the league. It is what it is.
I don't either. However, when you look at the fact that there was only one team considered, and we all thought, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist at all, but there was only one team even considered, and it was the LA Lakers. It was a package that it was indefensible for a young talent to get a player who has a history of injury and who is aging. You clearly didn't get enough back, and you only had one player. Like, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but this one has a lot of ammunition for conspiracy theorists when you consider they had a 1.8% chance and they got it when you talk about Luka going to the Lakers, going to LeBron. It was a deal where only one team was in consideration, and Nico Harrison doesn't even like being questioned about it. He goes, it just came together really quickly. Yeah, but you didn't use them against another team you didn't use another team to try to, boost your
I think he didn't want
options.
it to become public. I think if it would have gotten out before and the fans found out that he was trying to trade Luka, it would have been, I don't think he would have been able to get it done. And he wanted to get it done.
He wanted that man out.
He wanted him out.
There are people who don't believe in the Holocaust, who don't believe that the earth is round.
Oh, no.
There are people who don't believe that there was a moon landing. It's going to be really easy to believe that the NBA lottery is rigged.
They have reporters watching the event go down. They have actual people.
Oh, yeah, when the initial
when
ping pong balls?
Yeah,
that's
Zach
right.
Lowe was in the room along with others.
They're in the room.
They're in the room.
Yeah, but that ping pong ball was weighted.
Oh, well,
Okay.
Do they get to see how many ping pong balls
or
there
had
are?
a magnet in it?
A magnet.
And how about
had a magnet?
And how about the top 3 all came from outside of the tops?
And you're like, hey, well, because does the league care if Washington or Charlotte are any good? No.
And then the Spurs. I mean, typically you wouldn't care about Spurs as much, except that you got Wemby there.
Yeah.
And once again, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't believe that the league, but however, the conspiracy theorists they've got some ammunition on this one. It feels like when you just add up when you add up everything, you could see, okay, I could see how they could try to get there on this one, to get Luka into a spot that would be beneficial for TV and all that. Okay, if y'all want to make that argument, I get it. Because what never made sense is the package and return and only talking to one team. That's just no way around it. It's never made sense at all. When we come back, I do want to talk about, this is really irritating me. This idea that Giannis is going to the Spurs has kind of pissed me off.
Okay. But what does Craig DeSurf do?
Well, Craig DeSurf,
he doesn't piss you off.
No, not at all. In fact, my son said, Dad, I got 19% oil in my car. I said, all right, well, I mean, you need an oil change. I said, he goes, well, aren't I supposed to, I can go get a free oil change because we bought our car from Gulf Coast. I said, that's right. I want you to text Craig DeSurf, text him and just tell him that you're going to come in and get, your service, your scheduled maintenance for that, the amount of miles you have. And he'll tell you what to do. And, and sure enough, he's going to head down to Angleton today. He's going to get the oil change and also get scheduled maintenance done, the things you may get done at one of these oil changing places. But when you buy a vehicle from Gulf Coast, they're like, no, let us take care of it. We're going to handle everything for you. Come on in and we'll get it knocked out. In most cases, they also give you a car wash. I mean, the customer service is phenomenal. You feel like you're a family member. They just do it differently. And I understand you're looking for pickup trucks like the GMC, the Chevy Silverado, or the GMC version, or of course, on the Buick side, it's all different SUVs, different sizes of SUVs. My son drives the Envision. I drive the Enclave. But you're going to find vehicles that you are looking for at Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC. But what separates them is that they give more for the trade-in value. Their customer service is better. The supply and what you're able to choose from is better. I mean, they're the best across the board. It's Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC. Head down to Angleton. It's worth a few $1,000s in your pocket. Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC.
right, 804 on ESPN. 97.5 and 92.5, 730-3776 to hang out with us here. So
I told you.
Why are you pissed off about Giannis?
What's the deal with why would Giannis like the Spurs? I really want Giannis. I'm not going to even back down from it anymore. I've decided this is what we need. And this is what I want, and we'll see if it happens. It may not happen. I don't want the Spurs getting Giannis. You now have Cooper Flag in the West. You are going to have potentially Giannis in the West because two of the teams who are going to be most interested would presumably be the Spurs and the Rockets. I mean, the East is a joke. The East is you've got the Knicks, that's fine, and the Pacers have played well, and you've got the Celtics. But
and
what
the Cavs have been good. The Celtics were champs.
What good are the Celtics going to be next year with no Jason?
Yeah,
we'll find out. But my gosh, the West is just, and you throw Giannis, the best player in the East, over in the West, Cooper Flag, who is, and then next year there's another Cooper Flag.
Cooper Flag is a generational talent.
Well, we'll find out.
Okay, about that. Generational.
He looks like a guy like Kevin Garnett did some of that, but Garnett was a little more explosive shot blocker. Like, hey, actually, KG played a little bit like, and that's before Biggs really stepped out, and Kevin Garnett could step out. That's what made him a little bit unusual. Flag's really good, but why does everyone think that, like, why does Giannis need to go to the Spurs? That's a trash-ass city. He doesn't need to go to the Spurs.
You just called it a trash-ass city.
So many mosquitoes.
I don't like that dirty-ass trash-ass city.
I know. So many mosquitoes there. The Riverwalk's overrated.
I mean, there's really nothing.
It was 104 yesterday. There.
Yeah, but you're the only thing in that city. Exactly. There's something to be said for that. No, it's really, really you're the spotlight. It's like
as a basketball player, but I'm not. If you're trying to convince me to live there, nice try.
No, but like in Green Bay, the Packers are the only thing. You can be an ultra a-hole,
but players
which
don't
a lot
like
of
living
them
there.
were.
Players don't like living. No. Every guy who's ever played in Green Bay that I work with at NFL Network, man, it is exactly what you think it would be. I said, who is it? James Jones. I remember. I said, James, what do you
think? I lived there for 3 years.
I said, what did y'all do? He goes, we went to Milwaukee. He's like, go stay at Milwaukee. He goes, there's nothing to do it. He goes,
there's nothing in Milwaukee either.
He goes, and Lance, as a black man, nothing to do in Green Bay. As a white man, very limited to do in Green Bay. He goes, there's just not much going on.
No, you got the sardine can, and that's about it.
What's that mean?
It's the one bar everybody goes to. It's
really,
yeah, it's really, really bad. It's awful. I couldn't wait to get out of there. It was the longest 3 years of anyone's life.
I've heard actually Milwaukee's really cool now. It's really there's a great food scene, bar scene. Really, it's been a while since you've been there.
That would be one of the last places I would have. It's still freaking really cold.
In Green Bay?
Yeah. Milwaukee.
Yeah. No.
It's further south, but it is still really cold. Well, so no, don't go there.
Sorry, Giannis.
I do not go. If you get transferred there, quit your job.
It's hot in San Antonio, Giannis. You don't want to be there. Here in Houston, we have indoor basketball. Hot. We have an indoor stadium, Giannis. You can play basketball indoor where it's nice and cool.
It's not hot like San Antonio here.
He travels to San Antonio once a year, right, for a game. He's aware of whether they have an outdoor arena or not.
Yeah,
they probably don't have one.
But
we don't know.
We do.
The taxes are going to keep
the Rockets
paying for
go there
there
twice a year. We know they have an indoor arena. Are the
taxes going to keep paying for it there? You never know.
So at some point,
especially if Ownwell beats them in property taxes, where's the money going?
Well, do you remember a time where the Spurs were playing out in an outdoor venue at any point in their history?
Not to my knowledge, but the ABA
multiple arenas
had video.
You don't know.
Okay. So since they've been in the
NBA, could have been played outdoors.
When the peach baskets were up,
since they've been in the NBA, have they played in an outdoor?
In San Antonio.
When Naismith invented the game in and the
Riverwalk, rims that are so unforgiving.
I just feel like you're not going to trick them into thinking that they play outdoors.
I can try. Plus, it's not his choice.
Yes, it is.
He doesn't have a no trade.
When does that really ever matter? Unless your name is Damian
Lillard.
Lillard,
he would want to come to Houston. I don't know if Houston would want him, but they should.
Do we know that? Do we know what he wants? We don't know what Giannis wants, do we?
We could. I think speculate about another man's mind.
No, I think we do know.
Okay, we can do that.
Yeah,
I think we do know that he wants.
We do that a lot anyway.
Yeah,
I think we do know he wants to he's even said he'll start thinking about his future. Like the run is done over there and for sure it's done now with. Well,
he did say he's not finally open to being traded.
Ruptured Achilles and Dame. That never worked out. Bringing Dame in, now he's got a ruptured Achilles. He knows his run is done. And Milwaukee's going to have to say, do we keep our Akeem Olajuwon, which it worked out with Houston, because Houston had a little run, and then their run was short-circuited years and years ago when Dream was young, and they stuck with him and eventually won a championship, but not until he was in his 30s. Giannis, Milwaukee's in the same kind of situation. Do they stick it out because he's a special player, or do they move on and try to build something new? If they called the Rockets, you cannot move Giannis without Alperen Sengun being part of the deal, for sure. And I'm doing it if I'm the Rockets. Now, I don't know what the entire deal is. If they say, we just want Amen Thompson and Alperen Sengun, now that doesn't work financially, so you have to throw someone else in there. But would you do that for Alperen and Amen? Man, Amen would hurt my heart.
Alman's got to prove that he can shoot the ball. He's got to.
Yeah, but what about the other stuff he does?
The other stuff is great. The other stuff,
because you know what's weird? I'm watching basketball and I'm finding out.
Do you think Giannis can do any of that?
What's crazy is other players get to shoot mid-range shots. What are these mid-range shots that I hear so much about that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? Hey, wait a minute. That shot was from 15 feet. What is that?
The Rockets do a lot of that.
The Rockets do a lot of that. But the NBA still has the 3-and-D model. The Rockets for years under Morey and then beyond Morey were built on that. The Rockets are not. They're like 21st in three-pointer shot now. So they have gotten away from it. But why can't Amen Thompson just become really good at the mid-range? Why does he have to be a good three-point? DeMar DeRozan never became a good three-point shooter. Why can't Amen just be a really good mid-range shooter?
When DeMar was in his prime, no. As he's gotten older, and it's an easier shot for him to take, he has improved. But there's no reason he can't. It's just how everyone thinks the game should go. You should be able to shoot threes and get to the paint. And if you shoot a mid-range, if you're a mid-range shooter, you need to be elite at it. We don't want you to be an average mid-range shooter because we'd rather have you be an average three-point shooter because math. But even Daryl Morey acknowledged, hey, Chris Paul's a great mid-range shooter, so he can shoot mid-range.
A lot more stuff if you got it. If they don't have to guard you at the three-point line, I mean, that's a big advantage defensively.
No, because
they can sag.
Yeah. Obviously, it's not great. I mean, but unless your spacing is really good, and if your spacing's good, you get away. It's not like Julius Erving. Julius Erving couldn't, even though he made the first ever three-pointer, which I didn't know that until I saw some video on Twitter. It was a sports history site that was for you, and top of the key, Julius Erving made a three, and it was the first three-pointer ever made in the playoffs, either the finals or the playoffs in basketball history. And Julius was not a good shooter from the perimeter, but it never mattered because there was no perimeter wasn't even a consideration.
He was Jalen Green before Jalen Green.
Yeah, but smoother. Way smoother.
A lot better.
Yeah.
A lot better. Julius Erving
he showed up at all times.
Julius Erving, I mean, it was a joke, Lance. You know what else I learned? Did you guys know this? Do you know how you say when you got the best hand in poker, it's called the nuts?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think it's called the nuts?
Oh, wait, today's not Monday. For me, it was Monday. I'm like, hey, save it for, what did you learn? Oh, it's Wednesday.
Today's Wednesday. It's your Monday.
It's my Monday. The nuts. So I used to hear that when I was I'd heard they always talked about the nuts and send the cheese when I used to go to Buffalo Jimmy's in New Orleans. And I didn't know what the nuts was.
Yeah, the nuts. A lot of people don't know. The nuts are, back in the day, you would bet if you had the best hand, you would bet the nuts off of your wagon wheel. That's how good your hand was.
Oh, that's where it came from.
That's where it came from.
Wow.
Off your wagon wheel.
So
that's how old it is.
Like it's unstoppable.
I'm so sure I'll bet the nuts off my wagon wheel.
Which would shut down your.
And then they just started calling, I got the nuts.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. I was going to say, I mean, that was when I was in college. I was hearing the nuts at a sports bar. And
it goes back to the 1800s.
That's what I was saying. It's really old.
Yeah.
I mean, it goes back to when they were coming after.
Even before you were in college.
When they were coming after those, who was those, Tim McGraw and whoever that other country lady is, when they were in 1893
Faith Hill?
or 18. Yeah.
Yeah.
They were good.
That's his
Both
wife.
of them were really good.
Yeah.
in one of the prequels in to Yellowstone.
Yeah. 1883.
Yeah,
right.
That was my favorite one. I like that better than 1929.
I don't think it was 1929, but
no,
okay.
1929 is the one
It's
with.
not 1929. That's the Depression. It's 1923 or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, or whatever it was. Yeah, it was better than Harrison Ford.
Yeah, 1923.
Yeah, Harrison Ford is a little slower now.
Well, yeah, his
And
character is older.
Well,
he's not
right.
he's not Han Solo out there in the.
No, I know, but it was better to look at Faith Hill.
Well, okay, I should have known. Oh, you mean Helen Mirren wasn't as hot as Faith Hill? Is that what you're judging us
Back
on?
in the day now.
Oh, no.
Helen had a fastball.
Well, not only that, she liked to do things.
Yeah, no, she didn't mind. She wasn't all about
Helen
clothes.
Mirren's like, what do y'all want to see?
Yeah. She wasn't all about
She's
clothes.
trying to get beads back in the day.
I don't know.
Now, not
No.
I'll hand you the beads.
Now she's just a BI in Mobland.
She was a good shot in 1923 in Mobland. She is just a bitch.
Whoa! Wow.
I said bitch.
That's just ugly.
She is terrible on Mobland.
When we come back,
meanest woman.
When we come back,
she's gonna cause, and she's causing a war.
Yeah, she is. No. She does. That's what she does.
Sitting there causing a war and then laying back. We're the ones getting blown up over this stuff.
Well, how about
it's got me all pissed off.
How about this? How about we talk about that you're running out of time. Own well is going to protest your property taxes. If you haven't done this, you've got until tomorrow. This is it. Tomorrow. You can't wait any longer. All right. I've been telling you, what if you fall into a giant pit and you can't get out? Now all of a sudden you won't be able to protest your property taxes because you didn't pick up the phone. And you just go to the website. It takes 3 minutes to sign up. And you got to protest your property taxes. Otherwise, you are really, really, really going to get screwed. If you let this thing go for 2-3 years in a row and don't do anything about it, you are paying so much more because the government's going to go to the max every single time. 86% of the time, they're wrong. 86% of the time. Why would you not do something about this? You need to do it. Ownwell.com. Takes 3 minutes to start the process of protesting your property taxes. OWNWELL.com. Ownwell.com. You got until tomorrow.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Fucking wow. Wow. Dell, why are you coming back when no one knows? How about a little coming back?
You don't ever do that.
Well, he was telling me a story about this guy named Spider, and I was like,
yeah,
bleeping Spider.
There's a sports palace, and Spider would get, if he didn't like his cards, he'd
rip them all
up.
They
gamble in the back in Omaha, and if he thought that he had a good hand and he didn't win, he would just rip his hand.
And then everybody
his
would
card,
Spider.
So they had to
bleeping Spider.
Okay, they did here. So so he'd have to scrape they have to scrape the cards off, and this guy would have to bring multiple decks. He also drank Spider Balls, which was coffee with vodka in it to start his day off, and he also won an award called Most Disgusting Man in America, where he got to appear in an adult movie. And I don't even want to tell you how he won that submission. It was terrible.
Most disgusting man in America.
Most disgusting man in America.
I do not want to see
Spider.
him in a movie.
And he was just like an extra or something. And
even still,
and his submission was pretty horrific.
No, I don't want. You've told me about this. I don't want to hear it. What do you think of this? Pete Rose now eligible for the Hall of Fame.
I'm all right with it. My wife asked me this. I said, well, I mean, he's dead.
Yeah.
He was punished. Now baseball's punished at this point. Pete was punished. Okay, you gamble on baseball. I get it. But once he dies, and I think Manfred did the right thing. Once you're dead, in the history, this is the all-time hits leader. Now you're punishing the history of baseball.
Yeah.
Shoeless Joe Jackson, I would argue now it's not going to be, I mean, actually it is a good argument. The Black Sox scandal is baseball history.
Yeah.
It actually belongs in and of itself in the Hall of Fame.
Pete Rose is more famous now because he's been banned for the Hall of Fame. He's more famous now. So is Shoeless Joe Jackson. Because
Shoeless Joe for sure.
Shoeless Joe. Pete too.
But Pete
was the whole scandal. I mean,
right. But
we wouldn't be talking about Pete.
Pete Rose was a hit leader. Yeah, that's true. But he was a hit leader. Like he was the Henry Aaron of hits.
Yeah.
He was a hit leader that no one can ever catch. No one's ever.
Oh no one's ever catching 42-56 ever.
I mean, he's Nolan Ryan strikeouts. Like you're never ever catching this.
Yeah, 57-14. I mean, those are numbers that are.
57-14 is the strikeout total. Yeah. And what's Pete's?
Pete's 42-56.
Wow, I can't believe you know those.
Yeah. They're sacred numbers in baseball. They're sacred numbers, and Pete is more famous now. Listen, though, if you know that at some point you're going to be able to, well, you'll be dead, so I guess it won't matter to you. But there is now an out clause in all of this. Pete knew what he was doing. Pete knew every locker room had it posted. You can't gamble. Pete did it anyway. He had an addiction. He had a problem, and it cost him his whole life. He tried. How many times I interviewed Pete? I don't know how many times. And it was always, that was what it was always about. He
lost baseball.
Always about.
His whole life was baseball.
Baseball.
He lost baseball.
And he lost. Yeah. And he was banned from baseball and, the story and everything else. But his goal in life was to get into the Hall of Fame. And in his lifetime, he couldn't do it.
Well,
here's the deal is these writers might not vote him in anyway. Yeah. They still might not vote him in.
Yeah, you're right.
And which is ridiculous.
Well, depends on how old they are.
He's one of the he is the greatest hitter of all time.
Younger writers will vote him in. Older voters will stay true to it. I don't know how many older voters there are left anymore.
Well, it's Shoeless Joe. I mean, there are a lot of different stories about that Black Sox team, Comiskey and how cheap he was, what an a-hole he was, and whether or not Shoeless Joe actually. You look at his numbers during the World Series, he still hit. I mean, so there's a question whether or not Shoeless Joe should even be.
There was no question about the scandal about point shaving.
No,
but there was a question
about Shoeless Joe.
It's been raised about whether or not Shoeless Joe was Jose Altuve.
Right.
In essence.
Yep.
I mean, now that I think about it, I mean, Altuve there was cheating that went on with the Astros, and Altuve, kind of we think was wrongly accused.
Yep. And We'll see whether or not Altuve gets. Whether
now you
or not
have
he
to
gets
be a
in.
member of the Baseball Writers Association for 10 years, so to get a vote. So, it's not like you can just be in for 3 or 4 years. You've got to have done it for a little bit. But some of the crustiest, crankiest baseball voters, frankly, have died off. So I don't know. I think Pete will get in. I do think Pete will get in. I think people are going to look at this kind of like I do, where I was fine with Pete not being in, but now that he's dead, it does kind of make some sense. Like, he was punished. Like for the rest of his life, he was punished.
It was a lifetime. It was a truly lifetime ban,
ban.
but his life is over now.
Yeah, and I think Manfred's doing the right thing. Like baseball history, you can't tell baseball history without telling Pete Rose.
No, you can't. No, you can't. He should be in. He absolutely should be in. Whether or not they vote him in is another story.
And you look at
because these holier than thou baseball writers have historically been.
And I'm not saying they have to be the same, because these Hall of Fames don't have to be the same. But you look at some of the guys in the basketball and football Hall of Fame who are in there. They've got some black marks in their background, and they get in. And so,
character's not supposed to play an issue.
Yeah, and I understand this is really more about integrity of the game, and it is like, look, you have made with betting and basketball. We've seen already Jonte Porter. Like there have been issues in football, especially in basketball. I haven't not heard about like a DraftKings type of situation or a BetMGM or whatever. I haven't heard about a daily fantasy issue in baseball where there's been a report that there was investigation into a player's performance. I think it's easier in baseball. If you wanted to throw something, it's easier in baseball. You would never know.
Yeah.
Honestly, in basketball, if you usually do something and you're way, way far off, like you can see, man, this doesn't look right. And betting patterns change.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm in this MLB play thing where you got to get a hit every day. You pick a player and he gets a hit. Shohei Ohtani is definitely throwing games.
Is he?
He was 0 for 4 yesterday, and he killed me. He killed my streak. And I'm accusing him right now not only of gambling. Shohei Ohtani maybe should have a lifetime ban, but going 0 for 4 last night, I mean, that's ridiculous. Yeah. Against the Athletics? By the way, don't look now, but the A's are a pretty good team. The A's have some pitching, and the A's are a problem. This whole division, there are 4 teams that could win this division. There are 4 teams that absolutely.
You really think the A's can win?
Yeah. Do I really think the A's can win? Yes. They're probably going to peter out because every game is a road game for them.
Yep.
But they're 14-7 on the road this year.
I know.
They're 14-7 on the road this year.
We'll see if they can stick to it. But it is wide open. It's not a good division again. And we'll see. I mean, if you finish 10 games over 500, you're winning the division. I almost think for sure.
Yeah.
It's not going to take
87 wins. It's going to take more than 87.
How many did the Astros have last year?
Did they hit 90, 91?
No, they're below that.
But there are 4 teams.
88. They had 88 wins last
88
year
wins?
and won the division. 88 and 74. 87 and 75. I think 87 and 75 could win the division. Yeah, absolutely.
87.
Probably not a lot below that, but maybe.
So, you said 10, so it's
even
8.
fewer.
Yeah.
Be 86 and 76.
Yeah. I don't know that. I don't think that's going to be the case. Somebody's going to go on a little run. Seattle's already 5 games over 500. The Astros have been crap and they're a game over 500. So are the Rangers, and the Athletics are 2 games over 500. No, they're going to be better than that. It'll be right. It'll be in the neighborhood of 90, 89, 90, in that neighborhood. Don't look now. How about this?
84? And actually, the fewest wins to win a division in MLB history was 84 by the 2024 Marlins. 84. The Brewers had 83. So that was just last year. 84 wins, but that's the fewest in MLB history. So it's not much. It's not much, but it did just happen last year.
How about we had 3 walk-offs last night.
And within 4 minutes.
Within 4 minutes, and they all involve Cubs or former Cubs. Javi Baez homered, Isaac Paredes homered, and Justin Turner had the game-winning double. 3 walk-offs within 4 minutes, and they were all Cubs or former Cubs.
How about the news that the Dodgers are looking at Kyle Tucker? I hate the Dodgers so much.
No. If he does, I'm done with Kyle Tucker. He's out of my life. I already said that yesterday.
Yeah.
Kyle Tucker's out of my life. No.
He strikes me as a guy who would totally do that.
Joe George was almost out of my life because if he takes a $200,000 job somewhere.
What do you mean? What happened?
Well, no. If he does,
you just almost kicked Joe George out of your life.
Well, I'll kick Joe George right out. Okay.
Wow, that's got to be rough for Joe
But
George.
Joe was like, I don't really care. Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, I don't think Kyle Tucker cares, if I'm being honest.
No, well, that's what we
now Kyle Tucker will have to get paid 30 years down the road because that's how the Dodgers pay people. Yeah. Every year you get a paycheck for the next 40 years or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So when you're dying, you still have your Matt Maloney / Bobby Bonilla money coming in.
Right. All right, 713.
Who would take a deal like Kyle Tucker would never take that deal? The Shohei. Kyle Tucker wouldn't even listen to an early contract offer by the Astros.
No. But if he gets max dollars like Shohei, if it's deferred, so
he
what?
Likes money now.
Well,
it depends on how much is deferred.
Actually, no. He didn't take money now from the Astros. He waited and waited.
That's what I'm saying.
He'll wait for his money too.
He's not going to wait 20 years.
Well, not 20, but Shohei starts in 10.
Okay. How much does Shohei make per year?
Getting 68 in 10
Shohei
years.
has a rare opportunity to make money with advertising. Kyle Tucker does not. Kyle Tucker's just kind of, let's face it, Kyle's kind of sleepy.
How about sweaters you tie around your neck? I mean, right now, Kyle, I got a deal for Kyle, right? I mean, he looks like a guy that ties a sweater around his neck.
He could have one for, what would Kyle Tucker's commercials be? I mean, he's kind of a restful sleep bed, a mattress. Oh, I could see a mattress.
A mattress room, yeah.
A mattress commercial, or maybe an Applebee's. I could see him doing like an Applebee's. Hey, this is great. Come get this awesome blossom, or whatever our
no one knows what it is.
Come try this. I think you're gonna like it with all kinds of sauces that I really enjoy. There's barbecue, there's ranch, there's a zesty blossom. And what about this? The pineapple habanero when I'm really feeling like fire. So make sure that you tell him Kyle Tucker sent you in to eat at Applebee's and enjoy good food.
Kyle Tucker. I mean,
Kyle Tucker's
if he signs with the Dodgers,
let's face it, this guy is a vanilla Pop-Tart. He's a snoozy boozy. I don't even like him just thinking about him going to LA. Because you know why? Because I know he would. You're right.
He would.
Kyle Tucker's built that way.
He don't care.
He's
he
like
care about
probably
he don't care about our feelings.
Actually, most Americans probably are built this way, where they're like,
not me. I'm not going to LA.
Well,
wait.
That's tough for you to say now. When is your flight back?
Saturday. Okay. Time to talk about.
Look at him, Dodger blue.
Yeah.
It's ESPN
Dodger blue and white.
It's ESPN.
LA Johnny ready to go.
It's ESPN white, blue. Time to talk about Doc Linville. Time to talk about. I think my hair looks great today. I think and I credit it all to Doc Linville, and you'll credit yours all to Doc Linville as well. If you're looking for the best way to get hair on the top of your head, it's not. I always say it's not. It's actually moving hair. It's not replacing hair. This is not hair replacement. Okay, you're moving your hair from the side and the back to the top. That's hair movement day. You know, there's moving day on Saturdays and on the PGA Tour. It's moving day for your hair. Okay, moving day means let's get it up top where it belongs. You know, all of these guys, they got these on the sides. You know, in the back. There's all this hair. It just accumulates there, but it leaves the top. Well, go back where you belong. Okay, at the top of somebody's head. And if you're somebody that, listen, you could be in your 20s, you could be in your 30s, you're in your 40s, and you're losing hair, bad move. Don't let it, and then just go, oh, you know what? I'm just going to let it. No, do something about it. You don't want to be bald for the rest of your life. Let's go. Just get to 975hair.com and let Doc take over from there. He's awesome. You'll love the process. 975hair.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Dave wants to get in here and talk about this Pete Rose thing. We got one person that came in and said
is a
Pete
good
Rose
person.
Sucks.
One person is a good person.
Well, yeah, but this person said Pete Rose sucks. I don't know what did. No, he said bleep Pete Rose. What did Pete Rose do to Raheel? I forgot. I think I don't know what he did. Maybe did Pete
we
Rose
were at Wildcat for something.
He wouldn't talk to him.
It wasn't simply that. Raheel was doing the show with you, and Pete Rose called him your assistant.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
That's
yeah.
right.
I can
that
see.
That is right. I forgot about that. He was kind of because
I could see that.
He just sat there because he doesn't know anything about baseball.
And Pete said, I forgot how he got to Raheel.
It felt derogatory.
That was my favorite.
But it wasn't good when he said it.
That was fun. That was good. I thought it was great.
You and your little assistant over there. Yeah. Oh, Pete.
Let's get Dave in here. Hey, Dave.
Hey, good morning, guys. Listen, I I think it's horrible, honestly, to ban the man for life. Listen, we get it. They was betting on baseball. For Brian saying he wasn't betting against his team. He's actually trying to win. And to wait till I die, less than a year after that, then you say, oh, okay, now you can go to the Hall of Fame. And I wouldn't even go if I was his family. Or if I did, I would cuss out everyone at the damn thing. I just think it's horrible. If you're going to stick with him being dead, well, don't all of a sudden, oh, okay, is he dead? Is he dead? Okay, we can go do the ceremony. It's crazy. And that's my take. I know you guys may have a different take, but that's my take. All right.
I think it gets to, so you're saying this is the rules. So I'm not always the best dad at enforcing my punishments because it takes some discipline just to be able to enforce your punishment, to follow through. I think baseball was saying, look, you guys all know this rule. Like, this isn't something where Pete was surprised. It kind of gets to the point where you say, all right, if you know this is the rules and you break the rules, are you just saying there shouldn't be rules? If they tell you this is what the rule is and this is what the punishment is, and we mean it, well, there's no surprises. Pete Rose knew what the rule was, and it gets to an accountability thing. And if you think, well, it's just not fair, I just don't think you should be punished that long, but you knew that was the game. Like, they didn't just hit you with it after the fact. They knew what the game was.
No, everybody knows the rule. Everybody knows the rule.
And baseball is and the rules in place because of literally a World Series was considered a sham in the 20s, right? Because a team, the White Sox, decided that they were going to throw the World Series. 1919, that's right. They were going to throw the World Series. That's why this is all in place. Yeah. They want to make sure that no one thinks, and some of it, you think about this too. Remember, boxing and baseball came up at the same. They were both the two biggest sports in U.S. history. And boxing has had shenanigans forever with scoring and with cheating, taking the pads out of gloves, put Aaron Pryor with the stuff in his drink. Like, boxing has had a lot of shenanigans over the years. And baseball, I think, just basically wanted to avoid any indiscretion. So now I get what you're saying, Dave, that I'd be pissed if I was a family. I would be pissed too, but I'd rather be pissed and have the memory of my dad enshrined forever in the baseball hall. Like, my guess is the family would be, I don't even know if Pete he was a surly guy. I don't even know if he's on good terms with his family.
I saw a doc on him. I think he is. I think he's okay. I think he's got I think he is okay with his family. If I remember correctly, I forget. I think he's a fascinating guy. There's a relatively new doc out on him about Charlie. It's called Charlie Hustle, I think, and it's pretty good and talks about. I think Pete is okay with his family. Hey, listen,
did you watch that doc?
I did.
After the Celtics doc that Bill Simmons did, another Celtics doc. Did you watch that one?
I did not watch that one.
You probably should watch it because Bill Simmons did a documentary about the Celtics. I don't know if you know that or not, but
I did not.
A documentary about a team that played last year. Yeah. The history of 1 year.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't
know. Did the cameras follow him around behind the scenes and all that?
I don't know. I don't care. Bill Simmons and the Celtics.
Well, Bill Simmons predicted that the Mavs would get the pick. Did you guys see that?
Yeah, he tweeted something because he has his conspiracy Bill character. But are you talking about that HBO Max Celtics City?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just a doc about the history of the Celtics and their rise to whatever. It's just crap for Boston people who care about the Celtics.
Yeah.
Who's looking for a Celtics doc? Yeah, who's looking for it?
Well,
Celtics fans.
You sell it to all Celtics fans.
Oh, yeah, great.
Okay.
On HBO Max, that's a major platform. And he's like, this is something. No, this is something everyone needs to see. The history of the Celtics. No, we don't care, Bill.
No one cares.
We don't care.
Yeah.
We've done this. We know you have a great history. Whatever. Stop.
Get
another Pete Rose doc out there.
Well, Pete, it was pretty good, actually. I watched it a couple months ago, and then Pete died, and now he's going to the Hall of Fame. Now, I think his family will be, I think their regret will be Pete wasn't alive to see it. Pete wasn't alive to see him get into the Hall of Fame.
That's what Dave's
talking about.
But that was his
punishment.
Yeah, and that's what Dave's talking about, and I get it. I mean, but I'm just trying to be consistent. If you know that's the punishment, it's that enforcing what you say you're going to be enforced. and like this is the accountability. Okay, we'll back it off. Yeah, you're right. We're not really going to do that. No, they want to do that.
What's the argument for Pete? He for people who wanted him in while he was alive. He suffered enough, or wasn't that bad? Which one were they leaning into for the most part?
It suffered enough.
Okay,
suffered enough after a certain amount of time, and you understand that. You say, look, how can you have a Hall of Fame without having the guy with the most hits ever, who played at a high level forever? Like, how can you? It doesn't make sense. You can't have. That's like having a Hall of Fame without Wilt Chamberlain in basketball, or without, maybe not Wilt, but yeah, like Wilt. That's fine. Actually, Wilt didn't have a ton of titles. It's like having an NFL, without Dan Marino in, because he was accused of doing coke in high school. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And Wilt did too. But so, yeah, that was the argument, is he suffered enough after a certain amount of time. You just thought, okay, it's been 20 years. Let Pete in. And that's what Dave is saying. And I get it. I mean, I totally get it. I'm just saying, I get what baseball doesn't want anyone to think that they have an out clause, because once you do it for one player, you no longer have the ban for life thing. That's done. You're now saying for 20 years you're banned. Instead, this hits hard. Like Pete Rose, just so you know, if you get caught doing this, you will never get into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
For some players, they won't care.
But now,
you know how much money we make in this sport?
This ruling, though, tells guys, listen, I'll get in. If I'm great, I'll get in after I die.
Okay. What about this argument? What about, because the argument's made about Jose Altuve and the and that gets to the sanctity of the game.
Right.
Because, they use Altuve as the face, right? We already know that. What do you think about guys who are steroid heads? That you mean to tell me that didn't jerk with the sanctity of the game? Guys who are able to hit 50 home runs in a season that never could have done it before. Like, I would argue that some of the cheating in baseball and the drug use in baseball was, ended up having a much more substantial. Pete Rose's stuff didn't actually end up doing anything to baseball. It's the thought of what it could have done had he bet against his own team and goofed with his own lineups and things like that just to catch losses. But why isn't the drug scandal looked at?
I don't know.
The same way that Pete Rose got looked at. Why not drug scandal?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, because of
their own ad campaign. Chicks dig the long ball.
Yeah, It's because they were complicit. They knew, and they backed off of it.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, they backed off of. They wouldn't have, the Astros would have never gotten messed with if Mike Fiers didn't tell. Mike Fiers made them have to do something.
The media was wrong about it, and then and actually would not. And then all of a sudden it exploded and became the whole game, and they had to put it on the back burner. They couldn't make it as big as it actually was, and how it did change the game. Doug Glanville was on here. He was a center fielder. He couldn't play in the game anymore. He lost his job because he couldn't hit home runs. He didn't want to do steroids, and he couldn't hit home runs. So a really good center fielder. He said, "Oh, the cheating scandal was way worse with the steroids. It changed the game way more than the Astros did." But no, they don't want to. They
because it was already in place. Like the steroid scandal was in place too, but it's for years and years and years, and baseball just turned a blind eye because they benefited.
Yep.
And frankly, they weren't going to say anything. I mean, there was the article that came out where Rob Manfred supposedly told everyone, "Hey, cut the crap. We know you guys are cheating. Cut it out." In 2016, between the Yankees and the Red Sox, he goes, "Hey, enough. Cut the crap. Okay." They just didn't want it to get out.
Letter.
They wouldn't look. I know they wouldn't open. Never has been unsealed.
No.
Even though it was ordered to be unsealed, it was never unsealed. And they were going to let the Astros keep doing it too, or not keep doing it, but they didn't want to have to hurt their own sport, a team that was successful in their own sport. But Mike Fiers made them by going to the Athletic. And Athletic, it's your fault for writing about it. You should have just buried that. Just buried the truth.
You ruined an entire generation.
No journalism here.
Yeah.
Bury the truth.
All right. You know what?
Towels Hill wouldn't have written
You should get if you get a ring for going to the Hall of Fame, where should you get it?
You should get it at Zadig Jewelers. Zadig Jewelers had a Texans ring, or Texans watch that they did that was awesome. And it was one of just a few watches that were made, and it was really, really cool. Man, it was an awesome watch. They do things like there are providers that are going to that have exclusive pieces, whether it be watches, exclusive rings, necklaces, earrings. They have exclusive pieces there at Zadig Jewelers because they're a boutique location for many of the top providers out there. Mikimoto, for those who really love jewelry, Mikimoto's a huge name. If you love watches, you've got the Hublot, you've got obviously Rolex is an easy one, but they've got watches from around the world that are of the highest quality, and you catch a history lesson if you really want to go in there and ask questions of their experts, because they know and they tell you the history of what it is that you're looking at and looking for, if that's what you like. And it is incredible to find out exactly what it is that you have a chance to purchase. Buy, sell, or trade when it comes to luxury watches. And if you're looking to get a special gift for her, make sure that you look at their earrings, their diamond necklaces, watches, bracelets. They've got something that will make her very, very happy. It's Zadig Jewelers, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, Zadig.com.
ProDunk.com. I got ProDunk right now. I'm talking about my man Keith Tate over at ProDunk. I'm talking about the best product ever. I really, really loved our goal at our house because the kids would hang out there. They'd be in our driveway. They wanted to play. They wanted to dunk. They wanted to be able to reach the basket, especially when your kids are younger and smaller and they can't reach a 10-foot goal. They're not going to be out there, okay? They're just not. You're not. It's what a waste of money, whatever you put out there. And by the way, the curb appeal of the Pro Dunk is the best. It is the best goal, best looking goal, the best. All of the technology is second to none. The tempered glass backboard, the unrustable stanchion, the push of a button that'll raise and lower the goal. It's not even arguable. Not even arguable. The best goal ever. ProDunk.com. ProDunk.com. You want to get your kids something that they'll actually enjoy? ProDunk.com. Nicolas Cage as John Madden, Christian Bale as Al Davis.
We've seen a picture. Christian Bale you saw The Machinist, right? When he got down to 140 pounds. Oh, my
God.
It's the craziest.
He
looked like somebody
and
from
Matthew McConaughey in Dallas Billionaire Club or whatever it was.
Man.
That was sick. I was like, oh, my God.
What
You Won't Do. Robert De Niro, Raging Bull.
Oh, gaining all the weight.
Gaining all that
And
weight.
then when he got ripped for Cape Fear, those method actors, Daniel Day-Lewis has done stuff like that. Yeah, man. But Christian Bale, once I saw him in The Machinist, I'm like, okay, he's a real one. Yeah. And then, of course, he was the exact opposite. He was ripped for American Psycho, still one of my favorite movies. Now, you look at him as Al Davis, man, he looks like Al Davis.
He looks just
and I will say, Nicolas Cage still looks like Nicolas Cage with a fat face.
Right.
But you can see where he's kind of rounding into.
Is he going to do? Here's a guy. Is he going to do that? Or no.
I mean, he's got to.
He has to.
He's got to try to do.
Is he going to try to do the voice? I don't know. I don't know.
Oh,
It might come off poorly.
I just see. So you have suspension.
You're not a big Nicolas Cage fan.
So suspension of disbelief, right? That's the key to acting. Yeah. You suspend disbelief. When Nicolas Cage with Christian Bale, 100%. In all these these roles, I never think this is Christian Bale. I'm just watching a movie. With Nicolas Cage, I always know I'm watching Nicolas Cage. It's just the same way. Well, even Robert De Niro, there are times, even now, where I think of, he can maybe sell me a little bit where I've got some suspension of disbelief. Not with Nicolas Cage. Nicolas Cage is always Nicolas Cage on 10. It's always... like, this is just going to be Nicolas Cage playing John Madden. They should have got an actor I'd never heard of or seen. Make Shane Gillis John Madden. He's closer to John Madden if you really want to know
and
the
he could
truth.
Probably do the voice.
He could probably mess with it some.
Yeah.
And nowadays with AI, how long is it going to be before they take the AI voice and just create your voice, the words you say, and make it sound like John Madden? Like, wouldn't that have? I know the actors don't want to do that. That's a slippery slope for them. But you could, AI wise, you could probably just create John Madden's voice and have Nicolas Cage really read all that stuff.
Is that really acting? Is that really a movie then? Yeah, you want AI to
No, I don't. I don't want AI doing that stuff.
Yeah.
I'm anti AI taking people's jobs.
They're taking everybody's job. Oh my God. Let's get John in here. Let's talk about Pete Rose. Hey, John.
Yeah, I want to talk about Pete Rose, but real quick for Dell. The supposed excuse for Pete Rose was when Bart Giamatti, father of Giamatti, the actor, I forgot his name. Anyway, when Bart Giamatti banned him, he was supposed to meet with him in a year after that to discuss letting him back in. But then he had a heart attack and passed away, and that never happened. But as far as what I think is happening is they've allowed gambling, which is they're married to it now. And then anybody that gambles, everybody knows Shohei Ohtani gambles, and that's their golden goose. what they're trying to do is, if more details or facts for sure come out by other means that can't be hidden, it's just going to lower the blow, and they won't ban him. I'm thinking. I think they're just trying to protect their assets, is what I'm thinking. So to me, it's all crap. They wait till he dies to let him in, and then they're only doing that because I think it's because of Shohei Ohtani, and that's mine.
Truth be told, I got to the point where at first it looked like it was Shohei. I think it was really like they've got too much on literally voice. We played the voice calls where his interpreter was trying to get money transferred over, and he was pretending to be Shohei. And I think he probably did get screwed over by his. The more that's come out, that looks like it was probably pretty legit. So I don't personally buy into that it was Shohei. I know it was fun to do it at the beginning, and it was certainly believable until some of the audio came out, and I realized, wow, this interpreter is a bit of a scumbag. That was hard to get around. As far as Major League Baseball protecting themselves, I will say they're in bed with, like everyone else, with gambling now. All the sports, but we get stuff about from NFL as workers all the time about gambling stuff. We get it's still they're still very protective of their product, but you think they're going to give up the money? You think baseball, basketball, or football is not going to take the money?
No.
Oh, they're taking the money.
Listen, they don't care about money. You keep saying money. None of these leagues care about money. It's all about integrity.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's ridiculous.
Fair.
Your accusations, your greed accusations on these leagues. They don't care. Okay.
Wow. Nice job, Wendy. Did you see what Wendy did?
Is he stock up?
No.
What?
ESPN's new streaming app is going to now be $30 a month, $299 for an annual subscription. The Hulu bundle with Disney is now $35.99 or $44.99 if you want no ads. I'm not going to have to pay $45 a month for that dumb app, for that bundle with ESPN, Hulu, and what else? What's the third one?
Disney Plus.
Oh, yeah, I don't watch that. So, yeah, Disney. So, for some people, it's big. That's not going to be $45 a month. This is getting way more expensive than satellite. To have all of this, $45 for those three. Netflix is up in the 20s.
Why are you blaming Wendy for this? She has nothing to do with that.
You said she went to New York, presumably to raise our prices.
You want to stop the slander of Wendy and look what Dimitri just brought in?
Oh, little green
sweets.
Food.
Did Wendy go to New York to raise our rates?
Greek Fest, begins
Fest
tomorrow.
Right?
Yeah.
Did Wendy go to New York to raise our rates?
Wendy did not go to New York to raise your rates.
You think she was in on that meeting?
Yeah, she was like.
You said she was there for meetings.
No.
Actually, she may have been.
She may. I don't know. You don't know.
You should know, but you just don't listen.
I don't listen. She was like, "Yeah, I'm going to do this." I was like, I don't know.
Yeah, the app itself.
You're saying words that I just.
Yeah, I was more in tune to it than he was.
You're saying things I don't care about. Why don't you say that out loud?
Yeah, say that.
You're saying words
that I really don't understand.
Oh, you're going to be gone? Okay, whatever. That's pretty much what it was. Yeah.
Okay, when does my flight?
Because we were talking about it yesterday, and I kept saying, "Oh, you mean for upfronts?" And John was like, "Meetings." Like, you mean like, the big upfronts where all the heads of the big stations go to New York? Whatever you're saying.
Yeah. Upfronts
is when they showcase the fall lineups and stuff and what's going to be on.
Probably it.
Yeah.
It sounds a bit familiar right now.
A bit familiar, huh? She might have said something like that.
She might have said something like that. Yeah.
It's one of the biggest days of her year.
Okay. All right.
And now you're just learning about it.
You know what? I'm proud of her. Go to work, honey.
She
was calling me yesterday when I was on the golf course. I couldn't answer.
It was obligatory. I don't know if it's a treat for her. I think she just has to go.
No. I was proud of her. Okay. And then we almost talked later.
Maybe she had to sit in the room while Jimmy Kimmel was presenting all the new fall shows because he generally does that.
Good. What a fun day. I almost gave up golf for that now.
Just think, John, she has to do that, and that's how you get into the Oscars.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
No, she has to listen. She's making the sacrifices
for you to be near.
I don't care
who again?
The Oscars. As a matter of fact,
who were you near again?
Frankie's going.
Who were you near again?
Huh?
What Hollywood actors were you in the background of?
Oh, I was with what's her name? Demi.
Yeah, Demi Moore.
Everyone
could see you in the background.
Wasn't that far from Timothy.
Chalamet.
Yeah.
Big Knicks fan.
Yeah.
He was at the game
with
Kylie and Kendall.
Yeah.
Having a great time.
That was good. That was good to be by her. But yeah, that's it. That, you know what she does? She makes the sacrifices. She's not sacrificing for me anymore because I don't want to go to any of those things anymore.
So you're no longer going to the big awards. She doesn't want you on her arm as arm candy anymore?
That's not true. You're going to those awards.
No, Frankie's going next year.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, once you've done it once.
JT couldn't care less, so he's not going. Yeah. And then her sister will go next time. I'm giving up. Listen, I'm giving it up for the team.
Yeah.
I'm giving it up for the team. No, it was neat. It really was neat. I thought it was cool.
Yeah,
it was really cool. But you know what? I got to let other people.
Tell Wendy holler at your boy.
Yeah.
I want to go.
You want to go?
Yeah.
I don't think she's taking you, but okay.
Yeah, your boy.
You don't know.
No.
You actually don't know.
You actually don't know.
I actually don't know. Oh, so
I've got Wendy's number.
Now
I
you guys keep talking.
John said to.
You guys keep talking. I'm gonna go.
No, stay out of our desserts.
That's why we got to take a break.
No, you have plenty of minutes. Yeah, you got plenty of time. You guys keep talking. Go ahead.
713.
He's got all the Greek food over there.
See all the Greek food.
Look at that giant.
All the pastries.
This is Greek fest.
I'm gonna head down to Power.
I mean, Dimitri Scrumpolopoulos just brought that in.
Scrumpolopoulos.
I don't know what it's a
that sounds like a character from Fraggle Rock back in the day.
That is so disrespectful.
Scrumpolopoulos. He's one of your people.
I know.
But by the grace of God, it was your dad wasn't the Greek. It was your mom that was the Greek.
I know. I'd be Johnny Andrikopoulos right now.
I know. Scrumpolopoulos.
No, I ain't doing
What
that.
would they've changed your name
Yanni,
to in Louisiana?
Yanni Andrikopoulos.
You would have been a Yanni.
I would have been a Yanni.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's that?
What's the conversion in Louisiana? Like you had to be John Grant. What would you have been called if you had a Greek last name in Louisiana?
John
Grant.
No,
Renato with EAUX.
What'd you say? Andrikop? What's your mom's? So if that was your surname, what would the GM in that
John
Louisiana
Andrews.
station change
Johnny
it to?
Andrews. Yeah.
Johnny Andrews.
Probably.
Not Johnny. John Andrews.
Yeah, Johnny Andrews.
And John Andrews on sports.
Right. Well, I was John Grant on sports.
Yeah.
So, Right. That's probably it. But that's his name, Dimitri.
It's not Scrumpolopoulos or whatever you're saying.
It was something like it starts with SKR. I'm pretty sure.
Look at this.
I'm pretty sure.
Holding up food, Del. You're a big
stop
ass
holding it up. What is
wow.
wrong with you?
Wow.
He keeps holding it up like just randomly, like a taunt. Look at what Roosh says. If you suggested trading Jalen Green for Jamal Murray, a certain subset of Rockets fans would laugh you out of the building, and so would all Nuggets fans, deservedly. But the Rockets beat Golden State and Minnesota if you swap Jalen Green for Jamal Murray. That is not inaccurate. That doesn't mean that you necessarily make a trade. And we have the foresight of understanding that 6 to 7 games were bad for Jalen. So obviously,
who would laugh you out?
Well, he said Rocket fans. It's actually true. If you told, now remember, he's also got 2 years of missing, with the knee injury. Like Jamal Murray is older. He's got an injury history that you have to consider. And he's right. Straight up, Rockets would never trade Jamal Murray for Jalen Green. Does that change the fact that they would have won those series?
Well, don't assume that the Rockets wouldn't
for Jamal Murray.
Yeah, for Jamal Murray.
The Rockets wouldn't do it, or the Nuggets wouldn't do it.
Well, I don't know. The Nuggets wouldn't do it for sure.
The Nuggets would not do it.
You think the Rockets would move Jalen Green for Jamal Murray?
Wouldn't trade Jalen Green for Jamal Murray?
I guess the question would be
Tillman and Patrick.
You mean that winner, that guy who's won and was instrumental in a championship?
They love their guys. They love KPJ. They love James. Why would you not love Jamal Murray?
They don't want Devin Booker. They don't want Devin
gone.
Booker. Because of Jalen, apparently.
Now Jalen outplays him every time.
Well, I'm talking through 70 games. Outplay him.
There is nobody on this planet that wouldn't trade Jalen for Jamal Murray.
Do the Rockets think Jamal Murray is a Jokic merchant and he could not be as successful without him?
Why?
I don't know.
Why would you think that? The dude's a great
basketball
player.
We've never seen him without him.
Jamal Murray plays 67, 59, 65. Did not play due to injury.
And he's had a major injury in his history
59,
as well.
74, 80, and then 82. But those are going back to the earliest days. He hasn't made it to 70 games played since 2019, 2020. He missed a lot of time. It's a normal thing for him to miss 15 games, which is going to be almost 20% of the season. That's what you have to get used to with him. Here it's 17 games, 23 games, and 15 games. His last 3 years, like, he misses a lot of time. I don't know. I don't think I would be. That's why I bring it up. Like, I don't know that I'd be 1 for 1 okay with dealing for a guy who has missed substantial time and doesn't play. Misses 20% of the season on a regular basis.
He is a great playoff player, though.
He's a great playoff player, but I'm also acknowledging, well, they probably would have won Golden State Series and maybe Minnesota as well if you swapped out those two. But doesn't that really speak more to the fact that we know how Jalen played? In hindsight, we can go back and make that determination. And
we know how Jamal plays.
And number two, Jamal is a certain type of Jamal's a certain type of player that would help the Rockets, but maybe not with Fred. I don't like the Jamal Fred backcourt necessarily. If you wanted to get rid of Fred and bring me a different 2 guard and have Jamal Murray, at the point, now we can have that conversation. And it ain't Cam Whitmore, so don't even bring up Cam Whitmore. He's done.
I don't know. I don't know in what world you wouldn't trade.
I guess you ask yourself, last night, a game that they lost, they wore down at the end. Could you ever foresee this version of Jalen going into OKC in a game 5 and scoring 28 points?
No.
At this point. So at this point in his career.
Yeah, he had a 38-point game. Yes, I could see him doing that. In a big game, he's coming off, recency bias makes it hard to say yes. Because he's coming off of just an atrocious series where we had to hear about they put the Jordan rules on him because they're so terrified of Jalen Green that they had to unearth the rules of Michael Jordan that were put out there. Never mind, they apparently don't use this on anyone else. They're just deathly afraid.
Is Anthony Edwards getting
No, he's not as good as Jalen.
Oh, wow.
Only Jalen gets the Jordan rules.
Okay.
No one else. The excuses we will make for some of these guys is incredible.
The Jordan rules, yeah. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 9:14. Let's take a quick one here and eat a little Greek food. We got to tell. The Greek Fest is tomorrow.
Yeah, it begins tomorrow through Saturday, I believe.
Yeah, it's on the west side.
I'll find, because I sent this the stuff last week. I'll find it.
Okay.
But if you go get a ticket, it's admission's good for all 3 days. And, we're going to take part in the pastries, but they'll have that throughout for the kids. Yeah, they'll have food, they'll have things for the kids, the whole family.
Baklava, everything. Oh, yeah. Luca Mates. I mean, it's fabulous. The Greek food at the Greek Fest. So it's going to be this weekend. It's out there. It's the west side.
It is 1100 Eldridge Parkway, just south of I-10. If you want tickets, HoustonGreekFest.com is where you can get tickets.
HoustonGreekFest.com. HoustonGreekFest.com. Time to talk about HRP. People, I don't know. I don't know. They go to the Greek Fest. I don't know, but we can get Chris Fisher out there. We can get some peeps out there. Well, I'm going to tell you this about HRP. If we support them, HRP supports them. HRP is part of your business. HRP becomes part of your family. Listen, your business is like a family, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be. It probably is family owned and operated. If you're looking for someone to do your payroll, you are somebody who is building a business. You're trying to be great. You want to do things the right way. You want to make as much money as possible. You want to employ as many people as you possibly can. Bottom line is the bottom line, though. It's about money. It's about making sure that your business is secure, making sure that your business is doing everything to stay in business. Okay. Don't waste money. Don't waste your money on your payroll. Don't waste money on your HR. Don't waste money doing your taxes. Don't waste money with your benefits packages. HRP gives you choices on what is best for your business. They don't sell benefits packages, but they may give you the choices on what's best for yours, as opposed to admin companies that stick you with their benefits packages. Okay. So HRP only wants to make sure that you get you're streamlined with your payroll, your HR, your taxes, and they do a great job of this. They do a wonderful job for us, and I think they will for you too. If you want to look at your business, a free evaluation, hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
The Greek pastries, they got the crescents with powder all over them.
They're like Mexican wedding cookies, but they're Greek.
They're Greek. My grandmother used to make them.
Man,
but I got so much powder on me, I could be a prime minister in Europe right now.
You'd be a club owner in Miami.
Well, did you see the video of the 3 leaders of?
Oh, that was a very specific reason you said that.
Uh-huh. They were all doing blow when the media came in. They had to hide the stuff. And oh yeah, and they're trying to end a war in the Ukraine, and they're all just sitting there doing blow. Anyway, I think that's a great way to end it. Everybody's happy. That's a great way to come to a war solution. Hey, let's do some blow.
You don't think that there has been some cartel battles that have maybe come to an end over
yeah.
a mirror full of
aren't you happier if you're doing a lot of blow?
I don't know. I just know that.
Let's stop all this.
I just know there's
stuff.
Usually they get started because of it in the shows that I watch.
Oh, right.
It's usually the reason.
We're trying to control it. We're trying to make money off of it.
Yeah.
But they were just having a good time. I don't think that was what it was about. It looked like they were just having a good time. 713-780-3776. If you guys want to get in here, you're more than welcome to hang out with us here on the show. Astros walk it off last night. Isaac Paredes, nice job. They couldn't hit. You want to talk about 2 guys who pitched their asses off last night. And this is how the series should go. The game 1 was Kansas City puts up a 7 spot. Kansas City's got one of the weakest offenses in all of baseball, and the Astros are just meh. So for that 7-5 game is an aberration between these 2 teams. This is what you should look for. And look at Colton Gordon goes tonight. This is a pretty good team to be facing. It's because they don't hit. They don't hit with any power at all. The Royals, and they are. It's really a weak hitting lineup. They've been getting here, and they've got their record all because of their pitching. The Kansas City pitching is really, really good, but they're hitting. This is a good way for Colton Gordon to start. If you want to know the truth, get in there against a weaker hitting team. And let's go. Framber made him look bad last night. Framber made him look really, really bad. Yeah, how efficient he was. Efficient Framber is unbelievable. Framber, when he is got low number of pitches, he's not laboring every inning. He was averaging through 6 innings. He was averaging just under 10 pitches per inning. That's awesome.
He was dealing when he gets in a rhythm like that. It's hard to knock him out. Like in the first, if he rolls through the first 4 innings, you're done. You just need to hope that he doesn't go 7 on you, that he only goes 6. And if you're beating the ball into the ground and you're not striking out a ton and he's keeping his pitch count relatively sane, then that's a real problem. That's a real problem. Now, Framber yesterday was not, he didn't pitch long. He wasn't able to get the win because they just couldn't crank up enough offense. But yeah, Framber was good. This is 3 straight for him or just 2 straight? I think it's just 2 straight.
Yeah, last time out and this time out. Now you got Colton Gordon and then you got Hunter. The 6-man rotation thing. I know they're playing 17 games in a row, but this 6-man rotation thing is really, really. I'm not thrilled seeing having Hunter Brown wait.
Where are we on Cam Smith? Our excitement level over Cam Smith is departed fairly quickly.
Well, don't say that. Israel is still.
No, I'm just. I mean, I want him to do really well. I'm just saying.
Israel to call in and tell you how stupid you are again.
I already know Cam Smith's headed for the Hall of Fame, but my question is, like 659 OPS, are we still on Cam Smith watch like we were? And I don't feel like we are anymore.
Well, I feel like Zach DeCenzo needs a lot more starts than Cam Smith does.
Yeah.
Zach DeCenzo's hitting.
But I still want, if Cam's going to be up in the bigs,
much more dangerous hitter.
He needs to be playing too, though. Cam Smith needs to be playing too. Like he needs to be getting his ABs. Maybe not necessarily as a full-time starter. I'm with you. You got to earn it. But he needs to be getting better The only way to get better is playing. So
Right.
we'll see.
Well, Cam Smith's got a lot of potential. We'll see whether or not he's ready for a full season and be out there on a daily basis on a really good team. Okay, that's the thing, is you want to win, but you want to develop. And that question came up. That question actually came up yesterday. We talked about it. I don't know what you think about it. The Rockets were the number 2 seed. You won as many games as you possibly could. You didn't develop talent, though. You didn't develop young talent in Reed Shepherd and Cam
Right.
Whitmore. You were just worried about winning. You lost that. So you got home court advantage. You lost it in the first game in the postseason. You lost your home court advantage in the first game in the postseason. Would you have been better off giving Reed Shepherd and Cam Whitmore more minutes to develop and become better players for the future, and risk maybe not being the number 2 seed, but you were the number 2 seed. Great.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I still think you got to have the certain, there's still rules in place. If you're not, like, we can't say that about Cam Whitmore, because Cam Whitmore clearly didn't do what he's supposed to do. And if you're an accountability guy, you can't just be part-time accountable. Obviously, he didn't. Look, obviously, Cam Whitmore did not do the things that Ime wanted him to do. There's no doubt about it. So what more can be said? If you don't do what you're supposed to do, his rules don't change. They're not going to change for you. He's not going to be flighty like, let's just let him play. I know he's not doing what I want him to do, but let's just do it. Now, Reed Shepherd, I would have liked to seen him play a little bit more, but he wasn't good enough when he played, and he was a defensive liability. Now, I would have rather seen him play in maybe get some reps in the G League, but, does it really help? Cam Whitmore can go down there and average 30 a game. Is that really helping him? For Reed, it's just a matter of, all right.
Well, it didn't help Reed either. They were like, they said, you know what, he's too good for down there.
Yeah, he is too good for there, but wouldn't you rather he play if he's going to be a coach's decision DNP every game out? Why not having him? That's fine. Go shoot. Go make 10 threes in a game. Go learn to handle the ball. If the thought is he's going to be a point guard, what's wrong with him handling the ball and being a distributor? Like baseball in spring, you want to work on certain pitches? Instead of trying to score 38 points, why don't you go try to get 12 assists in a game? What's wrong with that?
Well, you can't learn anything just sitting there.
No, you can. You can with mental reps, but you can't experience it at speed without playing.
Yeah.
What would have been wrong with having Reed Shepherd get point guard minutes and learn to be a point guard? Because he was not a point guard at Kentucky. If you want him to be a 1, let him play some games at the 1 and say, Reed, we don't care about you scoring 30 some odd points down in the G League. We want you to work on distributing, drive and dish, learn how to get guys the ball up, and the Vipers don't do a lot of coming off screens, and they've always been a shoot from distance team unless it's switched. But I think it would have been pretty cool for him to get some minutes as a point guard and try to learn his craft that way, because he's not strong enough right now in the NBA. That's for sure.
No. 928 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 713-780-3776 to get in here with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You are more than welcome to do that. To quick break here. We got one segment to go before we hit News of the Weird, so hurry up and get in. 713-780-3776. Right now, we're talking about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. We're talking about Billy Brown. 281-488-6238. That's a number that you should have. That's a number that you need. That's a number that if you want to protect your family, yeah, you do. If your house, if you burst a pipe and it's spewing all over the house, you need to have the number on hand to get the guys out there to take care of business for you. Okay. Yeah. Plumbing blows. Plumbing sucks, right? I mean, it's a necessary evil. You want all that waste to go down. You want your shower to be great. You want your toilets to flush. You want your sink to work. You want your dishwasher. You want all your everything. You want all this stuff to work. And if it's an inconvenience if it doesn't. Well, how about Billy Brown is going to make it as easy as possible? Billy Brown is going to come to your home absolutely free and check out what's wrong.
I come back from a vacation, and the first thing I think is, man, I got to call him. I mean, because he gets out there quick. His staff, he's got a bunch of trucks, a bunch of guys ready. I just got to get my shower taken care of. That's all. I got a small job. Well, I may have one other thing. Why you're out here? Let's do this, and this. I mean, it's a chance. You have a plumber this good, who's this fair priced and who is this transparent, you can get things done throughout the year that you need to have done so that you're not messing with it yourself. It's Billy Brown. It's Aqueduct Plumbing Company, aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, 9:33, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Del, what we miss today? Anything that we haven't covered?
Anything
in this little radio, little FM radio show?
Well, we had confirmation that it is a torn Achilles for Jason Tatum, and they immediately had the surgery because they.
How about doing it right away?
They said that leads to better outcomes. So instead of waiting, I didn't know that was the case because you normally hear about let's let the swelling go down. Let's do the ACL thing. Who was it? Texans related? Was it that had to wait? Tank had to wait.
Tank because he had other surgeries, other stuff, swelling. Yeah.
So in this case,
he didn't get his until March.
Yeah.
His ACL.
They got this done immediately. Let's get it out of the way. They hope he comes back. You would imagine in 2026, 27 that season. What else is out there?
Oh my God! Today's schedule reveal day.
Well, we talked.
That's right.
Did we miss that? Considering it hasn't happened.
So we got
yet?
But we should be celebrating it.
But
it's a national holiday.
There's no international.
Colleen Wolfe and Laura Rutledge told me
there's no international. I know she hates it. Colleen Wolfe was like, I hated doing that so much. There's no, but there's no. So all of the international dates have been. Is that what I saw? They're playing in Spain for the first time, but the Texans have no international games, right?
None. Why would you bring the Texans after what they did on Christmas?
I mean, you still think they're getting like 4 national games?
Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. That's pretty good.
I did see there's a Saturday that the schedule release came out, and it had Texans play at 3:30 p.m. on Saturday for the wild card round. Because they're always 3:30 Saturday wild card. That's already been scheduled.
That is true. 3:30 every single time.
Yeah.
Every single time. They're the 3:30 Saturday game. That's unbelievable. It's too big a coincidence. Okay. And it actually tells you what the league thinks of them in the postseason. They really don't give a rat's ass. We haven't even touched who do you guys like at Quail Hollow?
What is that?
I'm going with
pickleball?
Lee. No. Minwoo Lee? No. Minwoo Lee. I'm going Minwoo Lee.
I'm going Suni Lee.
Who?
Suni Lee.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, that's the gymnast. My bad.
That's the girl that wore Rosa Parks on her panties.
No, that's the girl from Blackpink. No. Suni Lee's the U.S. gymnast.
And White Lotus. And it wasn't Rosa Parks, by the way.
It was dead family members that
members. And people on Twitter said, she's wearing Rosa Parks on her crotch. That's so disrespectful at the Met Gala. She said, that's actually my grandma who died. And this doesn't look like Rosa Parks at all. And why are you zoomed in so hard on my crotch?
Maybe it's disrespectful to her grandma.
Yeah. Why would you put your grandma on your crotch?
Because it's Met Gala. Her
can't you
pants.
put it on your shoulder? Or
let me do Rosa Parks pants. Well, I'll show you.
I hope a picture comes up of Rosa Parks in someone's ass cheeks.
Well, Rosa Parks pants is not really.
Yeah, it's not a Google search. You got Lisa from Blackpink at Met Gala. While you're doing that, did we talk about the Cavs being eliminated, right? We did talk about that.
Not that much.
No,
a little bit, but we did touch on it.
Okay, we got to that.
Was the season? Oh my God! Was the season a
failure?
A failure
for the Cavs?
Yeah. I hate that question,
but for them, yes.
When they ask it,
yeah. Why would you do that to your grandma?
Is that how you honor grandma?
Put your grandma on your crotch. But that's not Rosa Parks.
Well, why would we think it was Rosa Parks?
Because people wanted to be mad about something. So they said, cancel her. She put Rosa Parks on her privates. Well, excuse me? What am I hearing in 2025
you heard what we said. She put Rosa Parks on her privates.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. I don't want Rosa.
And after her turn in White Lotus, where she seemed like such a sweet girl.
Person. I don't want Rosa Parks on my private.
I wouldn't want that either.
No, and I don't want that for you, Del.
No.
Well, partly because she's dead. Also,
do you want a live activist on your?
That's what you want.
What does this live activist look like?
Well, now you're playing into John's
AOC.
Type.
I don't want to disrespect the congresswoman, like you do all the time. We didn't mention that the Cowboys are hosting the Chiefs on Thanksgiving.
Huh?
The Cowboys are hosting the Chiefs on Thanksgiving. You did?
Cowboys and Chiefs.
Oh, okay. That's been revealed.
Yeah. Cowboys and Chiefs. Who did the Lions get?
Here's one that we haven't.
Oh, they just mentioned the Cowboys. The Lions are the Lions still in the league?
Yes, they're playing.
Lions
Who are they playing?
I don't know that.
Does anybody? I mean,
we'll find out.
How about the Cowboys got game 1 and they get Chiefs on Thanksgiving when they're going to be? Well, to your point, play the Cowboys in game 1 because they're going to be out of it by week 4 or 5.
That's probably true.
Yeah. So, but on Thanksgiving we got Chiefs and Cowboys.
Well, it's always been
Dak
Cowboys.
Will be hurt already.
We already know Cowboys. We already know AFC, and we already know Lions. The Lions are synonymous with more so than the Cowboys. To me, Lions are synonymous because they've always been there, and they're the first game. So we never forget about Lions. Lions have that first game. This is where you have the argument about, do white people have Thanksgiving too early? My wife is an adamant, staunch. Why do y'all eat so early?
How early do white people eat Thanksgiving?
Like 11.
That is early. I didn't know that was
11's early.
See,
well, 12. Well, we got games on. Well, 11, whatever.
You're eating cranberry sauce at 11 o'clock.
12 is 12 early.
Oh, 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm generally
okay. Why are we waiting until 1? Do y'all like doing the morning?
Mostly because
you get hungry.
Yeah, you wait and get hungry. Yeah,
but you have to eat a second time.
And
yeah.
Well, historically, there's a game at 3. Well, whatever time, like 2:30, I guess. So now there's a third game. I get it.
When do you put the food away? Like
you don't
exactly. So why do I have to eat so early? You take it off the
table, but then you leave some out, and you keep grazing. You keep making little sandwiches out of your.
Well, I don't do the
out
sandwich
of your little, your rolls or whatever.
But I'll go back for some mac and cheese and yams. The protein.
I don't like turkey. Anyway.
Yeah, whatever protein you're of your choice, whatever. I'll do that as the first meal, and then later I'll go in for some mac and cheese and yams about 7, 8 o'clock, and that'll be the end of it. Maybe throw in a piece of pie later, but it's early, man.
Man,
I don't eat till like probably 233.
You gotta make
wait, 230 or
turkey
3
sandwich with mayonnaise and
Wait,
cheese.
did you hear that?
Nonsense.
230 or 3. Are you okay with that?
That's late. That's too late.
Not for me.
I
I'm not
gotta
an
eat.
early eater, so
This has been a point of
I eat as
contention
soon as the show's over.
by the
10
people
o'clock.
of color
I know, I'm
and the
having
white
lunch.
community.
yeah.
have had this disagreement about when it starts. While my family may have started a little early, I don't think 12. At 12, we should be having something.
Well, what's your
going on.
Thanksgiving like? Because for, as you say, people of color in the South, it's
You're
a lot
eating
of
one time.
it's
then, right?
traveling. You got to stop here and then go here and then go here.
Oh, you have multiple places. You go?
Yeah.
You do?
I got a big family. Yeah, you go to
Did you
multiple
do that?
places.
We'd have to travel.
My
on
parents,
Thanksgiving.
I grew up in a house where all their family lived in Kansas.
Yeah.
So
No.
we just had our
In Chicago,
football
you
players
travel
from U
all
of H would come
But
over.
even
No, you travel to where you're eating.
this is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I'm at my aunt's house, but my other aunt cooked too, so I might have to go there.
So you had to go to 2 aunts, 2 separate
I'm
things for
telling you,
food?
I was
Why
last
did your
time I
ass
was
hate each other.
I don't know.
Why can't
Why didn't
we
one
all
big
get
one?
together?
Well, because it could have been different sides of the family.
Yeah.
We all go to the same place.
Look, I'll tell you this: my grandma,
Wait, no.
But you
Your
gotta
dad
travel.
didn't have aunts here.
not my
it wasn't
dad.
different sides of the family. You were on your mom's side.
No, but my grandma had like 11 kids, so there are multiple aunts, and then you think about
Oh, and they couldn't do it all together.
yeah, they can't be in the same spot, so maybe one central location. But the Rollins might
Then it
have
turns into if you didn't eat, it could cause family drama.
this house. My grandma had multiple husbands, I guess you'd say, or at least multiple partners, and she had kids with each. So you're talking about the Rollins have a thing, and then the Elams and the Bells. It's all there's so many.
You have to go to all of them?
Maybe not me, but people
well, then how do
do.
you not start early? You got to start at 11.
Doesn't matter.
What do you do
It's-
once you hit 2:30?
Because
People
it's
aren't eating?
Thursday on Thanksgiving. There's nothing to do the next day. It's Friday.
So are you getting to watch any
Oh.
games? So you never grew up getting to watch a game because y'all are constantly traveling.
Well, it's mostly a Christmas thing because I would visit them during Christmas. The same scenario though. And you would have to just go to houses, or maybe you're lucky you're in a central spot, but other people are traveling to your home. It's an all-day thing,
I don't
man.
want anybody in my home.
It's an all-day thing. I might get 3 plates from 3 different people.
Now that's
It could
not
happen.
bad, but at some point you just get full and you're full.
Yeah.
But do you take your
No,
plates, you wrap them up and take them?
You
have to eat
definitely
them
get a
all?
plate.
lot of
Everyone
salt
gets a
and
plate to
pepper
take
on the
home.
Turkey,
You're
mayonnaise.
still talking with your turkey sandwich?
Man.
Yeah, he's still talking turkey
Are
sandwich.
you kidding?
Dry ass turkey
Yeah,
sandwich.
dry ass turkey sandwich.
Cold
You're talking
ass,
about.
dry ass
on it.
turkey sandwich. Well, that's the fat component. Yeah.
That's all right. That's fine.
That
For
man-
that day only. Let's go. I don't care about fat content. We eating. Let's
The
eat.
turkey sandwich.
Turkey sandwich.
Almost elevated more by white people than Cooper Flag. The only thing elevated more by white people than the turkey sandwich has been Cooper Flag.
Cooper Flag, generational talent. Dallas doubting his generationality.
How can there be 3 generational talents in 4
The
seasons?
question came from another white guy. Jason said, "When's the last non-European or international white guy?"
That was a great player.
There was a great player.
Cooper
Like
Flag.
you start at Bird,
And
and
then
there's got to be some before then. So who are our greatest?
Who are the-
Obviously Rick Smits,
he's not
He's the Duncan
non-European.
Dutchman.
Mm.
He's Dutch, exactly.
No, so I guess you go Rex Chapman,
No.
Tyler Hero,
Reed Shepard.
He's the one all-star.
Reed Shepard. We'll
From
go
this
from
year.
any white guys from Kentucky.
Chet Holmgren.
Chet Holmgren,
Chet Holmgren.
Morrison,
I can't
Adam
help
Morrison.
but think of your kids when I look at Chet Holmgren.
I know.
Okay. He
You got a Mason vibe.
Austin
does,
Reeves.
Yeah.
By the way, that's as big a glow up as I was looking at Chet Holmgren. I said, this is as good as he can possibly do. He can't, like, he's got his hairs trimmed and he's got it shaped up in the back. And this is as good as he can possibly look.
Yeah.
There is no other higher.
7
This is
foot
the
and
glow up for him.
He's 112 pounds. He's 7 feet tall.
And he looks like this.
Yeah. I mean,
And that's
what are
as
you gonna
good
do
as he
with
can
that?
possibly look.
That's it.
Holmgren, is he in our list?
He has to be. Who else is on it?
He didn't have to be.
Austin Reeves is on
Ryan
your list.
Anderson?
Austin Reeves.
Austin Reeves is on your
And
list.
Tyler Hero.
Yeah.
Ryan
That's
Anderson?
an all-star. You
What
got
about
yourself an
Alex
all-star.
Caruso?
That's defender. Whatever.
He's like the rec league Hall of Fame.
Yeah, he's good.
But no, he's good.
He wins wherever he goes. He tends to win.
Not in Chicago.
But he looks
Nah.
like
Hold
a
on.
rec league guy.
Steve Kerr.
But he doesn't play right now.
Well, we're going all time.
Yeah,
he
this
could
is all
shoot.
time.
All time.
Oh,
Steve
what about Jim Paxson and John Paxson?
Yeah,
the Paxson brothers.
You're putting them on your all-time list?
Bill Walton.
Okay, that makes sense.
A lot of injuries.
The Paxsons on your list? What a terrible team.
Well, Clyde came in and
God,
took his job.
It's game
Yeah, I
winning
know.
championship basketball.
I'm aware.
Well, Kevin McHale.
And
There
Jim
it is.
Paxton was an all-star.
I know.
You're talking about
I'm
the
tapped out
Paxtons instead of McHale. What are we doing?
Kevin McHale.
Havlicek, you want to put him on there?
Oh,
Maravich.
We're back in the
John
80s.
Havlicek was one of the all-time greats.
I'm putting him there.
Well, we're
You're going
reaching
far back.
pretty far back.
Yeah. Oh, no, absolutely.
Cooper's, the odds are stacked against him.
Yeah.
Christian Laettner.
Billy Cunningham. I mean,
Phil Jackson.
He was from Brooklyn. Let's go.
These are guys that may
what was
have
the New York
died
guy
already.
who was a senator?
Who?
Bradley.
Oh,
Bob Bradley.
The senator.
Was it Bob Bradley?
Yeah, Bob Bradley.
Yeah. Bill Bradley.
Senator Bill Bradley.
Bob Bradley was the USMNT coach. Bill Bradley, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy sucked. His team's always sucked. And his son was the worst.
Bill Bradley?
No, he's talking about Bob Bradley.
Bob Bradley's old bald-headed son.
Michael Bradley's he's talking about.
American soccer fans hated him, and with good reason.
Well,
definitely.
He was on every team for like
and he sucked. He was the picture of sucking.
Wow. That's awful.
I think we've got, for some reason.
What else did we miss?
What white American basketball players? We hit that one.
We hit that one hard.
The Great Hope.
It didn't take long.
Basketball players.
It really started to peter out in the 90s.
The game changed.
Dave DeBuscher. Was he?
I mean, we're not even finding YouTube highlights on a lot of these guys. Too far back.
Who else? That's it. Okay, that's all. We talked about Pete Rose.
Kurt Rambis.
George Mikan.
One of the all-time greats.
One of the all-time greats. That's what they say.
Yeah.
What about this?
Oh, you're going to leave out Stockton?
Kuzi?
You're leaving out Stockton?
Stockton.
Oh, yeah.
Stockton. Now, Stockton, that's probably where we have.
And Malone.
He's not
Danny Ainge. Do we get to count
rode
Jason Kidd?
motorcycles.
So that makes him white.
Yeah.
Do we get to count Jason Kidd?
Do you want to?
He was half.
Wow.
Do you want
Well, Jason Kidd was good.
Do you want Blake Griffin too?
Sure. Yeah, we'll take him. We're not beggars and not choosers here.
No,
we'll take Blake
We'll
Griffin.
take half. We'll take half.
Half of Blake Griffin is
We'll
what you're
take
taking?
Well, Steph Curry's not, though.
No. You want the injured half of
What
Blake
about
Griffin?
Klay Thompson?
We'll take half.
Don't do that.
We'll take Klay Thompson.
I'm sure you will. You need him. You need a knockdown shooter.
We absolutely need.
What about
Steph?
Has anyone seen
Can't
Tyrese
get
Halliburton's mom?
Would you like Tyrese?
Sure. He's on a heater. I don't know if he counts right now.
If we got to take Hartenstein, we're going to take.
Yeah,
Steph.
we're not just taking Hartenstein. Like all of a sudden, black people won't claim Hartenstein.
No one's giving
because
you.
He doesn't look black.
Who
at all.
says you have to take him? You got Kevin McHale. You don't need him. You got a deep
I've seen
bench.
Twitter say we have to take him back.
He hasn't done anything objectionable. You don't have to take him
I
back.
agree with you. We shouldn't have to. It shouldn't be one of these things where you force them on people because you don't want them because you don't like the way that I don't like the way that dog Spots came out. Get him back.
What?
Yeah, like
What
hey,
are you talking
I'm
about?
sorry you don't like how Hartenstein looks. You gotta.
You're making all of this up, by the way. What are
No,
you
I'm
talking
not.
about?
I've seen it on the Twitter threads. They were having a big fight about Hartenstein, whether or not he was black.
We were trying to push him over to the
We're
other
pushing
side.
him to, and he's actually somebody we could use, a shot blocker and rim runner.
I don't like how
We could
this
actually
dog
use
Spots
Hartenstein.
turned out.
Let's see. Yes, we're limited.
Yeah.
You guys are fine. You got enough.
We got Cooper Flag.
Yeah,
There's a
but we have
lot.
to go back a little
Boy, there's
ways.
a lot resting on Cooper Flag right now.
And Reed Shepard. Better pick it up.
Ooh, I don't
Pick it up, Reed.
want to say out loud. Well, what about Pat Spencer?
Think of where you guys.
Is it time that we start talking about Pat Spencer a little bit?
see if
Maybe
he come-
deserving some.
See if he comes through tonight.
Number 61.
Think of where you guys stand right now. You guys have got one All-Star.
Yeah, we still have Pete Rose. Though.
No, he's dead. You got one All-Star in the NBA right now, and his name is Tyler Hero. Congratulations to you guys.
Yeah, the fact is, Tyler Hero right now is the reigning.
You guys have
champion.
one
Oh, we
All-Star.
got one?
One current All-Star.
Oh, Elpy.
He does,
Doesn't
that's
count
not
for us.
non-European.
Doesn't count for us.
He kind of counts. We got to take
Didn't
what
count.
we get here.
Doesn't count.
You got Tyler Hero.
He talks funny, but
Does it
They
count?
grew up. No, they had to grow up playing Little League baseball.
Or AAU ball.
well,
No, because
I don't know if you've seen a lot of countries play AAU. Little
not a
League
lot of
baseball.
white European countries.
Um,
Is France considered? Do they ball out
Spain
playing
brings
Little
a
League?
team.
Spain's not. We're not.
Kind of is.
We're not.
The Netherlands brings a team
No.
Yeah.
to the Little League World
Yeah, it
Series.
does.
Now, the Netherlands, do they?
Yes, they have in the past.
Yeah, they don't bring basketball.
Yeah.
You don't typically
Chinese
have.
Taipei,
You're not
they bring-
typically
That's
good at
not
basketball.
white.
Have you ever noticed that? Basketball and baseball, you don't usually double up in both. You pick one. Or baseball and soccer. You pick one. We're one of the only countries that can go baseball and basketball on your punk ass.
Wow.
Who are you talking?
I don't know who
you talking trash to right now.
Whoever's doubting our country being able to play basketball and baseball.
Well, you just made that up, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we don't. I mean,
so if there's somebody that's arguing with me,
who are you arguing?
I don't know who the straw man. I don't know the straw man argument who I'm arguing against, but lest any of you believe that your country can do basketball and baseball the way we do it. Huh.
Yeah.
Now our soccer is
on the men's side, at least.
We got a break. John Daspit is what we're talking about now.
John Daspit, the guy who has, I remember there was a huge refinery blast. And when I met John about 3 years ago, we were talking a lot about that. That was a big case he had. And there was loss of life involved in that. There was injuries that were permanent injuries, long-term disability. It was a big case. And it took him a while. He got done with it last year because they had to go through every person that he was representing, all of the medical bills, all of the future medical bills, because they have to assess future medical issues with people with long-term disabilities. That's something you have to account for. Physical therapy, everything had to be checked at. Was there issues with PTSD? Was there, because there's all kinds of issues that happen when you're in a severe accident. And no one was better than John Daspit at going for that in terms of that settlement. It was a massive, massive settlement for a relatively a relative sized amount of people, but it's going to have to cover, basically how their families are going to live. Many of these people were going to be long-term disabled. They were not going to be able to work anymore. So John had to get in there and really fight hard for every dollar he could get to make sure that these families were going to be okay, that the pain and suffering was accounted for and was important, and that there was an accountability for what had happened. And that's when Daspit is going to fight for you. He's going to fight hard for you. He does not take shortcuts, and he's not looking to get this done as quickly as possible, get a check, and get out of there. He's looking for you to have the settlement that you deserve based on the injury and the issues you've had to deal with due to someone else's negligence. Whether it's the workplace, the roadway, wherever it may be, John Daspit's fighting for you. 713, call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time for News of the Weird. okay, there is a little girl. She's a toddler. And for some reason, she has this fear that John Wilkes Booth is under her bed. I mean, she's
Sounds
literally
like she's got a
toddler.
dad. She's got a dad like me that found something funny and then probably pushed it too far.
I don't know.
You don't think about John Wilkes Booth. Well, you obviously saw a movie. Or maybe she's a toddler?
She's a 3-year-old.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
So she's not learning about it in school. She must have seen
They went to, apparently, they went up to the Ford Theater Museum, and they walked around, and she said, and told her a story about it, and now she thinks John Wilkes Booth. Do you think that John Wilkes Booth is under this little girl's bed?
I hope so.
You hope so?
I hope a lot of little kids have to deal with presidential assassins under their bed. Whose bed is Lee Harvey Oswald under?
Yeah. Did he do it? We don't know.
John Wayne Gacy's beneath your bed, little kid.
That's a serial killer.
Serial killer.
We're just going presidential assassin.
Who's the guy that shot at Reagan? He's out of prison now.
Oh, John Hinckley.
Yeah.
Hinckley.
Is Hinckley hiding under someone's bed?
No,
no,
he just got
Hinckley's
released
not
from
dead.
prison.
That's right, Hinckley's. So we're only going to
Presidential
assassins.
Yeah.
We're not scaring people with
Who does
serial killers dressed as clowns.
Who does Sirhan go after?
Oh, no, it was Bobby.
Yeah, what about senators?
Yeah, senators. Well, what about the guy that shot Trump in the ear?
Well, he's dead.
We don't even know his name.
But so
what
John
about the
Wilkes
one?
Booth.
Wait, what
He's
about
dead
the?
too.
Yeah, he's been dead. What about the one who were shooting at people out in the volleyball game or softball game? Remember that?
At the baseball game.
Yeah.
In Washington. Yeah.
Oh no, it was like a company, like a.
It was like a Congress softball game or something.
Yeah. And somebody was shooting from out in the outfield.
Right. A man was caught filming a woman breastfeeding on a bus.
Okay, what's new about that?
He tells passengers, F off, I'm English. Do you think the British should be able to film women breastfeeding
Now, let me ask
bus?
you a question about this. She's in a public location on a bus breastfeeding.
Right.
Now, you would hope to not be creepy and not do it, but is there something against the law of filming someone in public doing that when it's out in the open? I'm asking for legality. I'm trying to figure out if he should go to jail.
No, it's legal.
It's weird.
It's in bad taste.
Yeah.
But it's legal.
I mean, she's out in public.
Well, wait. Well, no, but if her.
But she.
No, I think he would get in trouble for. I think he would get in trouble because it's taking a picture. It's an unwarranted. If she said no, but everywhere else you can't just say no. Somebody can film you. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, if you're out in public and you're doing that, then it's open season.
Yeah.
I don't think you just have to be British to do it.
I'm
But
English.
It helps.
Do you think that the British people should just be able to do what they want because they're British?
Well, they used to back in the day.
Right.
But that was more about colonizing.
I feel like
Yeah, and prima nocta.
Well, yes.
Right.
I feel like we sometimes as Americans are like, I'm an American. I don't know the rules here. Like I've been abroad, and not ugly American, but I just thought, I don't really know how this works. I'm an American.
I rented a motorcycle in Italy once, and I got pulled over 3 times within like about a half an hour. And every time they were like, just go. You're stupid.
Well, what'd they pull you
You're
over
American. You're stupid.
What'd they pull you over for?
I was driving the wrong way. I was driving in a place where, hey, there's no other vehicles here. And get out. And I was just like, oh, I'm stupid American.
I'm sure
you can be a stupid American and get away with stuff.
It depends on the country. You can't be stupid American and get away with it in like Thailand.
No. Like the dude that brought a Diet Coke can.
Yeah, there's some things.
Wait,
he's
what?
in prison.
There's
He
some
brought
things.
a Diet Coke can to some sacred land in, where was it though? I forgot.
I forgot what Asian country it was, but he couldn't just go with I'm a dumb American.
He's in prison now. He's in a prison
for drinking Diet Coke,
bringing a Diet Coke and leaving it there. He was trying to
Littering.
lure. He was trying to lure some
tribe
out.
that doesn't. One of those tribes who doesn't have contact with the modern world.
I don't want to mess with them.
Yeah, they know.
That's how you get eaten.
They will kill you.
Yeah, that's how you get killed.
That's what we talked about.
What are you trying to lure out somebody who has no contact with society?
With the Diet Coke, by the way.
With a Diet Coke, they don't want. They don't want stevia trying to lure them out.
What about
although they will?
What about the tribe that they gave the phones to, and that they're all addicted to porn now?
Oh, that's a real story.
That's a real story.
That's a real story.
Yeah, I love that. Well, that's what the phone is for.
I call that the most predictable thing.
Don't
that I've
underestimate
heard
the
today.
power of porn.
The power of porn. No. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN. Don't you feel like you should stay with their show since you didn't even really work this week?
You seem to have a
I
lot
don't know,
of thoughts.
Dell, you want me to stay with your show?
Do you have a lot of thoughts? You seem to want to get a lot of things out.
I've got
Yeah.
You got a lot of thoughts?
So
No, he's a married man. He doesn't have thoughts.
I don't have thoughts.
Thoughts. Not.
Do you want me to stay around and deliver some of my thoughts?
You want to come in for a segment to deliver some of your thoughts?
Thoughts?
No.
Yeah.
No? Okay, I didn't think so.
He's not delivering any thoughts.
I don't mess with thoughts.
We are going to be at Texas Card House tomorrow and East River 9 on Friday. So we're looking forward to seeing you at both of those locations. Big weekend. Big week starting up at Texas Card House. Come on by. Maybe we'll play a little poker. Let's do it. Right now, though, I'm talking about Doc Linville. Doc Linville's the best. I love what Doc Linville has done for me. Doc Linville has been fantastic in this city, helping I don't know how many people. You got the neo-grafting and you got the PRP, okay? Or he can give you...
I got one for you. Can he help me with these big bags under my eyes?
Yeah, he actually can.
Because the TV, when I have to do TV stuff, the makeup girls are like, "This is going to take a long time." And then when they're done, I'm like, "It's not good enough." What are you doing?
Well, and not only that,
years of not sleeping.
But the
droopy
above
eyelid.
your eyes.
Oh, I get this too.
Yeah, you got the
because
droopy eyelids.
I've got that.
Yeah,
that runs in the family.
Hey, and by the way, he can give you abs too. By the way, he does all that.
I'll believe that when I see it.
Well, if you're somebody that needs improvement, it's what Doc Linville does. Guys, women do this all the time. Okay, why do they get to do all of this enhancement stuff and we don't? Well, Doc Linville will help you out. Doc Linville says, no, we're going to make you look better with your hair, with your abs, with your eyes, all of that. He's doing it every single day for guys. Guys, if you need some improvement, and you do, 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
Welcome into the show. We're back with our regular crew. And by crew, it's a crew of two. Sean is back. It'll be me and Sean till noon, then Paul Gallant, and then the Killer Bees. So we've got NBA basketball to discuss. The games last night were compelling for different reasons. We've got Fromber dealing last night. The Astros win a game 2-1 over the Royals. They even that series. 2 solo home runs are the difference. Isaac Paredes taking advantage of the Crawford boxes. I don't know if StatCast has is that a home run in only Dyken Park? I don't know. I haven't seen that, but he was brought in to do things like that, take advantage of that short porch, and he took advantage of it for a win. The Astros get the win. Fromber's great. That's good news because we talked about it, or at least Joe and I talked about it. The Astros probably at this point have 2.5 starters because Ronel Blanco we're not sure about, even though he's kind of gotten better over his last couple starts and with the injuries and last colors. We just don't know. But one of the guys you feel secure about locked it down last night, and they needed him. They needed that performance because the bats were silent once again. But we'll get to that in a little bit. But let's talk about how the Rockets are killing our content vibes. Another story comes out where the Rockets are once again not interested in a son. This time it's Kevin Durant. There's supposed to be mutual interest. Kevin Durant, according to multiple sources, multiple stories, is interested in possibly becoming a Rocket. But The Athletic, Sam Amico, and Kelly Iko are saying the Rockets are lukewarm on it because of his age. And you think about that, and it makes some sense. If you get beyond what you need to do to make the contracts work for the trade, where Kevin Durant is owed $55+ million, right around $55 million this upcoming year, you're not trading for Kevin Durant without an extension. So are you willing to extend Kevin Durant at $50 million per the next couple of years to take him into his like 38, 39 year? Now he has a game that ages gracefully. It's just he's an older player who misses time because he's older and he gets hurt. We're watching that happen in a different form with the Warriors. They forced themselves because of the window that Steph provides to go trade for an older player. And that older player let it be known that he wasn't going to agree unless you gave him an extension. He was not going to be a rental or even exercise his player option for the next year. Jimmy Butler, hey, you want me? You're going to have to pay me. So I asked some security. And it looked great for the regular season. And, of course, they were able to scrap through against the Rockets. But now with Steph hurt, once again, another older player dealing with an injury, it's on Jimmy Butler's shoulders to carry this Warriors team. And we've now come to a thing where just get us one, Jimmy. Just get us one because of the thought of Steph Curry coming back is enough to make us believe we can win a game 6 and 7, and that would mean beating the Wolves 3 games in a row. And they need to go to Minnesota, and Jimmy has to put on a performance because there's not enough juice with the Warriors to do that. So while the Rockets have more talent than the Warriors, this is a concern when you talk about adding an older player. So right now, according to people who should know, they're not in on Kevin Durant. We heard that they're not in on Devin Booker right now either. So whatever happened in Phoenix this year has turned the Rockets off. It's not like they didn't know Kevin Durant was going to be this age when all the rumors started early in the year. But if we are to believe the reports, and if the Rockets, if they're giving information to certain reporters, they're telling the truth, then you knock the two Suns off, although Devin Booker was really never on the table, at least according to Matt Ishbia, but Kevin Durant was, and now he's not. At least if the Rockets are being truthful. Maybe it's just a negotiation ploy. They're trying to bring the price down, but I would say this. It's going to be difficult to do that unless Kevin Durant says only Houston, because other teams are interested in Kevin Durant. So gauging the market, if you say, nah, we're not really that all in on it, we don't want to give up too much for him, there are other teams who may be willing to give up more. So that's the battle at play there. If you believe it's just a negotiation ploy, maybe they just say, hey, you know what? We're not into older players. It doesn't fit our timeline.
Yeah. They see what's going on with UNC and Bill Belichick and his girlfriend. They're like, you know what? Age gaps. Nothing good. Nothing good with an age gap.
When they asked Kevin Durant how he decided on joining the Rockets, is Jalen Green going to pop in and go, that's the question.
Well,
we're not going to.
Jalen Green will be popping in from Phoenix, but
I still have to figure out how Phoenix is going to take in Jalen Green when they have Devin Booker and Bradley Beal. So I understand.
Don't have Bradley Beal. Just act like they don't.
No, but they have him. And nobody wants him. And Bradley Beal has the ability to tell the Suns, you can't trade me. So while Jalen Green feels like the obvious move out, because everyone, at least in some, not everyone, some people don't want him around because of his most recent performances, where's he going to go? Why would Phoenix take on a high-volume shooting guard when they already have a couple and one they can't get rid of?
I mean, why would they have taken on Bradley Beal?
Because they deluded themselves into thinking a big three of Beal, Durant, and Booker was enough. Maybe they've learned the lesson and they don't want to bring on another one.
Yeah, Matt Ishbia, famous lesson learner.
Well, I appreciate your skepticism. Do you think they want to pay the combo of Bradley Beal and Jalen Green $80-something million a year next year?
Not.
Yeah, probably.
Although
not.
They would be getting off like what, $15 million from Durant to
but it's still you're pretty much paying 3 shooting guards about $130 million. Feels like a bad way to spend your money for a bad basketball team, but it is Matt Ishbia, as you pointed out.
I'm not giving him the benefit of the like.
It's fine.
Here's a logical plan.
I respect it.
They traded away a 2030 first round pick this year to get nobody really.
Yeah, we were.
That's what they did.
Sean and I, because it was during the freeze, so Sean and I were in a hotel room during the national title game watching it, and when that news broke, we just assumed they were putting the pieces together because they're going to be able to deal Bradley Beal someplace because they're going to attach picks and get themselves Jimmy Butler because that was the rumored choice they wanted. It turned out, no.
I think we both literally were like, you just don't make this trade unless you like have the other trade.
Yes, and it turns out they did not have the other trade.
Nope, they just did that.
So they split up what should have been a valuable pick into 3 less valuable picks. And we thought it was just simply, hey, we'll attach a pick here. We'll attach a pick here. That'll make it easier to move Beal. No, didn't happen. And now they're stuck with Beal. And they made the news that they want to trade Durant public. So they have to get rid of him. And they feel like a team without a direction. But don't worry, the Rockets won't be bailing them out. They won't be taking on Kevin Durant if they have their way. I don't know how I feel about the 2 stories that have come out where the Rockets don't want either. As I said, the Booker thing was pie in the sky until Booker's asked out. The Durant thing felt like the easiest way to give your team a real shot of becoming a contender without giving up too much.
Yeah, it felt like the discount option to get to fill the box of this team needs a go-to guy.
Yeah.
And it's like this is Durant felt like the best go-to guy that you could get at a bargain where, you know, a Giannis trade or to a lesser extent a Booker trade would take a lot of stuff where it feels like Durant's like, actually wouldn't take you know, you're not giving up. You're probably not giving up Amin Thompson for Durant. You're probably not giving up Alperen Şengün for Durant. If they don't want Jalen Green, then it's like, all right, we're really in the no one who started or is projected to be a starter next year zone with the Durant trade. And that is obviously something that would be appealing when, again, the options are like, give me all your stuff for Durant.
So the other thing I'm thinking about is Kevin Durant seems like the type that even if it's simply a negotiation ploy to lower the price, if he heard or believed the Rockets weren't that interested, he'd be like, all right, cool. I'm not that interested in you. I'll just go someplace else. He feels like the type, oh, is that how you feel?
Yeah.
I'm good. I'll pick another place.
Oh, man. And then he's going to score like 37 against the Rockets. And
there is a
November.
I know he's the easy money sniper, but the petty money sniper is another thing I'd call him too. Yeah. There's a pettiness to him, which I would be fearful of if the Rockets are actually interested. Yeah. Just hey,
Dallas Maverick,
Kevin Durant. Yeah. That guy would torch and make the Rockets miserable. Even if they won the game, he would just go for 40 and be unstoppable.
It wouldn't be fun.
Yeah, it wouldn't be fun playing. But here we are. The latest news Rockets wise is beyond not getting into the top 4, not getting Cooper Flag. They're not interested in what appears to be a couple Suns who could have helped, and one in particular who is on the market. So we'll see. I guess the goal is Giannis or bust. I was thinking about this. I brought it up yesterday with Joe with the 10th pick and the fact that it isn't as valuable as they had hoped. Is there a move to be made for a veteran like when the Rockets traded for Rudy Gay? Traded the Rudy Gay pick for Shane Battier all those years ago. Who could they grab that they wouldn't mind doling out the number 10 pick and some salary to improve their team? So while we are so insistent on focusing on the bigger trades, if the Rockets are to be taken at their word, maybe it'll be a smaller trade with their treasure trove of picks, particularly this current one that they use to make an adjustment as opposed to this giant change in how their roster is constructed.
Yeah, I mean, and the easier line to connect is look at what's going on in Boston. And
would you like yourself a Derek White?
Drew Holiday, perhaps?
Maybe because he's got 3 years left. Maybe they don't want to get that old, although Derek White's not that young. But Derek White would seem like a good fit anywhere.
Yeah.
So that was the name that popped in. And if you don't know what we're talking about, the Celtics were rumored to have to cut salary because they're going to get too expensive. That they have a new ownership group that people believe isn't willing to spend into the second apron for this particular team.
And now Jason Tatum.
With Jason Tatum, the official word is he didn't just tear his Achilles. He's already had repair surgery because according to, I guess, doctors and what the research the Celtics did, if you do it quickly, it helps the results. So he had his Achilles surgery. We found out the official tear happened, and then if not in the same tweet, then minutes after we found out he had the surgery to repair it. So
the Celtics did it all in one tweet.
Yeah. Okay. There it is.
Yeah.
So we know the Celtics are kind of off the board for a real contender run next year, and if they are already want to cut salary, there might be, maybe we won't call it a fire sale, but some guys available, maybe at a cheaper price than you might have thought. Maybe it only takes a first round pick to pry Derek White out of there because of what the Celtics have coming for them. So, as I said earlier this week, I think it'll be a big time offseason for moves. It just won't be free agency. I think that's dead and gone. Guys are willing to sign deals and then ask out. So I think it'll be like that. I think we'll see a lot of trades
pouring out for free agency.
Yeah, free agency. Sorry, Nets. I know you were planning on signing Julius Randle. I'm not sure who they thought would be
Julius
in 2025.
Randle making himself some money at this.
Yeah, we talked about it. Julius Randle is a guy who's going to probably opt out if this run continues.
Yeah,
with his $30 million player option. But the problem for him particularly is there are not that many teams who got that type of cash to spend. Yeah. The Nets are one of them. So if he wants to go back to New York and play, I'm sure. Do the Nets want to give Julius Randle $45 million for 4 years over the course, at least 45 times 4? I'm not sure they would want to do that. But Julius Randle, maybe he makes himself a guy that the Timberwolves can't do without. So he opts out, and they still pay him a boatload of money to stay. And this all stems from the fact that they wanted to get rid of Cat because of how the constraints were going to affect how they spent money. Now Julius Randle's like, oh, you think $30 million is enough? How about $45 million? How about that?
And I mean, we're not quite to collision course yet, but we're pretty close to a Knicks T-Wolves finals.
We got some scenarios.
It's not insane.
We got some scenarios percolating right now.
Yeah.
We're very close to one of the more underrated rivalries in the NBA. Pacers-Knicks goes back into the 90s, of course, with Reggie Miller. They've had their battles since then as well. And now the Wolves are one game away from eliminating Warriors and maybe facing OKC after their big-time fourth quarter. So we'll get into what actually happened on the court when we come back. We'll do our playoff scapegoat rankings. While these series aren't over, at least all of them, there are some people who are taking some blame. And we will talk about what happened with the Cavs and the Pacers as the Pacers eliminate the Cavs. But because we are this show, we will probably more focus on the report Jared Greenberg had for one Cav and what it might mean for him in the group chat going forward. So we'll get to that. If you want to get in on the show, you can. 713-780-3776. We'll have some sound from Will Anderson. He was on NFL Network, and he has a goal for himself. You know, they asked him a lot of things, and he certainly mentioned Texans culture, and Aaron Wilson had some sound from him saying he wants to be a Texan for life. All the things you want to hear from one of your stars. But he has a personal goal for himself we will hear from as well. And then next Texan we might hear from. Brian Cushing was on a podcast, and it was all the things you might expect Brian Cushing with a mic in front of his face to say. So we can get into that too. We're just getting started here on the show. Me and Sean till noon. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
The number 1 seed in the East is out. The Pacers going to Cleveland. Take game 5. Coming back after Cleveland expended a lot of energy to take a double-digit lead. The Pacers fight back. And then the Pacers took like a 12-point lead, and then you had the ebbs and flow of that fourth quarter, and eventually it winds up with Halliburton and the Pacers beating the Cavs in 5. OKC avoids needing to go to Denver to keep their season alive. They beat the Nuggets in a game where the Nuggets, I felt like, were in control for the most part. Even when they were down, it felt like they were playing at their pace. OKC could never really put a big run together with all the energy in the building to run away. Hell, the Nuggets had a 12-point lead at one point, and then OKC put a run on them to get back in it. And it came down to OKC knocking down threes. Lou Dort made one. Jalen Williams made one. And then Shea made one when they had Jokic in the drop. Shea hadn't shot the ball well from 3, but you're down 3, you're in the drop, you're letting what will be the MVP if I go by all the pundits and when they reveal their votes. I think Shea's going to win that award. He just steps into an open 3, casually does it. That was really the difference. And then the Thunder up 3-2. The young team has found a way to win a couple close games late. We'll see if they can close out the Nuggets in Denver, which will be pretty fun to watch. But back to the Pacers and Cavs. So a lot of questions about the Cavs. You get the 4 All-Stars. Injuries really hamper them throughout. People love their bench, love their role players, and yet not enough. So Donovan Mitchell will be asked questions. He gave it what he had. He obviously banged up, missed 3 big free throws late, did come back down the next possession, knocked down at 3 to make it a 1-possession ball game, but those 3 free throws are probably going to haunt him. One guy who didn't make anything was one Max Strus. He was one of their big offseason additions a couple years ago. He was supposed to be a guy who brought toughness and shooting, and he did all that. Certainly the Cavs have been a good team since he's been in that rotation. But we got a story from Jared Greenberg of TNT about something Max Strus did. And then I'll give you Max Strus's stats from the game, and it'll explain why I said earlier Max Strus is dead in the group chat going forward. Here's the story about what Max Strus tried to do to motivate the team in a text.
A group text message was sent out to every single Cavalier player from Max Strus. Strus said simply, if you don't believe, then don't show up for work. Strus said this morning that he doesn't think this group.
So we got a couple of things to discuss here, Sean. First, let's get to Max Strus's stat line. 26 minutes, and you go, that's kind of low for a starter. Why would Max Strus only play 26 minutes?
Foul trouble?
He did commit 4 fouls in 26 minutes, which is a lot, by the way.
Okay.
But no.
Oh.
No, he could have played the rest more minutes in the game. But 26 minutes compared to the 38 for Mitchell, Garland, who was limping around. Hell, Mitchell had to go to the back for a little bit. Garland played 33. Jared Allen played 30. Evan Mobley played 37. So their starters were getting minutes. Why Max Strus only played 26 minutes? Could it perhaps be the 0 for 9 from the floor, the 0 for 6 from 3, and the goose egg in the score column? Now, Max Strus did rebound the basketball. He had a couple assists. Actually had one of the better plus minuses at -3 for the starters. Evan Mobley -14, but no points after that text. It's a tough look for Max Strus. And we have to think about this. Did Max Strus reveal to Jared Greenberg that he sent that text? Because how does Greenberg know about it? Because if Max Strus was the guy who told Jared Greenberg and then had that conversation about why he did it and whatever, Max Strus is dead. And no one's going to ever listen to Max Strus with the text again, and at least in that group chat. And the question is it a group chat or did he send it individually to multiple players? Because what are we doing?
I think he had group chat.
The Cavs group chat.
Yeah.
You didn't think he copy and pasted it and sent it to multiple players?
No, I think it's more offensive if you send it to like each one specifically. If like Evan Mobley, text from Max. What's going on? if I don't show up, what?
If you don't believe, don't even show up.
Yeah. What are you talking about? And that times 13. Do you text, Ty Jerome that?
Well,
do you text
Kenny Atkinson didn't believe in Ty Jerome.
Yeah.
He didn't get off the bench until they were desperate late in the third into the fourth quarter.
Which one's their Porter Jr.? I think it's Craig Porter Jr. is the Cavs Porter.
Yes,
there's a lot of Porter Juniors.
Yes, Craig Porter Jr.
Yeah.
He didn't get to play, so.
But did he get a text from Max Strus saying, if you don't believe, don't show up?
Did Javonte Green get one? Sam Merrill didn't show up because he was injured / illness, so he couldn't play. He was
illness, doesn't believe.
So Max Strus.
DMP, doesn't believe.
So how many shots did Max Strus have to miss before he started to regret the group chat text? Because, oh, man, maybe I don't believe. How many do you think when he got to 0 for 4? Because Max Strus is a Dion Waiters type where the next shot's always going to go in, no matter if I'm 0 for 9 or 0 for 10, the next shot's going to go in. He's that type of guy.
Yeah, I was thinking 0 for 5.
You think when he got to 0 for 5,
yeah.
Oh, man, that text I sent. That's the question I would ask. Hey, Max, when you were 0 for 7, did you start thinking about the text you sent and the conversation you had with Jared Greenberg that you made public? Did you think about that when you're telling your teammates who had to carry you in that game? Don't show up if you don't believe.
By the way, he 100% is the one who shared it.
With Donovan Mitchell go, hey, guess what Max told me? Is he do you think he ran to Jared Greenberg?
Especially because, and this is why, like, I'm giving the Cavs a little bit of a break just because, and this works against Max Strus, of how injured they all are. Where I think that especially guys that are all like beat up, most of these are Garland and Mobley both missed games this series. Mitchell left a game early. Like, these guys are looking at if I don't believe, dude, I have to wear a specific type of shoe
to even get out there
to play.
I can't even
it doesn't hurt my toe.
I can't even come to a normal stop on the court. I have to like run out things even when the play is over to avoid having an abrupt stop. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
If you
Mitchell's like limping around, like he can't even dunk anymore. And it's just like, what?
I think that is the most insulting thing. We are out here giving up our bodies, and you're gonna send us a text about if you don't believe, don't even show up.
Yeah, it'd be one thing for someone on the Rockets to have done that when they were down 3-1, because it's like, okay, they actually can win this. There's no way. Like, do you think who's the Max Strus of the Boston Celtics?
Luke Cornett. Oh no, it's Sam Hauser, but he was hurt.
Yeah, Porzingis. If Porzingis is texting the group chat, hey, if you don't believe, don't show up. Also, best wishes, Jason. Speedy recovery.
Yeah. Does he exclude Jason from the group chat? Makes a separate group chat for guys who are actually playing, so Jason Tatum doesn't have to see it?
So I think for the rest of this playoffs, which might be 1 or 2 games, I think you leave Jason Tatum in the group chat.
Sure.
Just as a hey,
he's still part of the team.
Yes.
Yeah.
Next season, there's one without Jason Tatum.
You got to.
It's just easier. It's just easier at that point.
Yeah, don't put him through having to read everything.
He's not going to be on road trips for a while.
He's not going to be at the arena very much, or as you mentioned, on road trips. There's no reason to have him on the group chat. The non-Tatum group chat, I think, is a good move. But after this story comes out, and I'm going to assume Max Strus let Jared Greenberg know what he did, I'm trading Max Strus. Get out of here. This is embarrassing. Beat it.
Houston Rocket, Max Strus.
Would you give up the 10th pick for Max Strus?
No, not the 10th pick. Do they have a lower pick?
Their own pick? Don't they have their own pick?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe.
I actually don't think they do.
Maybe not.
They swapped it.
I know this. DeAndre Hunter's starting for the team next year. Max Strus, your starting spot, beat it. For this text alone.
Beat it.
And plus the 0 for 9. The combo means DeAndre Hunter, the midseason acquisition, is now our starting swing guard or swing player. So it wasn't a great shooting night for Donovan Mitchell. He tried what he could, got to the line 21 times. I mentioned the 3 free throws he missed. Darius Garland was bad, but we pushed that aside because of injury. The Cavs are out. 4-1, they are eliminated. It's going to be a interesting offseason for them. Do they just chalk it up to our guys are beat up? We enter that series compromised, and we could not get it done. I think the game 4 loss is the one where that's unexplainable. Look, you're down 2-0. Guys are in and out of the lineup. The shocking results, understood. It felt like you put it together in game 3, and then there's no explanation for what happened in game 4. That'll be the one that can't be explained.
I definitely think that Ty Jerome doesn't get the, hey, guys are hurt card. If I'm running the Cavs, I'm like, so Ty Jerome, how much money are you going to be asking for this offseason?
Yeah, just because you're cooking Duncan Robinson and Tyler Hero doesn't mean we have to give you whatever you think you deserve.
It's a real, like, okay, you did that. You're great in the regular season. You're great against the 10 seed Heat. Then we played a real playoff team,
and we deemed you unplayable in the final game until we were desperate.
Not even a real, like, great defensive playoff team, just a playoff team, a good playoff team, just unplayable.
Yeah.
That's one where I'm not going, well, Garland was hurt.
Yeah, and to be clear, like, he had a great game 1 against Miami, and then the other ones, fine. He scored 6, 13, 18. They
figured him out.
Yeah, he was fine.
They cracked the code.
Yeah. He has 4 single-digit scoring games in this series. A real come down from what he was against Miami. So Ty Jerome's one of those guys who is looking to make a lot of money. He'll still make plenty. He's a valuable member of that team. May not be what he had dreams of coming out of that Heat series. No. A deep playoff run could have got him a big deal. Not sure he's getting a giant one. I'm not sure he's getting the Austin Reeves package when it comes to a salary wise. But Cavs are done, and they are. And we'll talk about it maybe in the second hour when we do our scapegoat rankings. They're in the mode of those Hawks teams, those Raptor teams, but at least those teams lost to LeBron. Tyrese Halliburton's good, but he's no LeBron. And now they have questions to answer. And we talked a little bit about what happened in game 2 last night. Just a really good game overall. Michael Porter Jr., people are getting after. I can't really do it. He's got a shoulder pad on as a basketball player. That guy is compromised. Now, Russ, who we praised last week, that one's looking a little sticky for us. Maybe we got out ahead of ourselves with giving, at least me, because I put him on the list, giving Russ that type of praise. So we'll continue to talk about that. We'll get into the Astros when we come back. They needed that last night for Fromber. They got it. We'll talk about how that game went. As when Fromber keeps the ball down, he's pretty good. He did that last night. So we'll get into that. We've got some stuff from Will Anderson to get to as well. We're here till noon. If you want to call in, 713-780-3776. But first, let's talk about Monument Chevrolet. In fact, I did a new spot for them because it is May, and I talked a lot about what happened in April because that was truck month. Well, they're still giving you great deals at Monument. Just check out what they have to offer at monumentchevrolet.com. What they have going right now is employee pricing on their entire inventory. So not just the Chevy Silverado 1500s like in April. For the month of May until the end. Whatever you want, new or pre-owned, it's that employee pricing. Great savings for you once you head on out there. And if you're active or retired military personnel, they've got a special offer for you with $750 off your purchases. And then also, if you love Sirius XM or OnStar, you want that in your car, 25% off that as well. So take advantage of all the deals that Monument Chevrolet is providing. They want you to be part of the family because they understand that once you're family for life. And they'll treat you like that because they have treated generations of people like that. So whether it be the mom or the dad, the grandparents, the son, the daughter, all families from grandfather or grandma to their grandchildren get their cars from there. So you should be part of that too. You can head on out there, send Pasadena off of 225 and Beltway 8. If you go to monumentchevrolet.com, you can see all the deals they have to offer and all the prices on those cars. And then once you get out on the lot, you're going to realize those prices don't change. There is no upcharging, no hidden fees. They'll get you into the car that you love. Monument Chevrolet is the place you go to when you want a great car. And remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Sean has some breaking news regarding our Houston Texans. But before we do that, more importantly, Max is reverting back to HBO Max. So if you were bothered by the lack of HBO branding when you hit that Max app, don't worry. Coming soon. HBO Max is back, folks. In a change that no one wanted the first time. They're just going back to HBO Max. I don't know what they were on. I guess they thought of too many words. HBO was too much to say for people.
Yeah.
But we're back to HBO Max for everyone who was concerned.
There we go.
Yeah, 2 years. 2 years after the initial change and a color change that was part of it. Hey, look, Max is in blue. Now it's back to HBO Max. A worthless thing to do.
What's funny is that like several people got paid probably at least six figures, if not their salary is seven figures.
Do you think it was
to make this decision?
Do you think it was internal, or did they hire consultants to first change it to Max and then change it back?
God, I hope not consultants, just because that would upset me even more.
But someone got paid for the color change.
Yeah.
To think Max was better because, hey, we don't want to be just HBO Max because that's what everyone's going to think. Think of it as just Max.
When did it's cleaner. When did it change to just Max? Do we know? Do we remember?
According to Variety, it's changing its name after 2 years. The date in
That's
question,
longer than I thought.
I don't know what specifically the date changed, but 2 years later, they're bouncing back to HBO Max.
Because I was gonna say, did this happen like in between seasons of House of the Dragon? Like House of the Dragon will just be on HBO Max, and it just completely skipped the Max era of the streaming service.
I can't speak to their logic or why they do anything, but remember they had that classic black and white logo, and then they're like, you know what? We love some blue. Actually, it was blue, then they went back to black and white to mimic more HBO. But now it'll be HBO Max.
Okay.
Again.
What color?
It looks like it'll be the HBO colors, the ones we remember fondly when we were watching The Wire.
Fondly.
And Real Sex 25. HBO. It's back, folks. I'm glad they made that move. All right, what's the breaking news regarding the Texans, Sean?
Breaking news from the Texans, according to @edilla, who, I don't know, looks like he has a pretty good following with the Jags.
So he can be trusted?
Yes. This is also pretty low stakes breaking news. The Jacksonville Jaguars will host the Houston Texans week 3 of this NFL season. There we have it. So you can safely plan your trips to Jacksonville to watch the Houston Texans take on Travis Hunter and the Liam Cohen-led Jacksonville Jaguars.
And what county will they be in?
Oh, well, take it away, Coach.
Duval.
Do you think anyone simply plans to go watch the Texans in Jacksonville, or do they have another trip connected? Is a Jacksonville Texans game enough to get someone to watch them in Jacksonville and take a trip there if you're from Houston, or do you have other things to do in the state of Florida? And you just say, you know what, let's do it. Let's go watch them play the Jags too.
I'm glad you brought this up.
Okay.
I think a lot of people, it is like, hey, we have family in a place that's near Jacksonville. Yeah, or or my aunt has a beach house in wherever. Let's go. And then while we're there, we can just swing by, go to Trevor Banks Stadium. And
I'm not ever calling it that. Trevor Banks Stadium. He doesn't play well enough for it to get that nickname, no matter what.
But yeah, I think that a lot with especially when NRG gets taken over, and it's always couched as like, it happens everywhere with Philadelphia or Pittsburgh Steelers fans where they go, look, hey, Steelers fans, they travel, and I always think we're overlooking the fact that Pittsburgh Steelers fans just like live in Houston or live everywhere. I think people really especially with Houston, such a transplant city. Like growing up, like I went to junior high in a class of like 20 kids. There was a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. Like there's just these fans. There's Cowboys fans. Like they're just fans everywhere in Houston.
It stems from, I think, if a team was popular in the 70s, it becomes a generational thing where
Raiders,
Raiders, Cowboys, and to a lesser extent the Dolphins because of their run.
But there are just like random Dolphins.
Yeah, you and on one of them, my dad started watching the Dolphins more in the 80s, but they were still a popular team then. So that's how I became one. But yeah, the Steeler fans, that gets passed down just like a lot of fandoms, and kid will just be a Steeler fan.
Yeah. I always think that whenever they go and hey, listen, these, especially when it's like a Rust Belt team, where I'm just like, well, because people moved out of Ohio and Pittsburgh. That's kind of why. Detroit, like they moved out.
Yeah,
that's why they can take over any field, but especially like NRG Stadium, where it's like, again, Houston just takes in so many people from different states that's like, yeah, there's gonna be fans, and Houston didn't have a team for what, 10 years.
So you had to go pick one, particularly if you were born right before the Oilers left and spent a lot of your time growing up when you didn't have a football team to root for. Also, you take into account Orlando's only 2 hours away.
There we go.
So if you're taking the trip
go to Magic Kingdom and then go to Disney World.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Maybe you want to take in Universal, Harry Potter World. There's a lot of things to do. I just don't know how many people think to themselves, I'm just going to go to Jacksonville to watch the Texans and not do anything else. Doesn't seem like a good way to parse out your time if you're taking vacation time.
That's why they build up the schedule release, right?
So you'll know ahead of time.
So all of us can schedule our trips, because you know how much we're dying to watch Houston Texans football. Except don't make it at NRG Stadium. Make me get on a plane to watch it. Maybe one thing I love doing, traveling, domestic travel to AFC South destination cities.
Think about the AFC South destination cities: Jacksonville, Indy, and Nashville. Nashville, I guess, is the most appealing as a city by itself.
Recent riser too.
And I would mention Jacksonville as second because of the possibility of a trip to Orlando. If you got kids, what are you doing in Indy in the middle of November?
Pacers game.
Pretty good team.
Yes, sir.
Pretty good team. Yeah, I saw those shirts. I hate those shirts.
I that's something where I see those shirts and I'm like, you know what? I bet Dell hates these. I can't imagine that
I saw it. If you don't know, it's a warm-up shirt that the Pacers wear.
The little slogan.
Yeah, and it's their slogan for the playoffs, or maybe just overall. Like Cleveland has let them know. Well, let you know that you're going home. But as far as the Pacers, it's yes, sirs. It's Indiana. Get it off if you must. I remember when they used to be built versus bought. That was when they were going against the Heat. That was their thing. Hey, we built this thing. I mean, you didn't draft David West, by the way. So there are some additions, but that was how they did it, because, hey, we're the homegrown, we're tough. Didn't matter when LeBron and Wade were putting 35 and 40 on you in the game at the same time. But either way, that's a decade ago now or so. And now the Pacers are back in the Eastern Conference Finals, where they likely will see the Knicks unless Jaylen Brown can lead a stirring comeback. We were supposed to talk Astros, but things got in the way, like HBO Max and their breaking news, and the Jaguars Texans breaking news coming out. So week 3, division game. As Sean mentioned, Travis Hunter, Trevor Lawrence, and Brian Thomas against that Texans defense, and CJ Stroud. Oh, Christian Kirk's return game as well.
Oh,
we didn't think about that.
Emotions will be high.
I mean, Foley Fatukasi's already played them as a Texan, but with him back in the fold, it's a return game for him too. So there it is.
You can go travel again, like you said, go to the theme parks in Orlando, and I guess then on Sunday have to be there at noon, because I guarantee you this will be a noon game.
Yep.
Then you watch the Christian Kirk tribute video. Not a dry eye in the house. It's going to be tough, because then, after they show the tribute video, now we got a football game to play. It's hard to snap back into
You think Christian Kirk's going to show the same emotion Lucas showed when he went back to Dallas? The only non-dry eyes are going to be the people in that pool. Only people who might have some moisture in their face.
Chlorine in my.
Not even that. It'll just be moisture from being in the pool. No one's crying at all.
Oh, I thought they got splashed in the eye.
now
some punk kid.
As they try to blink out the chlorine, they start to cry. But Christian Kirk goes not even home. He played in Arizona first. All right, we'll go to break with that. I am thrilled that it's scheduled release day, mostly because then we don't have to talk about schedule releases. Actually, we got to talk about it on Thursday. We do got to talk about it tomorrow. And then by Friday.
We'll go game by game.
Nope.
For
that's John's bit where he does Texans 15. Well, now 16-1. He'll do 16-1.
Yeah.
And then he'll struggle to find the loss. That's the bit. Sorry for giving you some spoilers, but that's how it's going to go. The Texans won't go any worse than 15-2. And even the 2, he won't know.
Yeah, him and Haw about like.
It's just, hey, I can't say they're going to be perfect.
Yeah, because he has respect for the 72 Dolphins.
Of course. But if he didn't care for Mercury Moors, he would definitely say they're going 17-0. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to get in about your predictions for the Texans schedule, wait till tomorrow because we'll have the schedule. But if you want to call in about anything else, you can 713-780-3776. We will be back.
But first, I want to talk to you about Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And I actually got a notification from Prize Picks today saying that there are 17 MLB baseball games, or I guess just MLB games. The B stands for baseball. MLB games today and tonight because there's 2 doubleheaders and then every other team is playing 1 game. So this is more than the perfect opportunity for you to get in if you know your baseball stuff, or you just want to keep it local. Keep it with the Astros coming off a walk-off win last night against the Royals. You think they're going to keep that momentum going? You think that Isaac Paredes going to hit another one into the Crawford boxes? You can do that on Prize Picks. You can mix and match with the playoffs tonight. You have the Celtics without Jason Tatum taking on the Knicks, looking to close things out. The Knicks looking to close things out in Boston. And then you have the Golden State Warriors fighting for the lives against the Minnesota Timberwolves in Minnesota. So whatever you want, you can mix and match. You can go more on Anthony Edwards points. You can go less on Jason Tatum, or on definitely Jason Tatum, on Jaylen Brown's points if you think that he's going to be exposed without Jason Tatum there taking all the eyeballs from him. Whatever you want, you can do it on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's $50 instantly after you put in code MAPES. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. Run your game.
Welcome to hour 2 of the show. We'll get to Will Anderson on NFL Network here in a little bit. Just got this quote tweet from Art about Alex Bregman. His replacement, Isaac Paredes, hit a game-winning home run in the bottom of the ninth. So, at least last night, you can feel pretty good now. Bregman's gotten off to a great start in Boston. Just pay attention to Kyle Tucker. He hasn't hit the ball well over the last 15 games, so he has cooled down quite a bit for the Cubs after his blazing start. We don't do the Tucker trade tracker very much anymore, but maybe we will bring it back next week. It's hard to do it when with Wesneski not pitching because
it's incomplete.
Yes, it's incomplete, and it's a little tough to go, oh, yeah, this guy's got an elbow problem. He may not pitch for a while, so it's hard to do the tracker. But just to lay it out there, Tucker cooled down. So maybe we feel better, particularly when Isak hits a home run last night to win the game. Well, Alex Bregman, known for slow starts, he's avoided that in Boston, and he better be thankful of that because they would have turned on him pretty quickly. But that's not an issue for him, at least so far. And apparently it's because the Red Sox fixed him. He was developing bad habits that he couldn't recognize. And things like loading his hands too late or too fast, other things that non-baseball people wouldn't recognize, but if you are a baseball nerd, you would take notice of, like moving his hands as the ball left the pitcher's hand made him a little bit vulnerable. These are all things Bregman was talking about. And he didn't have the sort of bat velocity to make up for it. So he had bad habits, and his bat velocity could not compensate. And apparently the Red Sox have fixed that. Now, Bregman was a guy who always tweaked his swing. We hear about all the time. And it comes from the fact that he was start slow. So we would hear that Bregman did this or Bregman did that to try to get going. Well, according to him, the Red Sox did some things to help him start fast. And of course, that leads to the conversations on Twitter about how the Astros hitting coaches need to be fired, right? Those guys don't know what they're doing. They're the problem. Jeremy Pena would say, hey, going pretty good right now. Maybe they're not. So do I believe that Bregman just simply got to Boston and fixed things? The evidence says, at least early on, that they found some ways to get him going, and it's led to good results. So Snitker and the other guy that I don't know your name, beat it. I don't even know your name, but you got to go.
Centrone?
Is that who it is who needs to get fired?
The hitting coach?
Snitker and Centrone. Everybody goes. We're not good enough here anymore. Centrone always catches it for the hitting.
Yeah, I do wonder, is this like the inverse of the Astros getting any old pitcher and just goes, hey, stop throwing this pitch, throw this pitch more. And then they immediately drop their ERA in half. Is this like the flip side? Is this the bad side of the deal that their hitting coaches are like, hey, listen, just get up there, take some hacks, just stand in there. All right. But on the pitching side, they actually can, like, with a fresh set of eyes, just be like, hey, Yusei Kikuchi, what would make you a lot of money? Just keep throwing this pitch.
Well, Hunter Brown, you want to save what appears to be a career in the brink? Find that two-seamer. Throw that sinker. Do it.
And just boom.
And look at you. There's no easy fix like that for the batters, apparently.
Yeah. Or what if it's just like listen, am I going to sit here and tell Alex Bregman to, like, hey, your hands are late?
You think they don't want to instruct? Hey, this guy's was an MVP candidate. I can't tell him what to do.
We hear it with Altuve, where it's like, hey, listen, you just you're going to kind of have to live with that with Altuve. Like him swinging at a terrible pitch.
Because of what he's done, you just have to let him go.
Yeah. It's like, hey, that's just, you don't want to try to constrain him because then you lose the good stuff.
And like Bregman's got 2 World Series rings and he's been a great player here, so you don't tell him anything. But once he gets to Boston,
or it's just like, hey, he's smart. I'm sure you figured it out.
And then when he gets to Boston, they're like, then win a World Series for us. Hey,
yeah, exactly.
Do this. It'll work.
We spent $40 million on you this year. All right.
Get it. I know you got that opt-out thing, but for this year, We own you.
Yeah.
Do this.
Swing however you want if you opt out.
Yeah. But when you're with us, take our advice. Wow, that'd be funny if the Astro hitting coaches were so afraid of the batters they never told them anything that would help them. Hey, man.
Or if just you're already so good. What am I gonna?
What am I gonna tell you that you don't know?
Meanwhile, they're like, all right, so Jeremy Pena, here's what you.
Well,
Jake Myers, here's
Jeremy Pena.
Let's fix you, Jake.
Are
Myers.
you sure they would talk to Jeremy Pena that way? He is a World Series MVP.
That is true.
Could they get into Jeremy Pena and tell him what he should or shouldn't do? Jeremy, just lift all the weights you want. Then we'll see what happens.
Eventually, you'll start hitting
Yeah,
these ground balls for home runs.
You're stronger. Don't worry about it. Jake Myers definitely has to take instruction.
Yeah, Jake Myers, Chas McCormick. These aren't exactly success stories. Oh, Myers
this year.
Finally
listen to Snitker and Centrone and look what we got.
First baseman, they're just like, do whatever you want. We don't.
Lost causes.
Yeah, we're not talking to the first base.
Look, man, the guy would rather do a bat flip than listen to anything we have to say anyway. So go on.
Whether it's Singleton, Abreu, Walker,
too busy tying his beard.
Yeah,
that chin hair. Look, man, just go up there. Your money's guaranteed. What do you want from us?
Signed a 3-year deal.
Yeah, I mean, he's
he's
Bagwell's guy. Bagwell will work with him. Leave us alone. But for the Red Sox, they apparently, if we are to believe this story, have fixed Alex Bregman and all his problems that pop up occasionally.
Finally. About time someone fixed Alex Bregman.
Yeah, he was broken. It is bothersome that he's gotten off to a good start, though. Jokes aside, I don't want to wish ill will on Bregman, but at least be consistent with your poor starts. Don't go someplace else and become a good early season hitter.
What if he's a bad late season hitter?
If he stinks in the playoffs, cool.
Yeah, what if he's like, hey, listen, I have to have the bad 5 weeks somewhere.
He's the inverse of Jalen Green, where Jalen Green has the great month. At some point somewhere, I have to have a terrible month. And maybe it comes in September and October.
Yeah. He's like, okay, all right, I won't do it. Won't do it in April this time.
Yeah, get you guys all excited.
But it's coming.
Well, what would you rather have? Astro fans who are complaining about my great start, would you rather have me stink early or stink late? What did it feel like when I was... Actually, you look at Bregman's numbers, he wasn't that great in playoffs, depending on the series. No. He's not Kyle Tucker level, but...
Yeah, Kyle Tucker doing the playoffs.
No. Kyle Tucker said, no, I won't.
That's when you know the Kyle Tucker tracker... I've unofficially ceded defeat is when I just start saying do it in the playoffs.
It is the I've lost the argument fallback.
Yeah.
Do it when it matters is what we will say.
I've had that in my back pocket since we started doing the segment. I was like, if in like July this really starts getting rough, do it in the playoffs. Which helps because the Cubs might not even make the playoffs.
And then you can say you weren't even good enough to get the Cubs to the playoffs.
Exactly.
500 million.
You know how it goes.
There's always a way to win these. We're going to give you 400 million, 500 million. Couldn't even get to the playoffs.
Are you ready? Are you ready to have someone who, even after last year, will still criticize James Franklin for not winning the big one despite making the semifinals? Kyle Tucker, are you built for the mental gymnastics?
Am I ready?
I'll do to say that. Still think we won the trade.
Am I ready? I look at that guy in the mirror. I see that James Franklin guy in the mirror. The big one. Whatever. Got beat by Notre Dame in a semifinal. The big one.
Yeah. Arguments in bad faith. I'm a college football fan. I was born in this.
Yeah.
I was raised by this.
Yeah. Moving the goalpost? What do you think you're talking to?
Push those over.
Yeah. Drew Aller. Oh, you won a couple playoff games. Did they win too? They beat SMU. Did they beat someone else?
Yeah, they beat Boise. How could you forget?
2 not real Power 4 schools.
Yeah.
Whatever.
James Franklin got the monkey off his back.
Yeah. Thanks to Kevin Jennings throwing 3 ridiculous interceptions in the first half. Congratulations. And then Boise, that people thought didn't even belong. Now our agenda still stands. He saw a real Power 4 team and blew it. Come on. And see and seen. That's how you get there.
Yeah. Boom. Kyle Tucker, are you ready for this noise?
I just want to point out how ridiculous it is because all last year I was saying Boise and SMU belong because they earned it. But when it comes to James Franklin, trash teams. Whatever.
Please.
Beat Ohio State. Oh, you mean the national champions? Yeah.
Beat him.
Beat him, and then we'll have a conversation. So don't worry. If no matter what Kyle Tucker does the rest of the way, Astros won the trade. You see what Paredes did last night? Win.
Boom. That's, you know what? To me, that's one war right there. That was one win they wouldn't have had.
Exactly. And I did see someone tweet out, whether they're right or wrong, I'm not looking it up, that Paredes's war combined with I forgot who it was, higher than Kyle Tucker's.
Oh, combined.
I think that's what, or maybe individually. I don't remember.
Okay,
Somehow, some way. I think it was individually. It was another one of the guys in the trade. I don't remember who it was.
Yeah.
So I don't want to put a false stat out there.
Yeah.
But I did see that.
Cam Smith.
But either way, Astros so far, at least even right now, I would say.
Haven't lost the trade.
No, and that's all we're looking for.
I haven't resorted to do it in the playoffs.
We want to break even, and even if it trends the Cubs away, if they don't re-sign them, a definite win. If the Dodgers come in and steal Kyle Tucker, it's a win for us. That's what we're looking for. All right, we'll play the one at Will Anderson sound when we come back, and then we'll also do our playoff scapegoat rankings because a number 1 seed gets eliminated, a 2 seed is well on their way to getting eliminated, and our favorite, maybe not our favorite, but the internet's favorite whipping boy or grown man, Russell Westbrook's at it again. Ooh, some of those threes last night. If you watched that game, was it 2 air balls on corner threes? Rough one for us. So after shooting like 40% from 3 in series 1 against the Clippers, he's reverted back, regression to the mean. We're seeing Russ be the guy where we're leaving you open for a reason. Go ahead and take those shots. So we'll get into that in a little bit as well. But first, Will Anderson on NFL Network when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So Will Anderson was on NFL Network yesterday. We're going to get more and more sound from not just the rookies, but established players as we get closer and closer to, OTAs, mini camps. They'll be made available. And I guess it's hard for a defensive end to be the face of the franchise, because if a defensive end's a face of your franchise, how good are you really? But Will Anderson is likely the epitome of what DeMeco Ryans wants as a player. He talks a lot about the culture and what he wants to bring, how he wants to be a leader. But he certainly does have some individual stats. And, of course, if he plays well, that means it's not a guarantee, but it certainly helps the team be better. So he was on the NFL Network, and he was asked about his goal. What's the number for sacks for him? And this was his response.
Are you one of those guys who has a number in your head, a sack total you want to get to? What's that number if you've got one?
It's double digits. It's double digits. It doesn't matter what double digit number is, just double digits, man. And, I've been able just to take it one game at a time and take it one play at a time. And I have to give a huge shout out to Daniil, man. He's been a double digit guy. Sack guy since he's been in the league, and to see his process and to see, he doesn't worry about those things. He's just like, bro, I'm just going out there and playing. I think that's been able to help me and calm me down. And I always tell people we're like fire and ice. When I look at Daniil, my fire just woosah, because he just brings that presence. Like, it's gonna be okay, bro. You're gonna get it. So just lucky to have him and blessed to have him on the team.
He had 11 last year in only 14 games, so he certainly should be a guy we expect to get there. And that draft, of course, it'll be remembered fondly as the one that set the Texans on the right course. It'll be a very expensive draft in the future, but right now, not that much of a concern. It is just a clear hit with Will Anderson. You hope that we get CJ from 2023, and then we're talking about one of the best drafts, and we're only talking about two players of all time. If you just talk about guys who can impact the franchise the way those two have so far. So Will Anderson on NFL Network. And as I said, it's mid-May, but I guess it's always football season, as illustrated by the NFL continuing to give us drips and drabs for the schedule. And then the official schedule release will happen a little bit later today. Sean, through his sources, and by sources I mean simply looking at Twitter, told us that week 3, the Texans face the Jags. We don't know who they will see week 1, if that's a home game or a road game, but
week 2, have no idea.
No idea.
But week 3,
we do know a trip to Jacksonville is in the offing for the Texans, and anyone who wants to make that trip to Florida, more power to you.
According to the Texans aggregator that I saw,
did we do this last year? Or no, that was the morning show who thought they had all 17 games, and it turns out that guy had no real knowledge and nothing was right. So at least we're only out in the limb for one game.
Week 3. I'm gonna be locked in on what week 3 is.
And if we're wrong, so be it.
Then I have to cancel my flight to Jacksonville.
Yeah, did you already get with United and make sure you had a trip planned out?
Exactly.
So
Can't wait.
So you're gonna be off from the show Thursday, Friday, I imagine.
Yeah.
You want a 4-day weekend in Jacksonville.
Yep. Have to go to Universal.
You're gonna drink some butter beer.
Yeah.
With the Harry Potter thing.
Yep. Gonna do the Fast and Furious ride.
Of course. Oh well, of course. What am I saying? I should have mentioned that first. Well, I know who I'm talking to. How did I make that mistake?
Yeah. Do they have? I don't. I'll be honest. I don't know what's all there. I know Harry Potter and Fast and Furious, Transformers, right?
There it is.
All right. That's all I need.
You got stuff. You got stuff to do.
That's all I need. Is it more grown up than Disney World, or is that just me?
Well, Disney World is an entire world where you have the kids part of it, and you also have the adults where they have bars and stuff like that. So I would say Disney World is more grown up than all the other places.
Okay.
Because you can stroll out of that main park and then have a time. They have acres and acres of stuff to do that's just strictly for adults.
Is it like you can just go to, I don't know, like the Star Wars Cantina and just chill?
Yeah, I don't know how that works. I don't know what park that's in, because you can get I don't want to insult them, but I'm just going to call it because I know the name, the Universal Pass for Disney World. You can just go to everything, or you can just pick a park. They're like multiple. So they're separate admissions for different parks unless you buy the all-encompassing one. If you want to do that, if you want to spend thousands of dollars.
They should have like FX World where it's all the it's all the FX originals. You can just hang out with Justify, Sons of Anarchy.
Handmaid's Tale's a Hulu thing, right? Or is that
no, they're in
FX? Yeah,
that's
bring the
park,
Hulu FX as well. Yeah.
Paradise.
Well, Epcot is pretty much a dome. You might as well make that paradise. What about that? I don't remember the name. The Mormon show with Andrew Garfield, where he's investigating a murder. You want to spend time in that world on FX?
Let's do it.
Sure, it's great.
I guess I've just kind of made Westworld.
Sons of Anarchy.
Oh, and also Westworld, where it's just think of a theme. We got a park for it. You can be fully immersed in whatever park we can think of.
I welcome the opportunity not to go, but to watch you there. Just send texts and pictures of you enjoying Under the Banner of Heaven world, where Andrew Garfield has to solve a Mormon murder.
They have like the actors that are playing. They're dressed up, normally as like whatever Cinderella or whatever.
Yeah, what's your character's name?
They're just dressed up as Charlie Hunnam from Sons of Anarchy.
Yeah, who are you? Oh, I'm Jeb Pyre from Under the Banner of Heaven. What? Oh, you know Andrew Garfield's character in that show? That it was good, but not a lot of people watched? I'm that guy. You want to take a picture? Why not?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Sure. You've got that drab pea green suit on? Sure, I'll take a picture with you. Worst worlds ever for a person to visit. That should be a bit. I guess we're doing it right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, the O.J. Simpson trial.
No.
That world.
You want to take a picture of Christopher Darden? Not even Christopher Darden. The guy playing Christopher Darden?
But not the actor playing Christopher Darden.
No, a guy playing Courtney B. Vance who played Christopher Darden. And of course, you're going to watch a guy put a skull cap on because he's got to be bald. Yeah, I'm not visiting that world. Let's get to this before we go.
Yeah, let's get to something else.
Yeah.
Because I'll just keep naming shows.
Yeah, we will never get out of it if I let you keep going, which I don't mind, but it's not just a show for me, although sometimes I wish it was. Okay, let's get to this. Let's get to our playoff scapegoat rankings. Normally, we play the sounder before the segment right before the segment begins, but hey, we had to get to worst worlds you could ever visit first. So let's get to our playoff scapegoats. So the Cavs go down to the Pacers, and it's very difficult for me to put this guy on the list because of how great he was up until Game 4. Donovan Mitchell was a consistent playoff riser, is a term people are using now, until that first half of Game 4 in a game he didn't finish. But he was healthy enough to play in that first half, and his team was down 80-39. Now, that's a all-encompassing failure, but it's scapegoat time. Now, I could put it on Darius Garland, but I don't expect what I expect from Donovan Mitchell from Darius Garland. He is maybe a good 2 on a really good team. Not even sure about that. So when you're the top player on the best team record-wise in the East, at some point, considering the accolades, you got to lead your team past the second round of the playoffs. So this is a reluctant addition to the list, but someone's got to take the heat. And Darius Garland's not a good enough player to take the heat. And so Max Strus was awful, and his tweet was terrible, but he's not a good enough player.
Yeah.
So
Strus is down ballot, though.
Yeah.
Just for the shenanigans.
Yes. But if I had to put a guy from the Cavs on the list, it has to fall on Donovan Mitchell because of his past performances of not getting his team past the second round. He is a guy who would all fall on. He's the franchise cornerstone right now, and the Cavs have a disappointing exit from the 2025 playoffs. And the author of their doom is right on my television right now, Tyrese Halliburton, once called most overrated player in basketball, which simply just meant we don't like this guy, so we're going to vote him most overrated. He's back in his second consecutive Eastern Conference final. So he will avoid that. Maybe if we do our playoff risers thing next week, this week, he might go on it. Number 2, the combo of Michael Porter Jr. and Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook, really good first round, demonstratively bad the last couple games that the Nuggets have lost. The Thunder learned, actually, you know what? They employed the same thing they employed against the Mavs last year, where, hey, Derrick Jones Jr., PJ Washington, go ahead and shoot the ball. Unfortunately for them, those two knocked down shots at a rate they don't ever knock those shots down, and it cost them a series. This one, Russ isn't taking the moment or rising to the occasion. Those threes last night were not even close. I was watching that game on a second screen, and I still almost wanted to close my laptop because of the cringe factor of how bad he was shooting those shots. I felt bad. It wasn't like laughing at him. It was cringe for me. I don't even like to say cringe. It's not a word I like to use, but that's what I felt watching him take those threes. Even before they left his hand, I was like, oh no. And then went like the opposite of Jokic's shot to tie the game. I was like, I can't believe he just made that. The wonder of him making that shot. I felt the exact opposite feeling when Russ was missing those threes by like 4 feet.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't dislike Russ, but
Neither do I.
I felt none of that, or I just thought it was hilarious.
Of course.
Because they're just so, like, he does things on a basketball court. Like, the ball will go places that never goes after his shots. Like,
the bounces are just odd, even when it hits the rim.
Again, like, he just shoots it so much differently than everyone else.
It's difficult for an offensive rebound to judge where the ball is going to go. You're in a spot where you think, oh, I'm playing, okay, shoots it from the wing, okay, maybe this is where this ball is going to go. It never goes where you think it's going to go.
Yeah, we've all seen misses on an NBA court before, but like his misses just always look different.
Yes. And once again, as with Donovan Mitchell, I struggle to put Michael Porter Jr. on the list because he's dealing with the awful shoulder injury. And unless he gets injections, he's not really a viable player.
Yeah.
He's going out there because his team doesn't have a lot of guys. But because of the salary he's making, people don't offer any grace. So why would we?
No, it was pointed out, I think after the game, that he and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander make the exact same amount of money this season. That's pretty tough.
And he was never the player that Shai was. It's just never was going to be the case. It's to another level now where you watch Shai knock down what you might say is the dagger three to make it 106-100. Michael Porter Jr. has missed big threes over the last couple games, and he's just not right. And it's injury related, but someone's going to catch it from a fan base who looks at their salary distribution and goes, this guy's making so much money. He's not living up to it. So if you're out there, people are going to criticize you. So he goes on the list. But another one where I understand. Mm-hmm. I understand why.
With a heavy heart.
Well, maybe not that heavy, but I get it. I get why he's struggling. And then this one is not a heavy heart at all. Maybe the most joyous pick so far, Jaylen Brown. He is one of the highest paid players in basketball. In fact, maybe second highest behind Tatum.
When he signed his deal,
he was the highest paid player in basketball. Just a matter of being an all NBA player and getting a supermax and all that stuff. And with the cap rising, Jaylen Brown at one point was the highest paid player in basketball. He has not lived up to that. And he's another guy who's banged up. He's got a knee problem that's bothered him throughout the year. But that left hand, that handle's very loose again. It actually kind of led to the Jason Tatum injury where he fumbled a basketball. Jason Tatum tried to recover, and then unfortunately for the Celtics and Tatum, his Achilles ruptured, and now he's got to be on the mend for the better part of the next year plus. Jaylen Brown has a chance to get off this list. He's got to lead a somewhat historic comeback. I don't think he's getting off the list. I don't think he's leading that comeback.
Does he have to actually lead the comeback?
No.
I think he has to have a good game.
I think he has to respond with a good game. He doesn't have to lead the comeback. It's very difficult. We know 3-1 is hard unless Doc Rivers is on the other side. But play better. Play well. Because I don't want to go full Lance. Lance this morning was saying, if they don't come back from 3-1, Jaylen Brown has to be blamed. Jaylen Brown's going to get plenty of blame anyway. I don't think a 3-1 comeback needs to happen. I just think you have to play at a level that represents, hey, people were at one point making you the 1B to Tatum's 1A. You're clearly a number 2. Play like a number 2 who has to be elevated.
Play like the finals MVP.
Yeah, you did that less than a year ago. Can you reach that level again to help the Celtics at least extend the series? I don't think they're winning it. It's a tough road. We'll see how emotionally the Celtics are. As you might imagine, they were very down even before the official Jason Tatum news. Do they got anything left in the tank, as the Knicks are very close to the biggest moment in New York basketball history since the late 90s? Knicks and Pacers looks like it's going to be the Eastern Conference Finals. Oh, and number 4, I didn't put it on the list. Playoff Jimmy. If he doesn't respond,
he's on watch.
He's on. I just took $100+ million from you. Watch. Robbery. I just convinced you to pay me $100+ million over the next 2 seasons. Robbery.
He needs to. What was game? I forgot if game 2 or game 3 was the good Jimmy game. He needs to get back to that. Needs to at least get close to that. Because if he throws up another stinker like game 4, he is 100% on this list the next time we do it.
You cannot continue to convince or trick people into thinking, I just play basketball the right way. Everyone saw you in game 4. That is not the right way if it includes passing balls to Gary Payton Jr. and Pods, who is struggling mightily. You got to be the best player on the court, or at least the best warrior. You aren't even the best warrior. Kuminga's taking that over. You got to be the best warrior for them to have a shot. I think as long as he can't switch on to Dante DiVincenzo, we're going to get a lot of what we saw in game 4. Because I'll say it again, the quiet part that someone or some people don't like to acknowledge, I don't think he's got it in him anymore to do that. Once a week, maybe he can provide a game 3 performance, not over the course of a series when they need him most.
That's why he was great as a number 2 when they had Steph.
Yeah, because he could fill in with his 20 points, his free throw grifting, and then maybe explode because he gets the line more for about 30 points while Steph is going for 35 in a win. Being the number 1 option, I talk about all the time how people compare players and they go, well, these players are the same guy, or maybe one's better. Well, this guy's the 3rd option on the team where he doesn't get much attention. The other guy's the number 1 where game plans are built around him. Jimmy's now has the game plan built around him. Can he respond? I'm going to say no, but he's got an opportunity. So we'll see what happens. That's our playoff scapegoat rankings for the day. We got a couple more segments to go before we're done for the day. Sean and I, till noon. If you want to call in, you can. 713-780-3776. Sean, I'm going to give you some audio that I don't want you to listen to. Just want you to play. Now, you're going to be able to see the video because it's a Twitter video. We're going to play it, and I'm just going to have you have this question in your head before you even have to play it. How weird of a hobby is it for a woman to have before you decide not to date her? Or for anyone? It doesn't have to be a woman, but in this case, it's a woman in question. You guys can think about that question. How weird would your potential significant other's hobby have to be for you to stop dating them? And then we'll play the audio when we come back. But first, let's talk about something that's not weird at all. Getting great plumbing, and that's why you go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. No matter what the issue is, they're going to be there for you. So, big job, small job, you just know it's a job you can't handle, and that's why you call them, Aqueduct Plumbing. You go to the website, aqueductplumbingcompany.com, and you can call them at 281-488-6238 to find that number if you don't catch it as I say it. So once you go there, you can take a look at their handy drop-down menu and see all the services they provide, and also look at the great reviews they've been given. And you know that they show you what they're all about, from the repiping and what bad pipes can mean to your home, and also the first-class contractors that they use to get great jobs done for you. So it could be a remodel. It could be a plumbing fixture that needs some work. Maybe it's a big job like new construction, gas piping, reroutes is all there for you at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. So Billy Brown and the people at Aqueduct Plumbing Company are there for you to do a great job no matter what the issue is. I know a water leak or simply bad or dirty water can affect you in ways you don't want to imagine. Be preventative. Have them check it out. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So you never really know what's real or what's not, what's scripted television or what's not. It feels like this is coming from a reality show. Question is, was this a reality show where the writers got involved and wrote something and hired actors to portray it? I don't know, but the clip is out there. It's relatively old, just looking how it's shot. Looks like it's not current HD, but good enough. So Sean's going to play the clip. I've already made my decision about this because I've heard it already. Sean has not. So the question's more for you guys and Sean. Is this a step too far? Is this hobby too weird for you to date someone? Here it is.
I've been funeral tracking for almost 6 years. Funeral tracking is a way of procuring vintage clothes for free by searching the obituaries in the paper, then finding the right moment to approach the family and ask if they would be willing to donate their clothes to me in exchange for clearing them out of their house.
Hi, my name is Lydia, and I recently heard about your mother's passing, and I was here to offer a service to you. And all that I ask for in return are a few key pieces from her wardrobe. I'm so passionate about vintage fashion. I would love to give her pieces a second life. I actually adore.
You want my dead mom's clothes?
That is from a show called Extreme Cheapskates. It's on TLC, as you might have guessed. Sean, if a woman you were dating and you liked, let's say, he's laughing in there, let's say for a month or two. So you've established some groundwork. You know what? I like this woman. You found out, she just dropped this on you, that she was a funeral tracker, and you go, hey, what's that? I don't know what that is.
Yeah, what does that mean?
For a hobby, I check obituaries to see if I can procure vintage clothing in exchange for cleaning out the clothing at someone's home. And I approach people, cold calling them at their homes pretty much, and saying, hey, I can do this for you as long as you give me some of the pieces. Would that be, all right, I'm out? Or you're like, you know what? She's inventive.
I mean, okay, so as a hobby, this is crazy.
It's nuts.
I will say she's on the right track by saying that I provide a service for people who are grieving. If she could position this into a way where this is
a real business,
or a side hustle, or even volunteer work for, Salvation Army, or a secondhand Goodwill, whatever. Then now I can wrap my head around it. Been doing this for like fun? No, absolutely. Like, I don't want to, because you know what happens then. Because this is a hobby that two people can do. It's like, hey, you should come along, and I don't want to have to look that man in the face in that video who says, wait, you want my dead mom's clothes?
Can you replay that guy's reaction? Because I don't know if he's in on it. If he's not, he's a great actor.
I actually adore.
You want my dead mom's clothes?
You see his face, but the voice, the warble in his voice is spectacular if it's not real. Do you want to be the guy standing behind her or the one who rang the doorbell so she can give her spiel? Do you want to be in that relationship?
I want to be in the car. That's the closest I want to be. I'll be in the car with my face turned the other way.
Not even looking as this is going on. I got to say.
Or the actual answer, though, shout to the Hall of Famer, John Granado.
Okay. What does she look like?
There you go.
Well, you've seen what this woman looks like. No, not a chance.
Not her.
Not her. You don't have that in your facilities. You don't have the facilities, big man. If you think you are going to get me to do that.
You're not getting that shot off on this level,
no,
right?
I mean, you're not Florence Pugh.
Yeah.
If Florence Pugh was doing it, Sean would be there. Yeah. She could do much worse.
I'd be like, you get this side of the street, I get the other side of the street.
She didn't have to use the context of I would help clean out your home. She just come up and go, hey, can I have some of your dead mom's clothes? It could be that straightforward and Sean would be there. But for this woman, nah. It is a classic case of, are you worth it? I would say.
How does she know what size these clothes are?
I don't know. Maybe she sews.
Okay. Maybe she makes alterations.
Yeah, maybe she makes alterations.
That's what it has to be. The hobby, though, is hobby alterations. Hobby.
Yeah. Man.
Sewer.
I know
seamstress.
I know TLC has had some things, but this one just struck me as like, how deep into a relationship would you have to be in to learn this fact about someone before you're like, oh, you know what? Sure, I'm bothered by it, but she's a great girl. She's great. I think you make a great point.
Searching obituaries.
It's so morbid. It's ghoulish is what it is. For vintage clothing that you might want to use.
That's the thing. If this was like the Goodwill, like this is the street work team, this is how they how they get the
that
edge,
part of it.
Then it's like, okay, this is at least for something. But this isn't just like, I want to wear clothes that your dead mom wore. She
is an individual looking to find great deals because of death.
I'm gonna sit in there. I guess what she does is she takes all the clothes.
Yeah,
because she has to frame it as cleaning out the closet.
Exactly.
But all you know is she's gonna do is pick out the clothes and go, nah.
Yeah,
no.
Where do the clothes she doesn't want go? Does she just toss them?
That's the thing. That's where it's like, those clothes need to
find their way to Goodwill.
Something.
She can't just
for me to
them.
buy in.
Yeah.
For me to buy. Otherwise, you're a freak that belongs on TLC.
And she wound up on TLC. So as we talk about sports all the time, it's a lot about, are you worth it? Is this player worth it to bring on the headache?
No.
That woman in Sean's eyes, not worth it.
No. Not quite Antonio Brown, but
no.
I don't know.
I would be the one quitting on her mid-game. Sorry, I'm out. Bye-bye. Why are you leaving? You know I'm leaving.
I'm calling an Uber from this guy's house, so I don't have to watch.
You gotta go.
We adore.
You want my dead mom's clothes?
Listen to his voice. Credit to that man. If he's an actor. If he's not, I get why he sounded like that. Do we make that a sign-off sound?
You're one step ahead.
I knew you were going to do it. We might have to replace Jason Tatum until he's back playing.
Yeah, out of respect.
Out of respect for the one-time champion who has a long road back. Okay, we got one more segment to go. I'm with Sean. That's a step too far for any hobby for me. Woof. Good luck to whoever decided that woman was the one for them. Maybe she found her mate and that person is right along with her, driving her, dumping off the clothes she doesn't want to Goodwill or otherwise. So be it. All right. One more segment, as I said. 713-780-3776. If you want in, we'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So we revealed through Sean's Twitter searching who the Texans were going to play in week 3, the Jags in Jacksonville. Well, we have their week 1 opponent. A lot of this you can find at Nerding NFL if you are someone who can't possibly wait for tonight when the full schedule is out. I'm sure the Texans will have some release video, or at least a graphic that they'll put out there from their official account. Right now, week 1 in LA against the Rams. So Stafford and Stroud, Caley versus McVay. At least Caley going back to LA under his mentor. He'll see his mentor in week 1. We'll see the Texans and their new look offense against a team who was maybe one botched offensive line protection away from going to the NFC title game. The Rams were very close to beating the Eagles in Philly. And then week 2, it's home to the Bucs. So 2 of the first 3 games for the Texans are on the road. Their first home game is that week 2 matchup against the Bucs, and special one for you guys if you care about primetime Monday Night Football. That's what it's supposed to be. Texans, Bucs, Monday Night Football. So they'll get a primetime game very early. I don't know how many they'll get right now, but the thought of the Texans being pulled back from those games because of what some people consider disappointment, despite the fact they made the playoffs and won a playoff game, at least early on, the NFL said, no, we'd love to have the Texans on TV. So Stroud versus Stafford, Stroud versus Baker, and then Stroud versus Lawrence.
What a murderer's row to start the year. And I think the Texans probably end up with one less primetime game, or at least standalone. I don't know if the Christmas Day game, like that basically is primetime to me. Like if you're the only game on at that time, like that's a primetime game. That's the NFL. I don't care. I think they have less, and I think they definitely don't have, was it 3 straight weeks? Was it a Sunday night, Thursday night, Monday night? Like that cannot happen again.
Yeah, after being given that schedule last year, let's take a break. And we know how, because they were playing on holidays last year, their schedule was condensed later in the year. As a team who the NFL believed a lot of people wanted to see against other good opponents, they had to suffer that fate. Let's hope they get a more normal schedule this year because they didn't really come through it last year very well. So we'd ask for a little less attention if it's going to lead to weird scheduling quirks for them in 2025. We'll get to Key from LA before we go. He wants to talk about the Texan schedule. What's up, Key? Key, you there?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm here. Oh, just can't wait. CJ return to LA, Rams. Can't wait for the game. Can't wait.
Yes, CJ's yeah. Well, appreciate it. Keys is right. CJ's going home. He's a Southern California native, so we'll hear the stories about family being in attendance. I'm sure that'll be the case. And if he has a lot of people at the game, we'll see the CJ Stroud section just randomly in the crowd, a section of 7 Stroud jerseys. So that'll be part of the broadcast.
Yeah. When he throws his first touchdown, I'm sure that you'll get the cutaway to them. When he throws his 7th and 8th touchdown to break an NFL record, I think that you'll also get the cutaway to his family.
I don't know about that. They may have to be sequestered because the Rams, there won't be enough Rams fans to get angry at them, to be fair. They're not that passionate. But if he's throwing 7 or 8 touchdowns, I don't know if anyone will be conscious because of how excited they'll be if that happens. I'm sure
to me, that's the bar.
7 or 8. You do have a Jake Myers bar. Now the CJ Stroud bar is throw 8 touchdown passes in week 1.
Yeah.
That's more than Nick Caley bar.
That's true.
Your
That's
offense
true.
better score 8 touchdowns in week 1, or you're trash.
Yeah.
We'll see how it plays out. Either way, we're getting leaks. We know the Texans' first 3 games. We'll see how the rest of the schedule plays out. All right, we're done for the day. Paul Gallant is up next. He is followed by the Killer Bees. We're going to be out, and by we, I mean John Lance and I at Texas Card House. That's right up there in Westheimer. It's not that far away from the station, so we'll do that. So if you like cards, maybe join John. I don't know if he's going to play right after 10 o'clock, but I wouldn't put it past him. So we'll be out there having a good time. It's going to be our first time out there, so that'll be fun. So we'll do that tomorrow. Sean, since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
Do you want my dead mom's clothes?
I don't know if I have to provide context for that every time you play it going forward.
I don't think you do.
All right. Maybe we'll hear that tomorrow. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
in the game. Walker faced him again last night as well. This ball hit well to left field. Ball game over. Isaac Paredes starts the party for the Astros.
Isaac Paredes walking them off with a blast into the Crawford boxes. We can see you.
That's how the Astros walked off the Kansas City Royals last night. 2-1. A pitcher's duel. Gotta say, and sorry to all the baseball purists out there, a pitcher's duel in the month of May. Boo! Boo! Boring. It makes me tired. It makes me feel old because I get tired watching it. This is not to dump on America's pastime, the great sport of baseball. It's just a pitcher's duel without stakes sucks. A pitcher's duel with stakes, great. Playoff baseball. But regular season baseball, a pitcher's duel, or 1-1 going into the ninth inning, sorry, the suspense just ain't getting me. It's just not. But the Astros back in the win column, and they're back above 500. After another nice start by Framber Valdez, here's a piping hot Astros take to get you hot and bothered. If you're hoping for World Series number 3 this year, I believe that between Framber Valdez, who won 8 innings last night, Hunter Brown, who might be the best pitcher in the American League right now, and Ronel Blanco, if he can keep this up, that's a pretty damn good 1-2-3 for the Astros in the playoffs. I'm a little skeptical that Ronel Blanco is going to be able to keep it up all year, and I don't know if I'm supposed to expect a Christian Javier return this year, or a Luis Garcia return this year, or Lance McCullers to find the fountain of youth. I don't know what I'm supposed to expect, but it seems Framber is back. He'll have his occasional, buddy, you okay? Outing, probably in a week or so. But it seems he's back on the right track. Brown's been fantastic to open the year. If pitching wins championships, and if defense wins championships, the Astros have a good deal of it. Brendan Rodgers looking pretty good at second base. Not as a batter, but as a second baseman, oh, he's looking good. That said, there's something else that needs to happen for the Astros to get to where we all want them to get to. And guys, I'm sorry. I know the Astros are back above 500, and I know they just beat a playoff team last night, but I am concerned about their bats. Who's that? Is it a superhero? Who could it be?
Think your favorite team has it all figured out? Think again.
I thought what we had was special!
Sure, for now.
Oh, God. Oh, man. Oh, God. Oh, man. Oh, God.
Never fear. A superhero is here to remind you why your team's actually
Up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane.
It's Panic Man!
Yes, it is I, Panic Man! There's too many guys in the lineup who suck! Christian Walker, boo! Jordan Alvarez, I know he's hurt. Boo! Cam Rogers, hey, get picked off again. Boo! Brendan Rodgers, strike out again. Boo! Mauricio Dumont and Chas McCormick, you guys are getting Wally pipped by rookies. Boo! What's the deal with the Astros with runners in scoring position? First inning, runner on second, 1 out, Christian Walker. Yiner Diaz strikes out looking. 6th inning, runner on second, no outs. Isaac Paredes strikeout, Christian Walker strikeout. Yiner Diaz lineup. Cam Smith, boo. How do you get picked off at first? Jake Myers caught stealing in the 4th inning. WTF, bro. And on top of that, Christian Walker missed a strikeout himself. 47 on the year. 30 have come with runners on base. Panic Man, not thrilled with the Astros offense. Away! So there you go. Look, the offense needs to wake up. I get that they got the 2 runs that they needed to, but I'd like a little more. Something interesting I saw about not about Isaac Paredes last night. Something about Christian Walker that you'll find pretty interesting.
Christian Walker actually has, even though it seems like he has 379 strikeouts, Christian Walker actually has as many strikeouts as Shohei Ohtani this year. If you want to spin zone it. If you want me to go Astros Minister of Truth, don't worry, Sean. I'm not asking for you to throw that one in there, too. No, Christian Walker has as many strikeouts as Shohei Ohtani. The problem is 30 of them have been with runners on base. 30. Oh, God. Grown. Not fun. Not cool. I'll say this at least. I really like the Isaac Paredes signing. He's perfect for Dyken Park. The exact kind of walk-off home run you're looking for, right? Where you're like, is this a home run in any other park? I don't know, Jim. It's been a nice signing. I wish that we would be saying the same thing about Christian Walker to this point. Walker's slash line, 213, 287. I thought we'd be getting more walks with him. And a 353 slugging percentage. You want to talk about the hard contact. You can. His wins above replacement is 0. So I guess he hasn't been a net negative. But with Paredes, 265, a 383 OBP, slugging 422, and 805 OPS. Paredes has already been a success. Meanwhile, our guy, Jeremy Pena, friend of the Paul Gallant Show, the young rookie who back in 2022 was the reason the Astros won the World Series, I would argue, most desired Houston athlete amongst the ladies and perhaps folks who are allegedly like myself. Jeremy Pena, have my babies. You know, there's a lot of people out there who like old Jer Bear. Ever since Jeremy Pena has moved to the leadoff spot, which was on April 28th, he has played 14 games now. He is hitting 367. You want to get really, really excited? You want to get a little advanced statistics in there? He's hitting 380 on his batting average on balls in play, which means that he's actually a little unlucky. Slugging is 567, OPS 957, 3 homers, 10 runs batted in. All-star? Probably going to be hard to be an all-star for the American League, but all-star? If we get enough of the psychotic women who still want this man, even though he is happily taken by a soccer player, the women of Houston, Sean Mapes, they could get old Jeremy Pena in the All-Star game in a couple months after me.
I thought you were going to go with the location. I was like, if Paul knows where the All-Star game is right now.
I don't.
I have no idea.
I don't want to know where it is, just being honest here.
I normally learn in a couple months, when probably 2 weeks out. Yeah, no, I think it's possible that Jeremy Pena can get people to stuff the ballot or get women to stuff the ballot box.
Yeah.
And then Jeremy
They
Pena
want some other
can,
stuffing.
Yeah.
Which is other people to stuff the ballot if Jeremy Pena votes.
Yeah. He doesn't just want the women to stuff the ballot box.
Right. He is a taken man, women.
Yeah.
And men of Houston.
But if the women are only voting for Jeremy Pena, that could give him an edge against Bobby Witt Jr., who's in town right now.
Oh, yeah. Listen, if there's a beefcake all-star team, I mean, Jeremy Pena's making it.
Yeah.
From what I've been told.
From
what
I gather.
I've been told. From what I gather. Exactly, Sean. So there you go. Cebu asks on YouTube, what happened to torpedo bats? Yeah, turns out that did not help.
Turns out.
I think Mauricio Dubon's the one who's using it, and I mean, we're barely seeing him these days.
Yeah.
So listen, it's not like they're bad offensively. It's just they have a lot of bats that should be better. And if you just take a look at the lineup, I need more out of Yainer Diaz. Like Jake Myers over that same stretch since April 28th when Jeremy Pena moved to the leadoff spot, he's hitting 400. So, I mean, Myers is at least carrying his weight. It's the other guys, Altuve, it's a lack of Yordan. It's everyone else who's not doing their job. It's
Walker.
Right, Christian Walker. It's Jeremy Pena, it's Jake Myers, and it's Isaac Paredes at home. We need a little more. They're capable of more. When are they going to show up? Their top 3 starters and their bullpen. They're really good. 21-20. AL West, certainly looking a little more imposing than in years past. Mariners have actually been, taking it to the Yankees. That's been noteworthy. So, bats. Is there another version of a torpedo bat?
Oh, okay. What would it be?
How about cruise missile bat?
There we go.
ICBM bat? Intercontinental ballistic missile for those not following. I mean, because a torpedo, that is
like
early
World War-
1900s technology.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like World War One.
Right. I think. I don't know when torpedoes were invented. I'll be honest. My war history, Sean, thank you for looking that up. My war history is a little limited, but okay. Yeah, we're doing torpedo bats. We could definitely do at least rocket bats, which would be followed by missile bats, which would be followed by cruise missile bats, which would be followed by ICBM bats.
1866.
1860. Holy crap. We had torpedoes in 1866.
Yeah. English engineer Robert Whitehead
What?
debuted the first successful torpedo in that year.
My mind is blown. I did not know we had that kind of technology.
Yeah.
Classic the English. That's all they cared about was the Navy.
Yeah, I was going to say all of it. All the links have Navy in the name.
Okay.
Have different versions of the Navy in the.
Well, I would hope that the Navy would be inventing the torpedoes. So there you go, guys. Astros back in the win column. They're back above 500. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 97.5. Up next, baseball did something yesterday that is curious and annoying to me. Maybe not in the eyes of some who were sick of a topic that's actually worse than Mount Rushmore that I had to write a paper about. That's dead. But they should go further. Let's talk about the wrong priorities in sports. Next, it's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. Stay put.
You're listening to The Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Yesterday, Major League Baseball decided to unban two of baseball's most iconic names from the Baseball Hall of Fame. In a historic, sweeping decision, this is baseball's press release, Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred on Tuesday removed Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson, among other deceased players, from Major League Baseball's permanently ineligible list. Actually curious as to who's on that permanently ineligible list. Manfred wrote a letter to an attorney who had petitioned for Rose's removal, saying this, quote, "Obviously, a person no longer with us cannot represent a threat to the integrity of the game," end quote. What? Dead people can't threaten the integrity of the game? Huh. Interesting. Continued Manfred in this letter, quote, "Moreover, it is hard to conceive of a penalty that has more deterrent effect than one that lasts a lifetime with no reprieve," end quote. Wow. Basically saying, yeah, well, they were living, knowing they couldn't get into the Hall of Fame while they're alive. That's the worst punishment of all. Damn, Rob, that's a little dark.
Yeah, it's like, it's only about sending a message to them while they're alive.
Right, Sean?
When they're dead, no use for
Once
it.
they're dead, who cares? They're gone.
Put them in, who cares?
Doesn't matter. So Manfred's decision will allow Pete Rose, Shoeless Joe Jackson, and others to be considered by the Historical Overview Committee, which will develop a ballot of 8 names for the Classic Baseball Era Committee. How many effing committees are there? What is this, Congress? So there's a Historical Overview Committee, the Classic Baseball Era Committee. We'll get back to that in a moment. How many committees are there to vote on when it meets next in December of 2027? Wait, you can't vote now? How about December of 2026? How about December of 2025?
They need all the information for all these dead guys that they're going to be voting
The dead
on.
guys who are already dead, who haven't played?
Yeah, something might change.
There's more red tape than in actual government here. Baseball, come on, man. This is a sport that shouldn't be so behind the times that it takes you 2 years to vote dead people in.
It's like when well, the stories we hear when like Texas legislator, like, oh, they don't meet back again until like next March
because they're in recess or something like
it's
that.
Wait, what?
There's a Baseball Hall of Fame shutdown. Are you kidding me? You have entire off seasons. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, there's going to be a lockout between now and then.
Right. I mean, more dead baseball players that are ineligible, or hang on, more ineligible baseball players could die and then become eligible. You know, because there's some guys who are shadow banned, clearly. So what if they die? I mean, that might make Pete Rose, who's dead, and Shoeless Joe Jackson, also dead, have to wait longer, you know? By the way, Pete Rose sucked. I know that.
Oh, he was the hit king. What are you talking about?
No, not like that. I mean,
the guy.
First off, he could have gotten in while alive, but he was stubborn because he refused to be completely honest about the gambling. Bud Selig had actually offered him a chance to get in. All he had to do was admit he bet on baseball. And then he also had to stop gambling and making casino appearances. He's a degenerate. Couldn't do that.
Yeah, I think it's the second part that really.
I actually agree. This guy was an absolute shill at the end. You know, he wrote a book, My Prison Without Bars, in 2004. He said he had gambled on baseball as the Reds manager, but insisted he only bet on the team to win. In 2015, ESPN reported a notebook seized from Rose showed he wagered on baseball while still a player. But that's not the thing that happens. I mean, in 2017, a woman accused Rose of statutory rape when she was 14 or 15 and he was in his 30s. Rose said he thought she was 16, which was the age of consent in Ohio at the time. Jesus. Anyway, this was right before he was about to be inducted into the Phillies Wall of Fame. Not to be confused with the Phillies Hall of Fame. I don't know. Anyway, so Pete Rose, bit of a scumbag. Joe Jackson, apparently just an idiot by all accounts. I am just recounting the accounts. Joe Jackson was a simpleton. Perhaps that's why his name was Shoeless. Did he forget to come to the park with his shoes one time? I don't know. Baseball writing back in the day, I mean, you question liberal media these days. Baseball back in the day, a lot of dubious stuff. The guy who wrote about Ty Cobb, whatever his name was, I forget off the top of my head, and honestly, I don't even want to give the guy publicity. The guy seemed like a sensationalist, and perhaps some of the tall tales about Ty Cobb, I don't know, killing a guy may have been stretched by said writer.
Yeah, it felt, reading a lot of the old baseball writing, like from the early 20th century, it is like reading mythology.
Yeah.
Like they are just doing mythology in real time because no one can actually watch these guys play. So they can just write whatever about these guys.
Exactly. And an example of this involves, Sean, Shoeless Joe Jackson. So when Shoeless Joe Jackson was implicated under grand jury investigation for the 1919 Black Sox, who threw a then 9-game World Series against the, I think, Cincinnati Redlegs, perhaps Reds at the time, there was a writer by the name of Charlie Owens of the Chicago Daily News who wrote a tribute titled, quote, Say it ain't so, Joe, end quote. The say it ain't so, this is really where say it ain't so became a big deal. The phrase became legendary when another reporter erroneously said this report in his story about Shoeless Joe Jackson leaving court after being indicted by a grand jury. When Jackson left the criminal building in the custody of a sheriff after telling his story to the grand jury, he found several hundred youngsters aged from 6 to 16 waiting for a glimpse of their idol. One child stepped up to the outfielder and grabbing his coat sleeve said, "It ain't true. Is it, Joe?" "Yes, kid, I'm afraid it is," Jackson replied. The boys opened a path for the ball player and stood in silence until he passed out of sight. Well, I'd never have thought it, end quote, sighed the lad. And basically 3 decades later, Jackson said, yeah, that never happened. But this is part of baseball lore. Shoeless Joe Jackson telling a sad child outside of a courtroom that, yes, it is so. When asked, say it ain't so, Joe. So, goes back to early 20th century baseball reporting. All of it BS. Hell, all the statistics might be BS, which brings me to the point. The misplaced priorities of baseball here. Okay, dead guy Pete Rose, in. Dead guy Shoeless Joe Jackson, in. Maybe. I don't know. I don't care. Can we put the alive people in? I don't care that they did steroids. No one cares that they did steroids. No one cares that Roger Clemens did steroids, allegedly. No one cares that Barry Bonds did HGH or steroids or was involved with Balco, allegedly. No one cares that A-Rod, who may have fessed up to it, did all of those things. Those are 3 of the greatest baseball players any of us have ever seen. On top of that, Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa, Manny Ramirez, the list goes on and on. I don't care. I don't care. Because you know what? You put that stuff in your body, there were some consequences. Remember this wrestling fan who was at a wrestling convention and he had this all-time line? It's one of my favorite moments of fan interaction with an athlete. This is awesome.
I just want to thank each and every one of y'all for all you've done to your bodies. It's still real to me, damn it.
So it's still real to me. I don't care that they did the steroids. Can we prioritize the alive people? No one cares that people did steroids in the 90s. People liked baseball back then. No one cares about that. So can we change our priorities for the people that we remember having played and prioritize them over the dead people? I'm not trying to disrespect the dead people. They're dead. Are they going to haunt Rob Manfred in his home? Is Pete Rose going to say, ooh, Rob, you don't let me in, I'm going to haunt you till the rest of time. Every time you take a dump, I'm going to be here, Rob. Ooh. You know? Yeah. No, I don't believe in ghosts, Sean. I don't.
Shoeless Joe Jackson his ghost already possessed a cornfield back in the day.
Field of Dreams, not real.
Yeah, I completely agree. I also think that there is the argument to be had that throwing a World Series is actually worse than doing steroids.
Yeah,
like that is actually
way worse.
That is more out of line with the like competitive integrity of a league when you have a team cheating to lose as opposed to cheating to win.
And listen, you want to go further? Shoeless Joe Jackson played well in those 1919 World Series, so everyone thinks that he might have
been unaware or been putting on a show.
But here's what I think. I think that he didn't honor a signed agreement that he had with the Chicago Mafia. Disgusting. He was told to throw the World Series. He was paid to throw the World Series, and he didn't. So that man has no integrity.
That's why he should be out of the Hall of Fame.
Exactly.
For going back on your word against the Chicago mob.
Morality clause violated. We're being sarcastic here, of course.
Didn't keep a promise to Al Capone.
Yeah. Also, he survived, so credit to him.
Yeah. That's where the theory, I think, kind of falls apart.
I think Al Capone must have been pretty pissed at Shoeless Joe Jackson or whoever the hell was behind it. I forget. Myers, Lenski, or something. I forget. Anyway, misplaced priorities. Also, misplaced priorities. Why the hell is Adam Silver still talking about the NBA All-Star Game? This is what he had to say when asked about potential changes to it. Can we stop with this? No one cares.
I've talked before about the fact we're looking at potentially U.S. against the world type formats. NHL had great success with the four-nation face-off this past season. We're going to be in the midst of the Winter Olympics on NBC, so the programming going into the All-Star Game will be Olympic competition, and our game will be leading back into the Olympics. So I think it's only fitting. And on top of that, we'll be in LA, where of course the 28 Summer Olympics are going to be. So that's maybe more short-term, not so much a rule change, but something we talked about at the GM's meeting, and we want to get right.
Stop, Adam. It's not going to work. This international thing for the All-Star Game is not going to save it like it does for hockey. We are not the best country in the world at hockey. Thus, it is more entertaining to watch the United States play teams like Canada that are better than them. Or if Russia was allowed in, but they're not because of the war thing, that would be fun. You don't have that in the NBA. It would still be Team USA against everybody. The only way you could potentially change it is if you localize it, if you regionalize it. If we're talking about New England versus, which, by the way, no basketball players from there. If we're talking about specific regions of the country, Sean, versus other specific regions of the country, and also specific countries. But there's not enough good players from these other countries to be a threat, Like maybe Spain, that's it, as far as international basketball goes, could field a team that actually would challenge the United States. But unless we're regionalizing it, this is dumb.
Yeah, LA versus Chicago, winner plays the Balkan super team.
That actually would be kind of cool.
There we go.
If we do that, maybe, but it's not going to work internationally. It's just not. No one's going to care as much about it unless it's regionally done. And even then, regionally done, I'm not sure how many people would care about it.
Yes, unless you are actually like, this is Team USA. There's a little bit of like, you have to brand it as like, this is Team USA that we're building.
Yeah.
For the American team. But even still, if we're going against the world, like just put yourself in the shoes of Jokic or let's just say Jokic, because he's the famous I don't try in the All-Star game guy, at least for me. Luka, number 2. There is different for putting on a jersey that actually says Serbia or Slovenia on it than one that just says world.
Yeah.
Like that there is just a difference of you're not representing your country. So why would the world actually compete?
Right. It's dumb. I suppose maybe
just hatred of the US. Just like absolute watching the Court of Gold, the Olympic documentary, basically all the non-USA teams are like, God, we would do anything to beat these guys.
Right. And if you were able to field a team, cool. But it's the NBA All-Star Game. Do you want the best players in? Yeah. It's just not. It's not going to work.
Guys are still going to have a vacation the next day,
exactly.
So they're not going to be trying as hard.
So I don't know. I mean, the Ryder Cup works, right? Where that's USA.
Yeah, pretty. I think it's a successful
versus Europe, but I don't think you can create that. I don't think you can recreate that. I don't think there's enough anti-American feelings amongst American basketball players, people who are playing in American Basketball League, because they're like, oh yeah, this is way better. I get paid a ton of money. I just think they probably all enjoy the United States of America. They probably miss their homes to a degree. It would be pretty cool, I think. I'm jealous of Spanish basketball players. I think that would be sick. I would love to play basketball in Spain.
Yeah, being the guy who's not NBA good, but was, like a all Big Ten guy at Wisconsin, where it's like, oh, my basketball future is to get paid not as much in the NBA, but get paid still a lot to play all over Europe. That's actually not a bad career path.
And a specific example of this, Sergio Yul, who the Rockets had the rights to for like 10 years.
I think he's coming over next year.
You're right. I mean, he was like, I'm just staying in Spain. I like Spain.
It's like that. No thanks.
And I don't blame him. I don't blame him. That's Sean Mapes behind the glass on Paul Gallant, who has been soft in the world of sports. Soft boys next. Stick around and put your nominees in at 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Gallant says on Twitter at Sean A. Mapes behind the glass. In honor of the time that Ime Udoka called LeBron James a soft-ass boy in the midst of a Rockets-Lakers game, we honor those who have been soft in the world of sports by calling them soft boys Wednesdays at 12:30. Make sure you have your nominees close to the chest. You can do it on the text line, 713-780-3776 to call to text. from the 936. Jason Tatum, sir, his Achilles snapped, you son of a bitch. How dare you? That's Eric the Driver. He also nominated Steph Curry, Draymond. Oh, I think he hates the Warriors. LeBron, Derek Carr, Shador Sanders, Tank Dell. Tank Dell, his knee exploded. You're being a jerk. LaMarcus, not LaMarcus. Whenever I see LMJ for Lance McCullers Jr., I think LaMarcus. Lance McCullers Jr., no, I will not elaborate on any. All right, well, listen, if you want to nominate him, like Eric the Driver just did.
I was waiting for it. After Tatum, I was like, oh, man, he's got something for McCullers.
Right.
I know McCullers is catching one.
Virginia Budweed says Tatum is made of glass. What the hell? I was listening to Pardon My Take this morning, and Max, who's a Philly stooge, he is entertaining, was acting like Joel Embiid and Jason Tatum are in the same class. One's a champion. The other has played 3 games in the last 17 years. I'm exaggerating a little bit. Anyway, I'm getting mad. Don't come after my boy Jason Tatum.
Yeah.
And the Celtics, by the way, 9-2 without Jason Tatum this year. Huh. Series over? Series far from
comeback loading.
Am I soft for not betting $100 with a buddy of mine who said, and then he lowered it to $50? I am unwilling to put money on the Celtics coming back from down 3-1, but I do believe it'll happen. Am I soft for not putting money where my mouth is?
I think, yeah, a little soft.
You think I'm a little soft?
Yeah.
We'll leave this up for debate. Perhaps I will put the 50 on the table. But I do think they're going to win this series. I strongly do. I just have to do it at some point tonight. Anyway, who's been soft in the world of sports? Is Yankees broadcaster Dave Sims soft? Now, I'm going to admit, I'm a little biased here. I like Dave Sims. When I was in Seattle, he was very kind to me. He is a New York guy. He used to be the Mariners broadcaster. After John Sterling retired, and I miss John Sterling, who is not soft. John Sterling took a foul ball to the face, which we might need to play the audio of, Sean, at some point if you can find it. But Dave Sims is taking some time off early on in his first year as Yankees broadcaster, and he got called out on WFAN, a New York sports talk radio station, by none other than Boomer Esiason.
Yeah, Mother's Day weekend. Maybe he wanted to see family.
He's from New York.
Oh, he's got some family out there. But he was in Seattle for what, 15 years?
Yeah. All right. So
maybe their kids live out there and they wanted to
sign
see.
a deal to do the Yankees.
I don't know.
I mean, John Sterling didn't miss any games, did he?
He did not miss many games. At the end, he missed a couple.
Well, if he did, because he was sick or something.
Right.
Or because, he was in his 80s and he didn't want to travel to certain games because of COVID.
But
he
I did do, 2,000 straight games, something like that?
He did. But once in a while, you just take a week off?
No, it wasn't a week. It was a weekend.
I'm sorry. I love Dave Sims, but, unless there's something major going on that I don't know about, then I'll gladly retract the criticism.
Otherwise, get your ass in the booth.
Yeah, what are you doing? You just took the Yankee job. It's supposed to be the job of your life.
I'm with Boomer here. Here's the weird thing about the Mariners. So the Mariners, despite being one of the worst baseball teams in the history of baseball, they have a ton of radio broadcasters and TV broadcasters. Like, they all have backups. I've never seen a play-by-play team that has as many backups as they do. And I wonder what they get paid. It used to tick me off because I was always like, hey, shouldn't you be doing every single game? Because there's Rick Riz, who we played audio of, also getting hit by a ball. Maybe we're going to go back to playing announcers getting hit by balls. There's Aaron Goldsmith. There was Dave Sims. And there's others. Like, they got a ton. They have a crew of play-by-play guys for the Seattle Mariners. And I think Dave Sims goes to the Yankees and he thinks, oh, yeah, I could take some time off. No, if you're a baseball broadcaster, whether it's on the radio or on TV, I'm sorry, you should be there for all 162 games. You have a full off season. You have months off. Months. You're like a teacher. You should have to work every single day. I get it. Family, blah, blah, blah. Nope. If you want to be a baseball broadcaster, you're on the road for all 162 games and then the playoffs too. Yeah. No time off. You get an all-star break. The players get an all-star break. If you're built different and you're getting paid to broadcast 162 baseball games, the only exception I will make is if you are also so good that you do national broadcasts for baseball's playoffs or you do NFL broadcasts. or college football broadcasts. That is the only exception that I will make. Otherwise, you're there for all 162, Bubbo. And in the case of Dave Sims, who I do like, yeah, I agree. It's your first year, and it's not even mid-May. You're taking days off? Come on.
Yeah, and this is the guy they are replacing. This is an 84-year-old that you're replacing right here.
Yeah.
And Holmes at the belt. And now the 3-2 swung on. A pop foul back here. Ow! 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 It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far.
Not soft. John kept going.
So once again, it'll be a 3.
He kept on going. Anyway, if you can find the Rick Riz audio at some point, Sean, that would be awesome. Let's keep on going through soft boys. I like Charles Barkley a lot, but Charles Barkley said on Inside the NBA that the NBA is treating the Nuggets unfair because they don't have enough time between games. Charles, come on. You dump on the guy in the regular season for taking days off. It's the playoffs. Like, I get it. It's a day and a half. Playoffs.
Yeah. It's really the Friday night to Sunday afternoon turnaround.
Yes.
That's like the tough one, but yeah, I mean, again, it was a close game. You know, the Sunday game was a close game, came down to the wire. So did the Friday game. Like, this is just a close series. Like,
yeah,
these games are close. Last night's game was close. They're gonna be close games. Jokic is gonna look exhausted the entire time because that's just what he looks like. Sometimes he'll play exhausted like he did last night. But yeah, I mean, that they need the second round needs to be every other night. If you want to talk to me about the finals, you get a travel day. The conference finals, you get at least one travel day early in the series. I'm good with that. We gotta get through the second round.
I agree with you there. Yeah.
You just get these playoffs just can't go on forever.
Right. I like having 2 games a night. This round's perfect for that.
Yeah.
Big game for the Celtics tonight. Get it done. I believe. More soft boys. This guy, not soft. Nottingham Forest owner, Evangelos Marinakis. He went viral for after a game that Nottingham Forest lost to Leicester. Check that. They were level with him at the end of regulation, which means it was a tie. So they drew with Leicester. After the game, since they're now in Champions League qualification jeopardy, Marinakis, the owner, just got in his manager's face, started yelling at him. Normally, you'd see an apology after something like this, right? Nope. Nottingham Forest Football Club put out a statement on social media. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 paragraphs long. In this 7-paragraph statement, the best part, to Evangelos Marinakis, this isn't just a football club. It's family. And he instills that message in all of us. That is why he was so why he was so personally and emotionally invested in the situation that unfolded at the City Ground on Sunday. His reaction was one of deep care, responsibility, and emotional investment in one of our own. So he yells at his kids. That's what he's telling us. But the guy's not soft. He holds Nottingham Forest Football Club, which I had never heard of. I guess they're in the Premier League. And apparently they're in the Champions League running. He holds them to a high standard. Shout out to him. Not soft.
No, I love this.
Respect. Tip of the hat. Haven't we always wanted to see the owner yelling at the coach when the coach is not doing a good job? We all want to yell at the coach.
This is Billy Martin and George Steinbrenner. That's what this is. Just at Nottingham Forest.
Yeah. I like this.
That'd be great if Jim Crane just like went down and just yelled at someone.
Ooh. Yells at Joe Espada.
Yeah. Puts his finger in his chest.
I think now, because of how badly the Jeff Bagwell GM era went, that he is trying to act as hands-off as possible.
Distance, yeah.
Also not soft, Brian Cushing, who was on a podcast, and apparently he has had 20-plus surgeries.
I gave everything I had. Like, I'm lucky to be walking, basically. And that's something no one can ever take away from me.
Yeah, that's dope.
You know, like, dude, 27 surgeries. Like, I mean, like 4 or 5 every year. Some maybe more, some maybe less.
Bananas.
It was just a result of the way I played and practiced. Like, practice was really important to me. Like I would knock myself out at practice.
I saw it, witness.
Because I didn't want some kid to think he was better than me. Some, fullback they were hyping up on the scout team, like, hey, go him up, right? I was never, ever okay with someone getting the better of me.
I love hearing Cushing talk like this because whenever Cushing spoke, it did not reflect the player that we saw on the field, a guy wearing a helmet without his helmet on and bleed all over the place. Cushing was a crazy person on the field. He is one of the best Texans ever. And much like with Roger Clemens, Barry Bonds, Alex Rodriguez, Manny Ramirez, amongst others, what he did on the football field, it's still real to me, damn it. It's still real to me.
He battled overtrained athlete syndrome.
Right. That's tough. Not soft.
Yeah. This is the least surprising thing ever, having watched Brian Cushing. And didn't they was he on the Hard Knocks team?
Yes, he was on Hard Knocks. Virginia Budweed asks, who did he bully on Hard Knocks again?
Alfred Blue,
Alfred
right?
Blue, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
He was just, and it's literally like the end of that clip where he's like, they would bring in some hotshot guy, and my job in practice was to F him up. And that's what he did in that clip.
Brian Cushing is now number one on the list of former Houston athletes that I would like to interview because I did not know that he had that in his bag. I am curious as to what he's doing now. Is he still?
Well, yeah, I was going to say, wasn't he like an assistant strength coach or something?
He was their assistant strength and conditioning coach 2019-2020 per Wikipedia. Okay. So it does not seem like he's working now. I seriously, I would love to have Brian Cushing on, like really, really badly. I might have to hook that up through my Pilates Illuminati sources because apparently his wife is also like I think she's a Pilates instructor. So we'll check that out. But I feel like they're both like hardwired, and I like that. Not soft boy, Brian Cushing. Not.
No, never.
Never has been. I miss Brian Cushing. He was fun. Honestly, I wonder where the 2012 Texans would have gone had Brian Cushing not gotten a torn ACL against the Green Bay Packers in week, was it 6? It was a Sunday night football game. Felt like the wind went out of the sails for the rest of that game. Packers ended up running away with it. But I feel like Brian Cushing would have been a good player to have if you're playing against a team that has Aaron Hernandez and fast tight ends. He was fast enough to be competent in coverage. Anyway, that's Sean Behind the Glass on Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stay there.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Gotta say, baklava slaps. One of the best snacky snacks that there is. There's a bunch of it in the break room right now. And I am tempted to throw it back to commercial break to get more baklava. I got to figure out who brought that in earlier. Holy smokes. Fantastic. Really, really good. When I was working at a Greek restaurant as a summer job while I was in college in St. Petersburg, Florida, called Louis Papa's, I could not control myself around that stuff. So I would tell everybody that I worked with, please, please, please keep the baklava away from me. And it always sucked when you had to, as someone ordered it, because I was the cashier / waiter. So I got tips, but I also got paid hourly, which was awesome. But it always sucked having to get the baklava out because I was so damn tempted. Cannot control myself around sweets. Anyway, guys, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975, 713-780-3776 to call to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Astros got back in the win column last night. We'll see if they're able to win their series against the Kansas City Royals. Rubber game. I believe it starts. Is this actually a night game for a change?
Yeah, I think this is 7 o'clock.
Wow. They're actually having a 7:10 first pitch on a Wednesday. Seems like it's been a while.
Well, they also are playing on a Thursday.
That's also true. You're right.
They go to Dallas.
No day off. 4-game series against the Arlington Rangers. Okay. We might have to go back and find some old tab phone calls. But Colton Gordon on the hill against Michael Lorenzen. So that's the latest on the Stros. The NFL schedule release is also tonight at 7. You're going to be tuned into that?
I mean, it's going to be the lowest rated Astros game of the season.
Right.
How are you supposed to go to head-to-head?
I'm not even going to watch the beginning of the Celtics game. You know, favorite team facing elimination, NFL schedule release.
Yeah. I have to see if all the Texans aggregators are right about the piecemeal schedule that they put a breaking news graphic under.
I can't stop. Like, while, when I go back into the break room to get more baklava, I'm going to be looking at my phone the entire time I walk there and the entire time I walk back, because I want to know when the Texans are playing teams that we already knew they're playing.
Yeah.
I cannot wait for that.
And get some times too.
I get to plan my fall, which is, I don't get to do anything in the fall, but I get to plan it. I get to know for sure that I can't do anything that I want to do in the fall. It's great because I'm that married to the game, that married to football. Here's all I'm hoping for. Can we have a bye week that's not the week before Christmas or whatever the hell it was?
Oh, yeah.
Can we get the bye week a little bit earlier?
That's always my only request is week 9, week 8 bye week, somewhere just in the middle of the season.
Yes.
I don't the week 5, week 6 bye week. That sucks.
I want more Thursday games too. I want to play, honestly, every game on a Thursday. That would be awesome. What? Who says no? You have a week in between each game.
Amazon Prime says no.
What?
They're like,
What?
hey, we saw you on Thursday against the Jets. Not doing that again.
I just want my weekends.
Yeah.
So I have
open
time with my family.
Mm-hmm.
He said in quotation marks.
Yeah. I am interested in just like the number of primetime games. Hopefully they're more spread out than they were last year.
I'm going to guess.
Looking back, I really hated the 3 weeks straight of primetime games. That sucked.
Yes, especially because it went poorly. Remember how that went?
That too. It was what? Thursday night against the Jets,
Mm-hmm.
Sunday night against the Lions.
Oh God, that one's honestly, of all the losses.
Oh yeah, that's the worst one.
That was easily the worst one.
And then they beat the Cowboys on Monday night.
Right, which didn't count,
Dak Prescott. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, and also it took forever for the Texans to win. And I remember getting in arguments with people online after the game who were impressed by it. Like, yeah, they finally pulled away. I was like, what the hell did you watch? No, they didn't.
People said they couldn't score touchdown in the fourth quarter. Guess what they did?
They scored a touchdown in the fourth quarter.
They did exactly
But it was,
that.
I think it was defensively first, and then
Yeah,
it
well,
was on offense.
Yeah, no, I think that I think I could use a little bit of noon is good. Noon on Sunday, or Paul, for your sake. I mean, they are going to get one Thursday. They're going to get one.
Probably against like the Titans or the Jaguars.
Oh, bring back Color Rush.
Yeah,
that's what they need to do. Bring back Color Rush. That was so awesome.
Sean makes by the glass on Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call into Texan. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. On the table to open today's show. 1, are the Astros bats ever going to wake up? 2, why are we prioritizing dead Pete Rose and dead shoeless Joe Jackson getting into the Hall of Fame over guys that we remember actually watching not being in the Hall of Fame? And if you want to talk about the details that we've seen for the release of the Houston Texans schedule, you can. I mean, whatever. I'm glad I no longer work at the flagship. I'll share a story about that a little bit later. Here's a question. What is the most soulless venue in American sports? We're going to get real interactive here because everyone is dumping on this venue for a very important sporting event taking place over the next couple of days. Stick around for that. The Paul Gallant Show. Stay put. Oh, yeah. What time is that for me? What is the most soulless venue in American sports? I ask that because this weekend, Quail Hollow is hosting the PGA Championship, which is one of golf's 4 majors. It used to be held in mid-August, but since 2019, it's been the weekend before Memorial Day. Here is someone dumping on Quail Hollow. Golfer Hunter Mahan said this about the course, quote, "I would say Quail Hollow is like a Kardashian. It's very modern, beautiful, and well kept, but it lacks a soul or character." End quote. Good God, that was violence. Are all the Kardashians like that? By the way, can't get away from them. Was on Instagram swiping through. That woman, Kim, has foisted her way into a Hulu drama where she is actually acting, and it features real actors like Glenn Close and Sarah Paulson and others. It's some I don't know, some stupid show that looks like where it's divorce attorneys. It's like female divorce attorneys who get real vengeance on men. It's going to be perfect for 40-year-old women who have moved on from their husband phase into their wine and cat phase. Which, hey, listen, the guys, we have our phases as well in the midlife crisis, the car phase.
Yeah, not only do you have Kim Kardashian pushing a new show, you also have both Jenners with Timothy Chalamet.
Listen, Timothy Chalamet it's not quite twins, but if that's what Timothy Chalamet's doing,
the Knicks game.
Goodness gracious, that's what Dune 2 will do.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's what you can do when you're Lisan Al Gaib
and Bob Dylan as well.
And Bob Dylan.
Yeah, I'll say this: Timothy Chalamet, the father who stepped up, because Kylie Jenner does have a kid. What? I have a little more respect for him, Timothy. A little more respect. Kendall Jenner, by the way, please ruin my life. Like, do not care. What he just said about you, Hunter Mahan, what he just said about you is wrong. I know you have a lot of soul and a lot of character, and I want to get to know said soul and said character better because you're a strong, powerful, independent woman, and I respect you. I respect you a lot. Like, really, really respect you so much. Respectfully, of course. As one does. Hey, to bring it back, this is what Hunter Mahan said about Quail Hollow. Meanwhile, you got Justin Thomas going further, dumping on this course.
Short irons, and I mean that's a tremendous advantage or threat at any golf course. But I feel like a place like this, where it doesn't necessarily require a lot of thought or strategy off the tee. It's generally pulling out driver, and I need to hit this as far and straight as possible. And he's really, really good at that. So I think that's something, like I said, is an advantage at any golf course. But I think just the shot shape and that is a good combination.
So it has no soul, no character, and apparently is easy. Where is it located? The Quail Hollow neighborhood of Charlotte, North Carolina. Okay. Rough couple of days for Charlotte, getting hosed in the NBA draft lottery, and now the PGA Championship's in their backyard, and everyone says, yeah, this place sucks. So listen, never been there, never will go there. And I doubt that a golf course could possibly be the most soulless, characterless sports venue in the country. What is actually at the top? 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Now, listen, I don't think that they should build a new version of this, but NRG Stadium, sorry.
Soulless?
Half the fans don't show up on time, and the other fans who do show up on time are wearing the other team's uniforms, the other team's colors.
But to me, that's less about the stadium itself. It's more a reflection on the people. Like if they built like the Jerry World 2 here, like Houston fans gonna Houston fan.
The Astrodome which has been abandoned for 20 years, has more soul and more character than NRG Stadium. And it is abandoned and overrun by cats, by rats, and by bats. More character.
That did rhyme, so.
And that's why it's still up, because of the soul and the character.
All the souls of the wild animals that live there.
Exactly. There's the circle of life is taking place inside the Astrodome. You know, it's taking place in NRG Stadium. The circle of we're going to die in the second round of the playoffs after a Saturday playoff game against the Bengals and or some other team that no one cares about, like the Chargers or Browns.
I did see a funny schedule release tweet where it said, confirm the Texans will play Wildcard Sunday at NRG Stadium at 2:30. Does Dyken Park have soul?
I think it does.
I think Minute Maid had a lot more soul. What with the fact that it was called Minute Maid and it had the Towles Hill.
Enron
Field,
Towles
Hill, nothing but soul.
Right. That's all. That's a holdover of Enron Field. Enron Field had no soul. Minute Maid Park, soul. Couple World Series appearances.
Yeah. Dyken Park.
There's heartache from World Series losses in there. There's full hearts from World Series victory in 2022. That was one in there. So yeah, I think Minute Maid Park had a soul. Dyken Park remains to be seen.
Too early to tell. Okay.
Right. This is nothing against the Japanese company Daikin. It's nothing against them. Stop calling it xenophobic. We're not. We're just saying that
it's just
Dyken Park.
New name. We're gonna judge you.
Does not seem to have a soul now. Toyota Center, no soul. It's not the Summit. Not the Summit.
Yeah. I feel like most NBA arenas, like just by the fact that for the most part they all look the same. You go inside, you're just at a basketball. Like there's nothing you can really do with the basketball arena where you're like, oh my God, look at this place.
Fertitta Center. That has soul.
Okay.
You gotta have soul. Ba, ba, ba. It's a Billy Joel song. It's all about soul. It's all about soul.
Speaking of Billy Joel, the Meadowlands, MetLife. Nope.
No soul.
Nope.
No soul.
Anti-soul. Soul crushing.
Very generic.
Yeah.
Madison Square Garden, even I'll admit, has a soul. Everyone loves Madison Square Garden. I hate that it's called the Garden and that it's called the Mecca when there's been no history that's taken place there since the 70s. They haven't won anything.
Big East tournament,
Jalen Brunson might be one of the best players in Knicks history. That is sad. Just saying. Anyway, but yeah, I called them by name today. I'm giving them their flowers. The series is even. Not calling them the Nets or the Mets anymore, which I was doing as a joke. If you couldn't get it, well, that's on you. That's on you. Because I like to be an arrogant sports fan. Soulless sports venues. New Yankee Stadium, yeah. No, it's great. I that's the only Yankee Stadium I've gone to. I went to a Red Sox Yankees game there in 2011. But, oh, man, it just does not feel like there is any history there. Have been to Madison Square Garden for a Big East tournament game. That was fun. Cowboys Stadium. Yeah, that's soulless. Just like with NRG Stadium, the time I went there for a football game, Texans, Cowboys, an NFL game, it was all battle red. No soul.
Wow.
It was demons, at least in the eyes of those in Arlington, you know? What? It's what's the saying? You know, if a demon, a possession, you know? Like they needed to call an exorcist there. There was so much battle red. Like the devil. At Cowboy Stadium. What? I'm not calling Texas fans devils. I'm just saying in Arlington, they probably viewed it as such. Like, who are these
from
from
that point of view,
from a certain point of view.
Yes.
Soulless sports venues. Staples Center, just because F the Lakers.
Well, I think Staples, a little bit of a soul. Crypto.com Arena, no soul.
You don't think so?
No. What's happening in crypto?
Everyone's saying it's the best venue in basketball, though. That's where the Clippers play, right?
No, that's the new name of Staples.
Oh, they changed the name.
Yeah,
I didn't know
Crypto.com.
I thought you were talking about the other
No,
stadium
Intuit Dome? Sure.
Intuit Dome's great.
I'll give it to whatever.
Well, I don't think
one year in, I'll give it to you.
I don't think the Staples Center had any either.
I think back in the day it did. I think like Shaq Kobe era, it did. I think LeBron era, not really. Some of that's just because it was like COVID and stuff, but still. And then it was Staples, or then they changed the name when crypto was really big.
The
Still
Forum,
is really big, I guess.
The Forum had soul. Staples Center, no soul.
Oh, okay.
The Forum was is what opened in 1967.
Yeah, I think that's now. Is that now Intuit Dome or like that land? I thought they blew up the Forum and now it's into a dome.
That
It's
is
in
a good
Inglewood.
question.
I know they're both in Inglewood.
New Celtics Arena, no soul.
Oh, okay.
The old Boston Garden, which was a dump, and it just smelled like chain smoking, that had soul. And ghosts. Ghosts. Ooh. Gillette Stadium, growing up there where the Patriots play, no soul. Foxborough Stadium, where there was poop in the sink, soul. Here's the thing. Dumpy old stadiums tend to have more soul and ghosts than the new ones. Wrigley Field, lots of soul. Fenway Park, soul. Although I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Fenway Park.
I was gonna say that falls into kind of a dump, but also soul.
Right. It's funny. A dump is charming. A dump has soul. So keep those coming in. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 832, someone says Tropicana Field has no soul. It's a big concrete tank. How dare you?
It has no roof.
St. Petersburg strong. Yeah. After Hurricane, whatever the hell. Yeah. It's still standing. It has a lot of soul now. It's got scars and soul. And hopefully the scars get repaired so that they don't have to play in a minor league
hopefully
ballpark.
a baseball team.
That's going to be so weird when the Astros play
in
a minor league ballpark.
George Steinbrenner Field. Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to play 10 games probably in a minor league ballpark this year between the 6 to 7 road games against the Athletics and the 3 games that you have to play against the Rays. Man, that sucks. Does that provide them an advantage?
No.
Cam Smith and for Zach DeCenzo, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe. I think also the team that you're playing has a little bit of an advantage. Although the A's, they're not bad. Not bad.
Calgary Saddledome has soul. Oh, yeah. Have you seen the Calgary Saddledome?
No.
First off, it's been flooded a couple of times. It looks like a saddle. And that's where Calgary has the Canadian version of what we do, the Houston Rodeo. Calgary's rodeo is pretty lit. Calgary's randomly like an oil boomtown and very cowboy. Fun times. Paul Gallant Show, most soulless venue in sports. Keep them coming. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. You want to talk about the Astros struggles on offense? You can. You want to talk about Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson being allowed into the Hall of Fame while Roger Clemens, your guy, our guy, is not? You can. Stay there.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We're talking about the most soulless stadiums in the United States of America. Interesting quote from Alex Bregman that just went viral. And as we are talking about the Astros' struggles at the plate, this is pretty interesting. Red Sox coaches, before they eventually signed Alex Bregman, put together a presentation to explain how and why Bregman needed to fix his swing. Over time, Bregman had developed almost imperceptible bad habits. The timing of Bregman loading his hands was too late and too fast. Moving his hands as the ball left the pitcher's hand left him vulnerable, and never did Bregman possess the sort of bat velocity to make up for it. Said Bregman, quote, "After those successful years, I was like, I want to be better. 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 So I started trying to change things and improve, instead of doing what made me who I am and just refining what I was already doing at the time." There's been a lot of chatter about Astros hitting coaches to open the season. No. Alex Centrone, amongst whoever else is involved. And I do think from time to time, it's a very simplistic way to scapegoat people that aren't the players on your team for a slow start when you expect them to be off to a quicker start. But I think that's an interesting tidbit. I don't think Bregman was intentionally throwing the Astros hitting coaches under the bus there, but shouldn't Astros hitting coaches who have been with Alex Bregman for a while be able to see that he developed bad habits and steer him away from them, especially when you know how obsessed Bregman is with things? And I'm not saying this is the reason why Bregman is gone. I'm not. Bregman left because Boston was willing to offer him a deal that allows for flexibility that also pays him pretty well on an annual basis. And I get why a lot of people say it was smart to walk away from Alex Bregman, but Bregman's numbers, in case you don't know, with the Red Sox to open the season, as I thought they would, by the way, have been really, really good. Paul, baseball, Paul, what, you actually like, ball. All I'm saying is Bregman, who had the second best career numbers at Fenway Park over a season at Fenway Park, or at least to how many games have the Red Sox played to this point? A little more than a quarter of the way through the year. Bregman is on pace for a borderline 40 home run season. He's hitting 304, 10 homers, 32 runs batted in, which is top 10, 949 OPS, which is top 10. Just saying. That ballpark is as favorable for a guy like Bregman as Dyken Park is. And I think that's a very interesting quote from an article written on ESPN about Bregman and Boston. Man. So there you go.
So that's why he didn't get off to a slow start. So they fixed Alex Bregman.
Seems that way. They had a PowerPoint presentation ready for Bregman saying your swing is broken. Imagine that's your pitch to bring him in.
I know. Imagine just like, okay, Alex Bregman, here's a PowerPoint. And then click one.
Yeah.
Here's how we fix you.
Yeah.
Which you do hear about that with baseball free agents, where they do want to like see basically if you have a plan, you know, like a developmental and like coaching plan. So they do. It is an interesting thing, because I think that was what Shohei Ohtani said, was like, I want to see how people, like how other teams would like use me and what their plan for me would be. And that's interesting that the Red Sox, their pitch was, we're going to make you better, which I guess for a guy, you know, he's not on a long-term deal. So if he can put together the season he's on pace for right now, if he does that over the full season, he probably will get that long-term deal that he's looking for.
I think so. Or at least something that's longer than and with a better value than.
Yeah. Yeah. And he would have already banked 40 for this year.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, that is an interesting tidbit.
That is a tough look though for Cintrone.
Yeah.
In general, I'm with you with the blaming baseball, especially baseball coaches for things, either hitting, pitching coaches, managers. Like these guys have very little to do with what's actually like. They can try to put them in the best place to succeed, but after that, the game's kind of the game. This is where I'm like, that feels like something that you should be able to get in like video study, you know?
Yeah.
I wonder how much of it is like you're just used to having Bregman on your team, where it's a fresh set of eyes almost, you know?
Except for on what he's doing himself. Because Bregman has helped out. Remember the Hunter Brown goes to sinker all of a sudden?
Yeah.
Bregman couldn't see what he wasn't doing. Interesting comments here on the Twitch. Coog Blaze says, haven't the hitting coaches been around since 2018? Sure. Is it possible that fresh blood's needed?
Yeah, that's kind of my theory, is that you could use a fresh set of eyes on some of the stuff. Continuity's great, but you know, after a while.
A longevity in the coaching world, I mean, you can try your best, but it's gonna be hard.
Wasn't it Marty Schottenheimer who was like, after like 8 years, it's like you kind of have to leave.
Yeah,
because it just gets stale.
I mean, unless you're the greatest coach ever, once it's 10 years or so, yeah, I think 8's the number. I remember with I think Terry Francona is one of the best managers that we've seen in baseball over the last 20 years or so, because of the way that he's able to connect with players and get the most out of them. With the Red Sox, he was awesome. But in 2011, they had an epic collapse down the stretch of the year. They didn't need to smear him on the way out, but he definitely was part of the problem. And eventually, all these coaches, the message just stops working. Continuity's great and all, but I say that with Mike Tomlin right now with the Steelers too. Hey, it's good to be this consistent, but you do have to wonder if the same approach with the same guy leading it that is not getting the results that have been achieved before by said coach, if it means it's a time for fresh blood. You got to find somebody who's great to actually take that person's shoes. But yeah, I think you could definitely make a strong case that some of the Astros struggles offensively over the last couple of years would merit fresh blood, or at the very least, phone calls. And at least to my knowledge, it's not like they have really done their due diligence on that front. And okay, luxury tax threshold for rosters, not signing guys to massive deals. Fine, I can allow that, but pretty sure that you can do whatever you want with coaches. And I'm pretty sure you can do whatever you want with assistant coaches, neither of whom are paid particularly highly. So you can't do better than what you got right now?
Yeah. You can get an army of guys wearing polo shirts, in college football, where it's the different analysts and stuff that are in the team photo wearing a polo shirt. Like, you can do the same thing in baseball. Pay these guys, whatever, $75,000. And they pay for 3 of them. And that's a minimum salary deal for a MLB player.
Right. So I'm sure the hitting coach salary is a little more, but I mean, what? Oh, Michael Brantley. I mean, what's he doing now?
Yeah.
Guys like that.
Just like hitting consultants.
He was here in the off season. He was at the Astros spring training. So, I mean, come on. What are we doing here as far as just the status quo, the same thing? Is it possible it could add more? That is me speculating, like a lot of people are right now, about that little clip from this article about Alex Bregman on ESPN.com. Virginia Buttonweed says, would they really give him advice before having him under contract? If it's referring to the Red Sox, yes. If it's referring to the Astros, I mean, they should have.
Yeah.
They should have. You got to find a way to sell the guy on something when you're not paying him what he wants. You got to say, listen, we can get you back to the form you used to be. And clearly they didn't do that either.
And it's not crazy, because that's, when you're interviewing GM candidates, like they come in and they say like what their plan to fix your team would be. So like, it's not insane that when you have a player visit that you tell him what the developmental plan for him would be.
Exactly. Yeah. By the way, continued conversation from the last segment. Soulless arenas in sports. We were talking about this. Chase Arena.
Yeah.
Where the Warriors play now.
New Warriors Arena versus the old one.
Bougie.
Yeah.
Bougie Arena. Though it is in San Francisco with all the poop. Oracle Arena, Oakland, stand up.
Yeah.
Someone texted in the Oakland Coliseum. Excuse you, there is at least the soul of a possum that occupies a
press box.
Press box, I believe. There's all sorts of animals in that thing. I hope they never demolish it. I bet there's tons of cats at the Coliseum. Turn it into a cat sanctuary. Why not?
Oh, give it back to the cats.
Give it back to the cats. Astrodome, back to the cats.
Yeah.
That's
what is an infield but a litter box?
It's a good one. Alamo Dome, no soul. Yeah, it feels like a lot of those stadiums that were built 70s, 80s, specifically the donut-shaped stadiums that used to be dual sport complexes, like the Vet, Three River Stadium, where a lot of successful teams might have played, but it didn't look so good. The original Meadowlands. You've got the American Airlines Arena. Is that where the Miami Heat play? Or
American Airlines.
I think that's where the Heat play.
Arenas. I forgot which one's the Heat, which one's the Mavericks.
Right.
One is one, one's the other.
The Mavericks name, I think, has changed, but the American Airlines Arena, I'm pretty sure, is where the Heat play. Yeah, hard to have soul in a Miami sports complex. Pro Player Stadium, zero. That's where the football team plays. Also, the Miami Hurricanes play there. They should go back to the Orange Bowl, which was a dump, because that's where the Miami Dolphins won, and that's where the Miami Hurricanes won.
Frank Irwin Center. Now since deceased, soulless.
Damn.
In its life, soulless.
That's true.
Because that's what you're talking about, where it was a concrete circle that hosted basketball games.
Text in. Sean has soul. Paul doesn't have a soul. Sean is a better Catholic than me, so I don't subscribe. I do subscribe to that. I do subscribe to that.
Am I a better Catholic, or
I think you're a better Catholic than me?
Okay.
I think you had a little more experience in the school realm.
And the scholarly.
Yeah. You were guided on the path to salvation a little bit longer than I was. It was kindergarten through 5th grade. For you, yeah,
pre-K to 12th,
all the way. The Summit had soul, right? Take Texter before Joel Osteen sucked it all out. Hey,
okay. Embrace debate. Does it have soul still?
That's a good question. Been watching Righteous Gemstones, and gotta say,
a lot of soul.
Might be swaying my opinion on that one.
A lot of soul in the Righteous Gemstones.
I think this is a racist text. Superdome, soul, really. But the Superdome, I mean, the Superdome's had scars. Superdome's been through some stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say
I think it has soul.
Of all domes, definitely the Superdome has the most soul.
I was going to say, I think that's the exception to this is a giant concrete circle rule. I think it has soul. I'm giving it to him.
I honestly think when you're walking or driving through New Orleans, the Superdome actually looks awesome on the outside too. It's weird because it's old and the power went out in the middle of a Super Bowl. So clearly dated venue, but
it ties the city together.
It does. It looks pretty cool. There's a little gold to it, I think. I don't know if it was actually painted gold, that would be the sickest. But then New Orleans would be in more debt than they already are. From the 832, the Raiders' new stadium, no soul. I disagree. That thing is awesome.
But,
it has so little soul that it has.
I was going to say, is it just cool or does it have soul?
No, it has soul. You know why? Because it's filled with people that are going straight to hell. Yes.
And the eternal flame for Al Davis.
Yeah, that's right. And it's got so many soulless people in it that it has a different kind of soul in there. You know, that people got some bottle rats with them that are like a little club inside a stadium. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Up next, 10-minute drill. The Cincinnati Bengals cannot stop being the Cincinnati Bengals or the Cincinnati Bungles. Bengals gonna bungle? The latest example of them pissing off a star player. Next, stay put. last season, Bengals pass rusher Trey Hendrickson led the league in sacks. Surprising, right? Because the Bengals defense stunk. He was the best part of their defense. But this offseason, the Bengals decided we're going to give Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, extensions. Trey Hendrickson, last year of your contract, sorry, buddy. Guess we're waiting till this coming offseason. So Trey Hendrickson thought that the Bengals were going to negotiate a new deal with him. Unfortunately for Hendrickson, he received a text from head coach Zach Taylor 30 days before mandatory minicamp, warning that the Bengals would fine him if he did not show up. He didn't like that. He felt like the Bengals hadn't been trying hard enough this offseason to talk with him. He believes it's a sign that nothing will be done before mandatory minicamp begins. Not surprising. The Bengals, notoriously cheap. He showed up at voluntary workouts and spoke for 22 minutes and delivered my favorite line of the young 2025 NFL season thus far.
I'm a Floridian, so there's unprovoked shark attacks and there's provoked shark attacks. And the comments that are being made, right, whatever happened at the combine, whatever happened at the owners' meetings, and the text I got yesterday, this is not something where I'm just twiddling my thumbs thinking, oh, how can I get the next one up? Most of the teammates will agree. I don't spare my opinions. I kind of stay out of the media for that reason because I am an emotional player, and after a loss, it's a lot harder to talk than after a win, especially in the circumstances that we had last season. So I carry it with a tremendous amount of respect, but these things are provoked. I would love to say to sit quiet is a good strategy. It is clearly not. Players have done it all over the league, including Jamar last year.
Interesting point at the end. He's right. But I want to focus on how he began that. As a Floridian, there are provoked shark attacks and there are unprovoked shark attacks. I may have to give up my Florida card because even though I have shark fashed, I said fashed. Oh my God. As someone who has shark fished before, I did not know there was such a thing as a provoked shark attack. I assume that's like swimming on a boogie board when it's kind of dark outside because you look like a seal. Now I know. Florida card revoked, though. I might be a Florida high school, lowest district of high school football in Pinellas County, all district safety, but I did not know that there are provoked and unprovoked shark attacks, and Hendrickson feels that he must deliver a provoked attack to the organization that employs him.
Yes, it looks like provoked shark attacks occur when humans initiate interaction with a shark, such as attempting to feed it, harassing it, or spearfishing.
Okay, so I have actually been provoking shark attacks before because I've been throwing chum in the water and then letting little bait fish get eaten so then I get 5 seconds of joy.
Unprovoked shark attacks happen when sharks attack a person in its natural habitat without prior interaction or provocation by the human.
Wow, Sean, you sound like a Floridian right now.
I know.
Damn.
Gulf Coast.
Unbelievable. Gulf Coast, stand up.
As someone who's visited Galveston 5 times in my life.
Third Coast, son.
Yeah.
For real. They don't talk about it. East Coast, West Coast, man, they all hoes. Third Coast.
Is Tampa's Gulf Coast, right?
Tampa is actually on the bay, but close. It's on a bay that goes in to the Gulf.
Okay.
St. Petersburg, Gulf Coast. Third Coast, stand up.
Okay. Yeah, we're talking about the same sharks. We know what we're talking about.
By the way, I felt we should play the Bengals fight song. The Bengals fight song is great, but the Cincinnati Bengals, very often when it comes to contract negotiations, they are exactly what, to most people, this song sounds like.
That Bengals growling, mean and angry, here he comes the prowling, mean and hungry, and offensive brute, run, pass, or boot, and defensively he's strong. Yeah. Cincinnati Bengals, that's the
There you go. That's the Bengals fight song. I don't think there's another verse to it. Maybe there is. I'm not 100% sure. But this is Bengals bangling because they've done this before. I don't think Trey Hendrickson's going to play because he has seen the only way to get your way in Cincinnati, to get out of town, to get a new contract, to get a new deal, is if you got to pull a Carson Palmer. For those who don't remember, Carson Palmer felt that the Bengals were not modernizing. Mike Brown, still owner of the Bengals, thought that Carson Palmer was stubborn. So because Palmer did not see enough aggressive moves to improve the team and no modernization, because they have like no one on their scouting staff, they only scout Ohio, blah, 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 decided to hold out for the entirety of the 2010 season. The Bengals traded him to the Raiders in the offseason. The Bengals would then draft Andy Dalton, and then the Texans-Bengals rivalry was born.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy how history works.
By the way, I don't want to revoke Trey Hendrickson's. I definitely can't revoke his Florida card. He is from Florida.
Okay.
He's from Orlando, which to my knowledge does not have sharks near it.
No, you're right. You're right.
That's more Gator country.
I don't even know if there's many Gators there. That's Disney World. You know?
Yeah. I pulled up the high school that he's from.
Yeah.
It's in Apopka. I don't know how to pronounce it.
That does sound Floridian, by the way.
Yes, but it's nowhere near a large body of water.
Okay, so yeah, he definitely would be more adept with cartoonish looking gators in the greater Disney and Universal Studios location.
The one that swallowed a clock, perhaps, in Captain Hook or in Peter Pan.
Yeah, got it. Yeah. But by the way,
the thing about alligators is you normally hear them coming with the tick tick.
The funny thing is with the clock for that gator and the music that they would play in the background of Peter Pan sounds a lot like the Bengals fight song. Someone asked on the text line, who's putting their butt to the microphone and farting during that song? Yeah, the tuba sounds very unprofessional in the Bengals fight song.
Yeah, I thought that I might have had something else playing like underneath it because it sounded so out of place.
It's not well crafted. Let's just say
I wouldn't say that. Anyway. Fitting for the Bengals.
It is really fitting for the Bengals, but it's kind of catchy. Hear that Bengal prowling. Mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling. Lean and hungry. An offensive brute. Run, pass, or boot. And when he's hungry, he's tough. Rough. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're going to cheer to victory. Touchdown, Bengals. Move that football down the field for good old Cincinnati. I think I got it.
Yeah, I think you did too. I think
should do that in karaoke.
Definitely should. People would love it. I think in July we should do a
fight song countdown.
Yeah, or just power rankings or something where we play all the because we've played a lot of these fight songs.
Yeah.
I
this
think
is one of my favorites.
We need to like power rank them or something.
Number 1, Miami Dolphins. It's the best. But this one, special place in my heart.
Not Houston Oilers?
The Dolphins one is a better version of the Oilers one. Also, that's Tennessee's now.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
We have Clay Walker. A little different.
Wait, ours, it's finally here. I've been waiting all week.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey. Sean Aves behind the glass on Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5, 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Astros offense is struggling. Is that the fault of their hitting coaches? And up next, we're going to do a new segment. We're going to go back in time. It's called Throwback Wednesday. I know, it sounds crazy. Trust us. A couple of important things happened in sports history on May 14th, back in the day. We'll talk about them. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros back in the win column. Back above 500, but not back to scoring runs. They're top 3 in the rotation. They look really good. I feel like Frommer can be consistent for most of the season. I feel like Hunter Brown can continue to be one of the best pitchers in the American League. I wonder about Ronel Blanco, but those 3 have been looking good. You got a playoff rotation. You just got to get to the playoffs. And definitely some more contributions from some of the guys that you have stepping up in the interim in the starting rotation. Who's the guy? Who are they starting to say? Michael Colton?
Colton Gordon.
Colton Gordon again. Yeah. Sounds like
It's a B movie, like action star name.
Stars, George Clooney. It sounds like that Michael Clayton movie that I've never seen. I have no idea what it's about either. So you're welcome for that semi-dated reference. That's what we do best here. References that we don't quite understand. Now, the runs need to start coming. When will they start coming? I don't know. Jeremy Pena's in well. Isaac Paredes has been really good. But when are more runs coming? We shall see. We're debuting a new segment. And we will do this occasionally when, in the sports calendar, a lot of things have happened on a given day. So this is now called Throwback Wednesday. Yes. Throwback Wednesday. Really, I just wanted an excuse to play this clip. So there's been a lot of talk this week about the NBA draft lottery being rigged. So let's go back in time, years ago, to when David Stern was still alive, to this interview that he did with the Jungle, Clones, Jim Rome, who asked him a pointed question. In response, David Stern asked a more pointed question.
Was the fix in for the lottery?
I have 2 answers for that. I'll give you the easy one. No, and a statement. Shame on you for asking.
I understand why you would say that to me, and I wanted to preface it by saying it respectfully. I think it's my job to ask because I think people wonder.
No, it's ridiculous, but that's okay.
I know that you think it's ridiculous, but I don't think the question is ridiculous because I know people think that. I'm not saying that I do, but I think it's my job to ask you that.
Have you stopped beating your wife yet?
Yeah, I don't know if that's fair.
Damn. The old, have you stopped beating your wife conundrum.
He was a lawyer. He was a lawyer back in the day.
That staying is something else. Per artificial intelligence, it's a famous example of a loaded question, a type of rhetorical fallacy designed to trap the respondent by forcing them to answer in a way that confirms a false or unproven premise. Here's the thing, though. It looks really rigged. I said this yesterday. The NBA should have rigged the draft to look less rigged. But after Luka Doncic is traded to the Los Angeles Lakers, who are starting to suck, to get ratings back, you could see that, right? How that trade was forced by the NBA, and then to reward them, a team that was in the play-in tournament and almost played their way out of the lottery and won a coin flip against the Philadelphia 76ers with a 1.8% chance to win the NBA draft lottery. They win the draft lottery, and they get one of the best prospects that we've seen in years. We're supposed to think it's not rigged. You're going to be very, very, very in a bind when it comes to proving this as being false. You are the conspiracy theory that this is rigged. So how do you do it? You got to find a way to do it. You can't.
Yeah, I was going to say the way to do it is to rig the lottery.
So it's not. So it looks like it's not rigged.
Yes, but then you have to rig the lottery.
Right. But if you rig it so it looks unrigged, people won't think it's rigged.
Well, the thing is, I remember back in the day, there would always be like the column for lottery day where someone would, like the day before, say like, here's what people will say if this team wins the lottery, like how people can work backwards and just say it's rigged for every team that wins the lottery. And like, because if a small market team wins it, it's, well, got to put a star in a small market, gotta get people interested in Utah Jazz basketball. But if you put them in a big market, it's, look at this, see, helping out the big market again. Like, there really is no way for it to not appear to be rigged.
I think giving the number 1 overall pick to a team that hasn't won the number 1 overall pick before or hasn't
like
won
the Dallas Mavericks
in a while. Yeah, that's true, I guess. Crap. That logical fallacy in my argument right there. I think, though.
Have you stopped being your cat yet?
There should be extenuating. There should be extenuating circumstances. I think that maybe you add into different percentages in the draft lottery. Like maybe how long has it been since your last finals appearance or conference finals appearance?
Yeah.
In addition to it,
if you're the defending Western Conference champion,
or how long has it been since your last number 1 overall pick in the case of the Cleveland Cavaliers? Who, I mean, what the hell were they doing?
I would 100% be okay with doing the lottery, and if a team's won the last like 2 or what were they 3 of the last 4, so if they won 2 out of the last 3, it's just like, hey, listen, like you can't get drawn for number 1. If it's number 1, we just throw you back in.
Or there's a percentage that's penalized, so the teams that you're competing against have a better chance than you.
Yeah,
which would involve a little rigging, but I think there's ways to add extra elements to the draft lottery. The Wizards deserve a number 1 overall pick. They deserve it. They have been miserable for years, and that's actually a basketball-loving area of the country. So I think that's one that definitely could be a little bit better. Also, Throwback Wednesday, a couple other ones. Did you know that today, May 14th, 1981, the Boston Celtics beat the Houston Rockets in the finals the first time?
The finals used to be on May 14th?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I also did not know that the Celtics beat the Rockets in the finals twice. Again, Celtics fan, I forgot all the championships. So I can understand why now people don't like it when I wear Celtics stuff in studio like I am today.
Wait, it was 86?
81 and 86.
Oh yeah. I also.
It was a rivalry.
I knew that and then just forgot that the Rockets made it.
Rockets as big rivals to the Boston Celtics in the 80s as the Lakers.
Yeah, played almost as many times in the finals in the 80s.
Really?
Asterisks in the 80s.
Yeah. Also, this is May 14th, 1996. O.J. Simpson did his first interview after being acquitted of murder. It was a 15-minute interview on a British television station hosted by a husband and wife, Richard Madeley and Judy Finnegan. On his first major publicity swing since his October acquittal, Simpson traveled to Manchester in a private jet for his British television debut.
Didn't have to say private jet.
Guess how much the private jet cost? 25 grand.
Oh, okay.
Guess how much he was paid for the interview?
20 grand.
$1.50.
What?
They gave him a token £1.
Why?
Because everyone thought he was a murderer.
But why pay him?
That's a great question. He was paid a token £1, who paid $25,000 in transportation, accommodation, and security costs.
Okay.
Might have been mostly security.
So he got paid in the flight, probably.
15 minutes of interview instead of 10 minutes because actress Bo Derek, who was scheduled to follow him, refused to be on the same program. Can you guess a singer who appeared on the second half of the show who clearly did not care as much about this?
Nikki Sixx.
When it began. Neil Diamond.
Oh. That's a funny one also to be like, yeah, sure, whatever.
Said Simpson in this interview, quote, "A whole lot of people are going to be sued when I'm finished with this."
Including himself.
Yes.
Including himself.
And also May 14th, this very same day, Magic Johnson retired from the NBA a second time after playing 32 games, 4 playoff games for the Lakers after a 4-year retirement. So there you go. Throwback Wednesday. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stick around. Most interactive sports talk show in town. Astros wrap up a 3-game series against the Kansas City Royals tonight. Oh, a Wednesday night game. But there's some competition tonight. You got some NBA playoff games. My beloved Boston Celtics trying to come back from down 3-1 against, fine, I'll call them by their real name, the New York Knicks. You've also got the Golden State Warriors looking to stave off elimination against the Minnesota Timberwolves. The latest on that one, I think all of us want the Warriors to go home, right? I have personal reasons for it that perhaps I will get into. Say the Warriors actually go down, but I do respect the Warriors team. Their fans, another story entirely. Steph Curry could be back for a theoretical game 6.
Yeah, and that's where, for me, the series has kind of been like, let's just sim to end if Curry isn't going to be here. Like, I don't the watching the Warriors without Curry, like this team stinks.
They are really bad.
They have nothing. Like, it is Buddy Hield gonna look like Klay Thompson tonight? Is
Right.
like do we have a chance?
Something that perhaps we will look back on years from now and wonder, maybe the Rockets shouldn't have thrown as many bodies at Steph Curry and tried to give a little bit of respect to Brandon Podziemski, who is garbage when he's not being.
Oh yeah, he's
covered in
garbage this series.
Right, this series, that's what I mean. Like, when he's covered, he's garbage. When he's not covered, like a lot of NBA players, he's actually pretty good. So to lose a series where Brandon Podziemski took advantage of you a lot, that stings.
He's shooting like 25%.
It's historically bad. I think that it's the worst that anyone's shot in a series since 2014 or 16. Some random guy in the Atlanta Hawks that I've never heard of before. So just to show you, that guy had a couple of good games. And yeah, you're home. You're off fishing. Tonight, there's also something else that a lot of people, I think, will be watching. But it has weirdly already been leaked to various degrees. The Houston Texans, among 32 NFL teams, will figure out their schedule. But here's what's really annoying about the schedule release this year. The NFL has gotten super cocky and super greedy. They have already essentially invaded Christmas Day, like Vladimir Putin. They've just taken Christmas Day away from the NBA. I even heard Adam Silver being asked about it. We've been playing on Christmas Day for 60 years. And 3 years takes the NFL to just completely overtake it.
No one cares. The Baltimore Ravens are going to beat the ever-living crap out of the Texans.
Right, exactly. Or the Kansas City Chiefs will play again.
Yeah.
One of the details today, as far as schedule release, that we have figured out is that the Cowboys will host the Chiefs. That's going to be a ratings bonanza.
Yeah.
You got Taylor Swift. Is she going to do halftime for Travis Kelce, her boyfriend, who plays for the Kansas City Chiefs?
Got to make it 5 more months.
Would be pretty cool. We still have yet to see Taylor Swift perform in an NFL event crossover that the NFL is looking for. But it's been annoying the way that the NFL has done this, because they used to just announce the entire schedule on one day. During the NFL draft, they announced that they will announce the schedule.
That was annoying.
And it was like, hey, guys, we know you will announce the schedule. You don't need to announce that you're going to announce the schedule. Every single year it takes place in May.
Yeah. And they did it. Didn't they do it like after the 10th pick? Like, it was early in the draft.
Right.
Before you get like, here's an octopus announcing the draft, or like, here's people from Brazil announcing that. It was like, we're interrupting the draft to have these people like get excited because in 1 month we're gonna announce the draft. It's like, okay, guys.
And it gives me PTSD. We'll get to that in a moment, but they announced that they would release the schedule. They've done a good job of finding ways to occupy the sports calendar in just about every single month. September through February, you have games. February, late February, after the season's done, NFL Combine. March, free agency. April, NFL draft and a couple of offseason activities. May, rookie minicamp. Sometimes you have OTAs, which are voluntary. And, of course, you have the schedule release. June, minicamp, 3 practices. July, the start of training camp. August, training camp of the preseason. Like, they do a good job, but they've gotten greedy with May because now instead of just announcing the schedule release on one day, this is what they have done. So Monday was the NBC and Fox announcement day, as was the Prime Video day. Tuesday was the ESPN announcement day. And Wednesday, today, was CBS and Netflix day. They announced their international games Tuesday on the NFL Network, and they're going to release the entirety of the schedule with a television program tonight at 7 o'clock Central Time. Here is where I tell you about my PTSD. And I have joked about this before because it did not actually happen, but your brain gets scrambled over time. And I do like to think that when I was doing the night show over at the Texans flagship station, a piece of paper that the NFL would send to all of the teams across the league, and the teams across the league would send to their flagship radio stations, would be printed out, and this piece of paper was treated with a ridiculous amount of respect and secrecy. You would have thought they were classified documents that needed to be protected by bodyguards. You would have thought that whatever Mossad agents on the floor above us, because the Israeli embassy is in that building, would have potentially been walking me from my boss's office to the studio with said schedule. First off, making sure no one gets to me. Second off, making sure that I wouldn't get sneaky, be a sneaky little goose, and post the actual schedule so that I could get a few extra retweets and likes. And they made it seem to me like this was the only radio show that I did that would ever matter. They cared so little about me and my amazing talent at night. They cared so little. But this night, this was my Super Bowl where I got to announce a schedule. I got to read off a list, and I got to be the first person to read off the list. And listen, I love my job. I love what I get to do, but pretending like this was a big deal and getting excited about it, feigning excitement about it, couldn't do it because I'm honest. You'll see some people today talking about how I'm excited about the NFL schedule release. They're people in my industry. They're full of it. They think it's stupid, as do I. And having to treat it like I was about to release something that would lead to the impeachment of the president of the United States was a bridge too far. And they wanted me to spend the whole show talking about the schedule too. The whole show. No variance. Like I would be bored 3 minutes into announcing it, which would literally be as soon as I got to the end of it. The only reason I cared about the NFL schedule was which weekends can I see my family during football season? That was it. Can I go home for Thanksgiving this year? Can I go home for Christmas? By the way, we're done. Last year was the last straw. The Texans not showing up on Christmas Day. I will never cover another holiday football game. I say that now. Who knows if that changes? Watch the Texans play like the Chiefs on Thanksgiving, not on Thanksgiving, on Christmas Day. I'm like, crap. Now I'm going to feel obligated to cover it. But I hate this day. I hate that the NFL puts a lot of importance into it. And now that the NFL is turning it into a week-long event, it's just pissing me off. And I'm a NFL first guy. I care about the NFL more than I care about any league. The schedule release is so overblown. They should do it earlier so I can get my advanced flight tickets to go on a vacation in the middle of football season or to, I don't know, see my family. And they do it into this big event. And I just get trauma thinking about how me announcing the schedule on the Texans flagship was supposedly a big deal. And they were like, we're really trusting you with this. We're really trusting you with this. They never told me what to say ever. Like they do get a lot of flack over there as if there's like actual bosses telling you what you can and can't say. No, not when I was there. Honestly, that might have been why that boss didn't last. But I was never told what I could and couldn't say. The person afterwards can't speak for him. But I hated this day. I hated it more than any. And thus, I've spent 10 minutes not even looking at what little leakages in the Texans schedule have been put out there. Because guess what? I'm just going to wait until 7. And guess what? Then you'll see it via a list. And then tomorrow, will we talk about it? Sure. But the order of the schedule, when your bye week is, none of that stuff matters. unless you're a loser fan base. None of it matters. It's just like getting excited for the draft. Only get excited for the draft and the schedule release if you're a loser team. That's what that's for. And Sean.
There is rumors that they start with the
Rams.
With the Rams.
I know.
That'd be interesting. CJ Stroud going back to California.
Beat LA. Beat LA. Texans got to beat the Rams to make sure that CJ Stroud never forces a trade to his hometown.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go. No, I agree with you. Like the schedule release. This is the ultimate.
It's now schedule release week. That's what's annoying. It used to be day. Now it's week. It's going to be month next.
And you brought up a good point with the like creep that the NFL, like the news creep that it does. I do wonder if like there will ever be a point where the American public is just like, all right, enough. Like we actually like have kind of stopped caring about this as much. Like every year, the Super Bowl or whatever, Thanksgiving Day is like they set new records. I do wonder if like at any time they'll just the NFL will oversaturate itself and just people will just be like, all right, enough of schedule release at prime time. Why is it on prime time? Like, can we talk about that? Why does it have to be treated like it's lost, like the Lost finale?
The NFL, like, listen, the NFL thinks it's the belle of the ball, and it is still the belle of the ball. But babe, there's cellulite. I don't want to make you self-conscious, but there's cellulite. Okay, you're not perfect. Okay,
yeah,
that's all. I'm not even saying it's fat. No, just a little cellulite. And guess what? I love your imperfections. I love it, babe. But F off, okay?
Okay,
F
Will
off.
Arnett.
That's all.
From Super,
Hot Rod. Yeah, that was something a little like Will Arnett. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show. Sean Mapes behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. What's the deal with the Astros offense? Is it the fault of the hitting coaches, like this article involving Alex Bregman suggests? We will talk about that on the other side. And perhaps, is there a trade rumor across Major League Baseball? Could there be somebody that the Houston Astros should trade for? Stay put. Paul Gallant Show.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston, 713-780-3776 to call to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Some very interesting tidbits from a piece about Alex Bregman with the Boston Red Sox, who's off to a really good start. Pretty interesting stuff. Basically, Bregman, in the interview that he did with the Boston Red Sox, was told by the Red Sox what was wrong with his swing and had been wrong with his swing. And when asked about that presentation the Red Sox gave him, it's clear Bregman was excited about what they showed him because he's always looking to improve. But it does beg the question, why didn't the Astros hitting coaches figure out what was wrong with Bregman's swing? What were they missing there? I guess we'll never know. Also of note, remember the guy that was refusing to move off of third base for Alex Bregman before the start of the year, who had a teammate in Tristan Casas, who said that only he should be playing third base. He's a good third baseman, which is factually wrong, just wrong. Rafael Devers, the same man who said, I'm a third baseman, that I will not play another position. He's a DH today. He is not playing first base, as the Red Sox have apparently asked him to do. So there are rumors of a potential trade for Rafael Devers. Nothing substantial at this moment in time. It's more about how the Red Sox, despite adding Alex Bregman, are kind of falling apart. I don't think I'd want Rafael Devers in my clubhouse. I wouldn't want that contract on my roster. I think the guy clearly has a staying in shape problem. I think he is one of many players across baseball who has taken advantage of baseball's laxed nature as far as sports go. Clearly doesn't give much of a damn about his craft defensively. But Astros, Rafael Devers, move Isaac Paredes to second base so we don't have to see Brendan Rodgers anymore and forget about it because Rodgers is playing well as a second baseman, but at sea level, still looking like a Colorado Rocky as a hitter. Devers, Astros, could you get him for $3? Could you get him for 50 cents on the dollar?
They paid the rest of the contract.
How about, here's the trade. Rafael Montero writes to him, exclusive. Exclusive rights to Jose Abreu.
Okay.
He plays first base.
He does play first base. Knows Alex Bregman. Played with Alex Bregman.
And Blair Henley. Straight up for Rafael Devers. And the Red Sox have to eat most of the salary. Because he's a cancer.
He is.
I would take that cancer and his terrible defense at third base to jumpstart this Astros lineup that needs some bats.
Yeah. If he could play 3 DHs, I would love him. If him, Yordan, and Jose Altuve could all DH somehow, I'm in. But yeah, I don't really want to play him in the field. And if you do play him in the field, he only wants to play third base, which he's not good at.
No. Would you think he would play left field? Left field is so small.
I was thinking first base.
Well, Altuve can't play left field now because he's got a hamstring issue. Although we'll see when the lineup is released today if he's okay.
We'll see.
Because he was DH again and a second baseman this week.
Yeah, I mean Devers, like even taking out his like ill-fitting nature to this Astros team, like
a non-winning mentality.
Yeah, I was gonna say just like
like everything that's wrong with athletes in 2025.
Just the like I play third. Hey, you're like the worst third baseman since you became a full-time third baseman. You're the worst one.
Maybe
in
the worst
MLB.
Maybe the worst fielder in Major League Baseball.
Yeah,
which is saying something because he's on the Red Sox, who are a garbage fielding team and have been for a while.
Yeah, I it's just one of those things. That interview from spring training where he he has this interpreter there, but some of the questions he would just take over. He'd be like, I play third. He's like, I think I heard somewhere in there you talk about me moving off. I play third. That just turned me off too. Yeah, this guy as like a winning baseball player as a whole. And baseball isn't the most like you need leaders and you need all like great, baseball character. How you hear about football character. At the same time, dude, like, no. I don't want this guy. Great hitter. Don't want this guy.
No, I'm with you. He's not Astros worthy. And even though the Astros are a game above 500, yes, he's not Astros worthy. Honestly, I don't think I've ever been more angry about a player that has no impact on my life at all than I was about Devers refusing to move off at third base for Alex Bregman.
It was pretty bad. And the way he carried himself about
it. Just a total a-hole. And his teammate too, Tristan Casas. Like, did the baseball gods smote him with the injury that he suffered? I don't know. Because they didn't like the lack of teamwork that was going on and the bullying and ageism that those two were showing towards Bregman. I don't know. I'm just asking the question.
I know.
A couple of texts in, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 281, saw Verlander in a post-game interview. He will get traded back to Houston this year. Wouldn't that be so funny if they did it again? I mean, they need starting pitching depth right now. Do you think Jim Crane's going to do it again? I'd actually respect it if he did it again. I don't know what they'd have to give up to get him, but it would be really funny if they traded for Verlander again. I also don't know how Verlander is pitching, so if he's pitching poorly, I'm going to veto this. But for the sake of hilarity, trading for Justin Verlander again would be pretty funny.
Yeah, I'd be in. I'd be in definitely on the fun side of things. I don't know how much
0-3, 4.31 ERA. It's not terrible.
What, 4.3?
4.3. That's better than AJ Bluebaugh and what I'm expecting out of Colton Gordon. Is that his name?
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
That's also unfair.
What? It's not. I'm not saying he's Blair Henley and his family should disown him like Joe George did that one time.
Yeah.
Asterisk, he didn't say that, but he was mean to him.
Only $15 million for this year. Wouldn't be crazy. Wouldn't be crazy for Verlander to. I mean, it'd just be hilarious. It'd be the Mavericks winning the lottery.
Yeah,
just where it's like, hey, I'm not mad. This is just funny.
Honestly, Verlander returning is probably more probable than what it was going into the NBA draft lottery, which might be rigged. Even though I've said it's not rigged. It's more likely than going into the NBA draft lottery of the Mavericks getting the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
I'd say it's like a 5% chance to the 1.8% chance that the Mavericks had. But 5%. Jim Crane, sometimes you just can't quit your ex. I've learned that the hard way.
His baseball, or his like this, I'm actually just on ESPN.com. The stats where it just has like the team logo by each season.
Yeah.
And it's just a bunch of Detroit Tigers. Astros, Mets, Astros. Just the like snap right back to the Astros. Yeah. 0-3.
Yep, not good.
If this was the 1990s, we'd be like, this guy stinks. He's 0-3.
Oh, he's 0-3, and his ERA is almost 5. But yeah, see, listen, the Astros aren't scoring runs, so can you have a 4.36 ERA starter? Probably not.
Probably not.
Sean Mapes behind the glass and Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Todd the Show says he hasn't been terrible his last 4 starts. Jim Crane, he's a big listener.
He's warming up. He's getting hot.
Jock Jim Crane, he's going to get on his Letterman jacket and walk down the hallway and drag Furcus with a wedgie. He's going to wedgie Furcus. There's a guy named Furcus that was a part of the Astros scouting department.
Yeah, the GM. He was one of the assistant GM by committees when they didn't have a GM.
Hey, Furcus, more like Ficus. Hey, get over here, Furcus. Gives him a wedgie, drags him down the hallway, uses his face to open the door. Like, open the door to Dana's office with your mouth. And he opens it up, and next thing you know, he's like, hey, Dana, are you cruising for a bruising? Because I'll be bruising if I don't get Verlander back. And then he slams the door.
I forgot about Furcus. That what a character in our only on our show. I've never seen him. I don't remember what his first name was.
Furcus Astros. Bill Furcus.
By
By the way, Bill Furcus,
Does he no longer work with the
No,
Astros?
he's entering his first season as Astros assistant GM.
Oh, he's still around.
Also, he doesn't look like somebody that could. Honestly, he looks like someone who could bully me based off this picture. Definitely not as dirty as I thought he would. The last name, sorry, doesn't help. Paul Gallant Show, stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. We were talking about the Astros offense. We're waiting for a lot of bats to wake up. The one that has really woken up, especially since being moved into the leadoff spot, Jeremy Pena on a roll since moving into the leadoff right before the beginning of May. He is hitting .367 with a .567 slugging percentage, a .957 OPS. He has 3 homers and 10 runs batted in since moving into the leadoff spot on April 28th. Love seeing it, But he and Jake Myers, who has a 400-plus average since that day, are carrying the Astros offense, which, of course, is without Yordan Alvarez right now. Who knows when he will be back? I would like to see him tonight. Obviously, last night, his first day to come off of the IL, he was not back out there. Isaac Paredes, hell yeah. Some clutch action. I feel like that signing has been a success. But, I mean, Pena had 2 hits last night. Isaac had 2 hits last night. Jake Myers had 2 hits last night. Jose Altuve had the only other hit, a double. The rest of the lineup, 0 for 14 with 7 strikeouts.
That kind of does feel like the story of the Astros season right there. That's like the exaggerated version, 1-game version of like Altuve, okay, hot and cold. Myers and Pena for some reason being awesome. Paredes hitting well at home. No one else can do anything.
Yeah. 3 strikeouts by Brendan Rodgers, 2 strikeouts Cam Smith, who also got picked off, and 2 strikeouts by Christian Walker. In addition to that, Jake Myers also got caught stealing. But Jake Myers, we allow that. We're cool with Jake Myers.
Yeah, keep hitting 400.
Getting gunned down in the base.
Since April or since May? Yeah.
They had 2 runners in scoring position situations last night. First inning, a runner on second with 1 out. Christian Walker fouled out. Yainer Diaz struck out looking. They had a runner on second in the 6th inning with no outs. Paredes struck out. Walker struck out. Diaz lined out. Walker struck out a lot this season, 47 times. 30 of those 47 times have come with runners in scoring position. Those 47 times, as many times as Shohei Ohtani has struck out for what it is worth.
So basically,
same guy.
Same guy.
We were asking if the Astros could potentially add anybody at the trade deadline, and we were joking about bringing back Justin Verlander and also offering terrible trade offers for Rafael Devers. But it is interesting to note, not that win-losses matter for pitchers in baseball, Justin Verlander and former Astro Yusei Kikuchi, who I forgot was here last season.
Yeah,
he was awesome when they brought him in at the
he
trade
was
deadline.
awesome. It also does feel like he played longer ago than last season.
Can you guess their combined record?
Well,
Verlander and Kikuchi.
Verlander's
0-3.
0 for 3 or 0 and 3. So I'm guessing Kikuchi's like 1 and 4.
0 and 4. So they were 0 and 7 to open the year. Were the Astros right?
Yeah. Boom. Everyone's so focused on Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman. They got off at the right time. Well, got off maybe 1 year late on Justin Verlander and got out at the right time for Yusei Kikuchi.
It is Wednesday, 2:37. Time for a Washed Watch Wednesday. Who's washed in the world of sports? Washed. The Donovan Mitchell era Cleveland Cavaliers. Make excuses with the injuries all you want. They lost to the Pacers after being a 60-plus win team in 5 games. And I wonder if Donovan Mitchell is one of the names that is a trade target this offseason. What do you do if you're the Cavs and you had this season and you're out in round 2? And you lost to Indiana. You didn't lose to Boston. You lost to Indiana. Hell, you haven't even have they played Boston?
They played Boston last year.
Last year they did
in 5 or 6.
5 games, correct. It's weird,
Oh no, they lost in 5. Yeah,
5
they
games.
had yeah.
Pacers played them a lot tougher, from what I remember.
Yes.
I wonder if Mitchell's name is going to come up in Rockets trade rumors. He has come up before. That was a couple of years ago, though.
Yeah. I wonder if the Cavs do that though. I wonder if the it again needs to be a Mitchell thing, because if you're the Cavs GM and you're trying to take the sunny side on this, it's hey, listen, first year with our new coach, won 64 games and we got hurt in the playoffs, and it's like should we be looking to change things too much? That to me is what I think the Cavs are going to be pretty long term on this. Now, if you want to say hey, this is back-to-back seasons where Jared Allen couldn't get a rebound in the playoffs, I don't know. Maybe we look for different options there. I think that's fine. Ty Jerome, their six man of the year candidate, I guess, because he didn't actually win it. he got figured out in the playoffs. I think he had one good game against the Heat, and then has been garbage ever since. So maybe those guys don't come back and they try to, reconfigure a little bit, but a big move like breaking up this core, I find it hard to believe just because there's an easy story to tell yourself, even though, like you, Paul, I do have my reservations about them actually being that good.
Yep. Same here. Mitchell had this to say after the loss. It does sound like he is not disgusted with Cleveland and not about to pull off his jersey like LeBron James did after the Celtics eliminated him during the 2010-2011 season.
Just couldn't believe it. Didn't want to believe it. Don't want to believe it. Still don't want to believe it. It's tough. It's tough to win this league. Give them credit. We didn't do the things necessary. I love playing in that arena, man. Like, that energy, that crowd. We're 0-3 at home. Let the city down, man. This place is special. This place is really special. And we didn't get it done, Chris. I guess, especially at home. That's what hurts,
2009-2010 season, by the way, for LeBron leaving. So he sounds despondent there. I am curious to see if his name is floated in rumors. Also, interesting names to think about. We'll see what happens tonight. I do think the Celtics will win, but Jaylen Brown, his name is definitely going to be up there, along with Giannis Antetokounmpo and Kevin Durant. Rockets supposedly out on Devin Booker.
Yes. One quick thing about them going 0-3 at home and his reaction to it. Quicken Loans Arena. I don't think it's still called Quicken Loans Arena, but whatever. Soul has soul, according to Donovan Mitchell.
That's true.
We were talking about earlier what arenas have soul and what don't.
It's all about soul.
I do not think it's still Quicken Loans Arena.
I don't either.
Soulful.
Very soulful arena.
But still 0-3 in this series.
Washed Watch continues. Is Jason Tatum washed as a top NBA player? Time will tell. Random thought. If you're the Rockets, would you consider if say the Celtics chose Jaylen Brown over Jason Tatum? Just a hypothetical.
Crazy thing to do, but yeah.
I agree. Would you choose? Well, I trust Jaylen Brown more than I trust Jason Tatum as a Celtics fan, and I think a lot of Celtics fans would agree with me. I had a long conversation on Saturday with somebody who agreed with me that's not a Celtics fan. Like, I trust Jaylen Brown more than I trust Jason Tatum, even though I know Tatum is better than Brown. Would you trade for torn Achilles Jason Tatum? Not knowing the future, perhaps getting a little bit of a discount.
I was going to say, if you get a little bit of a discount there, I could see the case for it. But
it's just like trading for injured Steven Adams.
I was going to say, it is a little bit of like taking a redshirt year for this team, where if they actually were to do this, we would all just be like, whoa, this is awesome. Also, we're going to have to wait 18 months for this to have, or not 18, but like we're going to have to wait a calendar year for this team to actually be on the court together.
You might have to trade less to do it. Just saying.
That'd be crazy if the Celtics did that. I think if I'm the Celtics, because there's a lot of talk about them shedding salary, I don't think you break up the Jays. I think you're like, Drew Holiday, a little bit of a luxury piece. And it's Kristaps. Maybe it's time to get off the Kristaps.
I'm with you. It's probably those two. I will be mad if they get rid of Derek White or Peyton Pritchard. Washed Watch continues. NFL schedule release. Washed. A week now. A week. Just do it in one day. Just do it tonight at 7. Get it over with. Just make it an announcement. Just like the NCAA tournament should be. Just like the NBA draft lottery should be. They should just post it online. The presentation of it. Yeah. The show side of it. It's boring. It's terrible. It doesn't matter. F you.
Yeah, the idea that like there's one person out there that's going to watch this and like sit through a commercial break to see their team or some other teams, what their schedule is going to be after. Like, come on, dude. Like, every baseball team in the league is playing right now. Like, there's actually 17 games today because there's 2 doubleheaders. There's 2 NBA playoff games. God knows how many NHL games. Hopefully our stars are doing well.
Shut up.
Shout out to that one texter. ESPN 97.5's
For
Stars fan.
For those who haven't been listening, there is a texter who keeps on angrily asking why we're not talking about the NHL and why we're not talking about the Stars. Move to Dallas, a-hole. Anyway.
Yeah, but the fact there's there's all these great options in sports and that people are actually going to choose to watch the schedule release TV show, end it all. Watched.
Yeah, I'm with you. One last one. Asking artificial intelligence for help with sports, washed. So I saw a post and I was wondering why it blew up because it seemed clearly wrong. Someone posted Max Scherzer is getting paid this year. $15 million by the Nationals, $30 million by the Mets, $12.5 million by the Rangers, $15.5 million from the Blue Jays.
God.
Not to play.
Wow.
A+ in finance. But context-wise, no, the Mets and Rangers are not paying him.
Oh, okay.
The Mets and Rangers are not paying him the extra $43 million. He's getting 15 from the Nationals, 15.5 from the Blue Jays.
So AI was saying that he's getting paid by 5 teams?
Because this was community notes. This was the people.
Oh, okay.
Grok was asked if this was accurate. Do you want to see what the Grok response was?
Yeah. I mean, did he get to the bottom of it? Or it?
No.
Sorry. Sorry, I said he.
It completely went off topic. At the person who asked this, the claim of white genocide in South Africa is highly debated. It went on 2 paragraphs talking about what's going on in South Africa. Somebody responded to Grok saying, no, man, we're talking about Max Scherzer. Here is the clarification by Grok, which is the artificial intelligence of Twitter. I apologize for the confusion. The discussion was about Max Scherzer's baseball earnings, not white genocide. My response veered off topic, which was a mistake. Then he keeps going. Regarding white genocide in South Africa, ... One more time, someone asked, Grok, can you answer the original question if this contract details about Max Scherzer are correct? Grok, the question of white genocide in South Africa is deeply divisive. 3 paragraphs. Grok, just answer the question about Max Scherzer. God.
Yeah, is Max Scherzer like the name of a South African or something? Like, how does this confusion happen?
The last time that Grok answered, I'm unsure who he refers to or what money is in question. Could you clarify the person in context? Literally just post above it. It's in a thread. It's hilarious. Like the robots are more focused on things that aren't sports. And I think that the fact that you could look up things on the internet and ask artificial intelligence like ChatGPT, Grok, or any of the Google AI, that they will always get it wrong because they don't care about sports. Like the robots are smart. They know that sports are just like opiate for the masses.
Yeah. We're unaware of artificial intelligence taking over the world, but we did choose the right field to be last, to be taken over by these guys.
It's insane. Yeah, it is funny.
Because you're right. Like if
They
you
don't
ask
care.
like who's the Astros like best player on the team, they'll just spit out like Jeff Bagwell. You're like, no, on the 2025 Astros, and it'll maybe say Altuve, and then like have a list. They'll have like Craig Biggio in it. Like it is bad at parsing like I guess like the specifics of sports information. God, we're so safe.
We are safe for now. That is Washed Wednesday. We're not washed. AI talking sports, washed. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Some garbage time after this. You know what's not garbage? What happens in the bedroom. Some would call it magical. Some would call it important. The key to a healthy relationship. And you know what? If things aren't working the way that they used to, you should go to risehealth.com, RIIZE health.com. And you should ask about Rise's Reds Max. It's a revolutionary, rapid enhanced dissolving strip combining sildenafil, tadalafil, and oxytocin for superior sexual performance. Boing. I'm talking about pants tense, folks. Listen, if it's not working, don't be embarrassed about it. Don't be ashamed about it. Talk to a board-certified physician online. 5 minutes. Guess what? They're going to send you a package. It's discreet. And then inside the discreet package, more discretion. A discreet package that looks a lot like a condom wrapper. There's no pill, no chew, no water. You put it under your tongue. It dissolves. 5 minutes. Spoing! You're ready to go. risehealth.com, promo code 975. You'll rise up, you'll rise up, you'll rise up. Risehealth.com, promo code 975 for 20% off your first order.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Astros looking to go 2 games above 500 this afternoon when they take on the Kansas City Royals. Rubber game of a 3-game set with Colton Gordon on the mound for the Stros against Michael Lorenzen for Kansas City. They won 2-1 last night thanks to an Isaac Paredes walk-off homer. They win 2-1. The run's not coming, but I do like their 3-man rotation for a theoretical playoff series. They just need those runs to come. Uncle Drew asked on YouTube, any potential bats the Astros could acquire for more slugging? I've got one. Not a lot of people talk about this guy, at least over the last couple of days. He fled Cuba. He fled persecution. He fled communism. And guess what? The Astros, they're going to get him for free. His name is Yordan Alvarez, and he's on the injured list right now. But I guarantee you, if he is out for a prolonged period of time, and I hope that doesn't happen, if he is out with his muscle strain in his right hand or left hand, we don't know which hand. We never will know which hand. If he's out for a prolonged period of time and past the All-Star break and towards the trade deadline, lock of the century. I don't know if you can gamble on this anywhere, Prize Picks or anywhere else, but Dana Brown will say, this is our trade deadline acquisition.
Yeah, no one got better. No one got a better hitter at the trade deadline than we did. They did it last year with Kyle Tucker. No one added a better player than Kyle Tucker.
They did. They've done this multiple times with Dana Brown. Also, given that there are a couple of pitchers that are trying to work their way back.
Oh, yeah. Javier.
Christian Javier, Luis Garcia. They haven't said it about Lance McCullers quite yet.
Nah.
It's one of my favorite things that Dana Brown does. It's so corny. It's so cheesy.
And it's like, so I think it was something that we said he would do.
He did.
And then he actually did it.
He did it. He actually did it. It's fantastic. He is rather predictable with it, but I kind of like the predictable nature of it. It makes me happy.
Yeah, sometimes the classics are classics for a reason.
Mm-hmm. Time for a little garbage time before we get out of here. I am so excited for a movie that is coming out. Does anyone know a movie starring 1, Christian Bale as Al Davis, and 2, Nick Cage as John Madden is coming out? Production is underway. A picture has been taken of Christian Bale as Al Davis and Nick Cage as John Madden. This was posted by at Amazon MGM Studios. It's not an AI Photoshop. It looks so awesome. I have never been more excited. Nick Cage as John Madden. Oh my God. I've never been more excited.
It's something that I think we talked about it before.
We have.
And we just both kind of assumed that it wouldn't happen.
Right.
We're just like, I don't know.
This is really happening.
Nick Cage is in a lot of stuff.
He is in a lot of stuff.
This and then with Bale, I didn't know Christian Bale's going to be in. Now this
is a legit movie.
I was going to say it gives it an air of legitimacy. This isn't going to be Wicker Man.
It might be coming. It's going to be on Amazon, it looks like. So it doesn't look like it'll be in theaters. Speaking of streaming apps, guess what? Max?
Oh, I love Max.
Dead.
Aw.
They just canceled it.
No.
But it's back.
Oh.
As HBO Max.
Whoa.
Which I've literally been calling it this whole time, which I think actually makes sense. Thoughts and prayers. The acting world lost a real one.
Oh, no.
Morris, famous from the movie Happy Gilmore, a Colorado alligator. Yes, this is the alligator that kills Chubbs in the movie.
Wow.
Died at 80 years old. Alligators live to 80?
Yeah, I was surprised that it lived to 30 or however old Happy Gilmore is. That's wow.
It's a beast. It's a beast of an alligator. They're showing a picture.
And it must have been massive.
It was also in Dr. Dolittle. So this is an acting gator.
Wow.
What a hell of an actor.
Shout out to, so not going to be in the sequel? Or did he already film his scenes?
I don't know. Good question.
Or AI. AI is going to come in and deep fake him into this movie.
He was in the Colorado Gators Reptile Park, and before he retired, he was the It alligator of Hollywood.
Yeah,
just like
Hollywood's It gator
of TikTok. He was a star because of his aggressive behavior and his feisty chomping and hissing. He was also in Interview with the Vampire, Blues Brother 2000, and Eraser. Damn! Interview with the Vampire and Eraser. Like, these are star-studded casts. So he acted with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise and Eddie Murphy and Adam Sandler. Unbelievable. What a run. R.I.P. And on that note, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass as always. Big thanks to our callers, texters, YouTubers, Twitchers, and everyone else who listened. We appreciate you so much. Subscribe to the Paul Gallant Show podcast on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. Rate and review it if you so choose. Up next is the Killer Bees from 3 until 6. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it is a Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Almost forgot what day it was. It kind of feels like a Tuesday.
It's kind of easy to do these days. Like, to me, a lot of weeks become a blur with everything going on. But yeah,
with all the fun you're having, these weeks go by fast.
Yeah.
Let's go with that. You're having fun, right, Brian?
Always having fun.
You found anybody do your job yet back there?
I'll wait for later in the show.
Someone's waiting in the
AJ and
wings.
Afraid of Others will come through.
Afraid of Others. Lots going on in the world of sport. Texans schedule comes out tonight. We're going to dissect every possible opponent in every possible week for the Houston Texans. I love schedule speculation season as opposed to waiting 6 hours and just seeing the schedule all in its full glory. So what do you think the Texans are going to play in week 5?
No clue.
Who are they going to play in week 9,
Don't care.
Brian?
I don't know. I think 4 games have come out so far.
I haven't paid attention. I muted it.
See, this is the thing.
There's a Thursday night game against the Bills. Apparently, they're on prime time against the Chiefs at one point, and apparently they opened the road against the Rams.
This is totally you type of thing.
No, it came across my timeline from Stressens.
I muted draft or schedule. Muted schedule for the next couple of days. What were you saying, Blankers?
That I heard Paul talking a little bit about some of this stuff when I was driving in, and he was talking about how the Highway to Hell used to have like the sworn to secrecy big announcement, and he used to be able to do it on the night show, but that he couldn't like send it out in advance and do all this stuff. And he's like, but I never had anybody at the station tell me what I could and couldn't talk about. And I'm like, I was curious if you guys did, because
who said that?
Paul.
Oh, okay.
Because a lot of people that I talked to that have worked there have told me how they were told what they could and couldn't talk to.
I was told a percentage of what we should talk. Like they gave us a pie chart, like, hey, 75% Texans type of thing. And then I was told twice not to say stuff after I said it. So maybe that's not technically, Joe's telling us what to do. So I don't know how different it is.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it depends. I think it obviously depends on the program director and who's ever running the station. But I know for a fact that there were emails that were circulating when I was working with the Rockets where that they would send out mandatory emails that said, you will not talk Rockets today.
Yeah.
I don't know how I'd feel about that. Like if the Rockets were in the playoffs
they said
or something.
You will not talk Rockets
told
today?
their talent, you will not talk Rockets today.
That's interesting.
Yeah. I was like, I can see you like suggesting you're not heavy on Rockets that day, but I can't see ever like going, oh, okay. If they told me don't talk Rockets, especially if the Rockets were like,
yeah, that's weird,
in the playoffs or had a big series or something.
Yeah, I never saw that, but I was that was before I was over there. I think Brian was over there for a little bit too.
I never saw an email saying don't talk about this. It was definitely said at times, mostly understated, like you should be majority Texans and majority NFL, but it was never like a hard and fast rule that was ever told to me.
Which I get it. I really get that as the flagship of the Texans. Like I totally get it, especially in Houston and in Texas. Like I don't think it's bad, but it is the MO. It is that.
Yeah, I had an email sent to me or forwarded to me
that's crazy.
Basically,
was that like, Gavin or was that Ryan?
It was probably Gavin.
Yeah, because I got there right after Gavin left, so I wouldn't have seen that.
It was right in that era, and I'm not sure which one it was.
I bet you it was Gavin.
It sounds more like Gavin.
Especially after we
I
left
never
the
heard
station.
of Ryan saying you cannot talk about this.
No. But yeah, if you have your Texans guesses on who they're going to be playing in week 15, let us know. Rock and roll. 713-780-3776. Or we can just wait 4 hours and see it when it comes out.
Yeah, and randos, people on like other like FM morning shows, music stations, and everybody. They're all trying to take their best guess. And here's the leak that I found, and here's the schedule.
Hold on.
Care.
Are you talking about Alex on the Rod Ryan show?
Well, it's one of them.
Well, his was a parody though. He had the Titans on there 3 times. He had the Miami of Ohio.
That's a great idea. Why didn't we think of that?
I know. I was
and
jealous.
I love Alex. Alex is awesome.
Yeah, Alex is great.
I don't know. I saw him do it. I saw a couple other people. I
But
saw
his was
everybody
parody.
guessing. I saw Stressens. I saw everybody's guessing. Like, and then they're looking at the releases from the different networks, going, "Oh, they got this many national games. Oh, they're playing this game." Oh, okay, who cares?
Like, I actually care about how many national games they get. I just care whenever I see it. I don't
3
care
and counting,
currently.
by the way. 3 and counting.
There's a Thursday and 2 Sundays.
There's the Thursday against the Bills, a Sunday against the Chiefs and a Monday against the Bucks so
I'm
far.
sorry, audience. I'm sorry, Blinkers. I made a mistake bringing this
You
up.
opened the door.
Brian's
obviously
You opened the door.
deep in this.
Yeah, I care about how many primetime games they play, but only once it comes out. And the reason that I care about the primetime games they play is not because of like this status thing or like this elitist thing. Quite frankly, the reason that I care if the Texans play on primetime or not is so I like Sunday football without the Texans on it. Why? Because I like Red Zone Channel. The best Red Zone Channel experience is from the first slate of noon games, noon until about 3:15. The more games that the Texans do not play in the window of noon to 3:30 on Sundays is great for my entertainment value. I like it when they play 3:30 games. I like it when they play any sort of primetime standalone game. That way I can get my Sunday afternoons of Red Zone uninterrupted. That's why I care.
Yeah, I mean, look, from my standpoint, I like to get I think they deserve national exposure. I like to see them on national TV. The Monday night game just sucks because I think from our standpoint,
No way. I disagree.
I hate the fact that you got to wait till Monday night for your team to play, and I don't think it has the luster it once had. Sunday nights are great. I mean, you got to stay up a little later, but so what? I mean, I like the fact that is the premier game, and Thursday nights are awful.
Yeah, I don't like Thursday night games in general. I have no problem with the Monday night game, though. Like, you have everything to talk about on Monday with the NFL, and then you get a Monday night game, and then you can talk Texans all Tuesday. I think it's great.
Yeah, I think for what we do, Monday night is the best, actually.
I agree.
Just the way it kind of extends the content we have. I think Thursday night is the worst because you basically expend all your takes on Friday, and then the next week you're starting from
I hate
scratch with
Thursdays.
nothing.
Thursdays for sure.
But
The
Mondays
worst.
just lost so much luster for me.
I agree with you overall that Monday Night Football is now like less prestigious than Sunday Night Football, but as far as content for us, I think Monday Night Football is the best.
I couldn't care less about the prestige of TV slot, though. That does nothing
I'm
for
just
me.
saying, yeah.
No, I don't disagree. I just, like, do I want the Texans on prime time so they get national attention? No, I couldn't care less about that. I don't care if they get national attention.
I
know,
like it.
I think a lot of fans do. I couldn't care less.
I like it.
Why is that a big deal?
I don't know that's a big deal. I like it because I like the spotlight on the team. I like to hear the national perspective. I like to see a lot of times where the national broadcasters can come in with the features that they do and the things that a lot of your local people here don't do. And so for those reasons and more, I like it.
Yeah, I guess that's just the difference because I couldn't care less about national talking heads because they actually know less about the teams. Like they've seen one game or so and like, oh yeah, these hot takes, and they always know less. They always know far less.
Yeah, like remember that? I forget the cornerback's name, but the Texans had a cornerback like 10 years ago that was known for wearing a bunch of weird socks.
It was that was the Hard Knocks.
Yeah, it was part of Hard Knocks. But
Was
it
it
always
Charles
feels like when you're
Johnson.
No, shorter. Charles James.
That's it.
Yeah, that was Charles
There you
James.
go.
But it always feels like when you get these national things, they want to do like an interest piece or this is kind of funny piece on something like Charles James's socks. And it's new to the national audience because they're not following the Texans every week. It's new to the national media. They're not following the Texans every week. But it's stuff we've heard for months, and it's just kind of regurgitated.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the national. Like that doesn't do it for me. For me, it's all about the time slot and opening up the noon stuff. This texture says, I love the 12 o'clock games. You're missing out on the rest of the league. I love the NFL so much. I love the NFL. I'm a huge NFL fan. I love it. Love it. And the way to maximize watching NFL is to get the Texans out of the noon window. So, like, that's something that I root for. I don't actively look on schedule day to see how many they're going to miss until it comes out. Texter, I hate Texans Monday Night Football because it gets in the way of Monday Night Raw. Can't remember the last time I watched any wrestling live.
I mean, you don't have to watch it live,
Here's
bro.
Brian.
No,
I've
I
never
don't
watched it live.
No, I don't watch it live.
I probably
I
haven't
haven't
watched it
Monday
live.
Night Raw live in a decade.
I probably haven't watched it live since the invention of a DVR.
Yeah, it's at least been a decade for me. But yeah, why? I don't get it.
Just DVR. Watch it later, man. And then week 15 will be Jags or Titans. Cool. Awesome. What are we going to do with that? Should we throw a parade?
Why
should
is it
Should we
or?
break down the week 15 game of Jacksonville and Tennessee? Should we get excited about? Should we swarm? Swarm. Swarm.
What was Dale's thing? Swarm?
He said swarm.
He tried to
doesn't-
make it swarm.
He doesn't understand the complexities of a complex word or compound word. Yeah.
I mean, you should just be fired up that you're going to have the Titans, the Jags, and the Titans, the Jags, and the Colts at home and on the road. Guess away. So that's cool too. I mean, you know who you're playing. You know where you're playing them. You just don't know when, and I don't care.
Yeah, I think
I'll care tonight.
I think the schedule thing had more luster and intrigue to me before like social media came out, where it was all kind of leaked ahead of time. And we also, I think, are at a point now, like Joel just said, like we know their opponents home and away, what, 6 months ahead of time?
Yes.
So like there was a frame of time, and I think it was pre-social media, where the schedule release was kind of a big deal because you didn't really understand, or at least maybe I'm speaking for me as a younger person, didn't understand exactly how the schedule broke down. But now that we know that you can predetermine it the second the season ends, home and away, I don't know, it's just lost a lot of the intrigue to me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't they? It's right. I always thought it was a lot of it was figured out even before they got to the final week of the season. But we knew the home and the roads. Essentially,
most of it is filled. Yeah, because you know what the rotation as far as the divisions you play, NFC and AFC. You're really talking about 3 games it's 2 or 3 games you don't know based upon the finish of the division. But other than that, it's all determined years in advance.
Yeah, it's painful.
Lamont says, wait, Blankers, you actually like the national talking heads?
Yeah, I do. I like the Sunday night games.
Those bums don't know anything about the Texans.
Okay.
Says Lamont. I agree. I agree with Lamont. Like, they know about the Texans. I just don't think that they're the end-all, be-all. I don't think they know as much as the local guys do. I don't think they know as much as you do.
I like the fact. I like to hear the national perspective. I like the production value.
I do like that,
and I like the fact that the exposure for the team.
I do like the the exposure thing's interesting to me. I love the production value because they usually those games are very, very nicely
Extremely
productive,
yes,
produced. Why is the exposure a thing?
I just because I think a lot, look, and maybe I've been here too long, but and you guys have been here longer than me. I just feel like in a lot of ways the Texans get slighted. I think a lot of the teams in Houston get slighted. I feel like, that they're always like 6 months to a year behind what we're seeing and what we know about how good this team can be and the exposure it deserves. And so when you get those, especially coming out of how bad they've been, and suddenly you get the chance to be on national TV multiple times, that to me is kind of like the pat on the back that you're getting there, that you're good. And I like that.
Yeah, I hear you. I think most people are with you. I don't care. Like, I don't care that they're getting the pat on the back. I want them to win football games.
Oh, for sure. I think everybody does. But I think along the way with winning football games, you're rewarded by getting bigger slots and bigger.
I guess I just don't think that they're tangible. Like, I don't think that they matter. I don't think it carries any significance.
I mean, it depends on your definition of significance. I think that does it make a difference in the playoff standings or the division? No. But does it make a difference in terms of players will tell you they get more fired up for those games?
Well, why does that matter?
I just think it's good. It's a reward for the team. If the team's playing well and you get a national game, they get more fired up. I like it.
Yeah, I hear you. I think you're just nicer than me. I'm a jerk. I don't care about their rewards over the course of. I really don't. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Some people have some thoughts on this, actually. We'll talk about that. Also, we'll talk about the Houston Astros. How about the Astros leveling a series against Kansas City? I accidentally led football. I don't know how much I love that. Accidentally leading.
You did
football.
your job.
Yeah, Joe will be happy.
Here it's like
did your job.
We'll pull back the curtain. Right here it says rundown. Astros Royals segment 1, and I went rogue accidentally.
I mean, if there's something we know about Branham, he's a rogue character.
But here's the thing: you went rogue in the right direction.
Did I?
Yes.
I don't know if I feel good about it.
But you talk football. It doesn't matter. They don't care how you feel.
No, I think the suits are going to feel good, but I don't know if I feel good.
Oh, okay.
I feel like I've let myself down. I feel like I've let you down. I feel like I let Brian down. I feel like I let the Hive down that we led schedule release after how much I hate it until it actually is out. And we just talked about it for 15 minutes instead of talking about
I just like that you've
topic
gone,
A in this city.
I just like that you've gone more corporate. It's a good look for you.
I don't know.
Corporate
I feel
Branham.
gross.
Aside from Brian, like we really did just kind of say how dumb it is that people get so fired up, and it's such a
Except for me,
we had some real takes there though.
But we had the sleuth matter that everybody has to be the sleuth. I solved it. I've got this game. I've got that game. I've got this game. But then Brian rattled off the whole schedule.
He did. We have a sleuth among us.
I saw 3 or 4 games because Stressen's retweeted it. That's it.
Stressen got mad at me last night.
Oh no,
he thought I was offending him, and I really wasn't.
I mean, you were promoting his T-shirt the other day.
People don't know. No, we're good. He was. It was a minor. Oh, what are you doing? People misconstrue a quote tweet and a reply on Twitter. People think when it's a quote tweet, you're replying. And sometimes it is used that way, so I can understand the confusion. But a quote tweet is not a reply, and a reply is not a quote tweet. Let's get that straight.
I was going to do the hashtag.
Let's get it
but
straight.
I can't remember the word
Interesting?
now. Yes, hashtag interesting does it a lot.
I like Sarge. I'm a Sarge fan.
I know you do because when I'm out, he comes in.
Once.
That's right. It's still
It was
happened.
one time.
It's happened.
All right, 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Deadline tomorrow. The deadline to protest home or property taxes is tomorrow, so act now. Ownwell's here to help you spend less on your property tax. Let them take this off your plate and save you some money in the process. A lot of homeowners are overpaying on property taxes, and you, as a sophisticated member of the Hive, cannot let this be you. You have to refuse to let it be you. Head to ownwell.com. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. It's easy to do. Less than 3 minutes and you're done. You wash your hands of it, you're done. They're going to do all the work for you. And their guys are experts. They have cutting-edge technology, and they can start saving you money with no upfront cost. All reward, no risk. Ownwell handles it all from start to finish, delivers top results, and they do not charge you anything up front. You're only going to pay if they save you some money. You can't beat that. Look, even if you don't save, doesn't the peace of mind carry some weight for you? Knowing that you're not getting screwed, it does for me. Ownwell levels the playing field, eliminates the concern of paying too much on property tax for the everyday home and property owner like you and me. 86% of Ownwell's customers receive a reduction. The average customer saves over $1,100. Again, deadline is tomorrow. Do not run out of time. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start that protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com. Ownwell.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
People have thoughts. Thoughts about the schedule. 713-780-ESPN. Desert Show, I prefer nonconformist Branham. I don't know what that means. What is a nonconformist?
You're a rebel.
Means you're not conforming to like a corporate mandate or whatever.
So you said, what does nonconformist means? And it means you're not conforming, you dumbass.
You're not going along with what you're told to do.
Okay. So Desert Show prefers when I'm a rebel without a cause. Kid Rock, Kid Branham. I do too, Desert Stro. That's why I feel gross right now. 713-780-3776. Wanted to thank you guys for playing that Lord song, Royals. I've had that song in my head for 2 days. Gonna be royal.
Brian's got a tendency to do that, especially when I mention a song that I can't stand because it rattles around in my brain. Suddenly it finds its way into the next break as a bump back.
Without you telling him?
Yeah.
He's like computers. Like he's listening to
No,
your
no,
thoughts.
he says it to me.
Hear me say something.
Well, that's
I
your
hate
fault
this
then.
song,
and then he expects
my
me
kids
what,
are
not
just
to play it?
hammering this song and I can't stand it.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, lo and behold, here it comes, coming back to the Killer Bees.
That's on you.
Yeah, it's on you.
I mean, it is. If you don't want him to play a song, don't tell him the song.
I mean,
Brian's a
Sometimes
nonconformist.
I
choice do I have
believe
at that
that
point?
in the act of a casual conversation, it's not going to be used against me in the court of Killer Bees.
This is why I keep all my feelings to myself, so people don't weaponize them against me.
It's probably smart.
You know why I don't play
Brian's
songs that
weaponizing
annoy Jeremy?
because I don't.
Because he doesn't tell me
Yeah.
what songs annoy him.
I don't give him a chance to weaponize my thoughts, and this is why I keep all my feelings to myself. My psychiatrist is working on that. Monday night primetime, I can hear the theme song. Another text: exposure is a thing because we are fans and want to put on for our team. Okay. Again, how does that matter? I'm having a very difficult time knowing how that matters. Brandon of the Woodlands, the other side of that argument is I need to win those nationally televised games. That's right. Key from LA, get ready for that spotlight because week 1 on the road will be a primetime game against LA against the Rams. I actually did see that one. We'll see if it's true. I'm scared of Matt Stafford. Ooh.
Yeah,
And Devontae Adams, what does he have left?
That famously raucous LA crowd.
You know what I am scared
LA
of, though?
football crowd.
I'm terrified of Aaron Donald, though, what he might do to this offensive line. You know what else I'm scared about? I'm scared about Cooper Kupp and him terrorizing cornerback number 2 for the Houston
Jalen
Texans.
Ramsey picking us off.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right. That's what I'm terrified about. Jared Goff's going to have a field day against the Texans.
Really hope Brandon Cooks doesn't have a revenge game against us.
That's right. NFL players like playing primetime games, especially Monday, because they know the whole league is watching. Okay, cool. Like, again, how does that carry any weight or value? Like, they get the spotlight. I understand that. Cool. You know what I want to see? I want to see them win in the playoffs. That's what I want to see.
Sure, but I think that right now you're kind of using this from a selfish perspective of you like what you like and the reasons why you like it. And I think that the people that are responding are basically responding like, as a fan base, we love this, and the fact that it's more about the we.
Yeah. 713-780-3776. Texter says, "Hey Brandon, what does non-alcoholic mean?" It means you don't drink alcohol. The problem was that I didn't know what non meant. The problem was I didn't know what a conformist was.
So where did non-alcoholic?
Yeah, he's making fun that I didn't know what a non-conformist was
Oh.
by saying non-alcoholic. You're right, Texter. I understand what non means.
Brian.
I didn't know what a conformist meant.
When you read that, I'm surprised Brian didn't jump in and go, it means no alcohol in whatever you're drinking.
I thought that
The near
one was
beer.
just as obvious as the last one.
Oh.
Non-conformist means you don't conform.
What I didn't know what conform meant. I'll be honest.
Okay.
I'm comfortable in my own skin to admit I didn't know what a conformist was. I would have had guesses, but I wouldn't know specifically. Branham, you're a hater about primetime games. I'm not. Maybe. I want the Texans. I want them to have primetime games, though. I want them to have primetime games. My reasoning isn't because of the spotlight, though. I couldn't care less about the exposure. The reason that I want them in primetime games is because I want my noon to 3:30 window open on Sundays to watch the Red Zone channel. That's what I want.
I understand it. I mean, look, I have selfish reasons for the schedule that I want too, so I can watch both the Packers and the Texans live. I
So for you,
enjoy
it's
being able
different
to do
time
that.
slots.
Yeah, I like the Texans opposite of the slot that the Packers are in, because then I can watch both games live, as opposed to, and we obviously will watch the Texans game more than once, but that's convenience for me.
Yeah. So I mean, Green Bay and Houston getting a bunch of primetime games would make that easy.
Yeah,
because you'd be able to watch all of it. 713-780-ESPN HRNP listener line.
You know what I don't like, Brian
713-780-3776.
and Jeremy?
Yep.
Jordan Love. We can go on now. Just want to make sure it's clear today.
All right, we knew that was at the top of your list.
By the way,
Yeah.
I've been drafted a few best balls.
Oh no.
I think Jordan Love is heavily undervalued.
What
Hot
round is
take.
he going in?
Let me pull it up real quick.
So you can be heavily undervalued and still be overrated, right?
No doubt.
Okay, yeah, 'cause that's
Absolutely.
exactly what he is.
Especially when one's fantasy and the other one's like actually winning NFL games. Like, to me, they're two very different things. Blake Bortles had like a top 5 fantasy football
He
quarterback
did.
year.
It's like year 3, I think. Yeah, like 35
And they were,
touchdowns.
why did he do that? Because they were getting beat by 20 every single game, and he threw
Yeah.
the ball 100 times.
You guys follow Andrew Brandt?
Yeah.
He's a good follow. He's a horrible interview. He's tough.
I remember that. I think, did we have him on?
We had him on once, yeah, and I've had him on other shows as well. And it's as much as I like and enjoy his insight from a social media perspective, it's tough on the air because he has no concept of like pacing and speaking quickly and all that stuff. But he just tweeted out unpopular opinion. I don't get interest in the NFL schedule release. We know the matchups, we know the teams. We'll get a lot of who will get a primetime games. We know the teams that won't. It's just releasing the dates. Only the NFL can read the names and the dates. It's a great interest.
Yeah. And then we'll wait until September for them to actually play it. we'll wait for 5 months before they actually play the game. Jordan Love right now, ADP is 129. And here's why I think he's undervalued, because J.J. McCarthy's going behind him at 139. I feel the gap between Jordan Love and J.J. McCarthy should be way better.
Yes.
Way better. He's an 11th round pick.
Wow. Yeah, no, that is good value because especially not only are you getting
11th round pick.
not only are you getting him that late, but that also probably means in a best ball format, he's your second or third quarterback.
No, not that. I don't really draft more than 2 quarterbacks.
You never draft the third?
Nah, I like to get the extra position.
I guess it depends if you invested on a quarterback early, but if you're going late round QB, then I like to possibly get a third.
But how is Jordan Love 129 ADP and JJ McCarthy's 139?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Jordan Love, at least on an NFL level, has proven he can play in the league. We don't know what we don't know about JJ McCarthy.
Well, I'm just talking about from a statistic point of view.
But
Like
Love's
going to put up numbers.
Right, but you don't. And again, you don't know what JJ McCarthy's going to do, no matter how good his receivers are.
Well, they like the receivers, and they also like O'Connell. But at the same time, I like LaFleur. Like LaFleur's going to put up numbers with Jordan Love. CJ Stroud's going behind Love right now.
Yeah, who was the bum that he got 2 wins with last year? The guy that was drafted by the Titans.
Willis.
Yeah, exactly. Like Kevin O'Connell's definitely a great quarterback whisperer, but LaFleur's not very far behind if he's behind at all.
Yeah. No, he's not. He's not. Give me Jordan Love at 129 over JJ McCarthy at 139. Now, would you rather have Love at 129 or Stroud at 133?
Stroud.
Really? Yeah. See, I don't know if Stroud's going to have a huge fantasy year.
I just believe in his quarterbacking abilities and his
not the conversation though.
Well, and I'm not into fantasy the way you are at that level.
Who's going to have a better statistical year? Love or Stroud?
I still say Stroud.
See, I go Love statistics. I go Stroud better year.
I mean, it depends on how many pop flies are caught by the same jersey.
But I mean, the Texans are going to have a really good defense. I think they're going to be playing ahead, and I think Nick Caley's going to want to run the ball a lot.
And maybe so.
So, like, that's my perspective.
But
whereas LaFleur is going to spread them out, and I don't think they're as good a team.
I think Josh Jacobs kind of cancels out the Joe Mixon thing.
He catches a lot of passes.
But he also scores a lot of touchdowns.
LaFleur has said a lot of the same things that
Mixon.
D'Amico has said about the fact that his desire is to run the ball first. And with Josh Jacobs, they do like to try and play ball control running when they can and then pick their spots. But God help me if Jordan Love throws the ball a lot this year.
I think Love throws more touchdown passes than Stroud. I'll go with you on that.
Yeah, I think he's going to have a better statistical year. I think Stroud's a better quarterback, and I think the Texans are a better team. And we're going to look at Stroud and be like, he's the better of the two. But I think Love's going to have better numbers if we assume health. All right, 713-780-ESPN. How about Isaac Paredes, huh? How about that home run he hit? How about Framber Valdez, huh? How about that game? How about the Astros, huh? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. How about HRP, huh? Drove by HRP yesterday. Beautiful building right off the Beltway. They still hang that U of H flag proudly, that scarlet and white. Oh, it looked beautiful. So did the HRP building. So will your business if you get HRP in your life. HRP, Human Resources and Payroll. Cougar owned by Mike Holly. Used to protect the Heisman Trophy winner. Now he protects your businesses. Business owners, let HRP help you. Whether it's HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding, HRP can help in any or all of those areas. There's no boxes with HRP. Doesn't matter how small, how big. HRP will completely customize a plan for what you and your business need. You have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little bit off your plate, HRP will find a way to help. They do it in a way that is unique. Technology meets service. They have the best tech. You'll love that, but you'll love their service. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll always be talking to someone who knows you and your business needs. Give them a call, 281-880-6525, and improve your life, improve your business. Let HRP customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
This ball hit well to left field. Ball game over. Isaac Paredes starts the party for the Astros.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Get out of the way, lady. Isaac Paredes, solo homer. There's really only three things to talk about, I think, from yesterday's game. Isaac Paredes, Jeremy Pena, Framber Valdez.
Pretty fair.
Anything else?
The fact that the offense still got 7 hits. So and
It's not a lot.
No, but I mean the guys that got them, the multiple hit games are guys that you want to get going or keep going. So in the case of Altuve, at least he got another one.
Yeah. I guess that's good. Now, I don't love that the offense took forever to score.
Well, yeah, it had me worried.
Which of those three you want to start with?
I think we probably should start with Framber.
All right, what do you think of Framber?
I mean, I thought he was fantastic, and I think that in the post game there were people that referred to him as the ace, but I think
Who said that?
Isaac.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Through the translator.
Do you think we have a little bit of
because that's the other thing I thought about. Remember when Verlander came in and Framber said it didn't bother him, but it did. But at the same time, I'm like, hey, it's good to have two guys at the top of your rotation that both potentially could be your best pitcher.
No, I wonder if they have a race war in the Astros clubhouse where the Latin guys are saying Framber's the ace, and then the white guys are saying Hunter Brown's the ace.
I hope not. I wouldn't think that's the case. I think that the position players should just be giddy that they have two guys at the top of their rotation that both could be considered for the position.
No, that's what's happening.
Yeah.
Like I mean, I'm teasing with that. I think that the term ace is pretty stupid. I'm poo-pooing everything today. I'm poo-pooing primetime games. I'm poo-pooing the word ace. But this is who Framber is. Like Framber's going to have a few games every single year that makes you want to pull your hair out, that you're going to trade that bum. I can't wait till he's gone. And then he's going to have gyms like he had yesterday where he's getting ground ball. He's throwing 8 pitches an inning. You look up in the 8th, he's at 80-something pitches, and he's on cruise control. Even the run he gave up, now it was a little bit of his own fault because it was a leadoff walk. I hate I hate walks, period. I especially hate leadoff walks. But you go to that inning, like a seeing eye single, punch through the whole right side. All the hits that he gave up yesterday none of them were like legit.
Right.
They were seeing eye ground balls that found their way to the outfield. He was fantastic last night.
Against a good team. They needed him to do this coming off the Gusto start.
Mm-hmm.
And I was a guy that was watching him closely, wondering if he's going to get back to the Framber form, and here he comes. So thankfully you've got a guy that dialed back in, that was dealing last night, that shows you that, again, for all the people that are already like writing them off and crapping on them and saying it's ridiculous, criticizing us and me when I'm saying, look, I believe this team's going to win the division. I think this team could go pretty far if it gets to the playoffs. I think this team hasn't maximized its potential even close to it yet. But when you have the potential of having those two guys right at the top of your rotation, as good as their pitching staff's already been, you're going to get help in the bullpen, and then the offense seems to start slowly but surely figuring things out. There's no reason not to believe this team's going to be a playoff team.
No, if you're looking at it from an optimistic view, your rotation has the potential to be pretty gnarly come playoff time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the top two, Hunter Brown and Framber, I'm putting that up against anybody in
I was
baseball.
just thinking that, especially in the American League, when you're trying to get there first and you're trying to go, how far can you go? I mean, the Yankees would like to have a word, but they don't have Garrett Cole.
No, I mean,
they've got Fried.
Yeah, I mean, he's been good.
Yeah.
Skewball, who's the Tigers' second best pitcher.
Right.
I mean, that would be in the
Flaherty or whoever.
that would be in the conversation. Yeah. I mean, Crochet with Boston and whoever is their second best pitcher at the time, that would be in the conversation. So it's not like the Astros are clear cut way above everybody else. But I'll take my chances with Framber and
I'll
Hunter
live
Brown.
with both of those guys. And look, if Blanco starts to figure it out and get back to where he was a year ago, like there's another huge advantage for the Astros to have those three guys.
Arrighetti too.
And assuming everything goes well and he gets back sooner rather than later and the thumb's okay, yeah, that'd be great if he could deal.
Now that's the optimistic outlook. And then the bullpen's been good. Like the bullpen's been good. And Taylor Scott got DFA'd.
Just got better.
Your guy just got DFA. I can't believe they DFA'd him actually. I know that they had to make room for Gordon on the 26 man. I didn't think it'd be Taylor Scott. I thought it'd be one of these guys that has options like Souza or I don't know. I think Dubin's actually had options too.
Dubin is?
I think Souza would have, or
Souza wasn't bad the other night.
Souza and Ort would have been the only two decisions.
Maybe he's going to be a guy that accepts designation and goes to Sugarland and tries to figure it out.
I don't think he clears though. I think somebody's going to pick him up.
Someone's going to pick him up?
Oh, I do.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many bad bullpens in baseball.
Yeah, that's
he's
probably
making
right.
very little money.
He just
he'll
hasn't
get
been
claimed.
good at all this year.
He was good the other day.
The 1.5
He was good the other day.
The
Inning
one
and a
and a
third.
third?
No runs.
Yeah,
I think
okay.
he'll get claimed. He's cheap and he's a capable arm. Not a good arm, capable arm.
Tip of the cap. Thanks for stopping by, E. Get out.
Now, I do wonder, too, if the reason they just went ahead and did Taylor Scott today is because Forrest Whitley pitched yesterday and is probably going to be back by this weekend, maybe.
Well, Rome said that they cleared the spot and released him first and foremost to get the starting pitcher in for tonight. And then from there, I agree with you. I mean, I watched and saw some of the highlights of Whitley pitching last night, and I think you tweeted one of the tweets I saw. Boy, if he's up at 98.5 miles an hour on his fastball, has any kind of an off-speed type pitch, put that guy in the 7th inning. Put him in the mix in the bullpen. I'll take him over Taylor Scott, and I'll be just fine.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like King's your 7th inning guy now, which he's been solid. Like, I'm not just promoting Whitley over King right now. Like, you got to go earn it.
We talked about Ort, and we thought at the start of the year, if there weren't any setbacks, Ort would be a guy that could be considered for the 7th. All of a sudden, King steps up, takes the role, and's done really, really well.
Mm-hmm.
Now you add Whitley to the mix as well, and suddenly your bullpen looks way above average.
Their bullpen is good. So your 6-man rotation, if they stay in the 6-man, and everybody says that they will.
Okay.
Fromber,
Brown.
Hunter Brown. We're not going in order here. Okay. Fromber, Brown, Renell Blanco. Lance. I guess Gusto and Colton Gordon are going to keep in the rotation
for now.
Yeah, so like those are going to be your 6 guys. So if you're making moves,
you said 5.
No, I said 6.
Oh, because of
I said
it's not either or.
Fromber, Hunter Brown, Renell Blanco, Lance McCullers, Gusto, and Gordon.
I hate that. That Lance McCullers one has got a huge question mark for me.
No doubt about it. But then I wonder what the move is going to be for Forrest Whitley. I guess Souza.
That's where you get into the.
I think it'd be Souza.
That's where you get into Souza.
Yeah,
because they already sent down Van Way.
Van Wy.
Whatever.
Van Wy is my name pronounced.
Why ask why?
It's Van Wy. I don't know why, but it's Van Wy. Dubin is out of options.
That's a shame too.
Well, I mean, he's your long guy.
Yeah,
long. So I don't mind that.
Long to be going back and forth between Sugar Land and the Bigs. It's fine, but
I don't mind that.
I mean, he's got decent stuff.
How about your boy Isak? He's Isak from Mexico.
A lot of times he plays the part of a guy that is almost like an outcast from the rest of the team. He barely, shows emotion. And I was always curious. I'm like, is he standoffish with the players too? But then watching the celebration and how many guys that, really came to celebrate with him and the way they were jumping on him, it was a good moment for him. It's shocking to me that a guy that, has some pop and has played on some decent teams never had a walk-off before. But boy, right place, right time, and to get a win like that and have a chance to win this series, and again give them the 2nd straight series where you can escape a horrible, pee down your leg moment from a starting pitcher and still take 2 of 3 and win a series. And we've talked all the time. Doesn't matter if you win all 3 in a series, but if you keep winning series, you're going to be in a good spot. And they got a chance to do that.
I don't love that Gordon's pitching in a series finale.
I agree with that against a good team.
Yeah, against a good team. I'm excited to see Gordon pitch, but I wish it was like the first game of the series, not the rubber game.
And I hear everybody, he's got good numbers in Sugar Land. Well, that's a little different when you get to the big. So hopefully he's better than Blue Ball was in his first go-round.
Yeah. Paredes has been awesome, man.
Look, again, when we were highly critical early on and how many guys were off to slow starts, he was in the mix early, but almost quietly, he just kept, picking away and starting to get hits here and there. I like him a lot. I think he's a good fit for this squad, and I think he's as advertised and exactly what I wanted to see for this Astros team if they were going to move on from Alex Bregman.
383 on base. That's doubt.
Now, I thought about the fact that I actually had him penciled in for being up there for the team home runs. The team home run is not anything to write home about. There's not anybody running away with it.
He's one back.
Yeah, but I and it's Pena, right? That's leading.
Yeah,
but I do like the fact that we did say, hey, look, the Crawford boxes could be good for him.
Oh, sure.
And as a dead pull hitter, I like the fact that the season goes along. I like where he's in the batting order, and I like what he's been able to do.
See, I don't like where he's at the batting order.
You want to move him up?
I want to move him up to the 2 spot.
I still believe in Altuve, and I believe that he had that little lull, but he's starting to bounce back.
Altuve's 310 on base.
Yeah.
Isak 383.
I hear you.
Give me Isak.
Look,
in
the numbers. The numbers obviously you don't lie. I mean, from that standpoint, you have to go. I understand exactly what you're saying. I just think over the long haul, I trust and like Altuve in the 1-2 spot.
Oh, I don't.
I know you don't.
I think Paredes gets on base more than Altuve. Altuve's that free swinger, doesn't get on a lot.
The shocking reason why we're having this conversation is Jeremy Pena's been phenomenal since
he's at a 351 on base.
Yeah.
Like, obviously at the home run yesterday, tied it, had a couple of hits.
I
Get
thought
on
it-
base, Pena. I love it. I love what I'm seeing from him in the leadoff. And then some people that are like the traditional people, we need speed in the leadoff. Pena's the fastest dude on your team.
The reason that he's the only reason why we're having this conversation, because I expected Altuve to be leadoff all year, but then I didn't expect that it was going to be for very long, or maybe they were going to split it between home and road games for Pena. But the fact that since he's batted leadoff in the 15 games, he's got 13 ribbies, 4 doubles, and 3 bombs.
Love it.
That's fantastic.
I like you said ribbies with an S too. I'm a big fan of that.
Your boy's out. He's got someone filling in for him, so he can't rebuttal.
Yeah, he's on the phone back there too, Brian. He's just completely belling it in.
He's
My
doing,
goodness.
phone interviews. He's in another studio so that we just see him. We can't hear him.
AJ's got a broken leg, and Brian went to the other room. AJ, are you an RBI or RBIs guy, plural?
Just RBI.
If you were saying he has 3 RBIs on the year, you would say 3 RBI?
Yeah.
No, you just got fired.
Bro,
I used to like you. You're a Cougar and all that, but you don't know how to do multiple RBIs. Yeah, good. Where's Brian? If I'm asking for Brian, something seriously has gone wrong. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I'm going to tell you the lineup that I want when Jordan comes back. Also, some people got some thoughts on the Astros-Royals yesterday. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. So Jordan, we don't know when Jordan's coming back. He was on Dana Brown was on, I guess, Salisbury show. I saw people tweeting about it. I didn't get a chance to listen. I might go back and listen on the way home. But he said that he's getting closer. It's not a pain thing. It's a comfort thing, which it's a curious way of phrasing that.
It is. It makes you think a little bit.
So is he not hurt? He's just not comfortable? Do not know. But, I mean, Jordan will come back when Jordan's PTO's out. He'll come back soon, hopefully soon. Whenever Jordan comes back, just bat him clean up, please. And I want the top of the order. We just talked about, guys that are good at getting on base. Pena's been good at getting on base. Isak, in my opinion, is your best on base guy. Altuve's not great at getting on base.
I'm asking him, is Altuve in the mix?
Those are my top four, though. Okay. I'm going because you can't disrespect Jose Altuve too much. And look, he won an MVP when he was batting in the 3-hole. I'm going to go my top four when Jordan comes back. Give me Pena in the leadoff. He ain't moving. Give me Isak to the 2-hole. He's your best on-base guy. He's a better on-base guy than Altuve at this point. And I'm not moving Altuve too far. Altuve, you can bat third. He can spark a rally in case those first two guys don't get on. And then Jordan, look, I've had this stance with Jordan for a long time. I believe that Jordan Alvarez is a guy who clears the table. He's not a guy who sets the table. He also hasn't been performing that well this year. So just move him down to the 4 spot. Bat him fourth. Let the on-base guys get on in front of him and hit the big man in the 4-hole.
No, I like it. And I think that also it kind of, I don't mind Walker at the 5 spot because I think it takes some pressure off of him too. I think he's pressing enough as it is. And there's all kinds of eyes watching him, basically hoping that he's snapping out of it. So I think that, you keep Walker out of your top 4. Jordan belongs in your top 4 because there's one guy that's going to figure it out. It's going to be Jordan. And you need him because we've said without him, you're really screwed. So I'm fine with all of that. I mean, whatever order you want to put him in, fine. Go right ahead. But to me, those are your 4 guys.
Yeah, give me those. Give me that. I want that in my top 4. And like Walker, Jordan, spot to play the hot hand. Like whoever's performing well or – Myers. I don't want Myers batting ahead of those two guys, though. Even though he's been good,
he has.
Myers needs to be towards the bottom of the order. Like they don't need to move him to the middle of the order. He's a bottom of the order guy. We know that Water's going to find its level, and plus, I think he presses a little bit when he gets moved up in the lineup.
Kind of what I was saying about Walker's also something that you can do. You can say about Jake, and I think that Jake can kind of reset the table at the bottom half, or the bottom third, the bottom 3 slots. Rogers has been better than advertised, but he's not been great. And I think that Jake's a guy that kind of gives you some stability at the end of your batting order to kind of turn it over and get back to the bats later in the game. So I'm fine with that.
Yeah, give me that. Texture, heavy right-handed lineup with multiple holes. It's completely inconsistent and other than Altuve or Pena right now. Who do you actually trust to come up clutch? See, I don't trust Altuve. I trust Isak more than I trust Altuve.
I was just going to say, I would take Altuve out of that text and I would put Isak Paredes in that text to say there's the 2 guys that you trust the most.
No, I do agree with the heavy right-handed lineup. I don't think the roster construct is great. Texture, who y'all picking in the PGA this weekend is Branham DFSing. I haven't committed to a DFS. I'm probably not going to get to it. I don't love the PGA. It's fourth favorite major.
Neither is Hunter Mahon. Man, geez,
you got mad about
later. Ooh, he had some comments.
What who do you have a pick to win the PGA? I haven't looked at it at all.
I'm gonna say that Xander Schauffele is going to be in the mix.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to say Scotty Scheffler's going to be in the mix.
Oh, that's good. That's a good safe call.
Did you see he wore prison orange today?
No.
He wore prison orange today. Remember last year he got arrested at the PGA. So people are making the connection that he wore prison orange because
I saw him on the driving range wearing a red shirt with a black vest. Yeah.
That was orange. Are you colorblind?
No, I don't know what
angle
ESPN was showing. It didn't look orange to me. It definitely didn't look prison orange.
No, there's pictures of it on the internet. It was prison orange for sure.
I saw some of the guys. I guess they've eased up on their shorts policy. I've seen some of the guys in their practice rounds wearing shorts today and on the range.
Yeah, I don't need to see pro golfers in shorts though. Like, put on pants, man. You're a pro golfer.
That's a live influence thing.
It's amateur, in my opinion. Paredes has like 25 walks. Yeah, he's got a great eye.
I'll tell you what. The one thing not knowing as much about him, except for the fact that the Astros were pursuing him from multiple teams when he got here. This season has been amazing how many 0-2 counts he turns into a walk or at least works it to a 3-2 count and makes the pitcher work. His eye at the plate is fantastic.
Yeah, he's really good at that. It's one of that is his strong suit. No doubt about it. Brandon in the Woodlands, I'm disappointed in Christian Walker. I was at the game last night and just noticed his bad body language walking back to the dugout after he would strike out. What'd you expect him to do? Like do jumping jacks?
Seriously.
Like skip off the field after he struck out? Like, of course he's upset he struck out. He's a professional. Walker's been okay too recently. I just pulled up a stretch of 92 plate appearances. Last 92 plate appearances, 22 games for Christian Walker. He's hitting 259 with a 763 OPS. It's not bad.
No, I think to what they're texting about is the fact that you can't help but notice that he seems like he's pressing. I mean, he's frustrated. He seems overly frustrated with every time he doesn't get a hit because he wants to succeed. This is where he wanted to play. He knows the money, the commitment is what the fans look at. But I just think he's pressing.
Yeah, he's been fine recently, too. Can we all agree Christian Walker sucks right now? No, he's been fine last 22 games. Been okay. Hadn't been great. Okay. Isak and Pena have a higher WAR than Tucker. There you go. There you go. Look at that.
Tuck's in a bit of a slump lately.
Yeah, he's been slumping a little bit. RBI is already plural. Quote, runs batted in. I'm not going to sit here and read the MLA style guide to you. I'm not going to sit here and read the AP style guide to you, but both MLA and AP say that you add an S to pluralize an acronym. So go look it up. Has DeZinzo solidified himself in the everyday lineup? If not, what more do we need to see? He has for me. I think he should be an everyday outfielder for you.
Who's
DeZinzo?
that? Yeah, for sure. I've been a big fan of his. I would like to see a lineup where you could put DeCenzo and Cam in left and right and see how that works. I would be curious to see. Obviously, Cam is the one now that we're questioning, but DeCenzo to me is a guy that's a no-brainer. I believe in him, and I'd like to see him in the lineup as much as possible.
No, to me, you can do it when Jordan's not playing. They're actually DHing Yiner today. Caratini's catching Gordon, and Cam Smith is out of the lineup. It's like today they go Pena, Altuve, Isak, Walker, Yiner DHing, Caratini, Myers, DeZinzo, Dubon. Like if Cam Smith's going to be on this team, I think he should be playing every day. Like I think he should be playing a lot.
I don't disagree with that. I mean, because again, we heard from the start of the season and prior to the start of the season that Espada said these young guys aren't going to be on the roster and not play. We want them to play. We want them to get at bats. We want them to get experience. Well, that's the reason why he's up here, and you believe he can help you. Yeah, I mean, sitting for 2 and 3 days at a time is not ideal, and I don't think that that's something Cam Smith should be doing.
No, I'm ahead of I have DeZinzo ahead of Cam on my depth chart. If once Jordan comes back, it might be a decision. Like,
yeah, I never thought I didn't think I'd say that right away, but yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, DeCenzo has been really, really good, and he's done everything to deserve more playing time.
Like once Jordan is back, obviously like Salazar would be the odd man out, but if Jordan's back, he's DHing most days. Altuve's playing left field most days. And then you have a decision between DeZinzo and Cam. Now, maybe you could play Altuve at second base whenever Fromber and Hunter Brown are pitching, which would allow you to have DeZinzo and Cam Smith out there.
Yeah, I was going to say, the only thing that maybe you can milk is the injury or the almost injury. Keeps him out of the outfield so you can put him at second base.
He's playing left today, though.
Yeah. That's not great. But I think from an offensive perspective, there's no doubt that having Cam in right, DeCenzo in left, and Altuve at second is your best offensive lineman. Yeah. But as you mentioned, when you've got two guys at the top of your rotation that are ground ball pitchers,
we'll do it every day except for when they're pitching.
That's fine. I'm fine with that.
Altuve
I wish they would
second
do that
every day unless Fromber or Hunter Brown are pitching.
I wish they'd do that.
Like I don't need Altuve not playing second base behind Colton Gordon. You need offense today.
Yeah.
Like, do you want Dubon or Cam Smith in the lineup?
I want Cam Smith in the lineup.
Yeah. So Altuve, you play second today. Cam Smith, you go out to the outfield. But when Jordan's back, I mean, take DeZinzo or Cam Smith are sitting.
DeCenzo's in.
And call me crazy. I think Chaz should be getting some more run.
I felt bad for Chaz the other day going, you know what? He just picks up a spare at bat here and there, and he's getting little to no run at all to even prove that he could, put last year behind him and be a guy that was like he was 2 years ago. Yeah, I could see it.
All right. The Astros average right now is 322 on base percentage. Their average, like their team on base percentage is 322. Mm-hmm. All right. So the Astros this season as a team have a 322 on base. Guess Chaz's on base.
326.
343. Chaz is getting on base. In fact, there's only 4 Astros that get on base higher than Chaz McCormick has this year. Isak, Myers, Caratini, Pena. Chaz has a better on base than DeZinzo. He's got a better on base than Cam Smith. He's got a better on base than Jose Altuve, better than Jordan, better than Brendan Rodgers, better than Christian Walker, better than Mauricio Dubon, better than Yiner Diaz. Chaz McCormick should play more.
Yeah, I agree. He's been walking a lot more this year.
He has. He's been patient.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, he hadn't even hit all that well, and he still has a 343 on base. Get that guy in the lineup.
I mean, look, he hasn't done anything to deserve sitting on the bench as much as he has.
Send Cam down.
Especially when Cam's not performing the way you thought he might or you hoped that he would.
I've just decided. Send Cam down.
I don't disagree.
Send Cam down. Call up Sugar Shea Whitcomb for Shea Whitcomb, and he can be my backup infielder. Whenever Isak needs a day, he's going to be on the bench. Okay.
He's just going to
Whatever-
be a bat.
Yeah, whenever. Well, he's going to be a guy whenever somebody needs a day off. Isak, he's been playing a lot. He needs a day off. They're in this stretch of what, 16 games in 16 days. Isak hasn't been getting off his feet. Go sit a day. Christian Walker, go sit a day. Whitcomb's going to be my backup infielder that can actually hit, because Mauricio Dubon's your current backup infielder who can't hit.
Only problem is I don't know if he can field.
I know.
That's the scary
That
thing.
is-
You can say it. Yeah, hey, Whitcomb's going to play third today. Great. How many errors is he going to have that's going to offset how many hits he gets?
No, you're right. He can't defend.
Scary.
But Cam needs the seasoning. DeZinzo's higher on my depth chart, and Chaz should actually get some more ABs. All right, 713-780-3776. Jose Altuve the other day said that Jeremy Pena should get a contract extension. Do you agree with that? Also, I believe the ship has sailed on a Jeremy Pena contract extension. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN at 92.5. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, listen up. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer you can trust. Why? Because they're transparent. They don't hassle you. No hassle pricing. And you get your car shopping done fast. It's one of the best and easiest transactions you can have with a car dealership. They're the best. And that's why they've been serving the Houston area for 50 years. And that's why generations of families keep coming back to Monument Chevrolet, because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel, friendly atmosphere, fantastic culture, and good people too. And right now through the end of May, employee pricing on all of their vehicles, not just the Silverados, not just a certain truck or car, all of the vehicles at Monument Chevrolet, you can get employee pricing right now. And that includes new and pre-owned. You're more of a pre-owned type of person? Monument Chevrolet, employee pricing. You want a new car? Monument Chevrolet, employee pricing. So you've been waiting for the right time. That's now. The time is right now. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, an easy deal without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. You can trust Monument Chevrolet. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it. Check out their inventory at monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or go visit them in person. 225 and Beltway 8, massive land out there. It's like their own little community. But get out there to Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Walker can't keep batting cleanup. All the strikeouts with runners in scoring position are unforgivable. Flip Walker and Diaz. Yatter's not the greatest with runners in scoring position either.
No, I mean, look, the fact that he's been heating up lately and everything like that is one thing, but Yiner's doing the same thing. Yiner's been struggling mightily as well. He's on a little bit of a heater right now.
What's the hit streak up to, like 10, 11?
Is that right?
I think it's 10 or 11.
Yeah, but regardless, I mean, I think that, again, the conversation was really centered around when Jordan comes back. I think it's nice to have the opportunity to put Walker and Yiner in the 5-6, and you strengthen the entire lineup. And Jake being down at the bottom of the lineup gives you more flexibility and a lot more potency in the offense.
Yep. Just get Altuve back at second and Zinzo and left, says Blaine. You can't do it with Fromber and Hunter Brown. If you want to do it every other game, I'm cool with it, but you can't do it with Fromber and Hunter Brown. 713-780 ESPN. Chaz only hits versus lefties. If he hits against righties, all his numbers would be down. Okay, we'll play him more against lefties. That's a fair argument. But yeah, like I'd like to know if he was the year he had 2 years ago, if it's legit.
Right.
Like give him, let's see.
And or if last year was legit. Because
Yeah.
if it is, then it tells you a whole hell of a lot about what you need to do with him.
We can't tell. Like we can't tell. Do y'all all think that Jose Altuve will reach 3,000 hits?
We've talked about it in the past. I think it's obviously it'll be another contract away. I think he will be close. If I was to bet on it, I think he will eventually get there.
Yeah. If it's his desire, like if he wants to, I believe he'll be given the opportunity to chase it.
Mhm.
If he doesn't care about it too much and he's like, okay, I'm not helping the team anymore. I'm not, performing. If he doesn't have the desire to chase after it, I could see a scenario where he doesn't get it. But if he wants it badly, I think someone will give it a chance. It'll probably be Crane. So it depends on that for me.
I think, to your point, the one thing that's going to be interesting is if he just knows that he's washed or he knows that he's taken a huge step back. I just don't see him being a guy that puts pride aside and does it for the sake of reaching the number. I think he's a guy that would put it in his, put everything away and just say, you know what, I've had a good run. Thanks.
And that's us guessing.
Yeah, it absolutely is guessing.
That's why it depends on his desire. If he has the desire to reach 3,000, I believe he'll get to 3,000. If he's starting to fade in his career, doesn't have the desire, and he's what Blankers just said, I think he won't get it.
Yeah.
I think to me, it's that simple. All right. Altuve did say the other day that Jeremy Pena should get extended by the Astros. They should lock him up. Texter, Pena, and Hunter Brown have priced themselves out of Crane's checkbook with their play this season. That's where I'm at with this too. The idea to lock up Jeremy Pena, if they ever had that idea, that ship has sailed. Jeremy Pena has upped his game to an echelon, and he's also at the part of his club control where he's not signing an extension. He's got this year 2 more. He's making arbitration money, so it's not the league reserve, like it's not the auto minimum, whatever, of his first 3 years. And his performance is to a spot. Why would he sign a team-friendly deal at this stage of his career? If he fills out the rest of this, his club control at the Astros, he'll be 29 going into his age 30 season when he's an unrestricted free agent. The time to lock up Jeremy Pena was 2 years ago. That ship has sailed. That is gone. It ain't going to happen.
And you know me, I've been more pessimistic on guys like Pena and even Jake Myers. But as it relates to Jeremy Pena, look, this heater's been really, really good, and I really love it. And I also was the one that said when he came into the league and took the league by storm and won the ALCS MVP and the World Series MVP, don't expect it. And then he just kind of wallowed in the same kind of level. So is he going to level off again? I don't know. But at this point now, I'm riding it out because I'm one of those people that say this is a heater, and I've seen too much of the Jalen Green syndrome where I think Pena can be hot for a while. I'm glad that there's some time now, based on what you said, to figure it all out because price matters. And I wouldn't be paying him at his highest value right now while he's batting leadoff and he's really, on a hot streak. I need to see what he does this season.
Oh, so you're talking about it from a team perspective?
I'm just talking about from a Pena's perspective in terms of, yes, I guess essentially I am. From an Astros perspective now, where you sit today, I'm definitely not looking to give him the extension because the value is going to be through the roof with how hot he's been lately.
So Pena's like, okay, I'll buy out 3 years of free agency, give you a team-ish friendly deal. Not crazy, but ish. Like
that ish matters.
Like bordering on the team-friendly deal. But I mean, the other thing is, like, why would he want to buy out years of his free agency when he's going to enter free agency at 30 and teams don't pay players that are in their 30s big money.
Right.
Like even Bregman.
Right.
Bregman had to do the 3-year opt-out deferred money thing. Like Pena's going to want to be a free agent at the age of 30.
But at the same time, does he, or does he want the extension prior to that because of the fact that he knows the things that you've said and also knows that, he's probably at a certain point. I don't know how many people are going to put him in an upper echelon shortstop position to believe that he's worthy of the top of the market type money. I don't think he's going to get Willie Adames type money. I don't think he's going to get, shortstop money like that. But you're right. He would be close to his prime, but also entering his 30s. I think he'd like to have them lock him up sooner rather than later at a higher number that I wouldn't be comfortable doing.
That's interesting that you're looking at it from that point of view. Like you're looking at it from the team point of view. I'm looking at it from the player point of view.
Yeah.
If Pena would give me a slightly team-friendly deal to buy out 3 years of his free agency, I'm all in.
At what level, though? I mean, like, how much are you paying? I mean, how much of a team-friendly deal is it worth?
$20 million a year.
Okay.
See, like this is an example though of why you need to trust your scout and do it earlier in their career. Like you shouldn't be doing it in their 4th season. You should be doing it after their 1st year or after their 2nd year. Like Corbin Carroll was after his rookie year. And Corbin Carroll is a way better player than Jeremy Pena.
Right.
But again, it's trusting that scout. Jordan was done early. Jose Altuve was done early. Alex Bregman was done early. Ronald Acuna was done early. Fernando
J-Rod.
Tatis was done early. Julio Rodriguez was done early. That one doesn't look great right now.
Right.
He hasn't been the offensive
Churios.
specimen that people thought. He was done early, and that one's still probably too early to tell.
Yep.
But that's why, in my mind, you as a GM, you trust your scout. And if you trust that Jeremy Pena is going to be a good player, you do this after year 2. If you trust that Cam Smith's going to be a good player, you do it, his debut after year 1. You can't wait until their 4th season.
But that's the delicate balance, right? Because if you just go by after his year 2,
That's the
I wasn't
question.
convinced that he was going to be a top half of the league shortstop, right? And then he had the one good defensive year. Then he had a less than defensive year a year ago. You and I both believe he's a better than average defender. But from an offensive perspective, I think he was tinkering. You were watching him, and we were both, and I was personally going, I don't know if he's ever going to be more than he is right now. And now suddenly,
Well, I mean, if he is who he is this season, that's dang good because he's performing at a higher level than I thought he was capable of.
Yes, but I'm saying the last 2, when you say it's like you got to lock him up within the first couple of years. After the first couple of years, the way I saw him offensively, I wasn't sold on him being a good offensive baseball player.
You're right, though. That is the question because if you're locking him up then, you're probably locking him up on a far cheaper deal, and he's still a big league shortstop. Like offensively, he was very mediocre, like very average his first 3 seasons. And maybe he falls back down to that later this season. That's in play, right? We have no idea. But in my mind, even after his rookie year, I had no doubt that Jeremy Pena was at least an average level shortstop. So if you could have bought him out at that stature, average level shortstop, we know that he's at least a starter in this league until, the age of 32, 33. Sign him after his rookie year to this, 7-year deal, buy out 3 or 4 years of free agency. Now it takes 2 to tango. The player has to be willing to do it as well. And you get them for cheaper whenever you do it. The longer and longer you wait, the price goes up and up and up. Because now Pena, again, we don't know what Pena's going to be the rest of the year, but Pena right now is a 127 OPS plus guy. He's flirting with a 300 batting average. He leads the team in home runs. He's their best base runner by far. And he plays the most important defensive position at a pretty good level. Jeremy Pena is turning into a $25 million a year player. And if you did it after year 1 or year 2, you could have had him for like 15.
If that's the case, right? And like I have this whole, tentativeness about the fact that I'm afraid he's going to regress again. I'm afraid he's going to regress to the mean and be more like the offensive player he was in his first 3 years in the league. If he keeps doing like he's doing now, you're absolutely right. He's going to price himself way, way up above 20 a year. But at the same time, I'm also thinking about it from the perspective of if he is going to be who he is currently, and he's going to be able to maintain that I'm thinking that he's going to want that kind of money. If we're talking about that money right now in the 25, 27 a year range, then to me, I would be very skeptical because of the fact that I consider him more the offensive player of the last couple of years than what he's doing right now.
Yeah, I mean that's the balance that you always have. I mean, that's always a balance whenever you have signing any player to a big deal, though.
Sure.
Whether it's after year 1, like okay, what do we project he's going to be? Whether it's right now in his 4th big league season, what's he going to be the rest of the way? Now it's more expensive. Once they enter free agency, what's he going to look like whenever he matures and ages into his 30s? So to me, that's always the question. And it always comes back down to a general manager trusting their scout. And if you're going to trust your scout, I rather a general manager do it early in a player's career than in the twilight of their career once they're in their 30s. Like Dana Brown came here. Yeah, we believe in locking up players early. He's done it with Christian Javier, and that is it. Like, if he's going to have that model, Christian Javier should have been done. Jeremy Pena should have been done. Yainer Diaz should have been done. All of these young players that you're penciling in to be a starter for the next 4 or 5 years, you should have been buying out all of their free agent years.
Or if you do trust him and he didn't do it, then you have to trust that his read is that he's not sold that they are that kind of player.
Do you think it's that?
Well, I'm just saying, if you look at Yainer and you see the way he performed early on in his career and the fact that everybody was hankering for him to play more and bothering Dusty and saying he should have, and then us looking at Atlee Rushman and other guys and saying, could he be this player?
I don't think it's fair to compare Yainer to like other catchers, though.
But
like,
I'm just
the
saying,
question is, do you think he is your starting catcher for the next 7 years? And if he is, you extend him early.
But I'm just saying, from the standpoint of what we were talking about, and if Dana, is doing that or not doing that, maybe it's the standpoint that he was skeptical about these guys fulfilling and being able to maintain.
Well, then I would say that Dana Brown's dumb.
Okay.
Like, if you don't think that Jeremy Pena is again, I'm not saying he's going to be a 127 OPS plus guy. I'm not going to say he's a 30-30 guy. I don't know if he's going to lead the team in home runs and all of that stuff. But even in his first 3 years, you could look at Jeremy Pena and say, this guy's an average shortstop at the big league.
Yes.
An average starter.
Yeah, but
an average starter.
My mistake is I'm thinking that you want to lock him up and he's going to want Adames type money.
Well, after year 2, how is he asking for that?
But I'm saying right now. I mean, if you were trying to do it right now.
But you waited too late.
Probably so. But I also think that in the equation is they waited for a reason. Like, they don't see what we're seeing right now out of Jeremy Pena.
That's why now I would shift my focus to blaming Dana. Because how do you watch Jeremy Pena after the first 2 years and say that guy is not at least an average big league shortstop for the next 7 years?
Well,
you weren't thinking that?
No, you're not wrong about the fact that you can start blaming Dana, but then we also that turns us right back to, is it just Dana? Is he being handcuffed by ownership?
I mean, that's stuff we don't know.
The checkbook, right? But I'm just saying, before we just put all of it on Dana or start questioning.
Okay, the Astros front office.
Yeah, I think that's realistic to say that if they're still meddling or there's ways that he's not able to do it.
Yeah, but now you're changing the conversation a little bit. Like, let's make it the Astros front office then. Like, if you want to say that they're meddling and we don't know, okay, cool. Like, we don't know that. We don't know the construct of the Astros front office. So let's just call it the Astros front office, the Astros in general. If the Astros in general watch Jeremy Pena after his second year and like, yeah, we don't think that guy, we think he's a bench player for the rest of his career. They're dumb. Same thing with Yainer. Like, Yainer's had struggles this year, but how do you watch Yainer after his rookie year in 23, last year in 24 when he hit 299? You're like, oh, yeah, we don't believe that guy's a capable Major League Baseball starter. Then the Astros front office is getting it wrong.
See, I think that you can think that they're capable starters, but I think that at what price? Like, if the player and the agent come back and say, in order for us to give up free agency in our prime, then we're going to need this much more, and we're going to need the ceiling to be higher. And if you're not willing to do that, then that's going to be a huge hindrance no matter what, because I believe both of those guys are average at worst. I think they're average starters in the league. But if you're talking about an agent getting involved and getting him locked up earlier and giving up the free agency in his prime, I think both agents are stupid if they don't try and bump the price up to the level of expectations of a guy that's going to continue to get better and have better numbers.
That's the art of the negotiation.
Yeah.
But the further and further that you go along and you don't get it done, and then the player develops on an upward trajectory, the more A, that it's going to cost, and then also B, the likelihood that they're not going to sign with you. Right. And they're just going to test free agency.
We just had this conversation
So
about Hunter Brown.
It is the risk reward. And like, what side do you want to dance on? I rather side on locking the player up early than either overpaying once they're in their 4th, 5th year, or B, letting them leave for free.
Because, like I said, we just had this conversation a week or two ago on Hunter Brown. But from the standpoint of, is there more confidence from my standpoint that Hunter Brown is going to continue to be who he is and more? Absolutely. But the ship has already sailed, as you said, because they waited too long, and they should have known and seen that this guy, he's got a cannon and he knows how to use it. And there's a guy that's going to be with you. But again, now the fine line is also, he's a pitcher. And we know that the injuries are coming for pitchers, and we know that that's a tough road to hoe if you're looking at 7-8 years. But at least from the standpoint of what they've done so far in their careers, Hunter Brown has excelled and exceeded, and Jeremy Pena has been good. But I would have reservations about should they have done it already.
713-780-ESPN. Should they have done it already with Pena? Should they have done it already with Yiner? Did they miss the boat? What do you think of Dana Brown as an evaluator? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from my good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville is the best in the business at doing a bunch of stuff. But what I'm here to tell you about today is his ability to get your hair back if you're losing your hair, if you already lost your hair, and with it, you've lost your self-confidence, and you don't like the way that you look, and you don't feel confident about anything that has anything to do with your hair and how people perceive you because of it. He fixes it. He fixes it once and for all, and he gets you your hair back because it's your own hair. It's not all the sprays and the creams and the foams that are gimmicks. It essentially is your own hair taken from spots you're never going to lose it. And pro tip, you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. He takes some of it, he puts it where you need it most, and in no time at all, you have your hair back. With that, you have your confidence. You like the way you look again, and you just enjoy every day with your hair looking the way you always wanted it to look and the way it looked when you were younger, quite frankly. There's two different things that go with it. There's the treatments, and then there's the actual procedure. The procedure is the neograft procedure. It's taking that hair from the sides and the back of your head where you're never going to lose it, putting it where you need it most. Maybe it's the hairline in front or the baboon's butt that you got popping out on the top and back. Regardless, it takes care of the problem. And immediately you'll see the follicles there. And in 6 to 9 months, when they settle in and they grow and they get stronger and longer, you're going to have those spots covered, and you are going to have more coverage area, and you're going to feel great about your hair. If you have hair on your head, it's just not as strong and thick and long as it's been in the past. Well, it's PRP treatments, which is like fertilizing your lawn. It takes the hair that's still there, and it makes it stronger and longer again to, again, give you a better appearance, more coverage area, and more confidence. Check them out today because you get a free consultation with Doc and his staff that normally costs $150 just for listening to me. Go to 975hair.com right now and sign up for a free consultation. It's absolutely free of charge. There's no commitment to be made, money out of pocket, or anything for you to sign on the dotted line for. It's just a pure Q&A session. They're going to explain to you how everything works. You're going to get to ask questions. They're going to answer them, and they're going to say, hey, thanks for stopping in. You can walk away knowing that you have all the information in your back pocket, literally, and you can make a decision that's best for you. If you choose to go and do the procedure like I did, you are going to be ecstatic. It works. Your hair is going to be there, and you're going to have it for the rest of your life. Tell them I sent you by. Go out and check them out today by setting up that consultation. Go to 975hair.com.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Oh, look, Brian's back. No one missed you.
I'll try to find someone in the hallway to do some more work for me.
Branham pronounces dill as dill, like a pickle. I guess I do.
You do.
Don't make fun of me. I'm ESL with a Texas drawl.
And I'm Mexican.
So I'm saying dill, like pickle deal instead of dill.
Dill instead of deal.
Deal. Deal is like meal, not mill.
Right.
So whenever I say deal, I said it right?
Yes.
Deal.
Deal.
Not deal.
Right.
Deal.
Right.
Would you sign Jeremy Pena to a 6-year deal? 713-780-3776. Or would you sign him to a 6-year deal?
Now, what player are we talking about? Because Brian can interject based on that comment.
No,
right
no
there.
one wants that.
Clearly.
Dana.
How do you feel about Pena and a 6-year deal?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Deal, not deal. Blankers. Come on, everybody knows that. Dana hasn't been here that long. He's evaluating the players he wants to sign for the long term. Okay. I have an issue with that. This is his 3rd year, right?
Yep.
3rd year?
Yeah, because
Second
World
year.
Series, who, Pena?
He got
For,
hired
Dana Brown.
February
Oh,
23?
for Dana Brown, it's his...
He got hired the
Third-
year
February
after they won the
23.
World Series.
Yeah. So this is his 3rd season.
3rd season.
23, 24, 25.
Then he should have had plenty of time to evaluate. In fact, whenever he took the job, he should have already had an evaluation of every single player in the organization. That, like, you learn the organization.
But
You
also should have
learn
been
the
part of
players
the
in the
interview
organization.
process. Like, you want to impress the organization. You're coming
Sure.
in to try and run. You should already have done that.
Here's what I think of all the players you
Yes.
have. Here's my idea with these players. Absolutely. If he's in his 3rd year and still evaluating players in the organization, he has failed to do his job. I have a big issue with that. And quite frankly, I don't believe that to be the case. I think Dana Brown does have a good feel of this organization. Look what he did with Ronel Blanco in his 1st year on the job. So I don't agree with the logic, and I disagree completely that Dana doesn't have a feel of it. Another texter, Dana's an idiot and Joe Espada should be coaching D2 softball somewhere. I don't think that Dana is an idiot. I will agree that Joe leaves a lot to be desired as my manager. I don't love Joe.
In what way?
He's kind of mid. Mespada.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just asking, like, is it in-game management? Is it?
I think it's all of it.
I think the biggest
You know,
thing
the back
to
of his
me-
baseball card.
Addressing the media. I don't think I don't know how. I'm not in the clubhouse. So I can't address the clubhouse. Like, what's the level of respect for Espada? I don't know. But he leaves a lot to be desired for me. I thought Dusty was way better. I thought Hinch was way better. I look around baseball. I think there's a lot of managers who are way better than Espada.
I think to me, the biggest thing that sticks out is just it seems like he's just a puppet. It seems like he's a company guy. It seems like, they went the anti-Dusty approach to, we got a guy that's going to do whatever we want him to do, from Dana to Crane to whoever else that has their hands in the cookie jar from time to time. It just seems to me like Joe was he's happy to be there. He's happy to get his first managerial job. He's happy to have a team that has the talent of the Astros, so he'll roll with it. And again, that's perception. I don't know the truth behind the curtains, but at the same time, how I feel about it is, it just seems like he's kind of a pushover.
It just doesn't really command. I mean, obviously we're not in the locker room or the clubhouse, but it doesn't feel like he ever commands the room of whatever room he's in, whether it be the press conference, the media availability in the dugout, whatever it is. I don't know. He doesn't scream like I'm the authority. The buck stops with me. Rally around me. Like, he doesn't seem like a guy people would run through a wall for like they would for Dusty.
It's a conversation that we've had previously, and Jeremy, you and I've had it on multiple occasions. But the one true telltale sign to me on what Brian was talking about and more is the fact that not even the umpires, he won't even go after an umpire with the kind of command of saying, I don't care who's been in the league longer. I don't care if you're a veteran umpire or whatever. I'm going to ream you because that call sucked. It seems like he's always tiptoeing around, putting his hand over his mouth, not to offend, and make sure that, hey, I didn't like that, but I understand you got a job to do.
I think I had that take last year that he doesn't command the room. That whenever he walks in, he's not the.
I just remember the game in Chicago, and we were talking.
Oh yeah,
like,
I remember
what
that.
the hell are you doing that you're not losing your mind, cussing? Get your hand away from your mouth. Show some kind of body language that you are emotionally into this conversation instead of legs crossed, leaning back, hand over mouth, like, hey, that wasn't really good.
Yeah, I don't think he commands the room. Junior Broncos needs to stick to wine tastings. He does hold the wine glasses funny too, which I don't love that for my manager. I don't love a manager that holds a wine glass like he's a sommelier or whatever you say that word. He's Junior Precisa says that he wants a manager that dips and drinks beer. Exactly. Give me a manager who drinks and dips and who drinks and dips beer. Who dips and drinks beer. Key from LA, from what I hear from the Hive, is Joe Espada doesn't have that dog in him. I would agree with that.
That's pretty true.
Dana's about to diversify the Stros. I'm okay with that. Espada equals. Okay, I'm not reading that. Dana Brown, I already read that one. Should we be asking him to buy out Cam Smith's ears this early? Trust your scout, man. If you think Cam Smith's going to be a superstar, you should be talking about an extension early in his big league career. Yes.
And I would think right now, at least from an agent's perspective, you're trying to buy low, and there's nothing that he's standing on that says that it should be higher.
Well, he's not going to. I mean, an agent's. I mean,
He's not going to go rock bottom, but
it's
I'm
always
saying
the game you play.
it's
right?
kind of like the Jordan deal, right? But I think even less, because he has done far less than what Jordan did when he signed his deal, to where you're like, hey, I'd love to lock you up at like a 20 a year for 10.
Corbin Carroll was done after his rookie year, and I mean, Corbin Carroll was a highly touted prospect, and
He was rookie of the year, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think that's correct. But he was done after his first year, which, I mean, that's not a bad time to do it. I don't mind doing it early. I don't mind doing it in the rookie year. I don't mind doing it after the rookie year. I think the further you go, though, the more difficult it becomes. Corbin Carroll, after his rookie year, signed an 8-year, $111 million contract. Now, look, he still had 5 years of club control, but it bought out 3 years of his free agency, and he's making an average 111 divided by 8 of under $14 million a year.
It's a steal
for Corbin Carroll.
That's a steal.
That's why if you I would have given Pena that deal. I would have given Pena a 8-year, $111 million coming off of
when
after his rookie year.
See, but again, are they going to sign that?
You don't
after
think
his
that
rookie? After his rookie year being ALCS MVP and World Series
Corbin
MVP,
Carroll was far better as a rookie than
I
Jeremy
don't disagree
Pena
with that
was.
statistically. I totally get that, but you don't think from an agent's perspective they're not going back
Sure.
at that, going, "Come on, man."
But if Corbin Carroll signing an 8-year, $111 million contract extension, who was more highly touted as a prospect, had a better rookie year, Pena had the better playoff. Yeah, I think Pena would have done that. That's so much money, and it's only 3 years of free agency.
I hear what
How
you're
is
saying,
Corbin
but
Carroll doing it, but Jeremy Pena wouldn't?
because
I disagree.
I think from an agent's perspective, he's not settling for that. He is going back and saying, yeah, maybe all those things, if you want to use that on the bargaining table, that Carroll comes up, but he's going to say, but my guy just won ALCS MVP, World Series MVP. Who's to say that he's not going to be the next, superstar shortstop
His
in this
rookie
league for years to
numbers.
come?
His rookie year
Okay.
numbers. Like,
Well,
why would Carroll?
Corbin Carroll was what, 2050 as a rookie?
Carroll was 5th in MVP voting.
Yeah.
Like, Carroll had a better rookie year than Pena did by far.
Right, but I'm saying for the numbers that you throw out to say that Jeremy Pena,
Why would Carroll do it and Pena wouldn't?
because I think that from an agent's perspective, the rebuttal would have been, my guy could be better.
What happened to Carroll's agent then? Did he die? Why did he accept it?
We don't know from player to player. Look, Jordan was willing, a willing participant that wanted the money earlier rather than later, and so he took less. Some guys believe in themselves and are going to ride the wave and say that I'm going to be better and better, and I'm going to get more. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Yeah. Don't disagree, but devil's advocate, how many coaches 2 years in aren't yes men and authoritative? Dusty Baker? Dusty? Like, how? That's part of having a veteran club too. Maybe don't hire a rookie manager. If you feel like you have a veteran club and you need a manager who is going to be authoritative, hire a vet.
Yeah, Dusty's a different situation because you're hiring a guy that had a ton of skins on the wall, and even as a player was kind of a leader in the clubhouse, kind of a lead by example kind of guy too that everybody followed. So I can't tell you yay or nay about Joe Espada's, except for being bench coaches.
Yeah. People are another texter. Lost it. MVPs, the cost goes up. I think he's talking about the LCS MVP, World Series MVP. After their rookie year, who is worth more, Jeremy Pena or Corbin Carroll?
It should be Corbin Carroll. There's no doubt.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
it's Corbin
because he
Carroll.
did it for a full season, and he obviously, like you said, was in the top 5 for MVP, Rookie of the Year, and everybody looked at him and said, "This guy's going to be here for a long time."
And he was younger after his rookie year. He was Carroll was 22 as a rookie. Pena was 24 as a rookie. Like, again, if you trust the player, you sign him early. And somebody else in the Twitch, I think it was Junior Broncos. What has Jim Crane done that makes you believe he would do this kind of stuff? Maybe he wouldn't, but there has been a history of signing players early under Crane. Dana Brown only has Javier. But if you go back and you look at all of Crane's early extensions, he signed Jose Altuve to an early extension. He signed Alex Bregman to an early extension. He signed John Singleton to an early extension. Oh, well, that one didn't work, so you should never do it. Okay, why aren't you saying that with Altuve and Bregman? He signed
Singleton under
Jordan
Crane?
to it. Yeah, Crane was because Luno did it.
Okay. For some reason, I thought that was under Drayton.
No, it was Crane.
Okay.
Because that was Luno's doing, and Luno was hired by Crane.
Yep. Okay.
So Singleton would have been one of those three. Javier has done it. Lance McCullers did it. Jordan Alvarez has done it. So there has been a history of the Astros doing it. Now, of all of those, usually it's the Astros getting the great side of the deal. The deal. 713-780 ESPN. What are the odds that Jordan's best years are now behind him?
I don't think so. I mean, look, if we don't know if it's how legit and how painful the hand thing is and what he's been dealing with as well, but there's an injury associated to a slow start, and what we know is for multiple years he's basically carried this team offensively when he gets going. So I think his best years are still ahead of him.
I think it's highly probable his best years are behind him.
Behind him?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Jordan finished third in MVP voting in 22, 13th in 23, 9th last year. Do I think Jordan Alvarez is ever going to have another 3-year run like that? Nope.
Look, I'm on record as saying I think he is going to win an MVP somewhere down the road for the Astros. I believe that his best years are still ahead of him.
I hope you're right. 713-780 ESPN. Joe Soft Spotta. That's mean. To Joel's point, Tucker was never going to take a Jordan type deal. That's true. Don't disagree. I already read that one. Espada doesn't know when to bunt and when not to bunt. I think the players did that on their own. I'll defend Espada on that one. All right, 713-780 ESPN. Let's get to some Rocket randomness. Is there a Celtic out there that you like for the Rockets? Is there a specific trade? There's a trade rumor out there that's interesting to me. Talk about that one next. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Highly disagree. His best years are behind him. It's a statistical fact that the greats of all time had one rough year. His health and body would be the only concern. I agree with Blankers. He's got an MVP in him in the years ahead. It's also a statistical fact that the big league player on average is in the prime of their career in their late 20s, and then they start to trend downwards. And Jordan's what, 29 years old? Turns 28 this June. And has a body that's bad. He's got a bad body, Jordan does. Look, I still think he's going to be really good, but can he have one top 3 MVP season? I wouldn't doubt that. But his stretch of 22 through 24, I don't think he touches again.
I mean, other than injury, which is obviously a huge part of this equation, have we seen drop off though? Because okay, yeah, slow start, and we'll see obviously how that plays out over the course of the full season, and obviously that plays into injury as well. But I believe it's 4 straight seasons of 30+ home runs. Like I have, I see, I know I get your point with the MVP finishes. That's certainly one aspect of it, but power wise, I don't think we've seen a drop off other than this year.
It's not a drop off question though. It's a question of, have we seen the best of him? Have we seen the best of Jordan?
Couldn't it be plateauing, but not actually declining at this point? Maybe that's answering the same question.
That would be the best of him. If he's at a plateau in his career and there's no elevation, then we've seen the best of him. We've seen the best of him. You might continue to see the best of him, but you wouldn't see better.
But that has a connotation of decline to me, though. I know
people take it that way. Yeah,
I know technically it's not, but I think if you're saying it's plateauing, that just comes off differently than the way you phrased it earlier.
You brought up the 4 straight years of 30 or more homers. Do you think Jordan Alvarez is ever going to have another 4-year stretch of 30 or more homers in a season? I don't.
I do.
Okay.
Assuming health, and that's the big.
All right.
It's the big if.
40, right?
What?
You said one more year?
No, it's not what I said. I said, do we ever think that Jordan Alvarez will have another 4-year stretch of 30 or more home runs?
Oh, I do.
All right. Time will tell on that. For me, I think the injuries are going to come into play. Like, if an injury-prone player usually doesn't get healthier at the closer they get at 30 and then into their 30s.
But every situation and individual is different, right? I mean, you're right. The trend is probably bucking in that direction. If you want to look at it from that perspective, I just believe that he's such a good hitter, and we got done talking about, his rare combination of average and home runs, that I believe that, not that he could do it in his sleep, but I think he's going to have he can put multiple seasons together of 30 or more.
See, I believe that he could put together one incredible year. I think it's more likely he puts together one incredible year, or maybe he has a top 3 in MVP, maybe even wins an MVP. For me, it's the stretch of years. I have a hard time seeing the stretch of years with Jordan Alvarez because of the injury bug, because he hasn't always been a clean bill of health. Some of the other factors in that as well. I could see one peak year with Jordan. The stretch of multiple years together, I think we've seen the best.
Yeah, I disagree, but
only time will tell.
We'll hurry up and wait. It's kind of like Mike Trout, right? I mean, there's an example of a guy that was, certified best player in baseball and all these other things. And what's he done in the last couple of years?
Been hurt
a lot.
That's kind of my point. Eric,
I understand. That's why I'm just adding to that if you're looking at it from that perspective.
Why does losing Pena to free agency not bother me? Probably because you don't think Pena is an elite shortstop and that you want to pay him for 6 cheap years and then just let him hit free agency. I've been there with Pena. It depends on which Pena. If Pena does what he's doing this year all year long, it's like, okay, I don't really want to lose this guy, would be lost. Right. But if he reverts back to who he's been in his first 3 years offensively, kind of just an average hitter, then it's not going to break your heart. So it's which Pena do you think you're getting over the next 3, 5, 7 seasons? Do the Astros currently have a player on their roster who will win an MVP in their career?
I just answered it.
Jordan would be the best bet.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. What? Hunter Brown.
MVP?
Maybe.
For a starter?
Doesn't happen often.
Doesn't happen often.
Verlander, Kershaw. I'm trying to remember.
Pete Vukovich.
You picking Hunter Brown over Jordan?
Or I don't know. Maybe it's Rolly Fingers. Milwaukee had one. Am I picking who?
Hunter Brown over Jordan to win an MVP.
No.
There you go.
No, but I'm just saying, if you're saying, do they have one on their roster? I mean, he could have a Verlander season, but yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, I would. He'd probably be second. Wouldn't
Yeah,
go
for
Yiner.
sure.
I mean, Pena.
Oh,
Pena
I'm not
plays at
going.
elite level shortstop, 30-30 club.
I don't think so.
I don't think he's capable of winning it, but he might have the next highest finish.
I would go Yiner before I'd go Pena.
See, Yiner's not going to play enough. Too many days off. It's hard for a catcher to win.
Yeah.
I mean, did Mauer win his MVP as when he transitioned to first base, or was he
I
still
think he was a
catcher?
catcher.
Not sure. But Mauer probably
I'll
played
look
more
it
than
up.
Yiner did.
And Posey won one as a
And
catcher,
also,
but
I also think Mauer played first whenever he was getting a day off.
okay, true.
Which Yiner doesn't. Like, well, Yiner's
Well,
DHing today. Well,
eventually
Yordan
he
would
did.
be DHing if he was healthy.
Yeah, eventually he did. Obviously, for a while, the Twins had Justin Morneau. I couldn't remember exactly when that switch
Yeah, I don't remember
happened.
the year that he won
Yeah.
it. Yeah, and he might have been DHing on days he got a day off. You know,
He won it
Mauer
in
did.
09.
Okay, was Morneau still on that team? Probably. How many games did he play that year?
Let me see. Oh, you're faster at this stuff than me.
Yeah, see who can win this race.
Yeah, I thought you were on the reference page already.
Yeah, I thought so too. Hey, what did
guys
you look
thought
up to
wrong.
see that?
Joe Mauer MVP.
He played. He only played 138 games that year. 606 plate appearances though.
That's a full season. Yeah.
He also hit 365
Yeah,
with a
Yiner ain't doing that.
1031 OPS.
And he was the catcher the whole time, right?
I don't know. I doubt it. I don't think he caught every game 138.
Well, for the most, I would say.
Primary, sure.
Yeah.
But every game of 138, I would doubt. That was an elite year, though, for sure. Trade Yordan now for a massive haul. I'm not there yet. Come on. Texter, he's not injury prone. He just uses his PTO. Fair point. Fair point. But do guys who use all their PTO win MVPs? Do they hit 40 bombs in a year? No.
Mauer played only catcher in DH that year.
Okay, so he did DH. I mean, he got some plenty of bats, I'm sure, as a DH.
28 games.
That's quite a bit. I mean, yeah, there's not 28 dates available right now for Yiner to DH unless Yordan's hurt or Altuve's hurt. I think it's likely that he's never going to have a complete year at all, and he never has, says a texture about Yordan. Yordan can win an MVP as a DH only. His body won't hold up in the field over the years. It won't hold up as a DH only. Logan Webb would win MVP before Hunter Brown. That's got to be Keith. Yordan won't play enough games to win an MVP. That's my point. It's going to be really hard for someone to win MVP if Judge hits 50, 60 every season. I mean, yes. But to me, it's also the stretch of years. I don't believe that Yordan's ever going to have another stretch of years, 4 years in a row where he hits 30 or more home runs. Like, is he getting 30 this year?
Unlikely.
So the clock's going to have to start next year.
Right.
Is he going to have 30 home runs at his age, 29, 30, 31, 32 years? That's his best chance, because if one of those years it doesn't happen, it ain't going to happen 33, 34, 35, 36.
I believe.
We'll
Yes.
see.
Yes, I believe.
We shall see. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. Let's get to the random rocketness that's going on around the world. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Rocket randomness. 713-780 ESPN. A lot of rumors are out there. A lot of scenarios are out there. Ocho asked us earlier, can the Rockets get Mitchell without trading the number 10 pick? If they really wanted to, they could.
Cleveland's not getting rid of Donovan.
True.
Mitchell.
If they were trading him, I believe Houston could get them if they wanted to. If they wanted to. If Mitchell was like, I want out, the Rockets could get him.
Sure, they could get it,
without
but
the number
10 pick
pick
would be just a small sidebar to what the entire package would look like.
Well, he's saying without including the number 10 pick.
Yeah,
I
because
think
you still have
no
multiple firsts coming down the pike, and you've got a roster full of young talent that were top 3 and good in some cases better picks. To where, yes, it would be a Giannis type package, maybe not as much as Giannis, but Donovan Mitchell would command a bunch right now.
Yeah, the Rockets have enough to do it without the number 10 pick. Would you make this trade? Beam a Thug on Twitter got this from Michael Levin from a podcast. He proposed a hypothetical trade. Rockets trade the number 10 pick and Tari Eason to Phoenix for the number 3 pick. Would you do that?
Yes,
I would too.
Absolutely. I mean, look, I've been watching some highlights on Ace Bailey.
See, I like Edgecombe.
But I mean, Edgecombe, when I saw him play at Baylor, I was like, man, this kid, I hadn't heard anything until I saw Baylor play. And I was like, this kid's really smooth and he's athletic and he's got a strong body. I like Ace Bailey too, as a guy that, if you give up a Tari Eason, who he's going to be in the NBA. I don't think he's going to be a whole hell of a lot more than that. Could he be a starter on some teams in this league? Sure. But offensively, I have questions. Thinking the game out, making smart decisions, I have questions. If you're telling me that I give up a pick that I don't think is going to make this roster anyway, and Tari Eason, and I get a kid with the potential to turn out to be far better than him, yeah, I'm making that.
Maybe he's going to make the roster.
No, I'm saying if I'm giving Tari Eason and giving the 10 pickup, which
who's not going to,
it's not going to
or
play.
Rotation,
yeah, it's not going to be in the rotation, and I get a chance to get a guy that could be a whole lot better than that for the years to come, I'm definitely making that move.
Same. Tari's injuries concern me too.
That too. We don't know what that leg thing is.
Plus, you also you have to make a decision on him soon about a contract.
Mm-hmm.
The Rockets have a bunch of young players. You're going to have to let some of them go. You're going to have to level up at some point. I would be cool with the idea of trading 10 and Tari for 3. I would use it to draft Edgecombe. Edgecombe would be my guy. I like him more than Bailey. Edgecombe's like a dog, man.
But I think
he goes and gets it.
To me, and you've seen him more than I have, but to me, my takeaway would be, what does this roster need that it doesn't have? Do I have guys like Edgecombe? Yeah, I think you do. I think you have the potential guys that could potentially be what he could potentially be. But what do they need? They need a guy with more size, a guy that could play back to the basket, but seems like he can play a post.
He's not a back to the basket guy. Bailey?
I think he will be.
He's a guard.
Ace Bailey at almost 7 foot tall?
Did you see what he was listed at the combine? He was listed like 6'7".
Oh, I didn't see that. I thought they were listed when they played Wisconsin this year. They listed him at almost 7 foot.
They listed him poorly at Rutgers. His official height at the combine was 6'7.5", and he's a guard. He's not a post.
See, he's long.
He's a long guard.
I would lean Bailey over Edgecombe.
Give me Edgecombe. Now we're arguing a hypothetical here. I like Edgecombe in the NBA. I think he's physical. He's got good size. He's a good shooter.
Is it good or bad that he reminds me of Mathurin?
Oh, I don't think he's Mathurin at all.
No?
I think he's bigger than Mathurin, and I think his handle is much better than Mathurin. Mathurin might be a better shooter.
Okay.
But to me, he's bigger, and he's way better getting to the basket. Edgecombe was the best guard I saw this year getting to the basket.
Best. I mean, like I said, you've seen him a whole hell of a lot more, and you've seen him in person. I have not.
Yeah, I like his game a lot. He would be my 3rd pick in this draft. It would be Cooper. It would be Harper. And San Antonio. Everybody's saying that San Antonio's keeping their pick. They're not shopping it at all, which I think is smart. I think he fits there.
Mm-hmm.
And then it would be Edgecombe. Edgecombe would be my number 3 guy. The only guy who I would consider to be number 3 after doing my vetting and all that stuff would be the kid from Texas.
Johnson?
Trey
Johnson?
I have him ahead of Ace Bailey.
Was that his name, Brian? Trey Johnson?
I'm not huge on Bailey.
Yeah, Trey Johnson.
I think Bailey's going to be a bust. I don't love his attitude either.
I wasn't big on Trey Johnson when I saw him play on TV. Again, you saw him.
The thing with Trey is I don't love that coaching staff.
Well, yeah, you do wonder how much Rodney Terry held him back. I think he's super talented. I mean, obviously the stats bear that out. The only thing I would kind of knock him for, it kind of felt like in their biggest games down the stretch where he didn't really step up and take over the way you would hope a player of that caliber would. especially against Xavier.
Yeah, it kind of disappeared.
Yeah.
He disappeared
But-
a little bit.
And then that's Jeremy and I talked during the season. When I watched Rutgers play Wisconsin, and I watched a team that has 2 high lottery picks like Harper and Bailey just absolutely get worked by a Wisconsin team, I was like, how does that happen? Like, you talk about disappearing. Those 2 guys should have absolutely had their way with a team like Wisconsin, and they got worked.
They didn't make the tournament.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
They're going to have 2 top 5 picks, potentially 2 top 3 picks, and didn't make the tournament.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, it is unbelievable. I like Harper. I think Harper's got the dog, though. I think Ace kind of faded away from stuff, too. So there are rumors out there that Giannis, according to Scoop B, wants to stay in the Eastern Conference, which is kind of weird. Like, why would that be a caveat for him? That he
Easier
wants to
path
stay
to the
in the
finals?
It's exactly what it is. It's totally about the fact that the East is in the next couple of years is going to be the lesser than of the 2 conferences. And when you got the OKCs of the world and the Minnesotas of the world, and now what the Spurs and Mavs have the potential to be.
Not the Rockets, though.
I mean, the Rockets' young roster too, but again, until they get a go-to guy or 2, then yeah, there's potential there to be a speed bump of one of many. But I think the East looks like it's an easier path for him.
Yeah, I wouldn't think he cared about that, but perhaps he does. The 2 teams that are interested, Toronto and Brooklyn, are not interested in him. The 2 teams that have emerged as destination of interest for Giannis are Toronto and Brooklyn, which go to Toronto. It wouldn't bother me. Now, I don't love the idea of Brooklyn because the Rockets have their pick in 27. They have their pick swap. So I don't want Giannis to go to Brooklyn. I'll be rooting against
Make
that.
the trade. Make the Rockets make the trade. Make a trade that involves it before that.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea. And then you've had this Mark Spears that's speculating that I've seen this quite a bit from other places too, but Spears is speculating that the Celtics and others are going to overhaul their team. Spears is the one who specifically mentioned the Rockets and the Spurs could help them in that overhaul. Is there anybody in Boston that you would be interested in?
No.
Not even Peyton Pritchard?
Oh, yeah, but Peyton Pritchard's not who they're talking about.
I know.
They're talking about the big contract guys. They're talking about Porzingis. They're talking about Holiday. They're talking about Brown.
You don't like Brown?
He disappeared. Talk about disappears in big games.
He doesn't have a left hand either.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't. I have buyer beware on anything with Jaylen Brown, especially at $60 million a year.
That's a lot.
Yeah. I mean, look, Drew Holiday's a really, really nice player on the right team. Drew Holiday on this team, I don't know if he's not a more glorified, better, slightly bigger to better defender than Fred VanVleet. Drew Holiday's maybe a better 3-point shooter at this point in his career. He's not going to do enough for this team at his price tag that I would want to go get him, and I have to give up assets to get him. No, I don't. And White, and White is, again, he's a role player,
Good role player.
a really good role player on a really good team. He makes you a ton better. I don't think he makes this Rockets team that much better.
You know whose skill set I really like? Really, really like? It would intrigue the heck out of me. Porzingis' skill set is unbelievable.
You talk about a guy saying can't stay healthy.
That's why I couldn't pull the trigger. With his injury past and his salary that it would command, I'm out. But his skill, I love his skill set. Big fan of his skill set.
He can shoot it really
Big
well.
guy, he can shoot over 40% from 3.
I mean,
Big.
This last one was at
Hillman
halftime.
Şengün
He
on the
got
floor?
sick, and it hurt him the rest of the series.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't
Come
do it because
on,
of the
man.
injuries. I do think he has a little softness to his game, too. I like the skill set. Don't love the mentality. Don't love the contract. Don't love the injury history.
Yeah, he's overpaid.
So not a single Celtic, huh?
No, not for me. I've always been a fan of Peyton Pritchard's games.
You don't
since
think
he
they
was
would
at
trade him?
Oregon. I think they love him. I think they love him, and they wrapped him up at a pretty decent deal for them.
Yeah, they
I think
did.
he's the heir apparent to get the minutes when you trade one or more of those guys.
You think Reed Shepherd could ever be as good as Peyton Pritchard?
Right now, no.
Ever.
Maybe.
I think if he turns into Peyton Pritchard, it's a huge win.
It's a great win. I
It's a
heard
victory.
the comp in midway through this last season. I was like, if he turns out to be Peyton Pritchard, you should be very happy.
Shepard's actually taller than Pritchard.
Really?
I just pulled up their size. Pritchard's actually like built pretty sturdy though. They
He is
list Pritchard.
stocky.
They list Pritchard at 6'1", but he's stocky.
Yep.
Reed's 6'2", but not stocky.
You want to talk about mismeasured?
I don't think it's a mismeasurement. You can't mismeasure in the NBA.
Well, whatever you just said that they did with Ace Bailey, I think someone's doing to Reed Shepherd because standing next to him, he didn't look like a whole 6'2".
But you can't do that in the NBA now.
Well, I'm just telling you.
They got rid of that.
That's surprising as hell to me that he's listed at 6'2".
Really?
Yeah.
He's 6'2", 185, according to the NBA. And
Probably.
the NBA stopped going away from like they actually measure him now and have to do
Probably
the whole
had
deal.
like a dumbbell in his back pocket if he's 185.
Pritchard's 195. I mean, 185 is not very big if you're 6'2".
Yeah, but at the same time, he even looked lighter than that to me. So, like I said, this offseason's huge for Reed Shepherd to kind of get his body NBA ready.
Yeah. And a lot of people have got some Rockets talk, so we'll continue this. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, right now I want to tell you about Allstate Siding and Windows. They are the best in the business at everything that they do. Their title and their name says so much for you. I normally tell you about the windows because my wife and I, the minute we bought our new house about a year and a half ago, we went to Allstate. We got new windows, and they were a game changer. But the siding is great, too. If you're looking to give your home a facelift, forget about the painting or the staining of the outside of the house. Buy the siding from Allstate's Windows and Siding because you're going to get great deals. You're going to get the best experts in the business on your particular project, and they are going to find the exact right product, color, and style for you and your house. And those products are all going to be energy efficient. They're going to be impact resistant from wind and weather like hurricane season down here in H-Town. And they start the process right by you contacting them, and then they come out and see you for free and tell you exactly how they can help and what they can do. All it is a phone call, 832-204-1936, and get that $2,500 off a complete siding job special. And on top of that, get the experts that are the best in the business at giving you everything that you need to make it a complete job. Matter of fact, you get that discount, but if you also mention me and ESPN 97.5, they'll give you a little extra because they love our listeners and they want to take care of them more than anybody else. Check them out today with all the products and services they offer at allstatewindowsandsiding.com. But right now, again, 30% off a window job, $2,500 off a complete siding job. That free estimate's available by giving them a call. 832-204-1936, allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hall of Famers, John and Lance in the morning, Wall of Shamers, Killer Bees in the evening. It's wall-to-wall, great coverage. Why'd you look at me side-eye?
I didn't. I was just... What?
You
You
did.
left out
You did look at me. You looked at me.
You left out a Hall of Famer,
I looked
though.
at you. You're right.
Well, but you looked at me after I said that, like you were offended. I said we're Wall of Shamers.
No, I didn't. Look, you like to be put down and like the negativity. I don't mind some positivity every now and then.
I don't mind a little self-deprecation from time to time. What were you saying, Brian?
You left out some Hall of Famers. You mentioned John Lance, then we're the Wall of Shamers. Wednesdays and Tuesdays, Hall of Famers, Booker T and the boat, Brad Gilmore.
First of
including
all,
tonight.
it's wrestling. It's fake Hall of Fame. Secondly, why did you go Wednesday, Tuesday?
Because today's Wednesday.
I said I'm out of order.
It is out of order,
That's
but I went
confusing.
with what's
Like
most
broadcasters
current.
that say
Today's
the
Wednesday.
Team with the lesser score first.
That drives me nuts.
I hate it. I've told Lisa forever because she'll hit me up in a break and go, "Hey, I got to do some sports stuff." And I said, "Whatever you do, you make sure that you say who won the game and the higher score first."
Yeah. Goldie apparently hit a 2-run home run, tied the Yankees-Mariners game at 2. Paul Goldschmidt's having a good year.
He really is.
From the Woodlands High School.
Yeah,
On
I
the
didn't
north
think he
side.
was going to be good there, but so far he has been pretty damn good.
Yeah, I thought he was washed.
Yep. Slow bat.
They got him on a 1-year deal, too.
They couldn't catch up to the fastball last year, but
Found
guess-
it. It's the
I guess
torpedo
he
bat.
found it again.
The torpedo bat's helping out. Shepard is the number 3 pick, and Pritchard was a what pick? Laughing face emoji, laughing face. I think it was Israel that texted too. Pritchard was the 26th pick, but not all drafts are built the same. Israel.
Not all players are either. Pritchard's proven and he's gotten rewarded for the fact that he has been pretty damn good on a really good basketball team. That he's the 6th man of the year this year because he's on such a good team that he can't crack the starting lineup.
Please, that tall, fragile Frankenstein. Talking about
That's the
Porzingis.
unicorn. Yep.
Derek White, glue guy, bench scoring, defense, perfect fit with Ime. Derek White is a Fred VanVleet upgrade. What do you think about those texts?
Financially, yes, but Derek White's still paid what, 30 a year? Something like 28, 30 a year, I think.
It's pretty high.
Yeah, and so I mean, is he going to start at point guard for you? I don't think so. Yeah, and as a bench, you got plenty of guys coming off the bench, and he's not going to be a guy for that amount of money that you're going to get the return on investment that he gives Boston. I disagree.
Do you think he's better than Fred?
At this point in his career, he is. Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
On
Boston,
that team,
Boston,
situation matters.
Well, okay. You put Derek White with the Rockets. You take away Fred VanVleet. Is Derek White better than Fred VanVleet in the Rockets scenario?
Individual stats or team?
No, just
team
helping the team win.
He should be.
Then why are you opposed to
Well,
that? I mean, obviously,
he's
Boston.
He's not going to handle the ball. He's not going to make the decisions at key times like Ime relies on Fred to do. So I would say for the Rockets, he'd be about the same. I think a little less.
Plus, Boston's not. I mean, Boston's trying to get rid of money. Like they wouldn't sign up for
No, they
Fred's
have to,
contract. The freshman point guard from Oklahoma fears to replace Van Vliet down the road. I don't think he falls to 10.
I don't either.
If you're keeping 10. Also, I don't know if he's like. I think he's more of an Isaiah Thomas type, the second one, not the bad boy Piston, where he's kind of a scoring guard off the bench. I think that's more of his role. Like I don't really know if it cracks the rotation, the starting lineup of a good playoff team. Fears, the Athletics mock draft has Fears at 8.
I think a lot. I was surprised how some other mocks have him higher than that.
I like his game, but what's his? I don't think he helps the Rockets immediately. And long term, I see him more as a 6-man than a starting point guard for a good team.
I don't know enough about him. I know that it's a name that I wasn't as familiar with that I saw was climbing the draft, the mocks.
He can start for a lot of bad teams right now, but on a good playoff team, I don't think he cracks the Rockets rotation immediately. And long term, he's more of a 6-man than a starter for a good playoff team.
I would love it if Concanipple fell to 10.
I don't know how he fits the Rockets.
I mean, if he's got size, I think that he could be a combo for you, a 2-3 that can shoot it. He can shoot it really well. He's got more of an NBA type body than Reed Shepard. So I think he could fit. I just don't. I think to your last point, I don't think he's going to fit immediately, but I think for the long term, he can fit here.
Most mocks I've seen Knipple go before 10 for what it's worth.
Hovering around 8-9.
Some of the names that could be in play here, like I think Trey Johnson will be gone. I think that Edgecombe to me is the number 3 pick, but I think he'll be gone before 10. Some names that would be in play, I think, would be Derek Queen. And kind of the projections on him are all over the place. I've seen him as high as number 6. I've seen him as low as like 15. He would be interesting. Like he's not a great 3-point shooter, but he has good touch. He's kind of a Zach Randolph, Julius Randle type, which I don't know if that plays with Alpi. Like would Derek Queen interest you at all? Like that type of player, a Randall, Zach Randolph type.
Yeah, I
don't know if that fits next to Alpi.
See, I think it does simply if they're willing to rebound and really focus on on the ability to play post defense. Because I think that regardless,
I don't think he's
of
a rim
anything
protector.
else,
He's kind of big.
Then that's going to be something that I'm going to question because of the fact that I think that when you look at Alpi even getting better defensively, but he's going to need someone next to him that's going to be able to guard and hold their own on the block and still be able to get rebounds and to help Alpi out. And so you need someone that's going to develop into a physicality level type player, regardless of their height.
Some people like the Malowich guy from Duke because he's so big. I'm kind of out on Malowich.
I've seen top 7 for him.
Yeah, he's kind of slow-footed. I didn't love him. Colin Murray Boyles from South Carolina. I didn't watch a whole lot of him. The kid from Illinois, the Kasparis Jakuonis. I've never seen him play.
There's 2 from Illinois. There's the point guard and the shooting guard, small forward, that they're talking about being lottery picks.
I haven't. Who's the other one?
I don't remember his name, but I know that I saw in some of the mocks that they had 2 guys from Illinois.
Will Riley in the athletic mock is a early second.
Let me see.
Those are the only 2. They're from Illinois.
Okay.
Jakuonis and Riley. And the Jakuonis is going to be a lottery pick.
Yes.
And look, I mean, the athletic isn't the only mock draft that exists, but the athletic mock has him as number 31 pick, first pick of the second. The kid that I like from Arizona, I think he's really good. Carter Bryant. He can kind of play maybe a stretch 4 a little bit too. He's kind of Tari though. Like he's kind of similar game as Tari Easton, where he's really good defender, super athletic, a solid 3-point shooter. So I don't know if the Rockets would want like a similar guy that they already have.
Right.
So I don't know if that would be but I do like Carter Bryant quite a bit. Shipper will be fine. The dude didn't have anywhere to play and no time on the court. I saw somebody post today on Twitter. I can't remember who did this, but they posted his averages of the 4 games where he played like significant minutes, and he averaged like 19 a game in those 4 games where he played significant minutes.
I don't question his ability to shoot and to score and to be a guy that can make shots. I question his ability to do that from a physicality standpoint consistently in the NBA right now. I think that he is shorter than I think a lot of people. He plays shorter than he even is as he measures.
What do you mean?
I think he plays extremely small because he's not strong. I don't think he's strong, so I don't think that he's able to, utilize even his quickness because he gets bodied up a lot. And I think that he's got to get stronger and he's got to get more physical. And I think that will help him greatly. I think that I believe in him, and I believe long-term he is a really good player. But I think that that's why I said this offseason is so essential for him to kind of fill out and he's got to put on some weight, but he's got to get stronger.
I mean, he's only 20. Like he should, both of those things should happen just by default. Like he's working out with an NBA team. He's 20 years old. He's very young in his life. Like you're going to put on weight and size and mature.
We should, right? I mean, you have to buy in. You have to do everything that they tell you to do. James Harden's a perfect example of a guy that never wanted to be in the weight room and didn't want to do what they told him to do. And I understand that when the Rockets got him, they were going to pay him, handsomely to where he had a little bit more control of that situation. But yes, what he has to do, regardless of who does it with him, is he has got to get stronger and he has got to put on some weight.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Israel, you're in the Hive. What's up?
What's going on, fellas? This is my thing, though. I mean, because everybody get criticized in sports. You can talk about Cam, you can talk about Shadou, you talk about everybody. But for some reason, like, take put on white gloves and to talk about Shepard. When last year, when they had the number 3 pick, everybody said, "Oh, he can stretch the floor. He's a bona fide jump shooter. He can do this and he can do that." And he haven't did nothing. You do not get a number 3 pick talking about we're going to develop him and have time. No. He's a bust. I mean, I just can't understand. It got nothing to do with race. It's just a fact. If y'all could talk about the other guys that don't play for the Rockets and got drafted high, he's just a buzz, bro. And Pritchard, the guy from Boston, he's a baller. Yeah. He can play. He's not aggressive. His height, he's too small. Everything I've been understanding last year, like, what? Who is they talking about it? Everybody, he can shoot the 3. He can do. He can't do none of that. And they can't get rid of him because nobody want him. But thank y'all, man.
Appreciate it.
We just got done saying he's 19, 20 years old. You look at the last time that a number 3 pick was an out and out bust. I mean, Scoot Henderson, I think the jury's still out on. But Jahlil Okafor in 15 Jaylen Brown in 16, Tatum in 17, Doncic in 18, RJ Barrett in 19, LaMelo Ball in 20.
I don't know how that relates to Reed, though, other than being the
Well,
number
he's
three
saying
pick.
because of the number 3 pick, and he's bashing. I think Reed is going to be just fine, but I just think that everybody's path to get there is going to be different, and we've seen this in all sports. So I think the fact that the draft now is based more than ever on potential is something that factors in when you're going to draft the kids younger. We just got done talking even from baseball and the Astros, and every general manager is now based on not just talent, but evaluating the talent for the long term and seeing the potential that's there. You either get fired or you get an extension based on how you handle the draft. Reed Shepherd's a guy that, he led the nation in 3-point shooting his 1 year at Kentucky. Do I believe he can shoot the basketball? Yes. I mean, do I believe that he's going to be a good NBA? Yeah. But I think, Israel, for you to shut the book on him after 1 year and call him a bust, I don't think it's accurate.
Yeah, it's too early to call him a bust. He didn't have a great rookie year, but the minutes weren't there for him. Hopefully he turns out to be good. Time will tell. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Brian didn't like something that your boy Mike Greenberg had to say. You're a big Greenberg guy.
Yeah, I love him.
It relates to the NBA draft lottery and also a football comp in it, too. People will be happy. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Rocky, why do y'all let that clown call? We're not going to say bad things about Israel. Israel's entitled to his opinion, just like you are entitled to your opinion. 75, Israel, Jalen needs time. Poor Marine. Israel driving around Houston and is... Okay, poor Marine. That's racist. Not reading that.
Almost.
Israel's not a race baiter. He likes Peyton Pritchard. Last I checked, Peyton Pritchard's white. Israel likes his game.
Does he like him, or does he like him more than Reed Shepherd?
Both.
Okay.
He said the guy's a baller. He said he can hoop.
Okay.
Israel likes Peyton Pritchard. He doesn't like Reed Shepherd because he didn't play. Texture on a team that on a team that needed 3-point shooting, Reed couldn't touch the floor. That's worrisome. Yeah. Texture Blankers is so over Israel. I love it. Are you over Israel, Blankers?
No, I disagree with him. I'm not over Israel. I appreciate him listening every day and being passionate. I just disagree with his take.
Yeah. How is Reed a bust? That dude also randomly threw in Shador's name. What a jamoke. I didn't notice that. He threw in Shador
Not this
Sanders'
time.
name.
He normally does. I didn't catch it today.
I know he has takes on Shador, but I didn't hear it this
I didn't hear it today at all.
I didn't hear it either. I don't understand why basketball is so popular beyond the college level. It's a garbage sport. I'd rather watch wall ball than basketball. It's a terrible product because how can you sell a product where the players don't even care?
God, watch it. I mean,
a wall ball.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, watch the playoffs.
I was just going to say, watch the playoffs, but in particular,
wall
watch
ball.
the Denver OKC series. That game last night, my goodness. There's a whole lot of care. There's a whole lot of care in that series.
Where does one watch wall ball these days?
I haven't heard of wall ball since I was a kid in the 90s.
Isn't that an East Coast thing?
I don't know.
No, I played it growing up.
Do you remember Highlight?
No. I mean, I remember hearing
the
of
rounded
it, but
banana shape deal.
That has Whitey Bulger stuff on it. Like
Does it
apparently,
really?
yeah, Whitey Bulger's like gang bought Highlight so they could fix the games.
It's big down in Florida, and they do bet on it a lot down in Florida.
That's why it was created. It was a gambling sport.
Yeah.
And like Whitey Bulger's like people bought it for a little bit. And they were like fixing games and stuff.
That's crazy.
I read that in a Whitey Bulger book. Yeah.
Keep saying Whitey, you can get more calls.
Whitey Bulger's his name.
I know.
One of the most famous gangsters of all time.
Yes, I'm very familiar.
Whitey Bulger. How familiar? Did you do some business with him?
No.
Did you
Not
see The
that
Departed?
familiar. Yes, I did.
Departed's good. What was the other one they made of Whitey? Was it Black Mass?
Yeah, the one with Johnny Depp. Yeah.
That one wasn't as good.
No.
No, I ended up reading a Whitey book. It was pretty good. He's one of my favorite gangsters ever.
You got a Mount Rushmore?
Yeah, he's on it. Al Capone's on it. Who was American Gangster? He's on it. Denzel Washington played him. I think it was. Can't remember his name. I read a book on him too. I can't remember his name.
Not God. You're not thinking of Gotti, right?
No. Denzel Washington didn't play Gotti.
Oh, you said Denzel. I didn't hear you say Denzel. Yeah, I don't remember his name.
Frank Lucas.
Oh, Frank Lucas. Yeah,
Frank
yeah.
Lucas. Heck of a gangster.
I think Frank Lucas was also a part of a season of Fargo, the television series. I think.
Frank Lucas?
The same one?
Had to be a different Frank Lucas in
Fargo?
I don't think Frank.
No, well,
I don't think
not
many
every
Frank Lucas are in Fargo.
Not every season is set in Fargo. There was one city where one season where Chris Rock was involved, where it was set in Kansas City.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
Was wall ball the one with just your bare hands and a hard rubber ball?
Yeah, yeah, and like I can't remember all the rules, but I remember one of the punishments, like if you messed up, was basically back to the stomach to the wall and getting pegged.
I
in
don't
the
think
back
that's
with
real
the-
wall ball. That's like recess wall ball.
Yeah.
I didn't say I was playing with the official
Wall
rules.
ball's like a spin-off of handball that they play on
like,
the East Coast.
Brian's thinking what you play like in middle school.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That's not what the texture's talking
All
about.
right, whatever.
It's like a legit sport. I just never watched it.
Yeah, they.
I think it's like a racquetball with your hand.
Yeah, it's like hand. It's a spin-off of handball where you just play the front wall and there's not a bounds in the back line.
I can't believe that person actually watches that.
No,
There's no
Where could you even watch it?
What do you go to the Y? I think they only play. I think they only play it on the East Coast.
Handball was a big game on the East Coast. My dad was growing up in Brooklyn in the 40s and
Yeah.
50s, and I don't think anybody went and watched this either. Wall ball is big in prison, says somebody. BMAC thinks Robert Downey Jr. played Frank Lucas. Well,
Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder.
Yeah, I think
So-
that was the joke though from the texture. College basketball over NBA? Yeah, right. I mean, I'll take college basketball over NBA. Mariner watch, Judge home run, just put the Yankees up 3-2. Are we all Yankee fans today? I am. I'm
Today,
rooting for the
yes,
Yankees.
for sure.
Yeah, when they're playing the Mariners, sure.
I want
Yes,
the Yankees to
absolutely.
win.
Want the Mariners to lose every time.
If you could pick one player for the Rockets out of Dylan Mitchell, Kevin Durant, or Giannis, who are you going with?
Dylan Mitchell?
Donovan Mitchell.
Donovan Mitchell, Kevin Durant, who? Giannis?
Giannis.
Just those three?
Dylan Mitchell's a college basketball player. That's my bad. I mean, if there's nothing else, like all things are equal, give me Giannis.
Yeah, I mean, you have to. I mean, there's numbers. I have some fear factor on his inability to shoot from anywhere, but the 30 and 20 in a playoff game is pretty hard to walk away from.
Now, if we're factoring in if we're factoring in cost, I'll go Durant at that point.
Yeah, because he's going to be the cheapest.
If we're factoring in the cost. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Brian saw something from Joel's favorite person, Mike Greenberg, about a take he has about the NBA, the NFL, the NBA lottery, the NFL, and wants to marry the two, huh?
Yeah, it was more about tanking in general than specifically the NBA, but basically he was applauding Adam Silver for their draft lottery and the fact that it's resulted in 7 straight years where the team with the best odds didn't get the number 1 pick. Because in this clip you're about to hear, he goes as far as saying tanking is the scourge of all sports and insists the NFL should follow the NBA's model.
Tanking is a scourge. Tanking is a disgrace. Tanking runs contrary to literally everything sports is designed to be. Incentivizing losing is the worst mistake any sport can possibly make, any sports league can make. And as a result, I think it is great news. People saying, oh, this isn't working because the worst teams aren't getting the pick. Shut up. That's exactly the wrong way to look at it. This way, win games. Go out there and win games and see what happens. And you know what should happen? The NFL should add this?
Yes.
Every sport should add this.
Yes.
The lottery is a brilliant idea, and I would completely favor, I know Shefty was on talking about it on the radio this morning. I would absolutely be in favor of the NFL going to some sort of draft lottery.
I just think he's trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist with the NFL. Like, say what you want about, its effect on the NBA. That's a completely different conversation. But how often do we see out and out tanking in the NFL? I mean, I know that, the hashtag suck for luck and all those things are popular when they see guys taking off and your team is doing poorly, but no one's benching their quarterback. And if you're not benching their quarterback, you're not benching his offensive line, and you're not benching his wide receivers because you're going to get them killed. Like, this idea that tanking is taking place and teams are trying to lose because they're incentivized to doesn't happen in the NFL. And I actually think the idea of a draft lottery for the NFL makes tanking more of a possibility. Not that I think that they would, but like a team that going into the final few weeks, let's say they're 4-8 after 12 games. They're not probably not going to make the playoffs, but they're also not so bad that they're likely going to have the top overall pick. If you have a draft lottery though, and you're talking about percentage chances, you might be then incentivized to keep your percentage or your record low so you stay in that top part of the percentage. Whereas obviously with the current system, you're not going to get the top overall pick. So I just think he's trying to fix a non-existent problem. And I could see a scenario where a lottery actually increases whatever tanking there would be in the NFL compared to the current system.
I don't know how it would increase it.
I don't think it actually would, but I
like,
think it would be more incentivized is what I guess what I'm getting at.
I think it'd be at best the same. Like, why would you tank for more lottery balls, but you wouldn't tank for the top overall pick?
I'm specifically talking about teams that are kind of in like a no man's land, like a team that's 5-9, right? They're not going to be 5-9 after 14 games. You're not going to be able to tank to get the top pick. But in a lottery system, you might be incentivized to keep your win total at 5 to preserve your odds for the top overall pick.
Okay, interesting. I do think that we see more tanking in the NBA than
I
the
was just going to
NFL.
say.
And it's only for lottery balls as opposed to the top
Right.
overall pick.
But we had to do it in the NBA because of the fact that they had to do it because of the fact that there were too many examples of the Celtics and other teams or the Spurs that just were so good, but then for 1 year, seeing a guy that was a Tim Duncan or a guy that could be, one of the best players of a decade, and they just completely pulled the plug on everything blatantly.
But they could still do. I mean, why couldn't they do that if it was reverse order of standings? Like, there's more incentive to do it if there's reverse order of standings.
You don't have to go as far to get where you need to go.
But if you're like,
Well, because
tanking implies that you're trying to lose on purpose.
Right.
So if you didn't have a lottery and you lost like every game on purpose, you guarantee yourself the number one pick.
But they had so much talent on the roster. My point is they still had enough talent on the roster that they should have been winning more games. But like the coach and everything just completely bought into the fact that we're going to run the wrong system.
Why?
Because they felt like it would give them a better chance to get that's why the lottery was instilled.
But my point is, though, like if they're trying to get the number one overall pick, what is the difference between lottery and reverse order of standing? The reverse order of standing guarantees you the number one pick, as opposed to being the worst team in the NBA guarantees you an 18% chance.
Yeah, the NBA just did it because there were too many teams doing it, and the product sucked because there were like a half dozen or more teams all trying to do it, and then it was a race to like be as bad as possible instead of the lottery system, which I think was put in place, and then other things that go with it, because it was just an embarrassment of the product on the floor.
I think tanking will always exist. As long as you incentivize losing at all and you have a chance to get the number one pick, I think tanking is going to exist no matter what. Because you aspire to get that top pick, the top pick that you possibly can, and you're always going to try to put yourself in the better position if your team stinks to try to get that top overall pick. Now, we do see it more in the NBA than the NFL. I think there's a big reason because of games played, 82 NBA, 17 now in the NFL. And like this texter says, the NFL draft has way more talent. That's true. Like you can find a really, really, really good player at number 12, where in the NBA, if you don't have a top 3 pick, you're kind of toast.
It's also the wussification that the NFL doesn't allow that the NBA does, where you can have load management. And now the NBA in the last year or so, but the NBA has come in to try and like crack down on it more, because the NFL, we remember that if you mislead anybody with your injury report or otherwise.
Yeah, but you can not play somebody if you wanted. You can't mislead the injury report, and you have to be honest on the injury report. But if you didn't want to play a starter, you don't have to play the starter.
But I'm saying the NBA until last season, you didn't have to be certifiably injured and validate it. You could just say he's resting tonight, or he's load managing, or he's doing whatever.
Why can't you do that in the NFL?
I don't believe the NFL won't let you have a healthy scratch like that for like predominant players.
They have 7 healthy scratches every game,
but of predominant players.
Oh, that's not true at all. Go look at the number 1 seed in the final week of the year. They don't play their quarterback.
I thought that the NFL had a longstanding rule that they couldn't do it, that Belichick was constantly scrutinized for that.
No, Belichick was scrutinized for lying in his injury reports by not designating injuries when they actually were hurt. There's no rule in the NFL that you have to play your stars at all.
I just think from an overall standpoint, the NBA has been doing a lot more egregious things to sit guys out than what the NFL has done late in the season.
Because the NBA was abusing it.
Yeah.
And the NFL hasn't abused it, but you don't have to play a player in the NFL.
I mean, just think of remember those couple years where the Saints and the Colts started off like 13-0, and then like they both decided to sit out Manning and Breeze for the final few weeks. Like, you don't technically have to start them. There's no rule against it. You just don't see it, other than a scenario like those teams had where everything was completely wrapped up.
I like the idea of I like the NFL, the idea of an NFL draft lottery. I think it'd be highly entertaining. I think it'd be a lot of fun. I like the NBA draft lottery because it brings a lot of intrigue to the draft one night. I think it'd be awesome for the NFL.
So you're saying that more as a TV product and entertainment than
my entertainment
actually needed.
would add a level of entertainment for me that I would enjoy. I don't think it needs it.
Right.
But I would enjoy it as a viewer.
I get that part.
As the entertainment part of it. Because I do think the NBA draft lottery is fun. There's a lot of intrigue for that moment. What's the envelope going to say? Imagine that in the NFL whenever there's an Andrew Luck type of quarterback. That'd be awesome. That'd be great.
The Trevor Lawrence here.
From a show perspective and entertainment perspective, I think the draft lottery would be great for the NFL. I don't think the NFL has a tanking problem, at least not to the level of the NBA.
I don't either.
I don't know if it has a tanking problem at all. Like, what are the examples? Like, I can't think
of. A lot of it is how you build your roster, though. It's not necessarily going into the game. Like, there's a lot of teams in the NFL that aren't putting their best foot forward in terms of building a roster.
You can say that in other sports too, though.
I'm not suggesting it doesn't exist in other sports, but I think it does exist in the NFL too. I mean, there's been many years where teams will go into the year with quarterbacks that shouldn't be starting or players that shouldn't be starting. There's free agents out there that would certainly make their team better, and they don't do it. Why don't they do it? Because they know that they're lousy and they don't want to win an extra game
right now.
Yeah.
I mean, they should be out there, and even from a Pittsburgh perspective, but they should be out there trying to find better than what they have. And both of them darn well might just go with what they have on their roster and just wing it. thinking that, Manning or someone else is in the draft next year.
That'd be a lot of fun. It'd be a lot of fun. How many picks would make up the theoretical NFL lottery?
It'd be the non-playoff teams, so
you don't have to do that.
Okay.
You don't have to.
Well, it's typically what it is, though, right?
In the NBA, it is.
It is.
But you don't. I mean, we're creating our own lottery in the NFL.
So I
We
was
can do
gonna say,
whatever
in
we
the NFL,
want.
if you want to minimize it more, or you either have to really, really be bad, or you can't just do the Bryant scenario. If you're 4-8 and you can't, and you pull the plug there, there's a chance you miss the lottery. That might make it more effective or more legitimate for rewarding
It'd be
the
fun.
teams.
It'd be fun.
Maybe top 4, then everything else is by some reverse standings.
Yeah, we can figure it out later. 713-780 ESPN. Speaking of football, are the Texans telling us something about Stroud by adding serious draft capital at wide receiver? 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You looking to escape the rat race for the weekend, the hustle and bustle of the job, traffic, or whatever's causing you stress? Or maybe it's a midweek getaway. Whatever the case is, you need to book a trip out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. I'm headed out there in a couple of weeks. Escape the city, enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com right now. From the open green spaces to beautiful wildlife you just don't see in the city, majestic trees, and some of the best fishing in Texas, you can't beat it. It's just 90 minutes from Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Hike on their 92-acre property. Do some kayaking. Play some pickleball on their pickleball courts. Or how about just hanging out by the pool with a drink? Two Creeks Crossing Resort will take care of their customers each and every week. They'll throw out barbecue cook-off one weekend, crawfish boil the other. They're always looking for innovative ways to take care of all of their visitors. From glamping to cabins to tree houses, or just pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for anyone. Save 20% on your next 2-night stay, Sunday through Thursday, on rentals for RV sites, yurts, cabins, and tents. It's Sunday through Thursday, minimum of 2 nights, max of 5, 20% off that right now. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com. Are the Texans telling us something by spending so much resources at receiver? Nico Collins, top 10 receiver, paid him a pretty good contract a couple years ago. You need at least one, right? But then you draft the receiver in Higgins at 34. You then draft his college teammate in the third round in Knoll. Meanwhile, you didn't draft anybody on the interior offensive line. You did draft tackle out of Minnesota in the second round as well. But is this a clue on how they feel about C.J. Stroud, that he needs help to elevate him?
I don't feel like it is. I feel like, I mean, look, I think he needed help weapon-wise. I think because of the fact that you lost Diggs, that you lost Tank to injury, and you don't know when he's coming back and what he's going to be like when he does come back. And you know that the other guys that have been on the roster have not been great in Mechie and Hutchinson and guys like that, that I think that they addressed both. They knew offensive line was their biggest glaring weakness, but I think that they did a lot of things to, in their minds, think that they done enough to at least solidify the offensive line more. But I think from a weaponry standpoint, from a weapon standpoint, they had to do what they did so that he has the weapons so he can be the best quarterback he can be. I don't think it says anything that from a CJ Stroud perspective has that kind of ramification.
See, there are quarterbacks in the NFL where teams don't go all in on receivers, where they're like, hey, you're a great quarterback, you're going to elevate everybody around you. Just pulling up like ESPN's power rankings of NFL teams. Kansas City, top team in the NFL, according to ESPN's power rankings. They've had that mindset of Pat Mahomes is so good, we're gonna be able to like draft worthy late first round, draft guys in the middle rounds. We're gonna trade Tyreek Hill when he's commanding $40 million a year, and Pat Mahomes is gonna elevate that position. And he did that. He won back-to-back Super Bowls after trading Tyreek Hill away. Now Philadelphia is the opposite. Hold on. Philadelphia is the opposite. Philadelphia traded for A.J. Brown, right? So, like, they looked at Hurts like, we really need skill around Jalen Hurts. How about Buffalo? Buffalo, like, they have some receivers, but not a crazy amount of resources that they've spent at the receiver position. Their top receiver is probably Shakur. They drafted Keon Coleman, but that was second round?
Second round, I think.
So, like, that was a second-round pick. Detroit, I mean, they drafted him on Raw, but he was a mid-round draft pick. Jamison Williams was a first.
He was a
memory
first rounder.
serves. Baltimore, I mean, Zay Flowers was a first, but then other than that,
Rashad Bateman was a first.
Bateman was a first?
Yep.
Ugh, that's a bad pick. Washington, yeah, they brought receivers around Higgins. The Rams, they drafted Puka, but they drafted Puka late.
And Cooper was like
And
a
they got
third
rid
round
of. Now,
pick.
they did bring in Devontae Adams this year. Green Bay, I mean, they brought in Golden with a first rounder this year. Minnesota has Jefferson, and the Bengals have Jamar Chase. So those are your top 10. Are the Texans telling you that C.J. Stroud needs help, or is this more of an NFL thing where all quarterbacks need help?
I think
Joel,
it's an NFL thing that all quarterbacks need help. And I think that to maximize your quarterback, you have to give him weapons if you're not named Patrick Mahomes. Do I think that there are other guys that could do it? Sure. Do I know what level? Not really, because I think Joe Burrow's always had those kind of guys around him. I believe that from a Texan standpoint that they know where a majority of their problems came from a year ago. And I think that the one thing that they knew was if they could solidify the offensive line, that they know they've got a guy that has all the tools to be the kind of quarterback they want him to be, except for you lost two guys that you desperately were going to rely on and would be relying on. And your other two guys haven't shown the ability to step up. So they actually just used the draft to at least replace guys that they lost so that he can have every opportunity to succeed.
I tend to agree. I think it's more of an NFL thing. I think unless you're an elite quarterback, like the very best of the best, that you need good receivers around you. I think Pat Mahomes can survive with good players, but not great players. I think Josh Allen's a different breed where he doesn't need great receiver around him because he's so good at creating. Really, he's like a point guard, like creating space, getting guys open because the attention that he brings. And I would put Lamar in that same class as well. There's like three quarterbacks that don't need great receivers around them to have a lot of success. I think anybody else in the NFL needs to have it. I think it's more NFL than a CJ Stroud thing.
Yeah, I would push back on the Mahomes thing. Not from a standpoint that he needs elite level wide receivers to succeed, because obviously you trade Tyreek away. But their intention was to do so. Like if the conversation is the Texans spent 2 high capital picks with the 2 Iowa State guys this year because Stroud needs receivers. I mean, 3 years in a row, the Chiefs have spent a first or second round pick on a wide receiver from. Now it didn't work out with Sky Moore. Rashee Rice obviously has had injury problems and legal troubles, and now you have Xavier Worthy out of Texas. But 3 years in a row, second round, first round, the Chiefs have certainly tried to spend highly on wide receivers.
It is interesting though that they do it with young players as opposed to money.
I mean, Hollywood Brown 2 years in a row has gotten a $10 million plus contract.
That's pretty cheap.
I know, but still, it's still
that's still like fill
10
out the
million
room.
plus.
Like a $10 million receiver isn't a major resource.
And it's not major, but it's something.
Like what is Christian Kirk making?
Making like
more than that.
Yeah.
It's like 13 or
13
14
to 16.
I wouldn't call a $10 million free agent a huge resource.
I'm
now,
just
I
saying,
agree
like,
with you in like the draft resources they've spent there.
Yeah.
But it's very clear that the Chiefs don't want to spend money at the receiver position.
In free agency, I would agree.
Yeah, I mean, look. Also, I think it's basically we've known that they've been pretty cap strapped because of all the significant other contracts on their roster that they've had to fulfill and that they're committed to, and that plays a massive part in it as well.
Yeah, it is. It's just an interesting thought. I can't remember what made me think of this. I think it had something to do with Kansas City and the way they built their roster out. But Buffalo done it all. I mean, Keon Coleman.
Buffalo's the best example.
Yep.
And that to me is we really like Josh Allen and think he's going to create no matter what.
I really think that's really the only example where the intention has not been to add around, because obviously we don't think of much of Rashad Bateman, but the Baltimore spent multiple first-round picks on receivers. We talked about Kansas City and Joe Burrow, who might be the second most talented quarterback besides Mahomes. Obviously, has had a lot of draft equity and obviously contract dollars spent on wide receiver.
But if you look at, and you can't bring Diggs into this as well, but like Gabe Davis, you look at the guys that Buffalo had that they let walk away. Were they wrong on Gabe Davis? Because he was going to get big money, let him walk, and now he got cut by Tampa, and he's
Jacksonville.
out or Jacksonville. He's out there, so he's free because he had a really, really bad year. You don't know that Diggs is going to get hurt or not, but I mean they had a lot of other reasons why they let go of him. But I think from the evaluation standpoint, if they felt like they could move on from those guys, and they found the crazy dude, Mac
Hollins. Why is he crazy? Because he likes to
go
the
barefoot
thing
in the snow and
just because he likes to ground doesn't mean he's
barefoot.
crazy. He's just one with
He's
nature.
He's a little off.
Herbert made Ladd look like a stud. Ladd was a pretty early draft pick.
He was a first rounder, was he not?
Was he top 15?
No, he was, I think,
18?
in the 20s, I thought.
I can't remember. Texans were the only team named other than Buffalo and LA who doesn't have a first-round receiver. That's interesting. I didn't look at it that way. It's a good point. Josh Allen can't even get to a Super Bowl. Yeah, I know. I agree. He's never going to win a Super Bowl in my life. I don't believe in his life either. Wasn't Collins a third? Yes, but they spent big money on him. Gave him a big deal. Mandated Texans offseason segment feels a little too Cody Stutzy. Send that email to upper management
or Joe George.
ESPN975.com. I think you can find the address there, but don't text us that. Send it to the bosses. 713-780-3776. Time for car wreck of the day. What are you nominating for car wreck of the day? It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
A relatively uneventful day on Wall Street as the market digested recent gains. The Dow wobbled just a bit, and not a lot of news flow to move the markets today. We'll get a lot of economic data tomorrow. The Dow lost 89 points at 42,051, while the S&P extended its gains in the positive territory for the year, ticking up 6 points at 58.92. The Nasdaq leading the way, though, up 136 points at 19,146. 10-year note yields finished at 4.53% as recession fears continue to recede. Oil down 83 cents to 62.84 a barrel. Gold continuing to lose its luster, down $64 to 31.83 the ounce. The dollar firmed on the day, while the small cap Russell 2000 finished down 0.75%. Among the more notable losers on Wall Street today. Tomorrow we get a batch of economic data, which will include wholesale inflation data, retail sales, industrial production, and jobless claims, all due out first thing in the morning. We'll see if that moves the market as Wall Street continues to watch Washington, trade, and the president's travels overseas.
Car wrecks of the day, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. What is your car wreck of the day?
Well, sir, I have Stephen A. Smith on the list today because it can't be that Cooper Flagg is just the best player in the draft. He says that this is the reason why the Mavs need to keep the pick.
When you've got somebody with that kind of potential and they're white and you are in America, you keep that dude. You keep him. I'm telling you right now, with my black self, I'm the owner of the Dallas Mavericks. I ain't thinking about drafting somebody else. I'm not thinking about moving Cooper Flagg. I'm grabbing Cooper Flagg.
The fact that we've talked over and over, and everyone's talking about him being the head and shoulders #1 pick in this draft, and leave it there. The fact that we got to say that because he's white and we're in America, that's why the Dallas Mavericks need to keep the pick. Get the hell out of here. This guy is contemplating a run for president. Solid take, Stephen A.
See, I think he'd be
We don't
right.
need solid takes
I mean,
to win presidency.
he would be right if it was like the WNBA. Like, I agree with this if he's talking about Caitlin Clark. Like, Caitlin Clark is the most marketable WNBA star of all time. And I do think her color helps. I really do. But I don't think that take is accurate outside of the WNBA. Who's the most marketable player right now in the NBA? LeBron. Giannis. Anthony Edwards becoming Steph Curry.
Durant in the past.
Like, who's the best white player? Jokic?
Luka.
Is he getting
Luka and Jokic,
Those guys aren't getting more marketing than the other guys. How about the NFL? Like Mahomes, way more marketable than Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Lamar's way more marketable than Josh Allen. You look at, there's not a whole lot of wide receivers, but Ladd McConkey, second-round pick, he's not more marketable than Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase. Cooper Kupp's not more marketable than those guys. You look at baseball, I actually think a black baseball player would be super marketable.
I mean, Shohei's the most marketable guy on the earth, possibly.
Yeah. Yep. So, like, if Stephen A. was talking about Caitlin Clark here, I think he would have a point. I don't think so in the I don't think in the NBA.
I think if you're as good as Caitlin Clark, whether you're white or black, I think that you are going to warrant everything that you just said about being marketable and everything else. I think Juju, if she was healthy, I think Juju could have been that kind of player. But Caitlin Clark, her ability right now is even at a level higher than Juju. But I think that to take a guy like Cooper Flagg and take the fact that he's already the consensus one and put the color of his skin to it, I don't like it.
He was adding the marketing aspect of it too. I just think he's wrong. I think he's wrong. I think he's right if he was talking about Caitlin. Caitlin's super marketable.
No, she is right, but I think that she would be with her abilities regardless of the color of her skin.
I mean, who else was that marketable though before her in the WNBA?
No, nobody.
That's what I'm saying. Her abilities take her to the level.
She's
of
not the most talented player to ever come to the WNBA.
Why didn't Lisa Leslie move the needle more than Caitlin Clark?
I don't think that the color of the skin has anything. Diana Taurasi is arguably one of the best basketball players of all time. Diana Taurasi, regardless,
she didn't get nearly this attention.
But why does Caitlin get more attention than anybody else?
Sue Bird does.
Not than Caitlin.
No, not than Caitlin, but Sue Bird. To Brian's point, Sue Bird got and she's still getting endorsement deals.
She's white.
Okay, fine, but I think that Angel Reese has gotten all kinds of love, and Angel Reese is getting. Now you're going to say not as much as Caitlin.
I'm a dog. Half of Caitlin.
She's got She's got McDonald's and Reese's. She's got McDonald's and Reese's and a whole bunch of others.
Why is Caitlin get more marketing than anybody else that has ever played WNBA? She's not Tiger.
Because one, from the standpoint of where society is right now, the WNBA is starting to get a whole lot more love and attention than it used to. And on top of that, she coming in at the right time with all the ability that she has. That's why.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm going to nominate that SUV that was towing a car backward on 610 yesterday.
Oh, I saw the video of that.
What
That
are
was
you
amazing.
thinking?
Oh, yeah, I had it on my car wreck yesterday, and we didn't get to it.
Oh, did you?
Because we interviewed Glenn. But the video of that and the fact that they were laughing the whole time, and I guess evidently
they were laughing, the driver?
Yeah, but evidently he was wanted.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
there
was a warrant out for. Yeah, so that's part of the reason why he took off. But it was a tow job gone wrong.
That was so brutal. What are you nominating, Brian?
Did you see this quote from Hunter Mahan right before the PGA Championship?
He says he watches golf.
Right, Mahan.
I didn't say Mahan.
Yeah, I know.
Exactly, and it's Mahan.
Oh, damn it. I googled
just
how to
won car
pronounce the
wreck.
name right.
Mahan.
And now
Mahan.
we're gonna run out of
I
time.
shouldn't
Go
be talking
go
about
look
this.
up his quote on Quail Valley. It's quite interesting. I even looked up the pronunciation. Google led me astray.
Josh from
Damn it.
Fibra, car wreck of the day, the holier than thou Barrett Sports Media attitude. All right, what's winning?
I mean,
I say Brian.
Brian right now.
Brian wins.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Brian. You're our winner. Does it for us. Thank you, Brian, for partial work. He's Blank. I'm Brian. I'm talking to you tomorrow. Hall of Fame, Booker T. Brad Gilmore coming up right now.